Introduction Asterisk. A dark, epic fantasy novel inspired by a song of ice and fire and foundation. Crafted by enthusiasts of Western fantasy who seek to create a profound narrative intertwining politics and philosophy while preserving the splendid imagination of fantasy and the romanticism of emotional conflict. Prologue. The history that ends in a beginning. In the future, humanity gradually uncovers the truth about the nature of time in their world. It is not an irreversible, one-way flow. On the contrary, this timeline has traversed multiple cycles before converging on their history. The hypothesis was ultimately validated by intrepid time observers, who, with courage beyond the imagination of ordinary folk, ascended aboard the experimental machine Industrial Protocol 7, designed to transcend time. Under the gaze of all races in the world, these brave souls vanished into familiar space-time. The experiment was projected to last for a human-perceived duration of 18 days. Afterward, the time observers sank into oblivion. Their contributions were immortalized in memory, their sacrificial bravery celebrated, while the wizards and engineers who developed the machine faced criticism for their reckless endeavors. Each observer was honored with a martyr's burial site, a place of reverence for all passers-by. As with any hero of the Alliance throughout history, this failed temporal voyage should have concluded the tale. However, 75 years and 8 months after the sailboat project experiment, the time observers and the pristine Industrial Protocol 7 capsule abruptly manifested in Numo Deo Square, the designated point for their return, which had been but an experimental plot 75 years prior. The time observers returned to this world, astonished by the dramatic transformations that had unfolded. The leaders of the Alliance who had once set forth were long replaced, and only a few from the original project still survived. The entire world was taken aback. To the time observers, merely 24 days had elapsed. The compressed magical energy infused in Industrial Protocol 7 was the product of a wizard's labor, its magical traces as fresh as if just applied, yet this wizard had been deceased for 40 years. Yet, the astonishment did not cease there. In fact, the 75-year temporal discrepancy was the least shocking aspect of this event. The report submitted by the time observers regarding the sailboat project indicated that the world line had undergone countless rewrites. Each time a significant moment in the timeline was reached, someone discovered a means to breach the temporal barrier, leading individuals to traverse back in time in an attempt to alter history. Regardless of success or failure, whenever they set foot in the past, the subtle butterfly effect quietly erased the original world line from existence. Those who rewrote history achieved their objectives, then sought to return to their original space-time, only to have their existence vanish once temporal traversal commenced. These unfortunate individuals were dubbed temporal ruins by the time observers. The altered future had no place for them. Any attempt to return resulted in a dead end. Only traces of their existence remained in history, representing a potentiality of the future, having suddenly appeared in the past only to abruptly disappear. Fortunately, their endeavors were merely a form of archaeology in a certain sense. The time observers had not actually reached the veritable past, thus they were able to return home, and this world line fortuitously survived. However, the mere publication of this report would likely incite widespread panic across the globe. Once a single terrorist attempted to alter the past, the entire world could be obliterated in an instant. Yet, the time observers brought forth another report. Distinct from the observations initially planned, this document detailed a spectacular encounter they stumbled upon during their return to the year 1577. According to the plan, they would visit various significant moments in time, curling within the torrent of time to observe the historical scene in 3 dimensions and capture in photographs for historical research. In the desert of 1577, resurrected ancient mummies, having ousted the royal family of the former kingdom, initiated a brief pharaonic dynasty in the arid region. The scene captured by the time observers was that of a surviving human priest tremblingly crowning the pharaoh. Logically, the focus of the entire desert should have converged upon this event. However, in the coronation square, a gray-haired, ebony-skinned elder completely disregarded this monumental occurrence. He was engaged in an action he had performed daily since the age of 23, speaking to his reflection in a mirror. In the previous desert scene, the time observers had fortuitously witnessed the same 37-year-old man performing the identical gesture. Upon encountering him again, they naturally captured 2 additional 3-dimensional photographs of him. Upon returning to the experimental capsule, each photograph was decoded by the equipment, releasing all sounds and colors within the photographic range. They were astonished to discover that the elder was not speaking to his reflection, but rather addressing them. Or rather, to any fortunate time travelers who might stumble upon him. The words spoken by the 37-year-old man and the 85-year-old version were entirely consistent, indicating that his persistent behavior over 60 years was an effort to attract the attention of time travelers. He succeeded, and his words were faithfully brought back from that space-time. Relax. Since I have not discovered you, and you have heard me speak, it seems that the future will no longer remain trapped in a stagnant cycle. Congratulations to you and to myself. We are fortunate. Our world line can survive, and it will be the only future, provided you heed my counsel and do not dismiss it as the ramblings of a madman from the past. I do not know your intentions in traversing time. If your aim is simply to observe, then feel free. However, if you wish to alter the past, regardless of your motives or the extent of your ambitions, I implore you to abandon such thoughts. Consider those you know, the world in which you live, the real individuals and realities surrounding you. Once you touch upon established history, those people in your world will be irrevocably erased. Indeed, it is not death but obliteration, for this outcome cannot be reversed as death can. Even if you cease your actions or seek to amend your mistakes, such efforts will be of no avail to the future's alteration. Remember, this is not mere alarmism. You have likely encountered numerous cautionary tales along your journey. Those who changed history fled without a trace. Do you understand? They did not return to the homeland of time, but instead to an eternal obliteration, a state where existence itself ceases to exist. Let this be indelibly etched in your minds and the minds of all who follow. Now, may I pose a question? Have you mastered the genuine technology to alter the past? If so, I urge you to employ every means to ensure it vanishes. Even if it requires the extermination of all who know of it, the erasure of the entire world's memory, or the control of every individual's thoughts, you must achieve a state where it can never again be mentioned. The cost of this is trivial compared to the annihilation of the entire world. If not, then you are truly fortunate. I almost wish to pour a drink in celebration for you. When you return, inform everyone in your world that the endpoint of time travel is observation, and only observation. The past is immutable. Furthermore, ensure that everyone believes and remembers this truth without fail. If I were in your position, I would leave a monument to commemorate this achievement. Ha ha ha. What a magnificent act of salvation. It matters not if no one knows. Remember, at the world's end, there will always be a skeleton that eternally praises your deeds. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha. And so, farewell, heroes. Ah, the preceding words were necessary for me to convey. Now, I have a personal curiosity that I would appreciate your taking back with you. I am eager to know which scene in history saw the greatest number of those unfortunate souls attempting to alter the past. That must be the most pivotal moment in history that we have confirmed that this is not at any point in my previous era, so I implore you to recount the entirety of that time between your existence and mine. The answer is one only you can know, truly enviable. The leader of the alliance, meeting the time observers, exhaled with relief, indicating that this issue was easily resolvable. He would arrange for personnel to discreetly manage the intricacies of time travel. They were fortunate to have managed to break free from this endless, nightmarish cycle of entanglement with the past. Simultaneously, the leader commended the time observers as great heroes transcending time and space. Their lives would continue to be celebrated within the alliance, welcoming the time observers into the future world. At the conclusion of the discourse, he inquired whether the time observers had sought an answer to the question posed by the elderly gentleman. This was precisely why the time observers had lingered in the past for 6 days. They dedicated some time to statistics and ultimately uncovered this intriguing answer. The historical scene most altered by time's relics was the conversation between Mar Claoux and the astronomers beneath the spruce tree during the First Republic of Saturn in 1828. Now, let us return to that fateful afternoon, repeatedly distorted, and witness this legendary tale firsthand. Chapter 1. Mar Claoux. Before recounting the conversation that would instigate countless alterations to future timelines, we must introduce the story's protagonist, the 8-year-old Mal. Born in 1820 in the southern territory of the Saturn Republic, the Roderick Dominion was home to floral fairies, yet the Claoux family was undeniably human, with only Mal's mother possessing a quarter of fairy blood. In contrast to his mother, Mal's father, Martin, was an extraordinary individual, one of the few humans endowed with a talent for magic, albeit limited to suppressing microbial activity within a confined range. However, the circumstances surrounding Mal's birth were even more peculiar. He inherited his father's magical talent, yet his abilities diverged vastly from mere microbial suppression. As a physician, Mr. Martin conducted a thorough examination of his newborn son for 2 months, ultimately discovering that Mal possessed an extraordinary type of magic from birth. Healing magic, Mr. Martin found noted in an ancient tome of natural history. 13th-century naturalists praised this gift, referring to it as the blessing of the light god. For any child born with magical abilities, regardless of their lineage, there existed a certain degree of disability. Followers of the light god believed this to be a form of fairness from the Creator. Martin's own magical talent was common and rather feeble, rendering him mentally frail and prone to bouts of rage. Yet, Mal was different. Upon entering the world, the physicians present for his birth beheld a radiant green light emanating from him. This luminescence was the manifestation of healing magic, signifying that the child had the innate ability to manipulate the release of magical power from the very moment of his birth. Both Martin and Marlanthia recognized that this indicated their son possessed an exceptionally profound depth of magical talent. This was precisely why the venerable naturalists extolled the capabilities of healing magic. Regardless of any severe hereditary afflictions Mal might bear, the magic could effortlessly erase such ailments. To possess the gift without the burden of disability, what an extraordinary endowment. Could it be that Mal was indeed the favored child of some fortunate deity? The Martins dared not entertain such thoughts. They wasted no time and soon enlisted the finest physicians in Roderick to conduct an examination of their newborn son. After thorough assessments, the doctors concluded that Mal's physical condition was remarkably close to the ideal standard, evidently a result of the healing magic at work, rendering him healthier than any infant throughout history. Furthermore, unlike other practitioners of magic, and despite his extraordinary gift, the core of Mal's healing magic resided in his spinal cord rather than his brain. The head physician, upon reviewing the results, sighed in relief, lifting Mal high in his arms and proclaiming to the Martins, "This child is an unparalleled lucky one in this world." The Claoux family welcomed Mal with jubilation, celebrating his fortune with a week-long series of festivities, such that nearly everyone within Roderick had heard whispers of a lucky child of the Claoux family. However, this celebration abruptly ceased when Mal turned 4. By this age, the cognitive development of human children had begun, revealing aspects of their personalities. Yet, Mal exhibited an entirely different demeanor. He displayed no emotions. Indeed, he was devoid of emotions, not merely apathetic or lacking in emotional understanding, but exhibiting almost no inherent human emotional expressions. In his interactions with his parents, Mal did not display reactions typical of a child, as if some inherent bond sustained their relationship rather than the ordinary love between parent and child. Mal did have friends, but his relationships resembled partnerships or followers. Others might revolve around him or engage in mutual activities, yet Mal never exhibited the inclination to orbit around anyone else. Marlanthia was not alarmed by this. She harbored a woman's intuition, believing that Mal, who had been so fortunate, would inevitably encounter some insurmountable misfortune. Thus, upon witnessing Mal's severe psychological condition, she felt a sense of relief. Moreover, having worked as a caregiver for soldiers suffering from PTSD, she was well versed in various psychological states. She was confident that as Mal matured and entered the phase of self-awareness, he would recognize his emotional disparity. He would surely come to resent and struggle with this emotional void, at which point she could facilitate his treatment for emotional recognition. Marlanthia believed that with the expertise of the psychologist she knew, healing Mal would be a straightforward endeavor. So, when Mal turned 7, Marlanthia was certain her son had begun to grapple with this emotional difference. She took advantage of the spring break to send Mal to her teacher. Marlanthia's teacher was a sagacious carnation fairy, confident in his ability to resolve a child's psychological issues, requiring only 60 days of living with Mal. However, when the Martins eagerly awaited the return of a normal child, within less than 30 days, Marlanthia's teacher visited to return Mal's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, even speaking less than before his treatment. Through a conversation with the teacher, Marlanthia learned that Mal's condition differed from that of other children, making it difficult to classify as a psychological disorder. Mal's situation was such that he not only lacked emotions, but did not consider them significant. He did not perceive his emotional deficit as a hindrance to his interactions with others. On the contrary, he was remarkably indifferent to any emotional expressions. Mar Claoux, at the tender age of 7, exhibits a psychological state akin to that of a middle-aged individual who has suffered emotional turmoil for over 30 years, lamented Marlanthia's teacher. Yet, The teacher did offer a glimmer of good news. Mal was not entirely devoid of emotional response. He exhibited definite emotional fluctuations. However, due to the absence of emotions, these reactions were not readily apparent, necessitating meticulous observation to discern his emotional changes. The light god remains unwavering in his treatment of his subjects, impartial and just. Mr. Martin responded upon hearing Marlanthia's account. As devout followers of the light god, they seem to have anticipated this outcome. Thus, when Marlanthia declared that Mal's condition was incurable, Martin provided his perspective as if it had been long prepared. Let him be. Mal will not cease to be our child due to some foolish emotional deficiency. Allow him to grow freely like others. Let the doctors and psychologists keep their distance. He may pursue whatever he desires, as long as he shows no interest in that damned war. Mr. Martin's cigar burned down, allowing the smoke rings to wander freely in the air until they dissipated into nothingness. Perhaps this was another aspect of Mal's fortune. By misfortune, he found prosperity, attaining a freedom in his upbringing that far exceeded that of his peers. Years later, a 23-year-old Mar Claoux would repeatedly express gratitude to his parents in a speech, acknowledging the liberating opportunity they had bestowed upon him. A whole year swiftly passed. Throughout that time, the Martins had grown accustomed to their child's expressionless demeanor, even finding solace in Mal's rare displays of joy and sorrow. On July 17, 1828, Mal's 8th birthday arrived. Like other children, he celebrated with a birthday party. To avoid disappointing guests with the birthday boy's apparent attachment, the Martins limited the gathering to just a few of Mal's close friends and family. During the party, Mal exhibited a liveliness not often seen, though it was not apparent on his face. Nonetheless, this was enough to bring comfort to the Martins. The festivities continued until 9 in the evening, when all the guests had departed. While tidying the yard, Mr. Martin suddenly asked Mal, who was standing aside, if there was anything special he desired. "I want to stay up past 10 tonight, Dad." Mr. Martin chuckled in agreement. Indeed, their son remained unchanged as ever. But that sufficed. Mr. Martin did not yearn for more reactions from him. With the protective magic of healing surrounding them, at least the Martins could allow Mal the freedom to roam wherever he pleased. Thus, at 10 o'clock, Mr. and Mrs. Martin turned off the lights and went to bed, while Mal stepped out of the house alone. The 8-year-old Mal walked into the now empty yard, sitting upon a rock, gazing silently at the starry sky. In Roderick, summer nights were exceptionally tranquil, and the healing magic within Mal regulated his body temperature, shielding him from the oppressive heat. This moment of stillness was exquisitely beautiful, perhaps even more delightful than the earlier raucous party. Yet, tranquility was fleeting. A sudden voice drew Mal's attention away. "Good evening. The night sky is truly resplendent. Do you enjoy this view, Mar Claoux?" Chapter 2. The Distant Stars. The unexpected visitor was a tall man with a somewhat hoarse voice, his race indiscernible. He was enveloped in a voluminous cloak, shadows obscuring his features. "Good evening, Mal," he greeted, his tone oddly familiar, as if he and Mal were long acquainted. Mal remained silent, merely staring at the cloak he wore. The cloak bore indescribable colors and patterns of light and darkness, rendering its material difficult to identify. Yet, Mal felt as though the cloak was the very essence of the night sky itself. The shifting constellations and profound currents seemed to dance across its surface, as if a flowing night sky had been sheared and draped over this mysterious figure. "Do you believe the future can be foreseen?" The cloaked man's cloak seemed to serve as his eyes, as Mal's gaze met his directly. "Do you believe our future is fixed?" Mal shook his head. At his tender age, he had developed a sense of time and could not fathom a future that remained unchanged amidst constant evolution. The cloaked man did not rush to affirm or deny his response, instead shifting the focus. "I understand this is your answer, but I assure you that I will make you reconsider this question. However, this is not the appropriate place for such a discussion." "What sort of place do you require?" Mal inquired. "A suitable place for, a debate. Do you know of anywhere nearby?" Suddenly, a location sprang to Mal's mind. He stood up. "I don't know, but there's a place where I often go to stargaze when I have the time." "Would that suffice?" "Of course. Lead the way," the cloaked man replied, turning to follow Mal. His cloak melded with the shadows as soon as it left the light, transforming the brilliant night sky into a pitch-black galaxy. "Wait, before they set off," Mal asked, "Who are you?" "Huh, is that when you choose to ask this question?" The cloaked man fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering his name. "Astronomer, just a title, nothing of consequence. Soon, you won't concern yourself with that." Thus, Mal guided the enigmatic astronomer away from the Claoux residence. Their path took them through Lotus Street, bustling even after 10 o'clock. Miniature Mal navigated through throngs of passers-by, some of whom recognized him as the only son of the Crocs family, exchanging greetings. Yet, not a single resident of Roderick noticed the peculiar figure following Mal, draped in outlandish attire, who should have drawn attention. They all ignored this oddity. Could it be that he was visible only to me? Mal pondered privately about the mysterious figure trailing behind him. They walked in silence until they arrived at Mal's favorite spot, Spruce Hill. Spruce Hill was merely a small mound, a far cry from the true mountains of satin. However, the people of Roderick cherished this hill, which was crowned by a solitary spruce tree. A celebrated blossom fairy from the east had bestowed upon it this name, a homophone with a whimsical quality. Subsequently, countless flower fairies had visited, planting various species of flowers with their magic. When the flowering season arrived, the spruce stood majestically amidst the bloom, becoming a notable sight in Roderick. On summer nights, no one ventured to this humble hill, and Mal would come here to admire the night sky whenever he had leisure. At this moment, he sat on a familiar tree root, and the astronomer, shadow-like, stood before him. "Do you believe that our current location is observed by all?" The astronomer probed. Mal did not respond. Even at this moment, he would not consider himself the center of the universe. In his eyes, he was nothing more than a common member of humanity. The astronomer seemed to grasp Mal's thoughts, denying his perspective. "No, you are not ordinary. Even if you convince yourself otherwise, you are certainly not a mere child among the throngs of humanity. Otherwise, I would not be here, nor would they." Mal cast a glance at him, seemingly asking, "Why is that?" The astronomer explained, "Suppose time can be traversed. A person's significance in the future can be validated by those from the future. Crocs, perhaps we were not meant to meet. I do not know who you were destined to encounter, nor how to speak with you correctly. In truth, no one knows how to treat you in a manner that aligns with the proper course of the world. What I'm doing now is merely an attempt. Perhaps countless individuals in the past have imparted different words to you, steering the world in various directions. I am unaware of how many times this has occurred. I only know that this world has long since transformed beyond recognition. Now, of course, you do not comprehend my meaning. That is entirely normal. For now, I simply need to complete my task, to convey a truth to you and ensure you remember it. That is all. Look at me, Mal Crocs." The leaves of the spruce rustled in the night breeze, while the moon shone with a dazzling white light akin to the sun. The stargazer's pupils glimmered with a deep azure brilliance in the shadows of his face, seemingly reflecting the silhouette of Mar Claoux's future. "Claux, remain true to yourself and fulfill your aspirations. This is the only way I surmise that this cycle of the world can come to an end. Perhaps the original timeline is indeed like this. I shall etch these words into your mind, ensuring they are never forgotten or distorted." Mal's ink-dark pupils still sparkled with confusion, yet the stargazer remained unfazed, casting a glance towards the moon as he continued. "Time may be more fleeting than I anticipated. So tell me, is today your birthday?" "Yes, July 17th. The young Mar Claoux could only fully comprehend this statement. "Excellent. I shall present you with a birthday gift. Do you fancy stars?" The stargazer's hand emerged from his cloak, thin and skeletal, wrapped in layers of bandages, its origin indiscernible. Yet from this ghastly hand emerged a stone more resplendent than gemstones, more translucent than crystal, and more radiant than pearls, as if all the light and beauty of the stars converged upon this small pebble. In an instant, Mal was captivated by its brilliance, leaping to his feet. Yet, what escaped his lips was an unrelated remark that dampened the moment. "But the birthday party has already concluded. When did I say I would present it to you now?" Suddenly, a heavy weight settled in his right hand. Mal opened his palm to discover the pebble, which had clearly been in the stargazer's grasp moments ago, now nestled within his own hand, even warmed by his touch. Looking back at the stargazer, his hand remained concealed beneath the cloak, as if it had never emerged. "Good. Now you shall believe my words and remember them forever." Ignoring Mal's astonishment, the stargazer continued to muse aloud. "Thus, we have triumphed. However, I must ensure that we are the sole victors. I am quite certain I was the first to arrive. His memories cannot deceive. Therefore, they should be coming. Those other adversaries who seek to meddle with time and should not exist here." Mal fixed his gaze on the peculiar figure, muttering incomprehensible words, as the stargazer turned to bid him a final farewell. "Please forget our encounter, but do not forget my words. The power to determine the significance of our actions lies with you. Young Claux, you must do what you know you ought to. Farewell, never to meet again." The last phrase seemed to embolden him. as the stargazer turned away towards the sea of flowers surrounding the spruce. Mal then noticed that the height of this floral expanse was just sufficient to conceal a human figure. The stargazer withdrew a sword from who knows where, a blade so elusive it felt almost illusory, and then dashed into the flower field, vanishing forever among the blossoms. Suddenly, a sharp sound cleaved through the air from the flower sea, likely the sound of that sword being wielded. Clutching the pebble, Mal rushed after him. But upon entering the floral sea, he found nothing. It was as if nothing had ever existed. No longer would he behold that captivating cloak resembling the night sky. Yet, all was not without trace. The young Mal stood frozen, cold sweat beading upon his brow, gazing at the surrounding expanse of grass that was empty rather than crowded. He could hardly believe his eyes. Here, was there not supposed to be a sea of flowers? The branches that had earlier pricked him now seemed to vanish. The soft petals that resembled a carpet and the densely intertwined flower branches had suddenly transformed into an utter void. Mal attempted to recall the carnations his mother had plucked from the flower sea just yesterday, yet the petals shattered into pixels in his memory. Spruce Hill, true to its name, had always been but a solitary, barren spruce tree, its shadow stretching at an angle that defied the moon's phases as if it were a torn film. And there stood Mar Claoux, hand clutching the pebble beneath its shade. Chapter 3. The Heart of Satin, Lin Dun Tick-Tock. The time on the wooden clock gradually shifted from July 16th to July 17th. At the stroke of midnight, the orderly digits abruptly roused Mal from his stupor that had lingered throughout the night. This was the year 1840. In a modest apartment on the outskirts of the capital of Satin, Lin Dun, Mal had relocated here from his hometown to attend the esteemed Dimmer University in the heart of the city, and it had been 2 years since he left his roots. Now at the age of 21, if one were to inquire about the insights Mal had garnered from 2 years of solitary existence, he might simply utter that the world tends to deepen the disillusionment of those who are already disappointed. However, who could truly argue that repeated disappointments are inherently detrimental? Gazing out the window, Mal observed that the moonlight and most of the stars were shrouded by the haze of pollution, rendering the night sky devoid of beauty. Yet, a few stars, seemingly insignificant when the sky was clear, flickered with resplendence amidst the tainted atmosphere. In the instant his consciousness emerged from chaos, a healing magic ignited, emanating a gentle green light from Mal, pulling him from the mire of fatigue and cleansing him. At the stroke of midnight, rejuvenated, Mal arose from the chair where he had sat in silence for the entire night, gathering the scattered manuscripts and neatly placing them into a wooden box. This was the fruit of his labor. 2 decades of solitude had birthed countless inspirations, and 2 years of spontaneous thoughts had led him to gather these scattered pearls and consolidate them onto sheets of paper, lest he forget them. Soon, his ideas would be brought to fruition. Tonight marked the deadline. Before leaving the city of Lin Dun, Mal intended to stroll through it one last time. In this process, he would also clarify his thoughts, transforming the chaos of his mind into a coherent and actionable plan. Locking the door behind him, Mal descended the aged staircase of the apartment, the dim light of the antiquated arcane lamp casting an unpleasant aura throughout the corridor, where the brick walls bore numerous cracks, hastily reinforced by the landlord with crude gel. As Mal approached the entrance of the apartment building, he was unexpectedly halted by the short-statured landlord. To Mal's surprise, the man was still awake, sipping on several bottles of cheap homemade alcohol he had procured from an unknown source. "Have you tidied up the place, student? Remember to clean thoroughly before you leave. I wouldn't want the next tenant to think this is a beggar's den," the middle-aged, balding landlord said, setting down his bottle and exhaling smoke rings, his breath reeking of alcohol and exuding an air of superiority. Yet, he was far from a successful individual. On the contrary, Mal often overheard passers-by referring to him as a pitiful businessman. The landlord did exhibit a semblance of respect, but that was only when Mal had arrived 2 years prior, clad in fresh attire. Noticing Mal's silence, the landlord's tone grew increasingly irate. He pointed a finger at Mal, admonishing him, "You little brat. I know you're half-mute, but at least nod when someone speaks to you, don't you think? I'm much older than you. You ought to show me some respect. Everyone in Satin should honor their elders." The contemporary moral decay is indeed disheartening, as the wisdom of the elderly is often overlooked. The landlord's voice gradually faded into the distance, and Mal, seizing the opportunity while the man lamented his plight, swiftly departed from the dilapidated apartment building. He stepped onto the expansive, desolate expanse of Square Diamond District, leaving the landlord to mutter alone. The decay of the apartment complex was not an isolated case. It mirrored the prevailing condition of the entire outskirts of Lin Dun. contrasting the nearby lowly, squalid structures with the majestic Republic Tower in the distant city center of Satin. It is difficult to fathom that these edifices belong to the same city. During his studies on urban history at Damu University, Mao had learned that the Spade District and Square Diamond District once thrived, albeit briefly, in the early days of the Republic. Attracted by the scant gold and crystal mineral resources, humans, dwarves, and even goblins settled here. And there once stood towering drill rigs that rivaled the grandeur of today's Republic Tower. However, as the mineral resources rapidly depleted, various races and miners gradually abandoned the area, leading to the dismantling of the towering rigs, a decision championed by a former mayor of Lindon. Today, the tall buildings of Ghost Card District, Heart District, and Club District may well be constructed from the materials sourced from those once glorious rigs. This stark contrast is not easily accepted by all Lindon inhabitants. Mao glanced at the printed flyers plastered on the alley wall, emblazoned in blood-red ink with the words, "The wealthy owe us." Such rhetoric could only originate from the burgeoning gang known as the Firewood Party. Many young individuals born in this area cannot reconcile with the resource allocation favoring the Central District, and their envy of the affluent in the Third Central has been transformed into hatred by the Firewood Party's simple yet powerful slogans and criminal achievements. Mao surmised that deep within this alley, the Firewood Party was likely plotting their next incursion into the Heart District. He tore down one of the Firewood Party's flyers, which depicted a heart, pierced by a wooden spear bearing the party's emblem. The first comprehensive target would be pivotal for the execution of their plans. The imagery on the flyer incited contemplation in Mao as he sat on a nearby stone pillar, reflecting on its significance. The objective could not be trivial. A mere victory that merely stirred emotions without altering the status quo would be futile. Yet, it must not be overly ambitious. The notion of obliterating an entire faction in the short term was absurd. The heart, the essence, pierced at its core. Mao gazed at the illustration and suddenly found inspiration, establishing the first substantial target for the overarching plan. Many previously vague thoughts crystallized with the confirmation of this guiding beacon. As Mao sat on the stone pillar, absorbed in contemplation of the flyer, a figure emerged from the alley, spotting him. "Hey, are you thinking of joining us?" The individual was familiar to Mao. A young man who, feeling scorned by the university students in the city center, had abandoned his opportunity for higher education to ally himself with the Firewood Party. Draped in the black trench coat commonly worn by the gang during their heists, he patted Mao on the shoulder, saying, "If you decide to join, the boss will surely welcome you as an artist." The term artist was merely slang for the small-time leaders orchestrating the criminal activities. Certainly, he remained unaware of Mao's extraordinary abilities, only admiring the intellect Mao had displayed during their tutoring sessions. "Not at all, Sandy, though your artistic taste is commendable. If you wish for my creation, your boss must compensate me with 200. Sandy chuckled. "So that would entice you into the industry? In that case, I shall be instructing your boss in philosophy at Demos University, a subject those professors could scarcely convey as I do." "Ha ha ha, enough of that. Mao, return to your studies." Sandy was in high spirits, then produced half a bottle of wine from his trench coat, offering it to Mao. "More wine, care for some?" A connoisseur of spirits. "Are we?" Mao accepted the bottle, observing that the label had been roughly torn away. Yet the wine's glistening mahogany hue and the intricate carvings on the crystal bottle indicated its exceptional quality. A fine vintage, indeed. "Pray tell, from whence was this pilfered?" "You have an eye for quality. It belongs to a wealthy individual from Plum Blossom District. We ventured into the wine cellar beneath his villa, where he brews exquisite private stock. Remarkably, Mao, that cellar is larger than both our homes combined. So how did you gain access? What transpired?" Mao was intrigued by the topic. Well, what else could it be? A few handguns were involved. The old chap has stashed quite a fortune and treasures within. Yet he was foolish enough not to secure such a vast estate with any protective wards. Such miserly tycoons are easily handled. Our boss, recognizing his nouveau riche status, sent us to intimidate him. Sandy then produced another identical bottle, stating, "You know how we operate. We adhere to certain protocols. We only took a substantial amount of his private wine collection and left his money and jewels untouched." Thus, he refrained from reporting the incident. What would he dare report? Should the police discover his illicit brewing activities? Ha ha. Now, sip slowly. I have matters to attend to. We shall converse again soon. With that, Sandy tucked the empty bottle into his pocket, waved farewell, and made his way home, soon vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. Mao had no intention of disclosing to this somewhat acquainted friend his plans to depart from London. He soon pondered another intriguing aspect, the Kindling Gang. This organization, though loosely structured and relatively small, comprised a meager number of sorcerers, Yet it frequently succeeded in outmaneuvering both the police and the affluent, its influence ever expanding. Their achievements could be attributed to two factors: Mal's understanding of this gang, as he was well aware of the secret to their success. He recalled that the leader of the Kindling gang was not merely a common thug, but rather an ex-convict with a profound understanding of the psyche of the police and the wealthy. Moreover, it seemed this individual had learned within prison how to transform these aimless drifters into enforcers and subordinates. One must not underestimate the potential of such seemingly low-quality manpower. Uniting them could prove far more potent than a singular formidable individual. Indeed, a visionary leader, supported by compliant individuals, bonded together by ties of loyalty, could achieve remarkable feats. Mal refrained from voicing the final half of his thought. He had already gleaned the answer he sought, recognizing this as a highly applicable strategy. As he contemplated this, Mal twisted off the cap of the wine bottle and savored a sip of the old man's private wine. The drink offered a delightful interplay of sweetness and rich fragrance, devoid of the harsh stimulation and spiciness typical of inferior wines. Indeed, he relished this flavor. Stowing away the remaining wine, Mal resolved that his next destination before departing from Lindon City would be the Plum Blossom District, a central area within the Satine Encirclement, a radiating zone of the Ghost Card District and a hub of intellect replete with universities and embassies. Chapter 4. The Heart of Satine. Lindon. The Plum Blossom District lay not far from the Fanzwan District, separated merely by a stout wall. Yet, this was a wall of formidable thickness, a barrier so impenetrable that the inhabitants of the central zone remained entirely oblivious to the existence of the outer realm. Within this enclosure resided two disparate worlds: the decay, confinement, overcrowding, and poverty of the outside vanished utterly within the central zone, where only boundless prosperity and flourishing thrived. Hence, no one regarded the outskirts of the capital as part of Lindon. Those beyond the wall would go to great lengths to penetrate the world enclosed within. This was the scene Mal was destined to witness as he strolled from the vicinity of his apartment. Traversing several streets in the comparatively prosperous and progressive heart of the Fanzwan District, the journey was tranquil, the lights dimmed, and Mal observed the moon gradually descending, heralding the arrival of dawn. In summation, even though he could not yet glimpse the allure of Linduin's central district, the city on the outskirts was far from ordinary. His hometown, Roderick, long considered a vibrant community rich in cultural diversity, likely lagged behind the economic output of the capital's periphery. As he approached the central district, he noted an increase in prominent office buildings and residential complexes, a peculiar sight, unique to these marginal zones and absent in the inner circle. Emerged. At 2 in the morning, a considerable number of people began to traverse the city streets, with half of the lights already aglow. Mal brushed shoulders with various passers-by, some glancing anxiously at their watches, others hastening their pace while consuming a simple breakfast, and some unable to conceal their fatigue, yawning repeatedly. Yet, not a single individual halted their stride, not one relaxed their vigilance. Even here, in a place renowned for pleasure and freedom, the denizens engaged in the most demanding and rigorous of labors. It was evident that the residents bore a different demeanor. They were bustling, unceasing in their movements. Yet most importantly, they harbored hope. The reason for this was not difficult to discern. Mal gazed at the distant, imposing wall that divided the two realms. The very source of it all. It served as an alarm clock, incessantly reminding all who passed through that entry was possible. Once inside, the world would be rejuvenated. Such conviction could ignite an individual's determination and motivation more effectively than any external urging. However, the very nature of the marginal zone implied its transitory status. It was not a self-sufficient area, but merely a temporary passage. In Mal's view, these individuals would not remain indefinitely ensnared in the current of this relentless flow. A minority among them would realize their aspirations and reach the world they envisioned. Lindon, resplendent and thriving, embodying all the virtues of the central third district. Even though failures linger like shadows, and the trials and tribulations are exceedingly harsh, those who have ventured there do not harbor regrets about their journey to Lindon. As for the majority, good morning, or perhaps it is more fitting to say good early morning. Franklin Mall approached a lamppost, standing alongside a man leaning against the wall of a newsstand, and greeted him warmly. The man, taken aback, gazed at Mall with astonishment. "You are Clark's? By the light of the divine, how could it be you?" Franklin's haggard visage betrayed his disbelief. Then, as if recollecting a forgotten thought, he added, "Oh yes, I forgot. You reside in the outskirts as well. What brings you here? Do you wish to enter?" "Ha ha ha. How could I have overlooked you, Mal Clark's?" Franklin's wry smile lacked vigor, as though he had been famished for some time. Disheveled and unkempt, He appeared utterly dispirited, a stark contrast to Mal's memories of him. Franklin was a senior in the university's philosophy department, having crossed paths with Mal 2 years prior during a debate, where they stood as the pillars of their respective sides. Their fierce exchanges during the competition were immortalized by fellow students on film, gaining considerable notoriety. Franklin had lost the match, yet the discourse continued unabated. Almost weekly thereafter, Franklin would send letters to Mal's apartment, repeatedly examining the influence of race and relative status on ideology. They discovered they were both semi-impoverished residents of Linden's periphery, which naturally drew them closer in friendship. This correspondence endured for half a year, until early 1839, when Franklin's replies began to dwindle, shifting from weekly to bi-monthly, then to monthly, ultimately culminating in a solitary invitation for Mal to attend Franklin's graduation ceremony. The spring of April belonged solely to Franklin, and the ceremony elucidated the reasons for his silence. Spurred by parental encouragement, he had departed home to venture into the gemstone trade, soon achieving remarkable success. Shortly thereafter, Franklin secured a lucrative renovation contract for Demosthenes University, which allowed him to graduate with a master's degree ahead of schedule. At the ceremony, Franklin sported a dashing hairstyle and donned formal attire, presiding over the event with an air of exuberance. "Clarks, for me now. Reality ignites my passion far more than mere words. You, residing there as I do, must comprehend my aspirations. Indeed, I am determined to reach Linden, the true Linden, and not some peripheral district." At the graduation banquet, Franklin sought out Mal to express his dreams and fervor. "Look here, the gemstone trade is a brilliant path, with orders flowing in ceaselessly. Who would not require gemstone products? My company may be modest in size, yet I have a plan. Upperclassmen are willing to recommend us to enterprises in the Red Heart district. As long as I remain steadfast, the gemstone trade is destined for prosperity. This may well be my only chance at establishing a life in Linden." At the ceremony, Mal remained silent for a considerable time. Faced with the exuberantly fervent Franklin, he calmly inquired, "Will you continue to immerse yourself in academia?" "Yes, I am passionate about philosophy. However, Clarks, do you truly wish to forego this opportunity? I presume you do not. Just wait, Clarks. Once I have amassed enough wealth, I will sell my trading company and invest in several stable enterprises. At that point, I intend to appoint you as an executive. You are an exceptionally astute individual, and you comprehend my intentions, do you not? You shall undoubtedly succeed. When that time arrives, we shall not be lacking in funds or resources, and we will have the chance to meet philosophers in person, even those from diverse races. We can venture abroad for first-hand investigations. All this will come to fruition upon my return. Once my next letter reaches your home, it will be effortless. So, Clarks, bless me. I yearn for your blessing." Franklin placed both hands on Mal's shoulders, his gaze fixed intently upon him, almost ablaze with fervor. In the face of this enthusiasm, Mal fell into another heavy silence. Ultimately, he chose not to extinguish it with indifference. Mal smiled, patted Franklin on the back, and praised, "Well done, Senior Franklin. I eagerly anticipate your realization of our dreams through practice that transcends theory. Haha, by then, you will be the first philosopher-entrepreneur. Onward, onward. I await your letter." That meeting marked the last encounter between the two for over a year, during which Mal received no elegantly penned letters from Franklin. As time passed, engrossed in his own aspirations, Mal gradually forgot their pact. Now, however, they found themselves reunited once more. Mal's attire remained the same as a year prior, a modest and scholarly white shirt. In contrast, Franklin no longer donned a suit, but rather an ill-fitting, heavy coat. "Now let us discuss your affairs, Franklin," Mal prompted. "Thank you, I have failed. Clarks, I suspect you know the reason." "Indeed, I am not endowed with a commercial acumen. I merely possess a modicum of market foresight. Those few insignificant successes were merely the result of having enjoyed the initial fruits of my inexperience. An unknown individual garners little attention. But once my ambitions reach the ears of other merchants, business becomes a far more complex endeavor." Cough, cough, cough. "What ailment afflicts you?" "Asthma, but primarily malnutrition, the consequence of subsisting on 2 meals a day and an excess of bread." Franklin took a breath, glancing at Mal, his eyes still reflecting remnants of pride and confidence. "What? Do you believe I would torment my own body? Intentionally starve myself? I am not so foolish. Yet certain circumstances leave one with no choice. If you continue to listen, you will understand." Mal said nothing, simply placing his hand on Franklin's drooping shoulder. Franklin, presuming it to be a gesture of comfort, kept his head lowered, yet suddenly felt a warmth enveloping him, his body unexpectedly relaxing and becoming much more comfortable. "Is it warming up by dawn? That is fortunate. However, thereafter, business became increasingly arduous, and the company's revenue plummeted. Do not speak of reaching the stage to enter the Central Third District. Even achieving a semblance of normal development and progress has become a mere luxury. However, the situation took a sharp downturn last July. At that time, I encountered a shortage of crystal ore and was eager to sell my goods for cash, only to fall prey to the schemes of other merchants. The crystal equipment I purchased was outdated, and upon its release, I discovered that they had clandestinely procured the new models. Undoubtedly, that batch could only be sold at a discount, yielding me little profit. The remaining funds, in an attempt to keep pace with the market, were largely spent on acquiring new equipment. To make matters worse, my products were embroiled in a lawsuit over quality issues, and litigation required further expenditure. Troubles continued to cascade, yet these were merely vexations. The true fatal blow came from the goblins, whose trade group, that year, decided to inundate our market with a plethora of low-cost, high-quality crystal goods, crafted with evident elven finesse. Other merchants managed to recover some profits and still had room for transformation and collaborative opportunities amidst the market upheaval. As for me, my funds were entirely depleted. And under such circumstances, the newly acquired equipment became nothing but unsellable waste. Bankruptcy seemed to be my only recourse. Claoux. A commercial magnate. Looking back, I realize how naively ridiculous I was. Mao remained silent, merely listening. The healing magic had concluded, and all ailments afflicting Franklin, including fatigue and hunger, were eradicated. He grew increasingly animated in his recounting. But did you think this was the end? You were mistaken, Claoux. At that time, I thought, since I bore no debts, I could apply for a high-paying position and stage a comeback. Amusing, isn't it? Claoux, I find it quite laughable, ha ha ha. To think I could work for someone else and still aspire to greatness, aiming for Linden. Ha ha. After a fit of laughter, Franklin regained his composure and calmly narrated the unfortunate trajectory that led him to this point. Initially, everything went smoothly. A reasonably reputable magic circle manufacturing company employed me for theoretical design, offering a monthly salary of £8,000. I thought it was satisfactory and, with no alternatives, accepted the position. Learning to design magic circles from scratch consumed a considerable amount of time, during which I survived solely on bread and endured sleepless nights. But do you know, Claoux, the greatest challenge of this job was not the unfamiliarity with the designs, but dealing with those secretive sorcerers who preferred to keep things hidden, leaving others in the dark, whether they were superiors or subordinates. I was straightforward and focused solely on my work. Ultimately, inexplicably, a mistake was unfairly attributed to me, and everyone unanimously deemed it my responsibility. My position was drastically demoted, and with no other choice, I had to resign. Initially, I intended to stabilize here for a few years, so I reluctantly agreed to a contract that halved my salary upon leaving. However, after settling my debts, the amount left in my hands was scant. At this time, my family fell ill, and while I was unemployed, I wished to shield them from my predicament. So I sent them all the little money I had. Yet, just days later, I was diagnosed with asthma, leaving me without funds for treatment. I could not find work, and my resume was far from impressive. My education had long since lost its relevance. Claoux, I have lost all hope. Your ailment shall surely mend, as will life itself. Thank you for your blessings. I truly feel considerably better. Perhaps the divine has guided me, and I have persevered thus far. As for the future, we shall speak of it in due time. By the way, where are you headed, Claoux? It is rather unusual to see you at such an early hour. To the Maihua district. I recall there is an old acquaintance I wish to meet. Mao casually remarked, eager to conclude the conversation. Franklin fixed his gaze upon Mao, suddenly producing a pass from his pocket and handing it to him. In the early hours, those individuals will not permit you entry into Central District 3 with just a student ID. This pass was acquired previously, and it holds no value for me now. Sign your name upon it, and you may use it to gain access. No, that won't be necessary. I shall wait until 8. I have done nothing. It is you who has cured my ailment, is it not? Franklin's words resonated with gravity as he stared intently at Mao. I discern no answer in your gaze. Respond to me, Claoux. Surely it is not an exorbitant potion or spell, but rather your innate ability, correct? No healing technique can wholly remedy malnutrition. Hunger and fatigue cannot be eradicated through mere healing. Mao felt a sudden jolt within, yet maintained his impassive demeanor as he explained to Franklin. Thus it is merely your illusion, Franklin, a placebo effect. You perceive improvement solely because you believe it to be so. Franklin smiled, refraining from further argument, yet his hand, still extended, did not withdraw. Then let it be my parting gift, old friend. Thank you, farewell, Franklin. I shall not return to Lindon. I wish to see them one last time before departing this place. Mal accepted the business card, bidding Franklin goodbye while offering his counsel. Indeed, I could have prevented you that day, yet I chose not to. My apologies. Now, I have one final suggestion. Perhaps the only gift I can still offer you. Leave Lindon as well and return to your homeland, the Red Dragon County. It is the wisest choice, Franklin. Thank you. That makes sense. I shall consider it. Thus, farewell, Sean Franklin. Farewell, Mar Claoux. Chapter 5. The Heart of Satin in Lindon. The pass to Central District had not yet borne his name, and Mal inscribed it. After bidding farewell to the downcast Franklin, the hour had passed into the early morning. The moon had nearly vanished, as dawn painted the sky with a hazy light. It was not yet the hour for normal passage into Central District. To shield the Heart of Satin from criminals, entry required the submission of a pass and verification of magical energies by a mage. Mal arrived at the checkpoint leading to Central District 3, hesitating to approach immediately. Instead, he concealed himself nearby to observe the security structure of the district for the day. The security remained robust. The capital's guards primarily hailed from the ranks of the Satin Regular Army. However, the mages responsible for inspections did not exhibit the same vigor as the soldiers. They yawned frequently, occasionally succumbing to drowsiness. Impatient with the passers-by, he refrained from reprimanding the civilians due to military discipline and hastily concluded his tasks. Many times, individuals were merely subjected to a cursory inspection before being allowed to pass. Within Satin's army, those who wielded a certain type of magic held a status equivalent to that of special officers, at the very least ranking as second lieutenants. They were exempt from the harsh rigors of military training, yet enjoyed a high standing, although mere mastery of spells seldom facilitated advancement. Military magicians constituted the most secure echelon of officers, leading them to adopt a lackadaisical attitude, avoiding trouble for themselves. That said, the magicians were not entirely unreliable. When Mal arrived at the city gate, the soldiers confirmed the legitimacy of his pass, which had been issued to individuals of a certain stature, allowing him to proceed without further ado. However, the drowsy magician, during the routine inspection, noticed a sudden flash of green light emanating from the magical array, instantly awakening him and causing his gaze to fixate on Mal. Ah, is that not Mr. Mar Claoux? It has been quite some time. Please, come to my office for a chat. Do come in, I shall prepare some tea. The magician, suddenly acting as if they were old friends, clasped Mal's shoulder and exaggeratedly engaged in pleasantries while ushering him into his office. Undoubtedly, he concocted a casual excuse to elude the scrutiny of the Satin soldiers. This seemingly indifferent magician appeared to have discerned something and had words to share with Mal. With a resounding thud, the office door closed. The magical array upon it crafted by the magician's own hand. Upon shutting the door, the array automatically enacted an arcane lock. This practitioner of the arcane arts gestured for Mal to sit, then inquired, I observed traces of magic within your body, indicating that you utilized magic within the last 5 hours, correct? Mal remained silent, his gaze fixed on the magician, betraying no emotion. Noticing this, the magician smiled, gradually removing his camouflage-style robe and hanging it over the back of a chair. Please, relax. My tone was overly tense. My apologies, I am not here to interrogate you. And there is no need to wait for your lawyer to speak. Your words shall not serve as testimony. I simply noticed something that piqued my curiosity and wished to seek your confirmation. Are you willing to respond? Glancing at the sentinels outside, who were still focused on the situation beyond the gate and not regarding the office, Mal nodded. The magician then introduced himself. My name is Ivan Andreevich Popov, 33 years old, a Satin from Lostkin. And you, Mar Claoux, appear to be quite youthful, likely around 24, with a visage reminiscent of the Roderick people. Am I correct? Mal remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Ivan scratched his head, seemingly frustrated by his inability to lower Mal's guard. Very well, let us dispense with the formalities. To the crux of the matter, you possess magical abilities, which is undeniable. Your magical energy concentration far exceeds that of an ordinary individual. Yet, this presents a peculiar conundrum. You have not presented a magician's certificate, indicating that you are not a formally trained practitioner of any magical school. Yet, your magical energy concentration is strikingly similar to mine. This is indeed most perplexing. Ivan suddenly exclaimed, catching Mal's attention as he glanced outside. The soldiers remained still. Turning back, Ivan waved his hand reassuringly, stating that he had long since cast a soundproofing spell, ensuring that even singing in this space would go unheard. However, he continued, I comprehend that you may be a remarkably gifted innate sorcerer, yet I recall that such individuals typically suffer from severe disabilities. There was a lieutenant colonel in the army whose magical potency measured a mere 36, yet he was paralyzed and unable to stand. Yet you, Mr. Claoux, possess a full 70 in magical concentration, appearing as healthy and normal as anyone else. This is simply impossible. Thus, you must either be a practitioner of an arcane discipline of which I have never heard, potentially with a facade crafted by magic, or you are a paragon of innate perfection that defies my academic training in magical studies, or perhaps you belong to a rare race of which I am unaware, or there may be other unimaginable circumstances. Regardless of the situation, I am exceedingly intrigued. I implore you to satisfy my curiosity as a sorcerer. It is also essential for the security of Lindon City. Please, Mr. Claoux, share with me. Ivan sat in his chair, adopting a posture akin to that of a student attentively listening to a professor. The arcane mage's curiosity could hardly be satiated by ordinary falsehoods. Mal braced himself for his explanation. Very well, Commander, I am of Roderick descent and possess the bloodline of a flower fairy. Are you familiar with flower fairies? Ah, indeed. They are the beautiful beings of nature liberated by Emperor Roderick, our amicable subhumans allied with humanity. I have encountered several flower fairies. Are you suggesting that your magical abilities stem from your fairy heritage? Such a description clearly reflects a novice's understanding. This sorcerer has likely never seen a genuine flower fairy. Mal thought disdainfully. He quickly devised a ruse. Certainly, Commander, it is merely that I bear a striking resemblance to my father, who is of pure northern stock. As for the flower fairies from my homeland, they claim my magic is exceptional, my magical concentration high. However, due to my diluted fairy heritage, the efficacy of my spells is diminished, rendering me akin to a barely functional magical battery. Behold, Commander, my magic serves but a singular purpose. Mal extended his hand, inviting Ivan to shake. The moment their hands clasped, a gentle green light emanated from Mal, flowing towards Ivan. How does it feel, Commander? Do you perceive the effects of the spell? What is this? Oh, is this the effect of your magic? Ivan felt his fatigue dissipate, invigorated and in a far better state than before. He feigned a look of sudden realization, understanding the significance of this assistance, as he had been struggling through his night shift. Thank you. I comprehend now, and I shall not waste your time further. Allow me to offer you a cup of tea. You have my approval. Ivan conjured an arcane spell, a purple light illuminating from the teapot behind Mal, remotely controlling it to brew a cup of green tea. Here, please enjoy a cup, in gratitude for your magic. A trivial matter, Commander. My apologies for the trouble. Mal replied courteously, turning to lift the teacup and savor the tea. At that moment, while Ivan had his back turned, an arcane verification spell struck Mark's body once more. This spell was remarkably precise, leaving no room for detection. After finishing his tea, Mark promptly exited Ivan's office. Comparing the results of the two verification spells, they appeared identical, suggesting that this individual, known as Mar Claoux, could indeed only perform magic to such a degree. Ivan pondered for a moment, realizing he might have overreacted, and turned to search the bookshelf in his office for volumes on racial compendiums, attributing his misunderstanding of the flower fairies to a lack of knowledge. Meanwhile, as Mark entered the Clover district, he internally mocked Ivan's ignorance. Had it not been for this man's pretentious grasp of the flower fairy clan, crafting a deceit might have proven more challenging. The magic of the flower fairies was intrinsically linked to blooms. For instance, Mark's childhood friend, Labomii, as a rose fairy, had spells closely associated with roses. Essentially, all flower fairy magic relied on the essence of fresh flowers. Furthermore, the relationship between the flower fairies and the satin people was far from amicable, so how could Lexi glean such knowledge from satin textbooks? As for magical verification, this sorcerer evidently had no understanding of the effects of healing spells. Thus, Ivan could not conceive that the verification spell he cast from behind could be directly sensed by Mark's body. The consistency of the two verification results did not signify much. The precision of healing magic surpassed that of ordinary therapeutic spells, consuming the same amount of magical energy. Mark could cure all ailments afflicting Franklin, yet could also unwittingly squander most of it, leaving Ivan's mental state only slightly improved. Mar Claoux mused that at least this foolish sorcerer had indeed spoken a modicum of truth. He was indeed a fortunate one, a naturally perfect sorcerer. Therefore, he felt an inherent responsibility to shoulder the burdens of misfortune on behalf of all other unfortunate souls. Chapter 6. Heart of Satin. The splendor of the Clover District cannot easily be encapsulated in mere words. Compared to the pinnacle of the Joker District and the opulence of the Heart District, the Clover District resembles a genuine international political exchange. It is perhaps the most eclectic place in the world, where one can encounter individuals from various nations and subraces. The radiant dawn cast its light upon the earth, transforming the stillness of the night into the vibrant bustle of breakfast time. The embassies had already commenced their activities, and political undertakings were underway, perhaps never having truly ceased. Mark remained fully alert, observing every figure traversing the streets. These were elves, hailing from the western kingdom of Saturn. Their attire mirrored the carefree spirit and laxity of their homeland, and in more decorous societies, elven garments might be deemed inappropriate. Their golden hair, pointed ears, and exquisite features served as the primary distinctions from humans, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that while their irises were also azure, the shimmering brilliance within them differed vastly from that of humans. This is a dwarf from the neighboring nation of Sating's southeastern corner, a unique state characterized by a loosely organized yet potent egalitarian ethos, a societal form that few in the world can truly comprehend. For the free-spirited, unfettered, and non-magical dwarfs, this ethos seems to be as naturally inscribed in their souls as if it were woven into their very lineage. Furthermore, there are the robust low-skinned people from the vast Ice Plain Empire, towering and formidable in stature, both men and women alike. The desert dwellers from the oasis nation of Sandworm Bastion, tall and possessing a healthy wheat-colored complexion, and the Highlanders from the Arcane Guild, a realm of knowledge perched among the mountains, who don the traditional purple robes of arcane mages. Additionally, there are the pale-skinned, violet-tinted dark elves, the diminutive yet cunning goblins, and the beastmen, who, despite their humanoid appearance, exhibit distinctly animalistic traits. However, anyone familiar with the current state of the continent would note the conspicuous absence in the Plum Blossom district of the Baying people, whose tensions with Sating are escalating. The Nadini, whose ancestral enmity with Sating remains unresolved, the elusive Easterners hidden in the East, and the monks of the Temple of Heaven's Evolution, who oppose the worship of the light. Various lesser-known magical races are also notably absent. It appears that the cosmopolitan city of Lindon, renowned for its inclusivity, does not unconditionally embrace every voice from the world. Mal shook his head, recognizing the implications of this scene, which mirrored his expectations precisely. Yet today, he did not come to investigate the Plum Blossom district or the situation in Lindon, nor did he intend to venture into the heart of Sating's underbelly. The Joker district. His destination was solely his alma mater, Demer University. Along the way, Mal confirmed his planned itinerary. Now, he merely needed to complete the final steps, submitting his early graduation application to sever the last chain binding him, thereby preparing to embark on his own endeavors. After walking for a considerable time, feeling neither fatigued nor entirely weary, Mal found a newsstand to rest at, purchasing a newspaper to peruse. His first choice was, of course, the Morning Gazette. Within the literary section of the Morning Gazette, his recently submitted short story was published. It was said that this tale, which narrated a young person's struggle against the constraints of family, community, and national will, ultimately leading to a rebellious quest for freedom in the Dwarven nation, had garnered significant acclaim among the youth of Lindon. Both the current editor and a retired former editor had bestowed high praise upon it, seemingly believing it to be a seasoned middle-aged individual's counsel to the young to pursue their dreams. Upon reading this, Mal couldn't help but chuckle. Quite the contrary. Not only did the author's age starkly contrast with their assumptions, but the story's essence was far from their interpretation. In truth, this narrative was derived from a tale relayed to him by a teacher residing in the Plum Blossom district about an immigrant to the Dwarven nation, which Mal had adapted into a tentative fictional piece. Now, it appeared that the response to this experiment aligned perfectly with his intentions. Conversely, their self-assured interpretations and speculations had inadvertently earned Mal a considerable sum in royalties. It is uncertain when they will decipher the thoughts concealed behind those suggestive words. Mal chuckled softly, set aside the newspaper, and downed the wine gifted by Sandy in one gulp. Were he to engage in such behavior within the Heart District, he would likely be regarded as a suspect in a crime by the police. However, here in the Clover District, such matters are of little concern. Everyone is preoccupied with their own obsessions. After a brief respite, Mal swiftly arrived at Demer University. Near the entrance stands a statue of Garish Kushan, the first arcane scholar, naturalist, and philosopher, a figure seldom acknowledged, yet a staunch adherent of the light-worshipping faith. Once, he championed the eradication of Emperor Roderick, advocated for the restoration of the Light Pope, and even opposed the Republic, yet now it seems that few remember these aspects of his legacy. The students of Demer University exude a certain nonchalance, likely a reflection of the institution's ethos that encourages self-exploration. The abundance of psychology courses, focusing on self-identity, personality awareness, external versus internal, and the respect for individuality, positions Demer University as a global leader in such education. This stands in stark contrast to many universities that prioritize innate talent. The successive heads of the institution have maintained that the individual must come before the talent, a seemingly unconventional belief that ultimately solidified Mao's choice of this university. On his way to the academic affairs office, Mao encountered numerous classmates from his department, all of whom greeted him warmly. Unlike any social environment he had previously experienced, Mao was not regarded as an outsider here. Rather, he was seen as a taciturn yet gifted and amiable peer. Although one aspect of this assessment was entirely inaccurate, Mao indeed received unprecedented respect within the university. His classmates were aware of his preference for solitude, and thus, when he walked alone, they tacitly refrained from interrupting him. Nonetheless, if the opportunity arose to walk alongside Mao, they would not squander such a rare chance for interaction. They would eagerly engage him in conversation, sharing their thoughts and experiences, or solicit his opinions on various topics. Therefore, when they approached him with enthusiasm, Mao ensured that they would not leave disappointed. He lifted his gaze and exaggeratedly waved back at them. These individuals were rare, pure companions in his life, especially in contrast to the myriad of phantoms that lurked outside. Mao pushed open the door to the academic affairs office, where the teacher responsible for graduation matters was seated behind the desk, reviewing another application for early graduation. Mao submitted his request, having informed this teacher of his intentions 2 weeks prior, and the teacher readily approved it. Remarkably, the most critical phase of the process was completed without any wasted time. "You are all destined for greatness, we know that," the teacher remarked as Mao stood before the door. "How could we, your teachers and the institution, ever hinder you?" Suddenly, as the teacher immersed in paperwork, he candidly advised Mao, "However, do not embark on your journey alone." With no time left to share further stories, he offered this piece of life wisdom as his final lesson and farewell. "Goodbye. Thank you, Professor Chiba. I, too, have a parting piece of advice for you. Never return to your homeland, Beijing. Farewell." On the windowsill of the academic affairs office, a bonsai cherry blossom was displayed. Mao observed that even the professor's daily pruning could not prevent a branch from threatening to break. Before the professor could digest this sentiment, Mao slipped his diploma into his pocket, pushed open the door, and departed from Demu University forever. The diploma exuded the fragrance of pine resin from 12 years past, while a realm of freedom unfolded before him. Mao raised his gaze once more, contemplating the azure sky of the morning, as a long-prepared plan gradually unfurled across the heavens. Chapter 7. The accomplice with the thin diploma tucked neatly into his wallet, Mao organized his last possession. He turned to face the landlord, who stood at the doorway. Initially dumbfounded, before pointing at the pile of furniture Mao had accumulated and inquiring with a sycophantic tone, "Mr. Claoux, are you certain you wish to give all of this to me? This is no jest, you speak truthfully, correct?" "Certainly," Mao replied, having shaved and donned the formal suit he wore upon his arrival to rent the apartment. His demeanor had transformed significantly, and he smiled as he nodded at the landlord. The landlord's expression and words mirrored those from 2 years prior when Mao first rented the place. Astonished, as if Mao were not the university student he had always looked down upon, but rather a benefactor who had graced his life. "I appreciate your care during my years in Lindan. Unfortunately, my circumstances are not affluent. All I can offer are these worn-out items. Please accept them as a token of gratitude." With that, Mao picked up his suitcase and left the room without a backward glance. Descending the stairs to bid farewell to the apartment that had housed him throughout his university life, he had no desire to witness the landlord meticulously inventorying the remaining furniture or calculating the monetary worth. Perhaps this farewell also signified an end to his previously tranquil existence. Mao was certain he was about to embark on a perilous journey, yet he would not be alone in this endeavor. The previous evening, Mao had sent a letter to an editor he knew, inquiring if he was aware of individuals who appreciated his literary works, hoping to engage with them personally. The editor replied that morning, encouraging Mao to continue his literary pursuits, enclosing several reviews from seasoned editors along with their names and home addresses. This is a youthful reminiscence. Every individual's youth can uncover a unique form of heroism. While our lives may be ensnared and obscured by countless external factors, when the time is ripe, the soul shall ultimately return to itself, unveiling the greatest betrayal. The protagonist of the narrative serves as the author's voice for the bitter regrets of the previous generation. The deprivation of ordinary individuals amidst a grand backdrop is a somber and lamentable topic, yet one that seems beyond our control. Near the highway exit of Lindan, Mao leaned against a charging station, engrossed in the reviews attached to the letter, savoring the editor's insights. The reviews acted as a mirror, reflecting not only the worlds of others, but also the depths of his own soul. Mal found resonance with the famous saying of the literary master from the Age of Kingdoms, Berloanza. The critiques from these editors precisely mirrored their own attitudes toward this phenomenon. Regrettably, these editors failed to comprehend the true purpose behind Mal's endeavor to craft a novel from the story pilfered from a generation. They grasped only the essence of the narrative, neglecting to understand the motivations that drove the author, Mal, to create it. Only the final editor's review remained, which Mal glanced at, finding it significantly briefer than the others. This editor's evaluation of Mal's novel was succinct. A person of this era, narrating a story of rebellion against the previous age, faces two possibilities. Either he is lamenting without cause, or he deserves to be imprisoned for life. This comment, steeped in dark humor, elicited a faint smile from Mal, which soon erupted into laughter. Though his laughter was not loud, it drew curious glances from passers-by. Unaware of the attention he attracted, Mal grasped the two segments of the letter and with a swift motion, tore the editor's correspondence in half. The reviews from all other editors were casually discarded into the trash, leaving only the fragment bearing the final comment clutched tightly in Mal's hand. Onlookers could not fathom that Mal's laughter was one of triumph. He had just discovered the accomplice he sought. The pseudonym Inlewin belonged to Dmitry Sergeyevich Ivanov, the former editor-in-chief of the Satin Daily, now residing at 12 Jester Street, Spade District, Linton City. Based on the editor's provided location, Mal pushed open the door of a house that was not locked. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with the windows tightly shut. The owner deliberately allowing the dwelling to languish in impenetrable gloom. As the door swung open, the pungent aroma of aged spirits assaulted Mal's senses. The sound of liquid pouring into a glass confirming that a living presence stirred within. "Good morning, Editor Inlewin," Mal called out, only to hear an empty bottle clatter to the floor, followed by a profound silence. Inlewin sat cloaked in darkness, offering no sound to either dismiss Mal or invite him in. "I wish to pose a question," Mal ventured. "Who are you?" came the response. "I am your heir. I possess no estate to bequeath to anyone. Whatever you desire must await until I drink myself to death." The sound of liquor sliding down Inlewin's throat echoed from the shadows, followed by a heavy gasp as a glass was slammed onto the table. "I seek not your fortune. Moreover, I have brought a fine bottle of wine. If it pleases you, we may converse about it." The remaining portion of the private brew from the Red Heart district was contained within a delicate liqueur bottle, which Mal presented at the entrance. "May I come in?" The house bore no candles or hearths. The light was broken, and I was unworthy of sunlight. Thus, if you do not mind, our meeting must occur in darkness. "That is of no concern. I shall be your flame." The sound of magic crackling filled the air as a soft green light emanated from Mal's fingertips, illuminating half the house and revealing Inlewin's disheveled appearance. "Good craftsmanship, young one. But what is it you wish to inquire? What could you possibly ask of an old drunkard who cannot even shave his beard?" As Inlewin slightly opened his eyes, he soon reverted to an indifferent squint. He seized the bottle of liquor from Mal's hands and, upon uncorking it, tilted it towards his mouth. Gulping down the drink, he remarked, "You are a sorcerer, hic. Yet you do not appear to be from Lothking. Are you here to kill me? You do not strike me as one whose magic resembles that of a shaman. Oh, your hand is reaching out. Could it be that you truly intend to end my life? Hic, but please, allow me one more sip." Inlewin's words made it difficult to discern whether he was sober or inebriated, yet he seemed to care for nothing beyond the liquor at that moment. Even as Mal's hand grazed his temple, a single blow from a novice in the arcane arts could easily claim Inlewin's life. Yet, he remained unconcerned, intoxicated by the romance of potentially losing his life amidst the haze of alcohol. However, this romantic reverie abruptly faded until Inlewin could no longer grasp it. Mal's magic was directly applied to his body through his temple, and in an instant, the persistent state of drunkenness that had gripped Inlewin for so long was uprooted. The accumulated fatigue, hunger, and ailments were swiftly eradicated by the healing spell. Irrespective of his own desires, he was compelled to regain lucidity. The bottle slipped from his grasp, the last delectable drop spilling onto the soiled floor. "Awaken, Inlewin," Mal's voice echoed from above, piercing through Inlewin's stupor like a judgmental angel proclaiming his sins. "I have uncovered your past, Dmitry. You nearly shook the indomitable icy throne of the North. You are one of the few survivors of the failed uprising, a fugitive seeking refuge in Satin. You once helmed the Satin Daily, did you not? And so what? Are you the physician the editorial team summoned back into service? Tell those fools I shall never serve them again." Just as the newly sober Inlewin attempted to interrupt Mal, he found his mouth shut, for Mal's hand lingered on his shoulder, a faint green luminescence still shimmering there. "You must have harbored hopes for Satin. This was the republic you once yearned for. the nation for which your fellow comrades sacrificed their lives. But now, you know the truth. Saturn is not a realm for idealists. Its decay can only be truly understood by those who live within it. And you, Inluin, why did you abandon the Saturn daily? The very endeavor you had so ambitiously sought to revive, the work to which you devoted 3 years of your life? Mal's hand released Inluin's shoulder, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. With a cold smirk, he replied, "What good does your knowledge do?" As if we were ever unaware of what Lothking truly was. Knowing changes nothing. If you are merely here to recite my eulogy and send me to my demise, regardless of who sent you, you should have acted by now. How does the taste of the private brew of Lord Rat and the wealthy of the Red Heart district compare? Are we discussing liquor again? I fail to comprehend your intent. Yet, the disparity is not as vast as I once imagined. Refined over several generations. The craftsmanship of the common folk is scarcely inferior to that of the aristocratic beverages concocted in isolation. They merely indulge in the allure of boutique offerings. So, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Inland, picking up the empty liqueur bottle from the ground, shook it impatiently and inquired, "I do not even know your name. Yet I must endure your unreasonable questions. I apologize for the necessity of introducing myself at this moment. I am Mar Claoux. You shall certainly remember this name. For a fortnight ago, you critiqued my short story New Freedom under Inland's pseudonym." An unsettling silence enveloped the room. As Inland recalled the name, memories of his commentary resurfaced. Mark's subtle insinuations suddenly crystallized in clarity. Fragmented thoughts began to coalesce, revealing a singular conclusion. In an instant, Inland grasped Mark's purpose. Yet the truth sent chills down his spine after years of silence. Inland turned to Mark, the green glow illuminating Mark's smile like a candle. A visage he recognized all too well. Mark's shadow, elongated by the eerie light, loomed on the wall like a drawn sword. From the depths of Inland's gaze, Mark discerned the outcome he sought, and he posed one final inquiry. You are already aware of the answer, having retrieved the bottle, Inland. The final choice rests with you. You may continue to allow these events to unfold, numbing yourself with alcohol and relinquishing your solitary chance for vengeance, or ignite the contents of the bottle, incinerating both yourself and your adversary, tearing through the impregnable hells of Saturn and Roskin. Should you make your choice, step forth from this dark prison that confines your spirit. The green light extinguished, and the door slammed shut, plunging the room back into darkness and silence. Chapter 8. The turn of events. No one could forsake such an opportunity. Living in a foreign land, drowning in alcohol, was never Inland's intention. Even though Mark had yet to exhibit any semblance of trustworthiness, Inland pushed open the door. He replaced his wine-stained attire with the crisp white shirt and black coat he had worn at the editorial office. Inland intended to wash his face before venturing out. Yet for reasons unknown, his reflection appeared surprisingly clean. He endeavored to present himself more sharply, but found himself at a loss with his unshaven, dense beard. Now was not the time for grooming. Seizing the moment, Inland stepped outside, disheveled beard juxtaposed with his neat attire, and encountered Mark, who was pacing before the door. You must provide a thorough explanation of your prior statements, Mar Claoux, Inland said as he caught up, his first words striking at the heart of the matter. I understand your intentions, but you must clarify your methods and motivations. Indeed, your inquiries are numerous, yet I am prepared to address them, Mark replied. Oh, within that suitcase lies a meticulously organized collection. You will have ample time to peruse them shortly, and I shall be at your service to clarify any uncertainties. For now, there is but one thing you must do, trust me, and then follow my lead. Our time is limited, and we must complete 3 preparatory tasks before it erupts. Therefore, gather the essentials for your journey and prepare to leave Linden. There is no need to carry too much money. The funds I possess are sufficient for your needs. If you are willing to place your trust in me, I shall extend my full trust to you. Although Inluin had not fully comprehended the situation, he immediately returned to the residence to pack his belongings. Nothing could spur his motivation more than the present moment. Rather than believing in Mar, he found faith in the part of himself that had yet to succumb to failure. Thus, in an unspoken manner, he had exchanged trust with Mar. The young man before him was indeed as enchanting as his words, exuding a confidence that inspired others and a seemingly prophetic preparedness. Inluin eagerly anticipated how Mar would devise a path through the perplexing deadlock he faced. Consequently, he picked up a bag filled with necessities, locked the door to his room, and took the first step away from the shadows of his past and the confines of his heart. Mar had already departed, carrying his own bag. Making his way toward the southern station on the outskirts of Satine, Inluin quickened his pace to catch up, following closely behind Mar. The two traveled in tandem under the blazing midday sun towards their destination. Thus began their journey across the realm of Middle-earth, extending to the edge of the ocean, ushering in the first glimmer of hope after a midnight reverie. What exactly is your spell? It is hard to believe that the most omniscient shaman I have encountered did not mention such a versatile incantation. Due to the summer heat, the enclosed train compartment felt like a steam chamber, causing passengers to fidget restlessly. To save on fare, Mar and Inluan agreed to travel in third class to Aramant City. Naturally, third-class seating lacked climate control spells, and the stifling heat tormented all within the carriage. Yet Mar and Inluan remained unaffected. Healing magic. I recalled having seen its name in an old book once owned by my father. However, I do not believe that name captures its essence. The term magic suggests that ancient practitioners did not comprehend the logic behind casting this spell, viewing it merely as a creation of the demon kin. While healing represented only the most rudimentary effect of the incantation, this can undoubtedly be attributed to Mar's healing magic. At that moment, Mar's right hand rested beneath the table, continuously casting the spell, casting a faint green light that illuminated Inluan's outstretched left hand. Healing magic can adjust the temperature of the green light by modulating the concentration of magical energy, typically ranging from 22 to 42 degrees Celsius. Inluan, bathed in the green glow, became an object of the spell's influence, with his body temperature regulated to a comfortable 36 degrees. What I presently understand is that the capabilities of magic can extend to sending signals akin to those of the spinal cord or brain through illumination to control another's body. I too possess a technique, albeit a rather ordinary one, known as subjective perspective. Observe the eyes of Inluan, which are typically the brown hue common among the residents of Loskin, transformed into a mesmerizing azure, imbued with magical essence at the very moment he spoke. They resembled two radiant blue crystals embedded in his eye sockets, allowing me to perceive the flow of magic and the thoughts of others, provided, of course, that they do not employ magical barriers to shield their minds. Beyond this superficial ability lies a realm I cannot fathom. Fortunately, the cost incurred is not excessively burdensome. What is the cost, you may ask? It is the hallucinatory effect. You see, just as the experience concluded, illusions began to manifest before my eyes. Claoux, I beheld your mane of hair, reminiscent of a lion's, now more voluminous and transformed to a snowy white, while a bushy beard enveloped your jaw and half your cheek, creating a striking dichotomy on your visage, with a polished forehead contrasting against the unruly hair that cloaked the rest of your face. Do forgive me. These are merely the illusions I witnessed. Ha ha. And now they have dissipated. Inluan playfully tapped his head, adding, oh, and perhaps some hair loss as well. It might be a side effect of the technique. Look, by the light of the divine, I am but 26 years of age. And yet my bangs have grown so sparse. Wait, how could you describe the visions you saw with such precision? Are they truly mere illusions? Indeed they are. Have you genuinely grown a beard? A trifling hallucination cannot obscure my reason, yet excessive use could render me faint. Such an episode has occurred only once in my life. And upon regaining consciousness, all was well. Thus, my understanding of subjective perspective is limited to this. Inluan's left hand remained grasping Mal's manuscript, when suddenly he noticed an oddity within its contents. According to your manuscript's plan, we are to journey to the city of Element, the last great metropolis of the north. A city governed by the elemental faction, which harbors a long-standing grudge against the arcane sect. You have meticulously outlined every travel destination, even the final separation points. Yet why have you left the most crucial specifics of our actions completely blank? Claoux, I surmise that to ascertain the particulars on site would be more fruitful. For drafting a so-called plan before reaching a conclusion could only result in outdated scraps of paper. Nevertheless, one certainty prevails. I must pay a visit to a teacher, for her student now finds himself in considerable turmoil. Mal gazed thoughtfully at the distant Satine Republic building, particularly the presidential office atop it. Contemplating the looming amalgamation of the Satine Army, emergency regulations, the arcane industrial system, and the international magical competition converging on the defenseless city of Element. Indeed, the elemental mages are the most appropriate initial target for us. As I spoke, the train arrived at the station of Red Dragon County, where a throng of overheated passengers hurriedly disembarked, while others, unable to withstand the heat, opted to cram into the carriage instead. The cacophony of the bustling crowd interrupted the dialogue between Mal and Inluan. Mal rose to seek out a few newspapers, just in time to spot a newsboy squeezing aboard the carriage, his large satchel filled with the latest publications. Mal rummaged through his wallet for a few coins, wary of pickpockets amidst the chaos. After extracting the money, he entrusted his wallet to Inluan, clutching a handful of coins as he set off to purchase a newspaper. However, in that brief moment of searching for change, the The newspaper boy, seemingly unable to endure the oppressive heat within the carriage, made his way towards the second-class compartment with his satchel. The entire carriage relied solely on this singular newspaper vendor. Mal quickly maneuvered through the throng of people, his calls drowned out by the cacophony of chatter and the clamor of luggage being shuffled about. With no other recourse, Mal employed his magical abilities to fend off the overwhelming heat emanating from the crowd while desperately pushing forward in pursuit of the newspaper boy. The boy's diminutive stature allowed him to navigate the crowd with ease, and despite Mal's efforts, he found himself struggling to keep up, nearly blocked by a burly man and losing sight of him altogether. Fortunately, just as the boy slipped through the door connecting the two carriages, Mal managed to follow him inside, escaping the din of the third-class compartment by shutting the door behind him. He promptly called out to the newspaper boy, "Hello, I would like to purchase a newspaper." The boy produced a newspaper and turned to hand it over. As Mal received the paper, a sudden heaviness weighed upon his heart. He instinctively sensed something was amiss with its weight. Unexpectedly, before his keen awareness could react, a massive bullet erupted from within the rolled newspaper. There was no time for any action. The bullet pierced through Mal's chest, creating a gaping wound, obliterating his heart. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed onto the floor, blood gushing from the wound, staining the rear platform of the train. Fearing Mal's potential revival, the newspaper boy retrieved the rolled paper and shot a fine projectile into Mal's temple, penetrating his brain. Observing Mal's dilating pupils, the boy kicked him off the platform, sending his lifeless body tumbling onto the sandy ground beside the tracks. From the direction of the second-class compartment, the sound of high heels echoed. The newspaper boy, upon hearing the footsteps, swiftly leapt from the train, landing in the sand beside the tracks. Under the glaring sun, the light revealed the boy's completely vacant eyes and pallid skin. He had never been a living being, his body reverting to that of a corpse. Within the satchel, the weaponized newspaper had vanished, while discarded expired papers lay strewn across the sand, symbolizing a meticulously orchestrated ruse. At that moment, the carriage door swung open abruptly, and the Lady Janiana Bell emerged, perhaps the sole witness to the two bodies plummeting from the train, swiftly disappearing from view. Upon seeing Mal's lifeless form, Janiana felt a wave of disbelief wash over her, as if the world had spun off its axis. Yet, she was simultaneously confronted with another harrowing reality that would distort her life forever. At the lock of the second-class compartment door, a mechanical insect, which had isolated the entire compartment's sounds, instantaneously transferred into her grasp. How could this be? Wait, what is this? Simultaneously, the connection to the healing magic within the carriage was abruptly severed, enveloping Eluin once more in stifling heat. The disappearance of the spell triggered a cascade of nightmarish memories, prompting Eluin to hastily abandon his seat and rush towards the exit of the third-class compartment. No way. Clocks. Chapter 9. The Invisible String, Where Am I? Mal jolted awake from his stupor, his eyes wide open. The events that had just transpired replayed vividly in his mind. His internal organs had been grievously damaged, and healing magic could not mend such severe bodily injuries in a short span of time. Thus, wherever he might begin treatment, Mal would soon succumb to unconsciousness, becoming an easy prey. If the intent had indeed been assassination, he would likely have perished moments ago. However, now, as he opened his eyes, he found himself aboard a train that had only just begun to move. In front of him sat Eluin, as if everything that had just occurred was but a fleeting dream, never having taken place. Yet this was no illusion. The terror and shock etched on Eluin's face bore witness to the miraculous return of Mal from the brink of death. There was not a trace of the newspaper boy's existence left in the carriage. "Eluin, I was attacked. You saw it, didn't you? What did you witness? What on earth happened? Tell me quickly." Mal's instincts urged him that the events he had just endured were only the beginning. Regardless of whether the current reality was an illusion, another lethal assault was likely imminent, and he needed to comprehend the unfolding circumstances at once. Eluin, roused from his daze by Mal's steady inquiries, appeared incredulous, recalling the bizarre occurrences with palpable tension. "Not long after you went to buy the newspaper, I found myself alone in the carriage when I suddenly felt as though the magical connection between us had been severed by an unseen force. This sensation was not unfamiliar to me. I surmised that you must have encountered danger and hurried towards your direction. However, I did not see your body nor the assailant. The only person present was a lady who did not resemble a perpetrator, though her face seemed vaguely familiar. Her expression was one of despair, and upon seeing me, she approached and said, 'Someone has died.' 2 bodies were kicked off the train. One was certainly the newspaper boy, and the other was described in such detail that I could instantly recognize it was you. Given your prowess in healing magic, I believed you must still be alive. but not seeing your body. I climbed onto the railing of the train platform, preparing to leap off to save you. And then what happened? At this point, Yinluan abruptly fell into silence for no apparent reason. Mao, suspecting he was hallucinating, reached out to apply healing magic, but Yinluan swiftly brushed his hand away. Speaking with acute clarity, at that moment, everything ceased abruptly, as if it were a mere figment of imagination. I initially thought it was an illusion. But how could you possibly be delusional? This truly transpired. Mao, you must have noticed, there is no newspaper boy on this train. Excuse me, is there a newspaper vendor aboard? Mao hurriedly inquired of the other passengers. The train was stifling, and the impatient travelers were hardly inclined to respond to his queries. Yet their responses were surprisingly uniform. A newspaper boy? There is no such thing as a newspaper boy here. What foolish vendor would sell newspapers in third class to the impoverished, most of whom likely cannot read? The train is about to pass over the Kettle Bridge. We kindly ask all passengers to refrain from moving about for your safety and to remain seated whenever possible. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to seek help from the attendant. The train doors have been opened, and the attendant is now making his way from the second-class carriage. His voice rendered feeble by the oppressive heat of the third-class compartment. Both Mao and Yinluan are unusually alert to the presence of this individual from another carriage. Yet the attendant merely ambles past their seats, posing no threat. Is it true that you were slain by that newsboy? Yinluan inquires, pressing Mao for specifics regarding his encounter. Mao recounts how the newsboy attacked him with an unfamiliar weapon concealed within the newspaper he had handed over, obliterating his torso in an instant. It is evident that this horrific wound appears to be wrought by magic, leaving no trace and making it exceedingly difficult to discern its origin or anticipate its impact. We cannot remain passive, Yinluan. They will not easily abandon their attempt to assassinate me. It is apparent that both the grievous injury inflicted by that weapon and the scheme to ensnare me through the purchase of a newspaper are orchestrated assaults aimed directly at me. It is unlikely that a conspiracy could align so perfectly as to ensure my immediate demise, were it not for the intent to eliminate the bearer of healing magic. As Mao analyzes the perilous situation, he swiftly articulates a strategy to Yinluan. I remember the newsboy's appearance. I shall inquire with the attendant about his whereabouts. But first, Yinluan, I must trouble you to remain slightly dazed for a few days following this incident. Use your subjective perception to connect with my thoughts. I will open my mind to facilitate your access. Then, please use your eyes to perceive the entire carriage, relaying any magical fluctuations and unusual thoughts that you observe directly to my mind. I understand clocks. However, you must employ healing magic to maintain our connection, or I cannot guarantee that I will not succumb to hallucinations during prolonged perception, mistaking the unreal for intelligence to relay to you. Furthermore, my range of perception may only encompass the size of a single carriage, and the timing of the information may vary based on the circumstances. So you must tread carefully with each step. Clocks do not perish. As Yinluan's world unfolds through perception, it transforms dramatically from a realm of light and color into a domain of magic and thought. The same reality is now conveyed to Mao's mind through the tendrils of Yinluan's spirit. The situation is far more complex than Mao had anticipated. His sensory perceptions intertwine, the world oscillating between two distinct visions, placing an immense burden upon the psyche of one lacking subjective perception. Yet, Mao withstands this pressure, rising to approach the attendant. His mind teetering on the brink of overload. He allows the healing magic to provide continuous support to endure this strain, though the magical energy is rapidly depleting, and he cannot sustain this state for long. Excuse me, may I inquire if you have seen a particular passenger on this train? Mao maintained a facade of normalcy in his speech. Under the dual perspectives, any additional mental exertion was an unbearable torment. This was imperative, for the capabilities of Yinluan's techniques proved to be more pragmatic in extreme conditions than he had anticipated, allowing him to perceive the magical fluctuations of all passengers in their entirety. As Mao recalled the visage of the newspaper boy, his features contorted painfully in his mind's eye. The attendant, sensing Mao's distress, inquired with concern whether he required medical assistance. Mao forced a smile, assuring him of his well-being, yet insisted on being informed of the current whereabouts of the newspaper boy based on his description. The attendant hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, before finally stating, "The individual you mentioned, may the light, God be merciful, is undoubtedly 12-year-old Tom Bali. If you have not been following the news, I must inform you that he was murdered a mere 10 days ago, a casualty of the gang warfare in the Spade district. May the light, God grant his soul peace. He is dead. This cannot be. Are you certain it is he?" Mal exclaimed. "Please remain calm. You even specified his identity as the newspaper boy, which leaves no room for doubt." the attendant replied, retreating from Mal. His expression revealing his belief that Mal was merely a grieving relative of the deceased Tom. Wishing to avoid trouble, the attendant retreated to the next carriage. The curious gazes of the other passengers converged upon Mal, compelling him to return to his seat, severing communication and prompting Inluan to temporarily cease his clairvoyance for rest. A tremendous shockwave surged through Inluan's mind as the perception of magic and thought was abruptly severed, causing him excruciating pain, compelling him to rely on healing magic to mend his psyche. As Mal emerged from his anguish, fatigue transformed into a strangely comforting sensation. There was no time for respite. He hastily relayed the intelligence he had just acquired to Inluan. That newspaper boy is no longer among the living. He has long since died. Could our assailant be a necromancer? If so, the threat may not be as dire as we fear. The act of murder and corpse theft in such a closed and crowded carriage would easily attract attention, and a necromancer's presence would soon become apparent in our view. We need only monitor this carriage closely. Inluan took a deep breath, resolutely rejecting Mal's conclusion. That is impossible. Mal, do you comprehend our current location? The Cattell Bridge. What of it? Mal responded, confusion dawning upon him. Wait, are you implying? Inluan's reminder allowed Mal's nerves to relax momentarily, only for him to realize that their situation was now even more perilous. 30 minutes. The arcane train must traverse the bridge at full speed for at least 30 minutes. The train was now racing across the tumultuous Cattell River, which meant, firstly, there was no possibility for Mal and the others to escape by jumping from the train. And secondly, even if all aboard were slain, the assailant could merely sabotage the tracks, disguising it as a bridge accident, thus escaping unscathed. If I were the murderer, Inluan mused, resting his forehead in contemplation. Mal completed his thought. I would wait until the train was fully on the tracks before making my move. Moreover, the assassin's spells are far more terrifying than those of an ordinary necromancer. He possesses the capability to silently eliminate a passenger, masquerading as an innocent bystander, and then, with devastating force, render me unconscious in a single blow. But do not fret, Claoux. If such an injury does not prove fatal, but merely causes you to lose consciousness due to temporary organ damage, my spell should rouse you from your stupor. We still have room for maneuver. However, the situation deteriorated rapidly before the two could devise a plan. With a resounding crash, glass shattered everywhere, and the passengers in the row ahead of Mal cried out in agony. An unknown force had blasted the window, showering a couple with terrifying injuries. One hand clutched their face while the other frantically attempted to remove shards embedded in their skin, blood streaming from their fingertips and pooling on the floor of the carriage. Instant chaos erupted among the passengers, screams and curses echoing through the air. Several attendants rushed into the carriage, striving to assist the injured towards the rear for treatment. The dreadful wind from the speeding train howled through the shattered window, replacing the stifling heat of the carriage with an icy, pressurized gust. A chilling sensation enveloped everyone. Yet they merely attributed it to the train company's use of substandard glass. None recognized the peril they faced. Mal immediately grasped Inluan's hand, yanking him from his seat, and urged him towards the front door of the carriage. We cannot remain here. Inluan, to the front carriage. We must reach the driver's cabin. Inform the driver to accelerate at full speed. Where are you two going? Come back, passengers. It's unsafe. An attendant noticed them and attempted to intervene, but was quickly intercepted by agitated passengers demanding an explanation. What the hell? The window is shattered. Anywhere is safer than here. Isn't the lack of safety the train company's responsibility? I will sue you after getting off. Amid their outcry, Mal successfully grasped the doorknob. But just as he was about to push the door open, a sudden jolt reverberated through his mind. This was clearly not an attack from an enemy, but an urgent warning from Inluan. Something is amiss outside. At this moment, Mal tightened his grip on Inluan, forcefully flung the door open, and sprinted outside. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted behind them. An invisible spell hurtled toward Mal's head, but veered off course due to his frantic escape. The fatal strike that should have shattered his skull merely severed his left ear. Mal winced in pain, but he could not afford to dwell on his injury. A magical incantation swiftly closed the wound, staunching the flow of blood as he continued to flee. The passengers behind him stirred restlessly, having witnessed both the sound of magic tearing through the air and the horrifying wound on Mal. The assailant was clearly amongst them, yet the terrified passengers merely exchanged glances, uncertain of the identity of the attacker. In a panic, they screamed and fled from the carriage. Chaos erupted in the rear carriage as the crowd jostled frantically together. Inluan, pay attention to the back. Use your clairvoyance to scan. Mal was the first to burst from the carriage. braving the fierce wind outside as he hurried to the door of the second-class compartment, pulling it open with all his strength. As Yinluan activated his sight and glanced behind, Mao swiftly yanked him into the second-class carriage. The crowd surged towards them like startled birds, the true danger lurking within their midst. Yinluan slammed the door shut, momentarily blocking the other passengers. Ignoring their accusations and the angry shouts from behind, they pressed forward, intent on reaching the driver's cabin. 6 minutes had passed. They needed to stall for even longer. Claoux. The surge of magical energy is within that crowd, although I only glimpsed it. The nature of the assassin's magic is unlike any I have encountered. It is neither arcane, nor elemental, nor necromantic. The attack is even beyond the realm of the visible. Yinluan whispered to Mao, expressing his dread of the foe. At this rate, our escape may prove futile. With a mere flick of his hand, he could plunge the entire train into the Cater River, and we would have no hope of survival. Indeed, however, the fact that he has not obliterated the entire train indicates that his target is specifically me, and he will not relent until I am utterly destroyed. Mao replied resolutely. Let us continue running. He released Yinluan's hand, and the two dashed past the astonished passengers, racing down the narrow aisle toward the door, eager to escape to the next second-class carriage. In the next instant, calamity struck again. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated through the carriage as every glass window shattered in an instant. The passengers were struck by shards of glass, some mortally wounded as fragments pierced their skulls, their cries of agony echoing throughout the compartment. The once pristine space was quickly drenched in blood, and even the attendants, who had attempted to maintain order, collapsed in despair. The crowd in the rear carriage, upon opening the door that Yinluan had just secured, was met with this horrific scene, their legs giving way as they scrambled back to the original carriage in terror. Fortunately, with the protection of magic, Mao grasped Yinluan's hand tightly, the healing magic flowing back to them, mending their wounds and averting fatal injuries just in time. Yinluan, who had nearly choked on his own blood, suddenly felt the presence of another behind him, a woman who had crouched in the corridor and narrowly escaped the carnage. As she lifted her gaze to meet his, her crystalline beauty and elegant dress instantly reminded him of who she was. She was the very witness who had, during the surreal assassination, revealed to Yinluan the fates of Mao and the newsboy, embodying despair itself. It was none other than the renowned television star, Janie Annabelle, whom Yinluan had nearly forgotten. It's you, Ms. Annabelle. We have met. You must come with us swiftly, for your safety. Annabelle remained silent, obediently grasping the hand that Yinluan extended to her. The magic flowed from him into her, healing the minor wounds upon her. Mao did not notice the growing number of people around them. He simply pressed on against the howling wind outside, struggling to pull Yinluan forward. The screams within the carriage had intensified, the passengers here suffering far worse injuries than those in the previous carriage, with few remaining capable of escape. Incredibly, the three of them managed to slip outside effortlessly, only to despair as they discovered that in the adjacent second-class carriage, the passengers' cries were even more heart-wrenching. Although the glass had not shattered, the small window in the door was broken, stained with blood. The scene there had endured a far more brutal attack. Should they open the door, chaos would ensue, and Mao would be killed instantly. What to do? Their retreat had been detected by the assailants, and death loomed ever closer. Just as Mao noticed another presence beside him, Annabelle suddenly pushed them forcefully from behind. They had no time to react, losing their balance and tumbling onto the platform outside. As the three lay side by side, they heard the sound of air being ripped apart overhead, as a massive hole was punctured through the door of the forward carriage. Had that strike hit them moments ago, all three would have perished. Who are you? Mao's expression darkened, and he seized the door behind him, slamming it shut with a resounding thud before standing up again. In that instant, he realized that this woman was not merely a coincidental passenger. She was evidently assisting him. Yet, when he questioned her identity, Annabelle remained silent. Yinluan, she is peculiar. I fear that the woman accompanying us is not truly Ms. Annabelle. Yinluan rose as well, his keen perception revealing unusual magical fluctuations emanating from Annabelle, which did not belong to an ordinary person. Her consciousness appeared to have faded. She seemed to be in a trance. Who, then, was compelling her to act in this manner? At that moment, Annabelle stood up, disregarding their inquiries, and approached the platform's edge to pull down a concealed lever, lowering a ladder prepared for workers to maintain the train connection, leading to the train's roof. Her first words were a command for them to hurry up. The afternoon sun illuminated the blood-stained train as the high-speed arcane locomotive sped across half the length of the Great Bridge. The invisible assassin, lurking amidst the deceased, was now unknown as to which carriage it had concealed itself within. The three of them steadied themselves as they climbed onto the perilous roof of the train. Regardless of the greater conspiracy at play, Mal and Inlin had no alternative but to grasp at this final straw that might offer salvation. Chapter 10. A glimmer of hope taking refuge atop the arcane train, hurtling at a velocity of 300 kilometers per hour, is hardly a prudent choice. Few possess the fortitude to withstand the onslaught of fierce winds, suffocating low pressure, and the relentless pressure of the gale. The very act of crawling carries immense peril, let alone standing or moving. Furthermore, the high-frequency vibrations wreak havoc on the body's blood vessels and internal organs, while the surface of the train is slick with oil and condensation, making it treacherously slippery. The rapid airflow strips away body heat and moisture, and the terror of being suspended 1,000 meters above the ground exacerbates the situation, as emotional fluctuations can profoundly affect physical stability. A momentary lapse, soft hands, or unsteady feet could easily send one tumbling from the train, falling freely through the air, rendering any spell ineffective and saving the lives of Mal and his companions. Maintaining balance for 3 minutes upon that precarious summit is already a monumental exertion for an ordinary person. Enduring for 15 minutes is an extreme test of human endurance. They must also contend with the unseen specter of assassination. Even the slightest nudge, akin to a child's playful kick, could disrupt their fragile equilibrium, sending them spiraling off the roof and plummeting into the unfathomable depths of the Kettle River, with no hope of survival. Yet, here they are, Inlo and Mal, and Annabelle, possessed by an unknown entity, crawling atop the arcane train, braving such perilous circumstances. Their magic is employed to forge a tenuous balance between themselves and the train's roof, while strips of fabric, torn from their garments, serve as makeshift masks to draw in the meager oxygen available in the low-pressure environment. Despite their bodies succumbing to fatigue and oxygen deprivation, with internal organs damaged and blood vessels ruptured, healing magic is still capable of alleviating these afflictions. Annabelle's possessor seems to have conjured an almost imperceptible magical barrier, though Inlun dares not open his eyes. He senses that this shield mitigates the wind pressure on the train's roof. The myriad deadly hazards of clinging to the train's surface pale in comparison to the horror of sharing the same plane as that spectral assassin. Its lethal strikes are instantaneous, imperceptible, and unassailable. Surviving another 15 minutes under such circumstances is utterly impossible. At least atop the train, there are no corpses to serve as vessels for its possession, nor any rigid bodies capable of launching an attack from that precarious perch. Mal and the others engage in no further actions. Even communication poses a perilous waste of their dwindling magical energy. They can only cling tightly to the steel plates beneath them, praying for time to hasten its passage. The screams from below, once perceptible amid the cacophony atop the train, have now faded into silence. It is evident that no one has survived in the 3 locked carriages. What remains unknown is whether the specter will squander its time ensuring the demise of all passengers in the other carriages. Inluan's growing unease mirrors the passage of time. What scheme does the specter harbor? In these remaining 15 minutes, witnessing the trio's desperate attempts at self-preservation, how will it react? Yet, the dwindling magic within him forbids such curiosities. Even Clark's healing spells now maintain only the faintest thread of connection. They have reached the end of their tether, surrendering their fates to the light deity, unless someone grants him a broader vision and an influx of magical energy. This is neither an illusion nor a figment of imagination. Suddenly, Inluan felt a replenishment of magical energy within him. As the once thin magic in his blood began to surge anew, the source was undoubtedly the mysterious ally possessing the actress Annabelle, who seemed to maneuver effortlessly. Perhaps she was in opposition to the assassin spirit, which had also manifested suddenly and relied on possessing others to strike. Yet, up to this point, she had refrained from casting any spells, merely assisting them from the shadows. Without the luxury of contemplating the motives of the possessor, Inluan swiftly activated subjective perception, his vision penetrating through the train's ceiling to seek traces of magic and subjective thoughts within the carriage. It appeared that not all the passengers had fallen victim to the spirit. Most were in a state of severe blood loss and unconsciousness. If not attended to, they would perish within 10 minutes. This presented a moral dilemma, as the spirit sought to lure Mayer into descending to rescue the passengers out of humanitarian concern. Perhaps if it could negotiate, it would utter foolish statements about sacrificing one to save the lives of an entire train's worth of passengers. Inlun scoffed inwardly at the spirit's clumsy ruse. Such tricks would deceive only the foolish and kind-hearted. In the current predicament, the entire fate of the train rested solely on Mayer's shoulders. Should the spirit ascertain that Mayer had been killed, it would undoubtedly ensure the demise of the train and all aboard, leaving no survivors. Mar was the only bargaining chip for everyone's survival. Surrendering him would be tantamount to begging for the spirit's mercy. Even the most selfish of individuals would never commit such a folly. However, as the perception delved deeper, an agonizing shriek erupted within his consciousness, not from external noise, but from the magical energy distorting and reflecting. The sound was piercingly sharp, and in that instant of realization, blood streamed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, congealing into ice amidst the howling wind, only to be shattered and scattered by the gusts. Was this a trap designed to counter subjective perception? A moment of darkness crossed Luan's mind, but this possibility was swiftly dismissed. The spirit's methods were aimed squarely at Mar. Its magic would not be so gentle. If it was responsible for such injuries, they could not be easily remedied by healing spells. Thus, only one possibility remained. The spirit was deliberately etching the magic into such a state. With this thought, Luan connected his perception to Mar, transmitting excess magic and warning signals into his mind, imploring him to amplify the power of the healing magic enveloping him. As the green glow around Mar intensified, Luan's consciousness sank once more, and the anomalous traces of magic appeared along the train's inner walls, indicating that the spirit had indeed tampered with the train. Indeed, with his enhanced abilities, Luan's vision quickly pinpointed the source of the magical disturbance: the screws of the train's roof. To the naked eye, these screws appeared pristine. Yet subjective perception revealed a web of cracks intricately spreading within them. The magic had inflicted corrosive damage, and these screws would likely fail within minutes, becoming brittle axles capable of tearing off the train's roof. The recent strange sound was nothing but a piercing shriek caused by the wind pressure scraping against the intricate magical patterns within. Yet, the traps did not end there. Traces of magic lingered at the curtains, as the steel wires that held them in place had been removed. Scanning the entire carriage, Luan found no sign of the steel wires tainted by ghostly magic. It was only when Annabelle gently nudged his ankle that he used his diminished vision to look back, realizing that the wires were not elsewhere, but rather arranged right around them. It dawned on him that a small hole had already been punctured in the ceiling of the distant carriage. The ghost had likely just emerged through this aperture, discreetly securing the wires around the three of them. Given the height of less than 10 centimeters, the others, too frightened to open their eyes amidst the raging wind, had failed to notice that danger lay silently at their very feet. The wires were connected to a screw transforming into a brittle axis within the ceiling steel plate. Even a mere brush against it would shatter the precariously dangling screw into fragments. The implications were dire. Once the connection to the ceiling was severed, the steel plate would be violently drawn into the vortex surrounding the group. More alarmingly, the three, clinging desperately to the fixed points of the ceiling, found their legs within the lethal range of the steel plate's sudden ascent and slicing action. If the plate were to spring up, their legs would inevitably be severed and crushed. The steel wire was clearly a snare akin to a trap for beasts, while the true source of energy accumulation for the steel plate's elevation lay in several precisely cut and perforated panels, connected by magic, angled to create a powerful vortex in the center. It was no wonder that the cyclone surrounding the trio was as ferocious as a blade of wind. The angle of the deflector plates was precisely directed at them, and the destructive airflow was siphoning off their magical energy. For Mal and Luan, this was their first perilous venture onto the roof of a train. They were unaware that the intensifying cyclone was anything but ordinary, but rather a meticulously crafted death trap set by the ghost. Those deflector plates had been removed from the air conditioning unit, and the internal magical conduits had mysteriously vanished, likely taken by the ghost. This was surely not the end. If the intent was merely to disable their legs before sending them plummeting from a height, it would have been more efficient to destroy the entire train from the outset, allowing them to fall into the river immediately. Luan's instincts warned him that this cruel and cautious ghost would ensure they met their demise entirely within its line of sight. As he surveyed the surroundings, maximizing his field of vision, he finally identified the most crucial component of the trap: the arcane antenna adjacent to the third-class carriage, designed to facilitate the remote transmission of magical signals. However, unbeknownst to all, it had been altered by the ghost. Its communication board had been dismantled and unfolded, facing Mal and his companions, now laden with the conduits recently removed from the air conditioning unit. Each conduit had been transformed from a cylindrical shape into sharp, large radius conical spikes, covering an extensive area. The lower half of the structure teetered precariously but was not connected to the snare, seemingly intended for the ghost to trigger itself. Thus, everything becomes clear: the triggering of the snare, the fracturing of the brittle axis, the steel plate losing its support, simultaneously severing the legs of the three individuals. The immense thrust released by the upturned steel plate would propel them, like feathers struck by a racket, into the arcane skyline, where the pointed spikes would pierce through their bodies. Each specially crafted antenna would inflict damage akin to that of the fatal blow that pierced Mal ultimately. The lower section of the antenna, unable to withstand the pressure, would break, causing several connecting spikes to detach and be swept into the expanding vortex. The battered group, alongside the densely packed, sharp blades of the spikes, would spin at high speed within the cyclone, thoroughly shredding their mangled innards and heads. Until the train traversed the bridge and began to decelerate, the cyclone would cease, leaving them completely dismembered, their remains falling back into the punctured carriage, transformed into lifeless, dismembered fragments beyond any hope of salvation through magic. This exemplifies the assassination ghost's precise and merciless trap, designed to utterly obliterate Mal. It has transformed the seemingly stable roof into a pressure-driven meat grinder ready to unleash chaos. Luan's reasoning was shared through a magical connection to Mal and Annabelle's minds. Annabelle almost instantaneously reinforced and expanded the barrier, temporarily isolating the cyclone from the three within the snare. Quick, stand up. Think of a solution. Only 6 minutes remain. The barrier might hold for that long. According to the ghost's plan, it was likely that in 5 minutes, the screws would fail, triggering the trap like a cascade of dominoes, sealing our doom. Luan rose, finding himself in the safety zone created by Annabelle's possession. The wind pressure was temporarily ineffective. The screws could be repaired, but there was no time. The airflow holes of the deflector could be blocked, yet nothing of the appropriate size was at hand. The snare could be severed, but we lacked a weapon capable of doing so in a single strike. Everything had been calculated against us. With no weapons, we were utterly defenseless. Mal remained silent, calmly proposing a survival strategy. You are mistaken, Luan. We do have a weapon. Just moments ago, your bleeding from the 7 orifices inspired me. He gestured towards the outer frigid environment beset by fierce winds, saying, using my blood, it will freeze instantly. The frozen blood will be sharp and sturdy enough to temporarily block the deflector and slow the wind pressure. It can accurately sever the snare. It can create the illusion of our entrapment by splattering blood inside the train. It can also seal the holes from which the ghost might emerge. The ghost, in its caution to avoid alarming us, would not act until the trap was triggered. This was our only opportunity. In the fleeting seconds before the trap's activation, someone needed to control the direction of the blood splatter and the external wind's flow, and among us, there was precisely one person capable of mastering the precise flow control spell. Mal turned to fix his gaze upon Annabelle, whose eyes shimmered with otherworldly colors, saying, only you can do this. Annabelle nodded, posing another question. I will ensure the blood drips where needed. However, since we must deceive that entity, how do we guarantee our survival when the trap is triggered? Simply blocking the deflector and severing a few snares will not ensure that the roof won't be torn off. If we were to plummet from the Great Bridge, even if such an outcome were not desired by the Spectre, our survival would be exceedingly precarious. Hence, we cannot remain upon this precarious rooftop, which could be overturned at any moment. In the instant the trap is triggered, the interference from our frozen blood will cause a slight delay. It is then that we must leap to the other side. Since you can manipulate the direction of the gas flow, let us redirect the cyclone's force from pulling us inward to propelling us outward before the steel plate rebounds. We will rely on the cyclone's thrust to propel ourselves in that direction. Mal pointed toward the antenna that would ultimately be used for their dismemberment. Beneath its base lies a maintenance recess, situated within the blind spot of the Spectre upon its initial appearance. As for that, I shall sever my own arms, allowing the severed limbs and blood to be drawn into the cyclone, feigning the success of its plan. The Spectre will have little time to assess its results, and any discrepancies will not be immediately apparent. We shall lie there, holding our breath, allowing the magic to preserve our bodies at a low temperature. When it possesses the corpse and discovers we are still alive, and then approaches us, a minute will have already passed. At that moment, I will activate the most potent healing magic, and you must do your utmost to withstand its fatal assault, after which we will leap from the vehicle, crossing to the opposite bank of the Celtic River. There, we will find solitude, and we shall escape at our leisure. Therefore, prepare to act. We are about to alter the conclusion of this moribund script. The plan is set, and now we count down the moments. Annabelle's barrier lies in tatters, yet the other side of the Celtic River is now clearly visible. Luan holds his breath, focusing intently, employing subjective perspective to observe every minute shift of the ghost's traps, until the snare automatically snaps, and the subtle sound is swiftly captured by Luan, who transmits the urgent alert to the others. Almost simultaneously, another application of magic is revealed, swift and precise self-dismemberment. Mal's arteries burst open in an instant, blood gushing forth. Accurately ensnared by Annabelle's spell. The barrier shatters on cue, and the captured droplets of blood are redirected, soaring forth as preordained. In the tumultuous winds and frigid air, the blood freezes as it descends upon the various flow-diverting apertures, while the cyclone's effect begins to wane. The steel plate beneath us starts to tremble. Whether we retreat or are torn asunder hinges on the imminent leap. Annabelle's message regarding the change in wind direction reaches the information network of the three. Now is the moment, the final instant, as the trio leaps into the wind simultaneously. Concurrently, as they launch into the air, the weakened cyclone still lifts the steel plate. Mal's arms are severed at that precise moment. The severed limbs spiraled into the cyclone, shredded by the rapidly rotating steel, flesh and blood flung toward the trap. Subsequently drawn into the cyclone along with the shattered antenna and conical spikes, crimson staining the whirlwind. At this juncture, Mal and his companions have successfully concealed themselves within the blind spot beneath the antenna. The safety ladder creaks ominously, and indeed, a body with relatively few wounds. Its consciousness, just extinguished, struggles against the gale to ascend the rooftop. It halts at the cyclone's edge, fixated on the swirling blood and flesh within. Indeed, it swiftly discerned the disarray of flesh within the cyclone. The faces of the deceased contorted in a rageful grimace as it strode purposefully towards the direction of Mal and his companions. The stealthy Mal held his breath, poised to unleash the healing magic at the moment it initiated its lethal arcane assault. Yet, as the corpse neared their concealed position, it abruptly halted, glancing back. The train had made contact with the tracks on the opposite bank of the river, and it ceased all movement, letting out a desperate and piercing roar towards the cyclone. Mar Claoux. This was the most anguished wail that Mal and Inland had ever heard. As the last carriage of the train reached the land across the river, the corpse, or rather, the specter, stopped all commotion, transforming back into a true lifeless body. Swept off the train's roof by the howling wind, crashing onto the ground across the river and shattering into fragments. Subsequently, the train slowed, the cyclone abated. The dismembered flesh scattered, and steel plates and spikes plummeted into the Kettle River, culminating in a tragic denouement. Chapter 11. A brief respite. The specter seemed only capable of assaulting from the Kettle Bridge. Once the train reached the other side, it vanished like a blood demon encountering sunlight, the life and death crisis finally alleviated. At this moment, Inland stumbled, fortunately supported by Mal, as they all tumbled from the train's roof. To make matters worse, Annabelle's possessor vacated her body, causing her already unconscious form to slump against Mal. With the abrupt removal of the threat, the pressure from prolonged subjective perception was released, and overwhelming hallucinations nearly caused Inland to faint. Mal carefully braced himself against Annabelle, turning to embrace her and gently setting her against the antenna base for stability. The unsteady Inland was also supported by Mal, cautiously resting beside the base. Coma was not something that could be remedied by healing magic, especially as Mal was utterly exhausted, and the train's roof remained perilous. Fortunately, the train was still a considerable distance from the upcoming turn, proceeding slowly and steadily, allowing the group a moment to rest. What was the current situation below? Had the crew met their demise? Mal and his companions were situated directly above the third-class carriage, and given the horrific events in the second-class carriage ahead, it was perplexing why the crew and driver had not halted the train after crossing the bridge. The train had decelerated to a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, making it feasible for them to leap back into the overturned second-class carriage, ensuring their complete safety. He and Inland required respite. They needed to investigate the enigmatic murder that had transpired against them, for the assailant was shrouded in mystery, devoid of physical form, elusive, cunningly cruel, wielding devastating and unknown spells, desperately yearning for an end to its own existence, yet ultimately ceasing as the train traversed the bridge. However, this was not the time for contemplation. After a brief interlude, Mal vigorously shook Inland, rousing him. Awaken, Inland, it is not yet over. We must descend first to ensure our safety. You are still in peril atop the train. Wake up. After a brief respite, and with Mal using his remaining healing magic to cleanse his condition, Inland finally opened his eyes, stabilizing himself by grasping Mal's hand atop the train car. The evening breeze caressed his face, gradually extricating him from the depths of confusion. Hurry, time is of the essence. I'll jump down carrying Annabelle and return to the second-class carriage. You must follow swiftly. If the train turns or Annabelle awakens on her own, it will become problematic. Do not forget the burden we carry. We must ensure her safety, Mal urged, releasing his grip on Ainluan's hand. He hoisted the softly slumbering Annabelle onto his back once more. Thankfully, as a weight-conscious film star, she weighed only 43 kilograms. Otherwise, given Mal's lanky frame and his current exhaustion, he would not have been able to leap 3 meters while carrying someone and remain unscathed. In a daze, Ainluan was still processing the situation when Mal had already jumped from the third-class carriage to the second, preparing to leap through the gaping hole in the roof where a steel plate had been dislodged. You really ought to get some rest, Ainluan. I appreciate your efforts, but not now. Steady yourself and keep up. Thud. The impact of falling 3 meters onto a floor strewn with shards of glass was far from pleasant. Yet it was the least severe injury Mal had sustained recently. After all, he could not allow this influential public figure, known throughout Satin, to be harmed. Gritting his teeth, Mal steadied his back, gripping Annabelle's calves tightly as he slowly made his way to an adjacent seat, which, while vacant, bore traces of bloodstains. As he gently placed her down, Mal was taken aback. Annabelle had awakened at some point. She remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Mal's actions, her expression devoid of any discernible emotional fluctuation. Miss Annabelle, the situation in this carriage is dire. We have just endured a terrorist attack. Mal attempted to clarify his actions. But Annabelle interjected. I recall what transpired moments ago, the specter, and you and Ainluan. To his astonishment, the possessing entity had shared its memories with her. No. Mal stood frozen. But Annabelle kindly reminded him that Ainluan was in poor condition and was preparing to jump. Aren't you going to assist him? Her tone suggested she had experienced the harrowing moments alongside them, as if she were one of their comrades. Mal did not register her warning. He stood like a statue, overwhelmed by the influx of information, his meticulously crafted plan now in disarray. Even though his own life had hung by a thread moments ago, nothing rendered him more astonished and bewildered than the current predicament. Thud. Ainluan leaped down, landing safely on his feet. His condition was abysmal. Upon landing, he hurried to a nearby seat, closing his eyes and slipping into slumber, entirely indifferent to the lifeless body of a fellow passenger lying beside him. Mal forced himself to suppress any thoughts of that nature. He needed to restore order to the chaos at hand. The passengers in this carriage had not perished. Some were merely in a state of severe unconsciousness, still salvageable. Mal rushed over, grasping their hands, instinctively employing his healing magic as he always did. However, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fatigue, and the magical green light flickered dimly, akin to the flicker of a dying candle. Indeed, Mal's condition was no better than Ainluan's. His physical, mental, and magical energies had been utterly depleted. Fortunately, Annabelle had somehow procured a first aid kit from the train, and she was tending to the surviving passengers. Even though the medications and healing scrolls within the kit were of inferior quality, they proved far more effective than Mal's dwindling magic. You should take a moment to rest. You've utilized your magic for an extended duration, she advised. By the grace of the light god, Miss Janie Annabelle's gentle kindness was evident to all, and it was no wonder she had captured the hearts of every boy in Satine. Yet now, no one was more of a headache for Mal than she. A person so deeply entangled with Satine was privy to all their secrets. Heaven only knows what Ainluan might have glimpsed when he linked their consciousnesses moments ago. Thank you, my lady. Mal managed a strained smile as he turned to assess the condition of the carriage door. As anticipated, it was locked, and the small window was smeared with blood, preventing anyone from discerning the situation inside or outside the carriage. The crew had all fallen victim to a gruesome fate. It was likely the driver had not escaped either. Perhaps the train was currently operating on autopilot via a protective enchantment, while the arcane antennae communicating with the outside world had been fashioned into instruments of murder. Unless the train reached its destination, no one would be able to establish contact. The specter had prepared meticulously. Should Mal meet his demise, it would swiftly obliterate the entire train and even the bridge, erasing all evidence and ensuring the perpetrator remained undiscovered. However, perhaps one of the passengers had managed to find the train's phone and report the incident. Mal noted that the phone in the carriage had yet to be destroyed. The ghost may not have squandered time. It had merely readied itself for the success of its scheme, rendering the need to notify the authorities irrelevant once the train was ambushed. This meant that the next station would likely be surrounded by police. Perhaps Mal truly had a chance to rest, as Annabelle would clarify everything, and he would only need to offer his final instructions. Miss Annabelle, please refrain from disclosing our recent events. Do your utmost to fabricate a tale of a terrorist attack to relay to the police. I understand this may weigh heavily on your conscience, as you have always upheld the law, but for the sake of the lives we saved together, I implore you to comply. All right, she responded readily. Mal had not anticipated her swift acquiescence. and he could only hope that Annabelle would honor her word and devise a sufficiently clever ruse to deceive the authorities. Like Imlan, he trudged wearily through the somewhat chaotic environment until he discovered a chair that was relatively clean. He sank into it slowly, as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders in that instant. Although the surface of the chair bore traces of blood, it was still soft, and Mal adjusted his posture to lean comfortably against the backrest. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, attempting to dispel the vexing troubles plaguing his mind. Gradually, his breathing became steady and profound, and his body began to relax. Those troublesome concerns seemed to drift further away from him. His consciousness began to blur, and he succumbed to a deep, restful slumber. This marks the first profound slumber of this journey, though I fervently hope it shall not be the last. Chapter 12. The nameless friend Marl found himself ensnared in an extensive dream. Within this reverie, there existed merely a table and 2 chairs. He sat upon one chair, facing an empty seat. Yet, this vacant chair was far from unoccupied. Rather, it was filled with a multitude of voices, their cacophony resounding in his ears. Among them, some addressed him with reverence, calling him Mr. Claoux. Others, with playful abandon, used his nickname, Mars, or the moniker, Little Blank. Some voices tenderly called his name, Marl. My dear Marl, while others referred to him in terms of relation, son, teacher. There were even voices that, though seemingly unrelated, spoke of him, traitor, criminal, savior, shadow. Marl was oblivious to the words he spoke or the actions he undertook in this dream. All that transpired held no significance. Ultimately, it was a peculiar figure that spoke to him. This individual appeared to emerge from the intertwined, unseen crowd occupying the empty chair. Upon the figure's arrival, the dreamscape froze in an instant. The scant colors of Marl's world were drained away, sounds silenced, and his soul ensnared by an overwhelming chill and weight. He found himself pinned within a singular thought, plummeting into an endless, silent desert. Was it a ruin or a gravestone? The coldness he felt was not the chill of death, but rather the coldness of existence. The weight he bore was not the burden of failure, but the heaviness of success. In this space, all dramatic notions of tragedy were obliterated. This individual came as a triumphant figure, possessing everything, to meet Marl. Upon encountering him, 2 thoughts struck Marl. He is himself, he is Marl, he is Claoux. Yet these were relics of the past. The being before him was not the person Marl had come to know, but rather a living gravestone. As a fellow being, Marl understood without explanation that this other Marl had triumphed. However, why did this manifestation of success starkly contrast with his meticulously calculated visions? He discerned no trace of the beauty he had envisioned. All that met his gaze were decaying ashes, perhaps the remnants of some endeavor's success. Why? What had transpired? Where had it all gone awry? Yearning to logically deduce the reasons behind the transformation of the authentic Marl into this fallacy, he approached the cold throne upon which he sat. What was revealed upon the throne was, astonishingly, Marl's very conception. Yet, it was shrouded beneath an impenetrable layer of dust, seemingly beyond recovery. Marl perceived confusion. This emotion, stemming from his own being, was particularly poignant for one born devoid of emotion. And now the object of this bewilderment was himself. Yet, understanding eluded him, unless he were the false Claoux. How could one who shared Marl's thoughts feel perplexed by the very creation of his own mind? They were, after all, the authors of such inspiration. However, as he locked eyes with the clock upon the throne, eternally frozen, clarity dawned upon him. He perceived the world through transformed eyes. Yet those very eyes failed to behold their own reflection. The arrogance that he believed would remain unchanging ultimately led to his downfall. It was he who transformed himself into a monstrous figure, plunging himself into the abyss of ultimate nothingness. As long as he continued to believe in himself, and those who followed him chose to retain their faith, the eternal visage of his successful self would await him in the future, as unwavering as death itself. Mal did not need to refute or question. They shared an identical soul, effortlessly comprehending one another within the dreamscape belonging to Mar Claoux. Those who presume they can shatter the shackles of time will find that time itself may grant them success, only for them to realize their own arrogance and folly. What he brings forth in dreams is merely a prophecy of the abyss, still concealed beneath shallow waters. Yet, as long as he remains Mal, believing in reason and logic, yearning for change and innovation, devoid of emotional activism, the fulfillment of that prophecy is simply a matter of time. Mal uttered no words. He was rendered speechless, gazing at the colorless desert and the version of himself seated upon the throne, more eternal than death itself, until the dream was torn asunder and he returned to reality. He must continue his journey, regardless of what the end may appear to be. His consciousness emerged from the nightmare with great difficulty, akin to a sunken ship being salvaged from the sea. Exhaustion and pain had dissipated. Magic, like a reticent housewife, silently healed all his physical discomforts. Upon awakening, Mal found himself restored to peak condition. The long-absent light now blazed with an intensity that was almost blinding, even though the opulent arcane chandelier cast a gentle glow. The air was infused with a floral fragrance distinct from his homeland. Clad in a patient gown from the Red Dragon Hospital, he lay on a bed and beneath a quilt that were luxuriously soft and temperature-regulating. Surrounding him were an abundance of fresh flowers and fruits sent from afar. This was a high-class hospital room the likes of which Mal had never encountered before. "Good morning, Mal. You've slept far longer than I. It is now July 19th. You have slumbered from 6 p.m. yesterday until now. Look, it's 7 a.m., 13 hours. You often tell me to get some rest. But it seems you are the one who truly needs it." Not long after awakening, Iron, also clad in a patient gown and brimming with enthusiasm, approached him. "We share the same hospital room. However, I awoke at 9 p.m. last night. Perhaps it is the influence of the healing magic. Unlike the last time I overexerted my visions, I have suffered no after effects. Would you like something to eat? The breakfast here is quite delightful." "Wait, Iron. Why are we here? This is clearly a high-class hospital room. Our travel expenses could hardly cover such extravagant accommodations. We must thank Miss Annabelle for that. She brought us here herself, out of her own pocket. By the gods, she truly paid for us," Mal thought, the name Janie Annabelle, which had caused him such anxiety, resurfacing in his mind. He quickly inquired about the aftermath. "Annabelle, she must have explained everything to the police. How did she convey the events on the train? I recall asking her not to speak of our matters. What did she say?" "Do not rush, clocks. Due to the circumstances." Eluin brought a compact news receiver to his hospital bed, the logo of which, made by a low-cost manufacturer, was distinctly visible. He located the news disc from July 18th and inserted it into the device for playback. The items within this hospital room surpassed even those in my own home. Indeed, the wealthy elite enjoy a remarkable standard of care even in times of illness. "Look, the news is on," he said. The scene shifted to the train station at Calais, where the last two second-class carriages had suffered unprecedented damage. Reporters crowded around the site, capturing footage of medical personnel attending to the injured passengers. Soon, the disheveled Annabelle stood before the camera, ready for an interview. True to her status as a film star, she delivered a masterful performance, portraying a victim of a sudden attack, miraculously surviving and waiting to assist the wounded once the chaos subsided. Before the lens, she feigned tears, her voice quivering with emotion as she condemned the terrorists, urging law enforcement to swiftly apprehend the assailants while simultaneously advocating for enhanced safety measures on trains. Yet, how could she, privy to the truth, remain unaware of the nature of the attacker, who was unlikely to be captured? Merely increasing security would not suffice to avert such threats. Annabelle's tearful display adeptly deflected suspicion from herself, redirecting the public's attention toward the non-existent terrorist. The footage then shifted to the interior of the carriage, where passengers were being rescued, and there, prominently featured, were Mal and Eluin. Had they appeared as they truly were, disheveled yet miraculously unharmed due to magical intervention, they would have certainly aroused suspicion. However, the image presented depicted them soaked in blood, their bodies wrapped in bandages from the first aid kits, seemingly unconscious. When reporters inquired about her escape, Annabelle referred to Mal and Eluin as heroes who selflessly saved others during the crisis. Although fortunate to have evaded the attack, they had risked their safety to protect her and other civilians, ultimately suffering additional harm from the terrorists. Annabelle recounted how, while tending to their wounds, the depth of their injuries and the volume of blood made her hands tremble. They had not sustained such injuries without cause, but rather had done so in defense of their fellow passengers. The other passengers, upon awakening, were oblivious to the details of the attack, their uninformed testimonies inadvertently bolstering Annabelle's fabricated narrative of a stealthy terrorist assault. After all, the deaths of crew members in other carriages were even more enigmatic, with windows suddenly shattering and a large hole appearing in a crew member's chest, as if by some spell. In contrast, the notion of an invisible terrorist held a more compelling allure. Ultimately, after the interview concluded, Annabelle seemed particularly attentive to Mal and Eluin, stating that as a gesture of gratitude towards her saviors, she had arranged for them to stay in the highest standard recovery room at the Red Dragon Hospital. She even encouraged the authorities and the public to send them gifts of thanks, while requesting that they respect their need for peace and quiet during their recovery. What did this mean? Was she genuinely assisting us? This left Mal perplexed. He had originally perceived Annabelle as merely a decorative figure inadvertently caught in the fray. Akin to countless actresses throughout cinematic history, her only distinction being her greater fame. Now it appears that Annabelle harbors her own intentions. Is she seeking to exploit them or genuinely support their endeavors? Or does she possess ulterior motives? Having inherited the memories of the sorcerer who once possessed her, Annabelle is privy to many details about us. But why? Is it truly plausible? It is rather strange to consider that you and I have any significant connection to this celestial superstar. She would have no need to deceive the police and the media merely to protect us, would she? Moreover, I feel that it is we who have drawn her into danger. Truly, she is a person of unwavering goodness, Claoux. Look beneath that pile of gifts by your bedside. There lies a bulging envelope. Upon feeling around the base of the bouquet, Marl indeed uncovered an envelope, devoid of sender or recipient. Upon opening it, he discovered 10 20-pound notes, 2 first-class tickets for the express train to Element City scheduled for the afternoon of the 21st, and a note that read, "Until we meet again." To have assisted us to such an extent leaves me utterly bewildered. Could she genuinely be a guardian angel sent by the divine to rescue us? After glancing at the note, Marl returned the items to the envelope and tucked it away. He shook his head and sighed. To be honest, Unluin, while I anticipated that the plan might encounter setbacks, I never imagined that reality would morph so drastically right from the outset. In any case, we must adhere to the original plan. We need to go to Element City. For the elemental sorcerer represents a critical breakthrough we must strive for. As for Janie Annabelle, we must thoroughly investigate her motivations for such actions. I pondered the situation. Sensing something amiss, Annabelle is the sole witness to my demise, yet her seat is in first class. Furthermore, you mentioned that she described the deceased's appearance, and it was evidently me. Setting aside any biases you may have, how could she have so accurately depicted my likeness after just a fleeting glance? You described her expression as one of despair, yet as far as I know, that newsboy shares no connection with her. Why would she feel despair upon witnessing the deaths of 2 strangers? Her subsequent demeanor seems overly accommodating. Would a normal person, upon learning of our situation, go out of their way to assist us? But what value do we possess that would compel her to act in such a manner? Marl, who is typically adept at logical analysis and deconstruction, finds himself utterly confounded by Annabelle's actions. This question would plague him for an extended period, lasting until the summer of 1842. Until then, the pebble on Marl's desk would continue to shimmer with enchanting starlight. Chapter 13. Arrival of the train in the last century. Element City had yet to attain its current status as the central fortress of Saturn. In 1719, the Republic, in a bid to garner support, promised various factions land, assuring them that once in power, they would be able to divide the nation among themselves. This strategy accumulated strength for the eventual triumph over the coalition of the Faith of Light and the Constitutionalists. Following the establishment of the Republic, the Flower Fairies succeeded Roderick. The elemental sorcerers gained dominion over Aramet. The Deer Demons and Feathered Demons obtained Windiger, while the final Red Dragon, Ignix, claimed its lair in the Red Dragon County. Such a feudal balance could not endure. The increasingly powerful Saturn, having transitioned from weakness to strength, could no longer tolerate the fragmentation of its lands. Unity was imperative. The general seeks new tactical fortresses, industrialists yearn for fresh industrial bases, merchants aspire for novel markets, and politicians require new sources of taxation. Thus, Ignix became the primary subject of negotiation. The languid Red Dragon, weary after half a century, was willing to relinquish its territory, provided it was granted a mountain as its lair, on the condition that a sufficiently powerful warrior would challenge it every decade. The warrior must survive for 72 hours under Ignix's pursuit and succeed in shattering a single dragon scale. In 1769, the Dragon Knight system was established, and Saturn acquired the coveted Red Dragon County, yet it was still insufficient. In 1777, the war against the demons erupted. The once revered Seraphim and Guardian, the Feathered Demon, were subsequently denounced as conspirators colluding with the demon race to undermine Saturn. Although all humanity recognized this as a blatant slander, excitement surged as everyone joined the campaign against Windiger, culminating in the annihilation of 2 major races and the transformation of Windiger into the county of Univia. The adage to strike the mountain to scare the tiger rang true. Even the elemental mages, despite being fellow humans, were cowed by Saturn's ruthlessness. In 1796, Saturn descended southward, swallowing the archipelago nation of Aritii, igniting the Aritii War. At the onset of the conflict, Saturn faced a devastating defeat, being relentlessly pushed back to the Celtic River, losing the stronghold of Red Dragon County. At this juncture, Ignix feigned slumber and refrained from aiding Saturn's counteroffensive. Roderick was compelled to declare independence from Saturn, establishing a neutral nation amid the chaos of war. Surprisingly, the elemental mages emerged as the pivotal force to turn the tide. The region south of the Celtic River was left with only Aramint standing firm against the siege of Orishai's army, which effectively severed the supply lines surrounding Aramint. Unexpectedly, the elemental magic exhibited astonishing efficacy in this protracted conflict. Plant magic yielded sustenance. Ice and water magic produced potable water and ice. Fire magic provided illumination and warmth, while earth magic manufactured weapons and construction materials. Wind and electromagnetic magic could even artificially alter the weather. It appeared that as long as the mages of the city retained their magical prowess, Orishai would forever be unable to claim victory in the siege. Throughout the Orishai War, numerous decisions proved to be erroneous, with the forceful assault on Aramint being among the most catastrophic. A significant amount of manpower and resources were expended in this arduous war of attrition, yet no tangible results were achieved. The undisciplined elemental mages emerged as an insurmountable bastion against the relentless advances of Orishai. As the siege dragged on without success, Orishai's momentum waned. Intent on preparing for a protracted struggle, hoping first to solidify its power over the territories it had seized, before launching a fierce assault on Saturn to the north of the Celtic River. However, it attempted to overlook Aramint, fortuitously situated in close proximity to Saturn's front lines. The meager encirclement could not stifle the mages' ingenuity. They ingeniously devised a new form of electromagnetic magic, successfully establishing a connection with Saturn's telegraph. On a rainy night, both sides convened at the riverside, and thus the counteroffensive commenced. What followed was the glorified history that Saturn fervently propagated. In the first-class carriage of the express train, Inland inquired about the history of Aramint, and Mal focused on recounting the events of the Orishai War. Lewin nodded, even without a profound understanding of Saturn. He was aware of how Saturn had annihilated the nation of Elixir and expanded his territory to what is now known as Octopus Harbor. This was the genesis, as Saturn recognized both the potential and threat posed by elemental sorcerers. No one would permit a formidable lone wolf to roam freely within their abode unless it had been tamed into a loyal hound. As the war concluded and the 19th century dawned, the Reconstruction Plan of 1801 was proposed, wherein Saturn, under the guise of post-war development, intervened in the affairs of the autonomous city, marking the commencement of their infiltration into Aramanti. The waiter presented 2 cups of freshly brewed tea, the beverage infused with the unique, bitter, yet fragrant essence of Eastern tea. Lewin added a few sugar cubes to his cup and inquired about the details of the events. Did the elemental sorcerers not react? Would the people accustomed to autonomy so readily accept Saturn-esque control? Mal chuckled softly, gazing intently at the clear tea without any intention of drinking it. Lewin, people tend to romanticize that which they have not experienced. Even scholars and sorcerers can be blinded by this notion. In 1807, the 3 mayors elected by them were all mediocre and ineffectual individuals, the second of whom was especially intolerable, having lost the spellcasting league during his tenure. The elemental sorcerers had previously reigned as champions for 3 consecutive years, yet during his term, the crown was relinquished to their arch-rivals, the arcane sorcerers, costing them the dignity most cherished by sorcerers, a loss that drove them to madness. Perhaps Saturn was orchestrating from behind the scenes. By 1808, voices opposing direct democracy began to emerge, advocating for a Saturn-style democracy. Upon hearing this, Lewin could not suppress a laugh, while Mal had already raised the corners of his mouth, mocking the short-sightedness born from the elemental sorcerer's fury. Subsequently, the mayors cautiously sought the opinions of the electorate, asking whether they would accept Saturn's assistance. Saturn was a former comrade in arms, a long-standing ally who held them in high regard, encouraging students to study elemental arts and to further their education in Aramanti. Who would doubt such a government? They acquiesced to this regrettable proposal. As for what transpired thereafter, I believe it requires no elaboration. Saturn's bureaucrats began to infiltrate the city's autonomous system, gradually seizing control while the status of the high-ranking elemental sorcerers transitioned from wielders of power to academic masters and spiritual leaders. The current state of affairs is precisely as we observe today. Even when Saturn calls for Aramanti to engage in an arms race and enacts military control regulations, the elemental sorcerers can only harbor silent indignation. Lewin remarked, "Our next destination is the Aramanti Purple District Station. We are nearing the city. As you suggested, we shall not enter the city under the identities of Mar Claoux and Dmitry Sergeyevich Ivanov, nor shall we intrude upon the realm of the elemental sorcerers. In that space, You shall be the underground physician Cliff Evans, and I shall assume the role of your assistant, the folklorist Victor Thorne, to remain incognito, correct? Indeed. Mal and Ian Lewin's names still hold weight in Roderick. We cannot expose ourselves here. Moreover, our names are associated with Annabelle, a potential subject of police scrutiny. Mal then shifted the topic abruptly, posing another question. By the way, Ian Lewin, why do you so readily embrace death? To face death, what does it mean? I certainly do not harbor any suicidal inclinations, even in my most despondent moments. Mal chuckled softly. Are you truly unaware of this? Our endeavor has only just commenced. Yet we are already embroiled in perilous assassination attempts, akin to that incident on the train. Have you not contemplated preserving your life and withdrawing? A self-deprecating laugh escaped from Ian Lewin. What are you saying? You are a mighty vessel, Claoux. No one would dispatch such formidable assassins to eliminate an insignificant pawn. The more perilous your situation, the more securely I can survive aboard your ship, even if I am merely a ballast. The matter concerning Losking is far from over. My life is already pledged to the death sentence of the Lianzhu gang. Those who survive are not the ones who slipped through the net, but rather the vengeful spirits seeking retribution against the Emperor. Since your aim lies with the Losking Empire, it would be no waste of the life fate has granted me to follow you. I owe you my gratitude, Claoux, for providing me the chance to emerge from that rat hole and live once more as a human being. So, let us proceed, for the sake of your cause. Mal seemed to perceive something unspoken, yet refrained from voicing it, instead offering another inscrutable smile, as if each grin concealed an intricate logic. He glanced at the roses blooming on the table, reminding Ian Lewin that it was time for them to depart. Chapter 14, Element. City of Elements in the Red District of Element, once a forbidden zone for local sorcerers, now stands a cluster of edifices constructed through the investment of Satin. Directly opposite the Satin Military Hospital, a new clinic has officially opened its doors, the Phantom Trauma Restoration Center. 6 days have elapsed since the shocking Cater Bridge train attack, and the true culprits remain elusive, while rumors of phantom assaults have permeated the populace. Numerous merchants exploit the allure of phantom magic and curses. Yet this clinic boldly displays several photographs from the scene of the train assault, and the attending physician, Dr. Cliff Evans, was the one who safeguarded the superstar, Jenny Annabelle. During the incident, compelling belief in a connection between the two. A diploma from Demer University further attests that this doctor is no mere nobody, but a legitimate physician of reputable education. Since the clinic's inauguration on the 25th, curious elemental sorcerers have discovered that Dr. Cliff is not only knowledgeable and affable, but also exceptionally skilled in his craft. His assistant, Victor, is no ordinary individual either. A pronounced scar adorns his left arm, instantly recognizable to elemental sorcerers as a wound inflicted by their nemesis, the arcane sorcerers. To heal such a trivial scar would be a mere trifling task for Dr. Cliff. However, when inquired about it, the taciturn Victor simply shook his head, his eyes aflame with unspoken fury. Victor appears to have recently accompanied Dr. Cliff to Element for medical practice. Unfamiliar with the local terrain, he avoids the prominently branded hotels of the Red District, favoring instead the quaint taverns of other districts where local brews are crafted. Upon entering, his melancholic and wrathful demeanor captured the attention of numerous mages. As Victor settled at a wooden table in the corner, silently gesturing to the proprietor for 3 large mugs of stout, inquisitive sorcerers flocked to him, bombarding him with questions. Victor, while indifferent to their enthusiasm, seldom responded, preferring instead to immerse himself in his drink. Curiously, rather than dampening their spirits, the elemental mages seemed to grow more animated in his presence. However, as the conversation progressed, the mages discerned that Victor would react to certain inquiries. When asked about his profession, he would silently offer Dr. Cliff's business card, indicating that he was merely an amateur benefiting from the doctor's expertise. Questions regarding the ghost train incident or inquiries about his past elicited visible signs of fear and resistance from Victor, as if he were reluctant to delve into those memories. Conversely, when the conversation shifted to elemental mages and armament, a subtle smile would grace his lips, softening his otherwise stoic expression. Yet, when the subjects of Satin and the arcane arose, Victor's voice would emerge, hoarse and somber like thunderclouds pregnant with storm. Let us not discuss this, let us drink. Such a tone was intimidating enough to even rouse the most inebriated souls from their stupor. At this juncture, some mages, seemingly enlightened, glanced at the arcane scars adorning Victor's body, signaling to others among the elemental sorcerers. A collective understanding dawned upon them, as if they had unraveled the tale hidden behind those scars. After all, both the arcane and Satin were subjects shrouded in shame and pain that elemental mages often preferred to avoid. Furthermore, it was rumored that a general stationed at Arament had sought out Dr. Cliff, only to be promptly turned away. Was it true? Even that old fellow had encountered a setback? Remarkable. By the way, is the individual Annabelle spoke of the same person? It's hard to tell from the news. It is indeed him. Did you not catch Annabelle's behind-the-scenes interview on television yesterday? She explicitly acknowledged it. Cliff Evans, that's him. It's surprising you all claim to be fans of Janie, yet didn't he consider joining me tomorrow at the clinic to see him in person? Perhaps bring a token of appreciation? These intriguing tales were shared by the new recruits with Fran. He, however, remained focused and diligent, typically disinterested in the external gossip and rumors. Yet, this particular news seemed to transcend the usual trivialities. The anecdotes of Cliff and Victor hinted at a profound past. Especially striking was the revelation that Cliff hailed from Demmer University, which left Fran astounded. Although he himself graduated from the Satin Officer Academy at Arament, his initial 2 years of university were spent at Demmer, a place characterized by its relaxed, human-centric ethos, which stood in stark contrast to the stringent, oppressive environment of the military academy. Fran often reminisced about those liberating days. At 29, Fran Visa was a certified level 4 mage, adept in the elements of electromagnetism, wind, and ice water. It is rather uncommon for a sorcerer to be rated at the 4th level of elemental mastery. Within the realm of elementalists, it is generally believed that the more types of elements one masters, the stronger the sorcerer becomes. For instance, the renowned elemental sorceress, Lilith, is a 5th-level practitioner of 6 elements, and it is a privilege for me to have met her. In the past, Fran was known for his penchant for dueling, gaining a reputation that resonated far and wide. However, he is unable to participate in such activities now, as he serves as a major in the Satine Army. An orphan from an orphanage, Fran found himself unable to afford a conventional university education due to the lack of funds from the director. Thus, he enrolled in a military academy that offered free tuition and generous scholarships. Fran harbors a deep disdain for the military, believing that an elemental sorcerer who lacks innovation and merely follows orders is better off not practicing the art at all, lest they tarnish its sanctity. Yet, he had no choice. He had to fulfill his role as a major and instruct a cadre of soldiers in elemental techniques. Outside, his military rank drew the scorn of true elementalists and former friends alike. When they mockingly referred to him as Major Visa, Fran would seethe with rage, feeling the shame of having betrayed the ancestral tenets of elementalism by joining the ranks of the military. In the army, however, he commanded respect, as neither special forces nor renowned martial officers could best him. The soldiers under his command were obedient, too intimidated to defy his orders. Although he wished to avoid being a foul-tempered officer, witnessing the soldiers' inability to grasp elemental techniques due to the corrosive effects of military discipline would often provoke his ire, leading him to expel the bothersome recruits from the training grounds. Fran's existence grew increasingly vexatious, and his temperament became ever more irritable. In his spare time, he sought solace in taverns, drowning his sorrows in drink while reminiscing about his youthful days filled with vigor and dueling challenges. On the afternoon of July 27th, Fran dutifully ventured out for field training with his troops. At the Ice Spire Mountain in the Blue Zone, he endured both the frigid temperatures and physical fatigue while imparting the historically significant tales of the Ice Spire, an account that should be well known among elementalists. He was infuriated by the murmurs of the soldiers beneath him. The most illustrious tale of the Ice Spire, which instilled pride in the Aramantian people, was that of the first 6th-level sorcerer who vanquished a coalition of necromancers and arcanists at the mountain, forever elevating the status of elementalism. Yet, among the army were numerous arcanists, and the soldiers failed to comprehend the honor of this history. Instead, they privately lamented Lilith's dismal 4th-place finish in last year's league, grumbling about Fran's poor temper and teaching methods, and daring only to insult the arcanists verbally while refraining from confronting them in other military units. Upon overhearing such remarks, Fran halted his lecture immediately. Frost spread beneath his feet, precisely freezing the boots of the raucous soldiers. Before they could comprehend what was happening, Fran executed a swift motion, causing a resounding crash as ice exploded, shattering the helmets of those instigators. The chilled shards and the frigid air rushed into their collars. All the soldiers stood frozen in shock as Fran sneered derisively at them. Feeling cold, fools? You are even inferior to those arcanist scum. They would defend against our assaults with barriers and teleportation. You? Huh. You cannot even use the heating spell you've learned for so long to thaw yourselves. When you get hit, you'll only wet your pants. Attention. The icy crystals beneath their boots shattered as the soldiers quickly formed a line, even though some had nearly frostbitten feet. Then, Fran strode before the trembling soldiers, shaking his head. His voice was as sharp as an ice blade, scolding them for their bad tempers and for claiming they were bullied. Huh. You cannot even memorize the principles of the formation. You, who cannot even apply the spell formulas, dare to judge Master Lilith? What difference is there between you and maggots judging humanity? The flame matrix she designed at the age of 14. A mere brush against you would incinerate your straw-filled heads to ashes. Listen closely. This is your extra history lesson. Isn't it fascinating to discuss the match of 1839? The elemental spells used by Master Lilith were all diminished versions. The elemental domain had a maximum power of only 70%, and due to that damned military regulation, she didn't even use her most prized thunderstorm magic or pinpoint light explosion. To lose to that 6th-level arcane mage, Ryan, is a disgrace, isn't it? The gap between his genius and your foolishness is akin to that between species. As for losing to those sorcerers, that must be credited to your commanding officer, who issued the order for military secrecy and urged you not to disclose anything. Boom. The last sentence burst forth with fury as Fran summoned a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering a training dummy used by the general. He turned his back, broadcasting to all the soldiers. If you dare say I wouldn't duel an arcane mage, feel free to seek out a mage from the arcane military to challenge me and submit a formal request for a duel to the general. I have no desire to lose this job. If anyone does not wish to attend my lessons, they had better keep their distance. I have no interest in teaching fools like you elemental magic. As long as you have yet to learn to think critically and merely follow orders like military dogs, you will never grasp even the slightest aspect of elemental magic from me. Go back and rest. I have no interest in teaching you today. If you've lost your helmets, go to the supply depot and ask for new ones. If anyone wants to report me, go ahead. Just find another mage in this camp willing to teach you. Lastly, take these and keep them safe. He tossed several charred badges to the ground, and the soldiers hurried to pick them up, only to discover they were the emblems of various arcane guilds, each marked by signs of lightning strikes and frost. The badges bore the insignias of several 4th-level mages, their names clearly visible and belonging to different individuals. Their meanings were self-evident. Trophies from the arcane mages Fran had defeated in his youth, these badges were his glorious testament. Terrified, the soldiers scattered like birds, all scrambling to flee down the mountain. The more he witnessed their cowardice, the deeper Fran's disappointment grew. He deliberately spoke harshly, hoping that some brave soldier would challenge his magic for the sake of dignity. Even the courage of a mayfly shaking a tree was worthy of his admiration. Yet they remained pitifully weak and obstinate. Fran could hardly imagine how they would face the mages of enemy nations on the battlefield. Truly, there was no hope. Fran sat on a nearby bench, sighing inwardly. His students are of such caliber, including even locals from Arimant, the bearers of the elemental sorcerer's ancestral truths. Shall this lineage be severed in his generation? While he languished in solitude, suddenly he heard a voice emanating from the mountainside, seemingly addressing him. Good afternoon, Master Fran. Came the unexpected greeting from Dr. Cliff, who bore a basket of herbal ingredients, evidently in search of unique plants imbued with elemental energy for his medicinal pursuits. The earlier commotion was impossible to ignore. To be candid, I am not well versed in your military arrangements. Yet, you are teaching these marionette-like individuals the art of elemental magic? I recall you once proclaimed that the mysteries of the elements are akin to a free-spirited poem. A poem recited under the threat of a gun. How amusing. Fran chuckled bitterly, but his mood swiftly shifted from gloom to astonishment. Wait, you actually know that phrase. I uttered it casually during my university days, and you remember. Indeed, you are a graduate of Demer University. Of course, I not only recall your words, but I also remember your critique of my elemental expansion theory assignment, marked as incomprehensible, with a recommendation to redo it. Senior Fran, do you still remember that assignment? I even wrote you an anonymous letter explaining my hypothesis. So it was your letter. Cliff Evans. I never imagined that stubborn lad would be you. Ha ha ha. Fran laughed heartily, astonished to encounter Dr. Cliff on Ice Ridge Mountain, a fellow alumnus. You graduated too? Let me see your school badge. Oh, it seems those old fellows' taste has indeed improved. The graduation emblem is far more aesthetically pleasing than before. Naturally. You are serving in the military now. How is life treating you? Alas, I can only say that the disdain the former elemental sorcerers held for those in the military was not without reason. These fellows are laughably foolish, concerned only with whether revolutionary elemental theories can be used to create bombs. Their scant wisdom is squandered on schemes and plots. If given the choice, I would prefer to be a destitute artisan, crafting ice sculptures for sale, rather than working there. Fortunately, you are a wise individual. I heard you decline that old man's invitation, a prudent decision. It's easy to enter but hard to leave. Now I find it impossible to retire, as they see me as one of the few elemental sorcerers willing to work with them, and they certainly won't hesitate to exploit me," he chuckled. Once he began to complain, Fran's words flowed freely. However, he soon realized that incessantly lamenting was unproductive and turned the conversation to inquire about Cliff's recent endeavors. "What of you? Have you made any progress with the elemental reaction equations you were studying? I believe elemental magic is ill-suited for industrial modeling." No. The arcane mages before the advent of arcane industry thought the same way. Fortunately, I have indeed cracked the first conundrum, the elemental vortex circuit board. I successfully created a prototype, and both the work and the blueprint are in my clinic. Would you like to come and see? Fran pondered the long-forgotten term, reflecting on the challenges it encapsulated. Suddenly, a jolt of disbelief surged through him as he grasped Cliff's shoulders with trembling fingers, his expression rife with incredulity. He exclaimed, "It can't be. Is this for real? Cliff, have you truly unraveled the energy vortex paradox? This is unimaginable. If you were to publish this, it would undoubtedly spark a revolution within the realm of elemental magic." "Hush, Senior Fran. This is not the place for such discussions. There are myriad reasons for not publishing. So please take the time to visit my clinic." He added, "Moreover, I believe this discovery might also prove beneficial to Master Lilith." Chapter 15, Aramint. The City of Elements within the Phantom Trauma Recovery Center. Ailments of every kind could be healed, save for the traumas of the spirits themselves. This consensus had been reached by elemental practitioners since the clinic's inception. No appointments or registrations were required. The silent assistant, Victor, ushered patients into various rooms, where Dr. Cliff would converse with them, alleviating their ailments amidst laughter and light-hearted banter. Regardless of the affliction, it seemed that if one were to behold a green light before them, the doctor could effortlessly cure them, enabling a swift recovery. Even when healing complex conditions that had troubled patients for years, Dr. Cliff charged a mere pittance of 1 or 2 pounds each time he healed an ailment. He exhibited the joy of someone experiencing their first successful treatment, as if it were he who should express gratitude for the patient's trust in his healing abilities. Now, Fran accompanied Dr. Cliff back to his clinic after gathering herbs. Following several days of operation and Victor's silent endorsements, the clinic had already gained considerable fame. Consequently, the number of visitors on this day was scarce, as many townsfolk had already been cured by Cliff's remarkable skills. Cliff appeared eager to showcase his research findings, calmly attending to the day's patients without inquiring about their ailments. Instead, he instructed them to take deep breaths and relax before shaking their hands, which seemingly restored their health instantaneously. "I have heard of your methods from the students, but witnessing them firsthand is truly astonishing," Fran remarked in awe. Cliff merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from charging the patients. He promptly led Fran to the clinic's basement, while Victor ensured the door was closed to visitors. "What sort of magic is this? I have never seen its like. It resembles a miracle from the god of light," Fran mused. "Oh, it is merely a trivial bit of magic, fortuitously capable of addressing the complex ailments that conventional medicine struggles to manage," Cliff modestly replied, evading the question as he opened the basement door. Beneath the clinic lay Cliff's private laboratory, where a circuit board housing his years of labor and the decades-old dilemmas of elemental practitioners was displayed under a glass cover at the center of the room. Fran rushed over, retrieving the exquisitely crafted circuit board, which appeared as though sculpted by machinery. "Quickly, demonstrate how you have enabled elemental flow to surpass its confinement." As Cliff placed the circuit board into the machine designed to simulate the spell casting of a practitioner, he elucidated his thought process. "Perhaps it is because I am not an elemental magician, but merely an observer that I was able to conceive this idea." In the semifinals of the 1839 League, Master Lilith faced the sorcerer Nadini during the final 16 seconds, where both parties had exhausted their means of spell counteraction. Master Lilith endeavored to employ a hexupal elemental flow composite beam. It is well known that her ultimate failure stemmed from triggering the elemental vortex paradox, causing the elemental flow to fail in its convergence. The 6 elements, in a state of swirling chaos, eroded one another, leading to a backlash that compromised Master Lilith's staff, thus causing her to lose the initiative and succumb to the curse. However, it has become common to attribute the cause of this failure to Master Lilith's adherence to military restrictions, which limited her elemental field to a mere 70 power, resulting in an inadequate convergence range. I contend that modern elemental magic's attempt to extend the convergence range through field expansion is fundamentally flawed. Different elemental flows inherently repel convergence. Blindly relying on magical power expansion to avoid contact between elemental flows in a forced convergence can only be deemed a reckless gamble. So, Should we abandon the method of convergence, which maximizes magical output? Absolutely not. Convergence is essential. We simply need to shift our perspective. Given that disparate elements in a state of dissipation can coexist rather than converge, why not dismantle the different elemental flows at the outset and, when convergence is required, reassemble the dispersed elements in their original arrangement? This would allow them to erode one another in the time before convergence, facilitating a direct merge. You may not grasp my point, so consider this. At one end of a machine, two pre-prepared elemental flows, one blue, representing ice water, and the other orange, representing firelight, flow in from opposite ends of a circuit board. If we were to follow conventional methods of elemental flow convergence, they would annihilate each other due to the circuit board's narrow convergence range. Yet, these two elemental flows are deliberately dismantled before convergence, and within the convergence array, reversal runes are employed to restore their original states. Thus, the reassembled dispersed elements are seamlessly merged by the convergence array, transforming into a blue-orange composite beam directed towards the other end of the machine. It worked. This method truly proved effective. However, I have two concerns. Does this approach not consume an excessive number of runes? Both the reversal and convergence arrays are costly runes. Would it not be more economical to hire a fourth-level sorcerer to achieve this? How can we realize industrialization with such high costs? Furthermore, this method of convergence cannot be manually released by us, can it? We cannot utilize pre-prepared runes in the League. How could this possibly assist Master Lilith? You are mistaken. Fran, first and foremost, this method has already proven its worth as the initial step towards the industrialization of elemental magic. Do not forget that even you cannot casually create a composite beam with stability, and you are limited to the three elements you command: ice, water, wind, and electromagnetism. With this method, as long as there are runes available, any desired beam can be created at will, whenever one wishes, with the power output easily adjustable. Subsequently, if we can find ways to reduce rune costs and develop compatible machinery, elemental magic could seamlessly transition into industrialization, becoming indistinguishable from arcane practices. Cliff elucidated that this diminutive circuit board serves as the key to unlocking a new future for elemental magic. Furthermore, Master Lilith is entirely capable of executing similar feats. Let us not forget that runes are inscribed by sorcerers, albeit requiring rigorous training to reverse spells. She must master the timing of each restoration of dissipated elements until she can adeptly dismantle and reassemble elemental flows during combat. Thus, even without the elemental realm, she would effortlessly unleash composite elemental beams. Consider this, Fran. One who can consistently wield composite beams could easily qualify as a fifth-level sorcerer. But what of Master Lilith? Is she sufficiently formidable to contend with that prodigious sixth-level sorcerer of the Arcane Guild, Master Ryan? Contemplate this, Fran. Do you grasp the implications of these two entities? If you do, you will understand why I refrain from publicizing my discoveries. We have the potential to forge an elemental industry and even produce sixth-level sorcerers. This is the very condition for the guild's independence and nationhood. Fran suddenly comprehended, yet the conclusion left him astounded and rooted to the spot. Are you suggesting that this circuit board represents a pivotal opportunity for Element to transform into an arcane guild? But the arcane guild is not akin to us. Element is merely a small autonomous city. Can we truly achieve what they have? Your line of thought is misguided, Fran. We can indeed become a guild. The question merely lies in whether Satin is willing to permit our ascendance. Reflect on the reasons behind Windiger's demise. For Satin, what distinguishes a sovereign threat from the likes of the dear Demon Feather? Moreover, elemental sorcerers have never been loyal servants of Satin. If they discover an opportunity to supplant sorcerers themselves with industrial armaments to wield elemental magic, how do you suppose they would treat elemental sorcerers? Cliff pressed on relentlessly, locking eyes with Fran, compelling him to grasp the chilling reality of the situation. Fran felt as though the world was spinning around him. Even the most imaginative writers of Element could not conceive that the chance to elevate a vulnerable autonomous city into a global power, and to bring about the downfall of a city that has flourished for millennia, could simply stem from a doctor's whimsical creation of a circuit board. I understand now. I understand. Thank you, Cliff. It is fortunate that you crafted it, or else. We must seek the Elemental Symposium. Find Master Lilith. I know how to contact them. But now, Cliff grasped Fran's shoulders, urging him to remain calm. Do not rush. Fran, this revelation is known only to you, me, and Victor. Everything remains within our control, and we must deliberate thoroughly before disseminating it. We still have numerous details, crucial details, left unconsidered. For instance, Fran Vissa. On which side do you stand? Element or Satin? Cliff's interrogation froze Fran once more, despair piercing him like a chill. In an instant, he found himself compelled to choose between his nation and his homeland. Frankly, while he harbored no affection for the Satin military, he did not share the same animosity towards Satin as many other element residents. Fran had visited Lindun City, Red Dragon County, and Univia County. The customs and culture of those places still imbued him with a sense of belonging to this nation. He perceives himself as a citizen of Satin, ready to defend his homeland should war arise. Yet, he comprehends Cliff's words. The conflict between Satin and Element is irreconcilable, and the advent of circuit boards is merely a matter of time. He must choose between Satin and Element. This resolute mage is suddenly overwhelmed by a heavy despair. Fran's complexion pales instantly, and he trembles, nearly losing his balance. Fran finds himself speechless, unable to make a choice, even questioning whether the reality before him is a mere illusion. The situation escalates when Victor knocks at the door. Upon Cliff's invitation, he leans in to whisper. Cliff nods silently, and then says, "Let him in." "Fran, I believe you should witness this. A unique patient has arrived." Still reeling from his daze, Fran is confronted with a scene that shatters his worldview for the second time. A young soldier, not from his unit, is being assisted by Victor into the room. Upon seeing Fran, perhaps intimidated by his reputation, the soldier stammers, Major Visa. Sir, why are you here?" However, Fran can no longer decipher his words. His pupils constrict in disbelief at the sight before him. This soldier is undoubtedly a practitioner of the wood element. His arm exhibits signs of fibrous wood formation, with even a few strands of hair stained by chlorophyll, an unmistakable sign of backlash. The deepest fears embedded in the hearts of every elemental mage and element are instantly awakened. He frantically rushes towards the soldier, uncontrollably shouting, "No, no, no. Why? How is this possible? Backlash. Why do you have this condition? Answer me. Why? Who instructed you to study a single element? Speak." The soldier, filled with dread, perceives Fran's face twisted in extreme agony, mistakenly believing it to be his own fault. Stammering in terror, I'm sorry, sir. We didn't learn well. We weren't in your unit. Captain Gamio had us attend a remedial class. He instructed us to focus on one element. Although you warned us against studying a single element, it was Captain Gamio's order, and we had no choice but to comply. Cliff observes Fran's unraveling in silence. The soldier struggles to explain, but Fran has already grasped the cause. His Adam's apple quivers yet produces no sound. The veins in his neck bulge like worms, his fury solidified like molten lava, leaving only a sense of emptiness as his soul feels detached from his body. Cliff approaches him slowly, speaking softly. "Cease the pursuit of elemental studies, combined with my magic. It is sufficient to reverse his condition. But you know I cannot save more soldiers. That is Satin's decision." Victor inquired just moments ago, and several officers have received orders to have their soldiers undergo such remedial training, deliberately keeping it from you. Furthermore, Satin previously exploited Master Lilith's competition to advocate for soldiers to abandon multi-element studies in favor of a single element. At that time, you dismissed it as the folly of outsiders. Yet now, if we do not halt them, calamity shall manifest. Calamity, etched deep within the hearts of every inhabitant of Ariment, embodies their gravest fear. Each magical faction, if its path of study deviates, risks incurring a perilous backlash that threatens its very existence. The practice of singular elemental magic is a taboo within elemental sorcery. Calamity is the grotesque manifestation that arises when elemental mages face complete retribution. A being akin to a singularity of elements, destined to wreak vast devastation and disaster. Prior to the 17th century, elemental mages believed that their craft was cursed by demons, with monsters emerging periodically to ravage Ariment, until a daring mage ventured forth and established this profound taboo. Yet now, to think that one's own homeland would actively create and wield calamity as a mechanism of war? Ha ha ha. The macabre laughter of Fran echoed in the basement. Cliff patted the soldier's back, using magic to alleviate his symptoms, instructing him not to disclose the events that transpired here and to return home swiftly. As the soldier fled the basement in haste, Fran's laughter abruptly ceased. Unbeknownst to him, he had torn off his military insignia and sash, clutching them tightly in his hand. Boom! A thunderclap erupted from his palm, illuminating the dim space with blinding light, the roar reverberating throughout the entire basement. Fran turned. His gaze transformed from despair into unmitigated murderous intent. Each word he uttered chilling as ice. "Cliff, you are a genius. Please tell me how to seize Satin by the throat and sever it piece by piece with an ice blade." Cliff merely smiled faintly, gradually unfolding his plan. "Do not be anxious, Fran. Tomorrow night at the Red District Hotel, there will be a banquet inviting all high-ranking elemental mages, including General Majero, who oversees arraignment. And Master Lilith. You possess an invitation, do you not? Hand it to me, and Victor and I shall attend. I will find a way to relay information to Master Lilith. Rest assured, Fran, arraignment and elemental sorcery shall thrive, while Satin and the arcane, I assure you, shall face utter defeat. Chapter 16. Arraignment, the capital of elements on the evening of July 28th at the Red District Republic Hotel. The Emerald Hall on the 4th floor had been reserved by General Majero to host his esteemed guests. The nighttime Emerald Hall resembled a vast and frigid crystal box. 12 cascading crystal chandeliers poured forth blinding white light, each prism imprisoning the tamed flames of elemental fire, illuminating every detail within the hall while casting countless sharp shadows. The gilded columns, entwined with metallic vines, were no mere decoration. They were runes inscribed by arcane mages, silently siphoning the ambient magic from the air. The heavy carpet, woven with the dark red emblem of the satin dragon eagle, was soundless beneath foot, yet it felt akin to treading upon a frozen river of blood. The air was crisp with the scent of chilled champagne, the aroma of rare delicacies, and an underlying, inescapable coldness of mingled metal and gunpowder, the unmistakable essence of the Satin army. With half an hour remaining before the banquet commenced, all guests possessing invitations had already arrived in the Emerald Hall. Among them, naturally, was Dr. Cliff, who had gained entry through a letter of invitation from the esteemed Fran. Or rather, the adventurous 26-year-old Dr. Cliff Evans, who, shedding his guise, now presented himself in his youthful visage at the banquet alongside Mar and Enron, who maintained the identity and attire of Victor Thorne. He entered the side hall of the Emerald Hall under the pretense of being Cliff's assistant, hosting a dinner for the lesser elemental sorcerers and officers. Upon entering the opulent main hall, in the northwest corner of the Emerald Hall, the representative of the Arcane Guild stationed in Satin, Level 4 Sorcerer Torres, stood admiring a painting depicting 7 mages quelling the remnants of a natural disaster. The arcane energy spheres on his gold-trimmed robe spun slowly, resembling a ghostly violet eye. He turned his head and cast a fleeting glance at Mar, as if recalling something, yet merely offered a courteous nod before returning his gaze to the artwork. The representatives of arcane and elemental sorcerers, once adversaries, now found themselves in attendance together. Were it not for General Majerlo's forthright installation of the weakening rune array within the Emerald Hall, one could only speculate what clandestine maneuvers he and Lilith might engage in. Mar approached the coffee table and poured himself a cup of strong tea. Opposite him stood Lilith Yodel, the youngest of the 6 elemental sorcerers at merely 30 years of age, and the ultimate target of Mar's endeavors. Clad in a deep brown traditional robe that enveloped her like the earth concealing a restless volcano, her round-framed glasses obscured her eyes, rendering her gaze elusive as she seemed to scrutinize Mar's youthful countenance. The wine glass she held rippled slightly at the surface, as if disturbed by an invisible spark. Mar raised his glass, their cups clinking together as they exchanged glances. He initiated the toast. Master Lilith, let us honor arraignment with tea in place of wine. Lilith silently lifted her glass to clink with Mar's, but after merely sipping a mouthful of red wine, she set it down. As the glass met the table, a few drops of wine spilled onto the crystal surface that had yet to be covered with a tablecloth. Just as a servant moved to address the spill, Mar promptly offered his handkerchief. However, Lilith glanced at General Majerlo and Torres behind him before accepting the handkerchief and wiping the wine from the table. Unexpectedly, Annabelle was also among the invited guests. Upon Mar's entrance, the appearance of the movie star momentarily dimmed the brilliance of the crystal chandelier. She was draped in a wine-red velvet gown, the hem trailing like a pool of spilled blood, while her bare back glistened under the candlelight, reminiscent of fresh snow. Diamond earrings swayed with her soft laughter, but abruptly stilled when her peripheral vision caught sight of Mar in the corner. Quickly regaining her languid smile, she plucked a champagne flute from a server's tray, her nails dyed a dark red to match her gown. Her presence heightened Mar's anxiety. All his identities tied to arraignment were fabrications, and he was acutely aware of his own limits. Who could say how long her benevolence would last? This tumultuous banquet now introduced yet another unpredictable variable. Ah, General Brodyville, I apologize for my tardiness. Annabelle cheerfully greeted the host of the gathering, Major General Majerlo Brodyville. Ha ha, do not jest, Miss Janey. In the midst of 2 rows of sumptuous banquet tables, General Majero, facing the portraits of the past presidents of Satin, turned around with a hearty laugh to greet Annabelle. This military man, adorned with an emperor-style beard, wore a deep blue uniform so meticulously pressed that not a single crease was visible. a golden sash cinched tightly across his broad chest, while an array of medals on his left breast glimmered coldly, with the particularly resplendent insignias of the Demon Hunter and Dragon Knight standing out. "Oh, it is truly an honor to have you here amidst your busy schedule, my dear angel. Look, both Master Lilith and Master Torres are your admirers indeed. Am I not correct? Oh, what a pleasure. Miss Annabelle, Your Gone with the Wind is undoubtedly my favorite work," Torres exclaimed, stepping forward in delight to shake Annabelle's hand, his demeanor devoid of mere politeness, as if he were genuinely her fan. Meanwhile, Lilith offered a slight smile and a nod, affirming General Maigero's words were not without merit. After exchanging handshakes with both Min and the general, Annabelle noticed Mal, who was observing from a distance. A charming smile graced her lips as she approached him, extending her hand. "Ah, how wonderful it is to see you here, Dr. Cliff. I should have expressed my gratitude in person. It is truly regrettable that my busy schedule did not allow for it, yet here we are, fortuitously meeting. Thank you once again. Please extend my gratitude to all my fans and the victims aboard the train. It is nothing, it is merely the duty of a citizen of Saturn. You need not thank me so profusely, Miss Annabelle. I have already seen your televised acknowledgments," Mal replied with a nod as he shook her hand. He appeared quite composed. However, if Eluin were present, he would notice that Mal's emotions were teetering on the brink of tension and confusion. His plans had been thwarted by Annabelle. "Oh, Dr. Cliff? You are here as well." The attention of the entire gathering shifted to Mal as Annabelle spoke, and only then did General Maigero belatedly realize that an uninvited guest had entered the banquet hall. "I sincerely apologize. Major Friend has become inebriated and is unable to attend the banquet. I am an old friend from the same university, and since he entrusted me, I have come in his stead." Mal, donning his trademark smile, proactively explained to the other four attendees. "I hope I have not intruded, General Maigero." The smiles of Maigero and Torres faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to their previous state. Lilith's gaze, framed by her glasses, began to shift towards Mal. Only Annabelle's smile seemed to brighten even more, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Mal. Was this the outcome she desired? Fran's status was entirely insufficient to partake in the Emerald Hall's banquet. Mal's original plan had merely been to present a special handkerchief to Lilith at the beginning and end of the event. When combined, the two handkerchiefs, infused with elemental magic, would reveal Mal's invitation for her to visit his clinic. Following that, he intended to meet Eluin in the side hall. However, with Annabelle diverting the spotlight to him, Mal found it impossible to discreetly slip away after delivering the handkerchief. As the dinner was about to commence, he could only gamble on Annabelle being unaware of the true guest list, hoping to leverage her presence to persuade General Maigero to allow him to remain at the banquet. Subsequently, General Maigero burst into hearty laughter, as though genuinely inviting Fran, exclaiming, "Oh, that lad has taken to drinking again. I must have a proper word with him upon his return. No worries, Dr. Cliff. Please indulge in the forthcoming delicacies and fine wines." However, Maigero was not yet finished with his interrogation. His gaze turned serious as he posed another tricky question to Mal. "I am rather surprised you have chosen to attend the banquet. After all, the last time I visited your clinic to invite you to our military camp, you graciously declined. I presumed you were too engrossed in your work to partake in such leisurely gatherings. Hence, I did not extend an invitation. It appears my considerations were rather short-sighted. I beg your pardon." The invitation to join the Satin Army was humorously downplayed by Maigero as merely a request for Mal to visit the camp. Mal feigned contrition, waving his hand dismissively. "Not at all. It was indeed unfortunate. My clinic was inundated with patients that day, and I simply could not manage. Among them, I believe, were some of your soldiers." On that day, the 25th, Mal's clinic had not yet gained its full reputation, and there were neither many patients nor soldiers present. Torres's eyes sharpened, while General Maigero, upon hearing this, erupted into exaggerated laughter. "Ha ha ha. I see. It seems that regret can now be remedied. Since our esteemed guests have all arrived, let the banquet commence. The guests from other halls shall savor our chef's masterpieces. As for you all, please take your seats. For the beverages being served are my cherished private stock. I implore everyone to partake generously." With that, General Maigero snapped his fingers, and the soldier-turned waiter promptly approached, clearing a few long tables to present a grand crystal round table. Maigero gestured invitingly, and the guests stepped forward to encircle the table. Shortly thereafter, a bottle of red wine was placed on the table, and elegant goblets were set before each guest. Maigero then lifted the bottle, raising his voice to introduce its origin. "Ladies and gentlemen, no meal is complete without a fine liqueur, is it not? But do you know why this particular bottle has become my treasured secret?" Annabelle tilted her head in curiosity, while Mal noticed what appeared to be swirling strands within the bottle. Lilith closed her eyes, and Torres cast a disdainful glance at the ornate decoration on the bottle. Mijero raised the bottle high, brandishing it as a soldier would the head of an enemy, declaring, "This is Hell's Amber. Do not be deceived by its beautiful hue. You could never guess the ingredients from which it is brewed. Blood from the feathered demons. The demon race," he continued. "Some say their filthy souls are eternally unyielding. Half a century ago, my father, Marshal Tuckman Brodeville, vanquished those feathered demons with white wings, which misled many to believe them to be pure angels, along with their formidable guardians, the stag demons with their terrifyingly massive forms. My father personally beheaded the leader of the feathered demons, and by the grace of the light god, their blood was a clear azure, with a sweetness akin to sugar cubes. Thus, it was aged in wooden barrels for 55 years. Today, I shall uncork it, using the blood of rebels and otherworldly beings to toast to our beloved satin and its promising youth. Ladies and gentlemen, please indulge." The crimson and cerulean liquid was poured into 5 gilded goblets. General Mijero was the first to seize a cup, draining it in a single gulp, his countenance betraying an insatiable yearning. Lilith followed suit, but Mal perceptively noted that the liquid in her cup appeared to evaporate rapidly, moisture seeping into her lips while the dregs congealed, ensnared between her teeth. Upon setting down her cup, Lilith covered her mouth with a handkerchief, coughing as though choked, the melted remnants seeping into the fabric. Next was Torres, who unhesitatingly poured the drink down his throat. Yet it was unclear whether the liquid settled in his stomach or was whisked away by arcane means. Annabelle seemed hesitant, sipping slowly, her expression meticulously controlled, though Mal discerned her reluctance. When Mijero's gaze shifted to Mal, he raised his cup, imitating him with a boisterous gulp, feigning nonchalance. No alcohol could breach the healing magic that safeguarded Mal's health, prompting a smile from Mijero, ambiguous in its praise or provocation. "Isn't this delightful? Now, serve the dishes, gentlemen. The table is rather small, so please select the finest delicacies for our esteemed guests." A succulent sauced beef rib was the first to arrive, and General Mijero promptly speared a piece to deposit onto his plate. As he carved the meat, another platter of icy caviar tarts graced the table. Mal also requested a rib, yet his cutting was markedly languid. He lowered his head to observe the reactions of others, particularly the unpredictable Annabelle. However, her demeanor shattered his expectations. Annabelle initially attempted to pierce the caviar with her fork, but it trembled and missed, causing her silver fork to slip from her grasp and clatter onto her plate. Torres raised his gaze, intrigued by the noise, while Annabelle relinquished her utensils, suddenly leaning back against her chair, gazing up at the crystal chandelier above. General Mijero halted mid-action. "Miss Janie, is this dish not to your liking? Is it fish roe?" His smile faltered, and all eyes turned to her peculiar utterance. "This is caviar." The fissures of tension spread swiftly. Would it collapse? Mal glanced up, seeing the chandelier intact above the emerald hall, gleaming as if newly polished. As he pondered whether Annabelle was reciting lines or speaking in code, her last remark nearly sent him into a frenzy. "Clocks? Who is Clocks? Miss Annabelle, is that your new role in the play?" Lilith, too, appeared bewildered, glancing at Annabelle, who seemed lost in a trance. "Oh, apologies, I must excuse myself for a moment. I shall return shortly." As if awakened by her own words, Annabelle abruptly stood, hastily lifting her crimson velvet gown as she exited, oblivious to the tea stains marring its fabric. She strode toward the hotel window, seemingly in search of fresh air. Before she departed, Mal caught a glimpse of her flushed cheeks. His finger trembled, struggling to suppress the impulse to follow her, and he resumed slicing his rib. Ha ha ha, truly a commendable actor immersed in the role, with a boundless imagination. The general merely chuckled and smoothed over the situation, subsequently savoring the tender beef dipped in sauce and honey. Imagination, you say? I would argue, dear friends, that the realm of composite flow methods in the 26th issue of Elemental Frontier showcases a far richer imagination than that of Miss Annabelle. Torres did not lift his gaze. The molten cake was meticulously sliced into 6 uniformly small pieces beneath his knife. Mijero's conciliatory words crystallized into ice within him. As he turned to strike at another guest, how could one hope to control the energy phase calibration in a mere 0.3 seconds, yet aspire to allow a camel to pass through the eye of a needle via an expanding aperture? What say you, Master Lilith? Not much. At least, that was an innovative thought amidst the chaos, rather than a mere capitulation to tradition. Lilith pierced the arrangement on her plate with her silver fork, lifting a sprig of rosemary, frost tracing the spices along the silver, yet she consumed it. For how could one satisfy the demands of compressing costs without engaging with the turbulent energies, Master Torres? I, for one, concur with Master Torres. Perhaps a third solution exists? At that moment, Mal inadvertently scooped a spoonful of caviar with his silver spoon, sending the chilled pearls into the flames burning beneath the tower, melding ice and fire. For surely they need not be simply conjoined? Just as the chef did not merely toss ice into the fire to roast, did he, Master? Lilith and Torres' gazes finally converged upon Mal. Just as they were about to speak, their attention was interrupted by the oblivious General Majero, who noted the peculiar atmosphere. Gentlemen, do not squander the culinary delights before you. For instance, try this military protein gel, capable of healing the wounds of the injured. I believe it could also mend some trivial fissures. Moreover, its texture is as delightful as that of jelly, is it not? Alas, I am full and must make a trip to the restroom. At that moment, Mal spoke up, facing the general's dark, gun-like gaze. He rose from the table, taking a pristine white napkin. Even though I'm not entirely full, I would like to return later with some appetite for wine. What do you all think? Ha ha ha. Dr. Cliff, you appear younger than the last time I saw you. General Majero squinted his eyes and chuckled, and I see you are a youthful connoisseur of spirits. Just like me. Mal turned to leave, the napkin crumpled in his palm. Yet as he stepped out of the Emerald Hall, he encountered Annabelle, who stood on the hotel balcony, gazing at the distant scenery. Under the moonlight, her enchanting silhouette drew the attention of numerous guests and attendants. Yet none dared to disturb the only princess of this tranquil night, except for Mal, whose hands were tightly clenched. He hurried toward the balcony, pushing open the glass door and standing behind her. This was a unique angle. With a mere shove, Annabelle could tumble from the balcony, and with a single thrust, the blade could precisely pierce her heart. My apologies, clocks. Annabelle turned, only to see Mal extending a napkin as white as snow toward her. As she grasped the corner of the napkin, the healing magic swiftly coursed through her body from the opposite end, dispelling all effects of the hellish amber. Mal observed her calmly, this gesture of goodwill requiring no additional words. Annabelle's lashes fell, obscuring the reflection in her eyes, while her smile blossomed like a crystal moonflower. Oh, the refreshing chill of your healing magic is more invigorating than any restorative tonic. Chapter 17. Arament, the City of Elements at last. The faint light of dawn streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Emerald Hall, signifying the conclusion of a banquet that had stretched into the entirety of midnight. In truth, as a lavish reception for esteemed guests, the festivities had concluded around 10 o'clock the previous night. The subsequent 6 hours of revelry were entirely the domain of Bacchus. Under General Majero's guidance, exquisite wines from the Republic Hotel were transported to the banquet hall by the crate, not only in the main hall, but also in the side chamber where Enlewin was located. And it was not just the invited guests who indulged, as even the servers and chefs partook in this wild celebration. It is uncertain when the proceedings began to spiral out of control. Perhaps when each excited guest received at least 2 or 3 bottles of wine. Enlewin's plans were completely overshadowed by the unexpected revelry. The role of victor was initially intended to subtly catalyze the discord between elemental mages and the military's arcane forces. However, all his insinuations and provocations proved far less effective than the intoxicating liquids contained within the bottles. At first, when the servers began to present even more complimentary fine wines, the guests in the side chamber merely regarded it as an enhancement to the banquet. The Arament people never grew weary of prolonged festivities, especially the Satine officers who believed in seizing the day while intoxicated. Thus, only a handful of mages who could not drink departed, while the remaining guests embraced this challenge of extended revelry. The antagonistic Satine officers and elemental mages commenced their duel with their wine glasses, pouring copious amounts of liquor into their stomachs. Even as their faces flushed and their rationality blurred, they grasped their bottles as if they were weapons, unscrewing the caps. Be it ice or fire, whether in goblets or military flasks, the heated atmosphere escalated as the alcohol dulled their senses. With all present continuing to indulge in excessive drinking amidst cheers devoid of coherent thought, surrendering completely to the madness induced by the spirits. Then, as the last officer and elemental mage collapsed, raucous laughter echoed throughout the side chamber, the elegance and restraint of 2 hours prior having dissipated entirely. With the duel concluded, both factions appeared to reconcile, exchanging high fives and cheers, collectively reveling in jubilation. The atmosphere surged to a climax, as if Bacchus had resolved all disputes and cleared away every shadow, allowing humanity to revel in unrestrained ecstasy. Yet, Enlewin recognized that such exuberance was merely a deceptive facade of intoxication. He too had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol to maintain the guise of victor, He could not refuse the invitations of the elemental mages and was compelled to drink more than he wished. Although the former drunkard, Luan, was not entirely lacking in drinking capacity, he had been intermittently relying on his subjective perspective for an extended period, without Mal's healing magic to restore his condition. Coupled with the alcohol enhancing the illusions in his mind, Luan's state was far from optimistic. However, the situation was about to worsen. Leaning back on the sofa, Luan clearly observed that as the revelry reached its zenith, an exhaustion assailed the guests whose rationality remained clouded. The long-suppressed dissatisfaction finally erupted from the drunken ramblings of several satin soldiers. All flash and no substance. It's as colorful as a rainbow. Well, a silver-plated spearhead isn't worth much, is it? When it comes to real action, it just withers away. Huh. And yet, they parade around boldly. Those barbaric Nadini folks would scoff. What do you call yourselves? Your parents must be rolling in their graves, being chased by the scum of Yalashi. Ha ha. We might lack skills, but why should we run to you for instruction? Send your commander to fight the enemy instead. Oh, please. They were wiped out by a mere magic formation and thought it was divine retribution. Ha ha. The elemental sorcerers were not to be outdone. Some, in their stupor, retorted sharply. The nature of drunken men is akin to kindling soaked in oil, igniting with the slightest spark, and the officer's bloodshot, hazy eyes ignited with fury. The most inebriated lieutenant, in a fit of rage, drew his sidearm, aiming it at the opposing mage's hat, for he lacked the capacity to aim at the head. This only incited the sorcerer's laughter to escalate further. They gazed at the officers as though they were foolish pigs. What's the hold up? If you're all about real action, point that rusty iron stick and shoot. Ha ha ha. To hell with you. Come on. Death counts as a win. Bastard, step up. The arcane mage among the officers, incensed, already looked down upon the elemental sorcerers. The violet arcane brilliance flickered in his hands. Other arcane officers, unwilling to be outdone, rallied behind him, challenging. Who are you cursing? Coward? Mad dog? Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. The arcane officers and the irate elemental mages took their respective sides, their potent energies palpable in the air. It seemed the elemental sorcerers had long awaited such an opportunity to unleash their violence. And the ruthless officers showed no signs of tempering their ferocity, like a powder keg set to explode. As Luan, along with other overly intoxicated guests, shook off their stupor, they realized that the atmosphere had swiftly devolved from camaraderie to one where bloodshed seemed inevitable. Instantly grasping the gravity of the situation, Luan understood that a genuine conflict must not erupt. Should the two factions tear away their masks of feigned camaraderie, Mal's plans would be utterly disrupted, and the entire situation in Satin would be irrevocably altered. Persuasion was utterly futile against the inebriated leaders. In the deteriorating circumstances of subjective perspective, Luan was left with no recourse but to rely on his innate abilities. How to employ them? Although these mages, their minds dulled by alcohol, were unguarded in thought, it did not imply that Luan, in his even more compromised state, could freely manipulate their minds. Regardless of the approach, if conflict were to ensue, chaos would be unavoidable unless they maintained their standoff for a while longer, allowing Luan a moment to recollect his intelligence. What was his purpose for attending the banquet in the side hall? Luan struggled to recall his purpose for observing the officers and sorcerers in the side hall. What had he witnessed? He remembered that the intelligence needed to be conveyed to Mal, for that was the most crucial link. But what calamity was it? A backlash? Fear? Was it military in nature? From the elemental sorcerers? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him amidst his chaotic thoughts, and in that moment of clarity, he grasped the key to unraveling the situation. Scanning his surroundings, Luan finally spotted it. A painting, an enormous oil canvas depicting the elemental sorcerers of the 13th century subduing a catastrophic storm. His eyes glimmered with a vivid blue, light, color, magic, and thought intertwined, merging into his pupils. Without hesitation, he stumbled towards the coffee table, unnoticed by anyone, as inebriated men were a common sight in the side hall, unwittingly shrouding his actions. Colliding with the sofa, he bumped into a drunken officer who was fast asleep. The intoxicated officer merely tilted his head and continued to snore, his senses dulled by alcohol, presenting Luan with the perfect opportunity to feign collapse and reach for his sidearm. With trembling hands, he drew it from the belt, disengaged the safety, and instinctively aimed at the painting, having not touched a gun in nearly 3 years. With his thoughts consumed by the absence of others, he closed his eyes and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced the frame, and the lethargic nerves of everyone present took a moment to register the event before they turned their gaze toward the painting. By then, Yinlun had already slipped behind the sofa, relinquishing the gun beneath it. His mental tendrils penetrated the minds of the unsuspecting officers, swiftly navigating toward the sluggish consciousness of their leaders, intending to alter one critical detail. Their hazy eyes suddenly widened, pupils constricting to mere pinpricks, as cold sweat trickled down their faces in the sweltering air. Their legs trembled, magic extinguished, and the ensuing frantic screams erupted from their throats. Impossible. How can this be? A calamity. Elemental magic is useless. A monster. It has appeared. Run. Help me. Save me. The terrifying storm within the painting remained motionless. Yet Yinlun distorted the image projected into their vision into a writhing creature, even though the other sorcerers and officers remained unaffected. The drunken state of the leaders incited panic, causing them to believe the calamity was indeed manifesting. In an instant, the hall was filled with screams of terror, stirring the dazed servants and other awakened individuals into chaos. Now was the moment. Silence. There is nothing here. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Yinlun emerged from behind the sofa, approached the painting, and with a single punch, shattered the glass frame. His roar, coupled with the shattering glass, silenced everyone in the side hall. With shards embedding into his fist and blood spilling onto the floor, the pain served to sharpen his focus. He embodied the persona of the awakened and furious victor, determined to put an end to this farce. These foolish beings. Look at this. This is merely a painting. What have you reduced yourselves to? Go home. The banquet is over. The roar of Yinlun reverberated through the tranquil side hall, seemingly awakening the hazy reason of some individuals, halting their frantic actions, compelling everyone to recognize their inebriated state. Subsequently, Yinlun forcefully kicked open the grand doors of the banquet hall, calling upon the drowsy guards and attendants outside to escort their master home. The light from outside illuminated the untidy chaos within the side hall. With fury, Yinlun strode towards the exit, the faint glow of 4 a.m., casting a silhouette of his figure until all those in the side hall, struck into silence, could no longer see his retreating form. Yet, this was the utmost he could achieve. Upon rounding the corner and confirming he was out of sight, Yinlun was suddenly engulfed by darkness. His legs weakened, causing him to collapse onto the tiled floor of the hotel. His left hand, pierced by shards of glass, felt devoid of sensation, while the potent hallucinations from his intoxication and the lingering effects of alcohol dulled his consciousness. In the next moment, it seemed he would succumb to unconsciousness in the corridor of the Republic Hotel, until footsteps emerged from the swirling chaos ahead. A familiar voice echoed in Yinlun's ears. It had been merely a week, yet everything had reverted to this state. A hand pressed down on his right hand, which was struggling to support his weight. A warmth, so familiar it was almost overwhelming, surged into his chilled body. The drowsiness, intoxication, hallucinations, and the agony of blindness that had been gnawing at him dissipated in an instant with the warmth's embrace. His health restored, Yinlun opened his eyes, and as expected, the figure before him was Mar Claoux, a person he could trust implicitly. Then, he beheld the cause of Mark's apparent exasperation. Annabelle, soft and seemingly unconscious, was draped over Mark's back, her arm wrapped around his neck, appearing thoroughly intoxicated. This scene bore a striking resemblance to their encounter 7 days prior when they had escaped the specter. Furthermore, there was a fourth individual, the 6th-level mage, Lilith, trailing behind Mark, scrutinizing him. She too was unsteady, leaning against the wall to maintain her balance, each step causing the ice beneath her long boots to crackle, as if that were the only means to steady herself. Look at that, including yourself, 3 inebriates. I must escort 3 drunken souls home. Yinlun, these 2 are so intoxicated that even my healing magic cannot fully alleviate their stupor. Fortunately, you have not consumed such an excess of alcohol. Mark urged Yinlun to follow him and Annabelle, introducing Lilith, the esteemed master, indicating she would be joining them in the same carriage. Why aren't you calling for Cliff and Victor now? Moreover, this is a debt to be settled on your account, young lad. It was you who insisted on dragging that old fellow to drink. You have heard tales of his capacity. You, protected by your spells, are unafraid. Yet you have implicated both me and Miss Annabelle. Shouldn't you assist us in wrapping this up? Annabelle, unable to move or speak, emitted faint sounds in agreement with Lilith's assertion. If I do not act this way, how will I capture your attention? Master Lilith, you are indeed the very person I ventured all this way to Aramet. Furthermore, my apologies to Miss Annabelle. Upon exiting the grand doors of the Republic Hotel, the quartet arrived at the roadside beside the prearranged taxi. Mal opened the door and gently lifted Annabelle, placing her in the back seat. 2 prominent figures attending such an elite soiree, without bodyguards or attendants. Who could have anticipated this? "Please, settle in," exclaimed Mal, this esteemed guest. Could it be? And Lilith the master? The driver turned back, nearly startled out of his wits by the occupants in the rear. Soon after, Lewin took the seat beside the driver and patted his hand. "Ah, it's you, old George. Let us get going. Dr. Cliff will ensure your remuneration is ample." As for Dr. Cliff, you must recount the events that unfolded at the hotel and why they escalated to this point. If at any moment you find yourself overwhelmed by drink, simply find a way to pass me that napkin within reach, and I shall assist in reviving your spirits. Upon returning to the entrance of the Emerald Hall, Mal and Annabelle formed a temporary alliance once more. This arrangement, Miss Annabelle, I trust is quite advantageous. Annabelle's amiable demeanor remained a mystery to Mal, leaving him to learn how to exploit it to his benefit. Mal pushed open the grand door, with Annabelle trailing closely behind. As they re-entered the banquet hall, General Majero fixed his piercing gaze upon Mal, and upon his return to the table, the general pushed a sizable bottle of wine towards him. "Dr. Cliff, a promise is a promise. Please indulge." Mal raised his glass of red wine, smiling as he toasted with Majero. He subsequently raised his glass in salute to Torres, Lilith, and Annabelle, downing the contents in one gulp. "Come now, do attempt to outdrink me, General Majero. Yet, let us not squander this bounty of red wine and champagne. We cannot consume it all. Perhaps you might send it to the esteemed guests in the adjoining hall? A drink shared solely between us would be dreadfully dull. Wouldn't you agree, everyone? Ha ha, a fine lad. You possess a discerning palate." Majero's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained, and his gaze toward Mal transformed into one reminiscent of a naval commander eyeing the Arahisi. The shield of the deer demon and the red dragon. The wine glass now served as his weapon. And it was rare for Majero to find joy in a challenge posed by Mal. "Listen well, gentlemen, let us distribute the wine. Tonight, the entire stock of the Republic Hotel shall be free of charge. However, ensure there is enough left for me and this gentleman here. We shall drink heartily." Chapter 18. The stage is set. Perhaps I need not elaborate further. At 3:40 a.m., that old codger Majero finally succumbed, falling into a stupor. Getting him intoxicated was akin to inebriating a bull. He was cunning, and unless I deliberately lowered the potency of my spells, feigning imminent drunkenness, he would not be enticed to drink further. Miss Annabelle was entirely unable to hold her liquor. Fortunately, she was not the focus of Majero's attention. Her acceptance of my overtures indicated that, for the foreseeable future, she posed no threat to us. The price for this alliance was my obligation to safeguard her. Hence our frequent exchanges of handkerchiefs, through which I discreetly conveyed magic to heal her. As for Torres, he undoubtedly has myriad inquiries he wishes to pose to me. Alas, his ally, Majero, has rendered him speechless with drink, leaving him with no opportunity to ask. When Torres awakens from his stupor, at what hour will it be on the morrow? That is a query only he can answer. Moreover, this was certainly an unforeseen gamble, Inloan. I mistakenly believed that alcohol could regulate the situation in the side hall, preventing Majero's confidants from entering after I incapacitated him. After all, I must maintain control over the circumstances once everyone has succumbed to inebriation, thus misjudging the turn of events in the side hall. Fortunately, Inluan, you have adeptly resolved this potential hazard on my behalf. Consequently, we can deem our operation in Element a resounding success. Upon our departure, we ought to take a brief respite to celebrate this inaugural victory, Inluan. On July 29th, within the Ghost Trauma Recovery Center, a sign indicating closure for the day now adorns the clinic's entrance. Annabelle has been escorted back to her travel accommodations by several individuals, while Mal has preemptively declared their triumph within the clinic. Inluan is beset by confusion and concern. For him, inviting Lilith to the clinic may merely represent a phase of the plan rather than its conclusion. Lilith, with her arms crossed defiantly, adopts a posture of haughty disdain, and with a hint of sarcasm, she reminds Mal that she has yet to hear his thoughts. Could it be that you, too, are a master of mind control? A grand sixth-level practitioner concealed in plain sight? Just because I am present does not mean I shall obediently heed your commands. Little one, the method of blending ice and fire you mentioned yesterday remains, to this moment, an unfulfilled promissory note. There is no need for me to reiterate the explanation of that principle. Master Lilith, perhaps you should peruse this letter from Major Franvisor, whom you regard as a mentor. Mal retrieves a letter from the medical toolbox, its envelope bearing evident scorch marks from a lightning strike, indicative of the poor condition in which it was penned, and hopes you can decipher its contents. Furthermore, Major Fran's current state is hardly optimistic, although Majero may be excessively inebriated for the next few days. Once he regains his faculties, he will undoubtedly recall the physician, Dr. Cliff, who intoxicated him, along with that invitation which ought not to have been in my possession. Fran has not reported to the military for several days. They may already be suspecting whether he is privy to the truths of the disaster plan. You and the other practitioners of the symposium should offer him some protection. As you know, he did not willingly enlist in the military. The sentiments expressed in the letter brim with resentment towards Satine, and rallying young officers like him would undoubtedly bolster the symposium's endeavors. Fear not. Element shall not relinquish a young and loyal fourth-level practitioner. As for this letter, by the grace of the light god, Fran would never speak falsehoods. Setting down the letter, Lilith removes her glasses, closes her eyes, and her pallid fingertips gently tap against her temples, as if grappling with the words inscribed upon the page. The icy blockade within her thoughts is instantaneously shattered, akin to a student confronting a perplexing problem, suddenly glimpsing a novel solution. Lilith's brow furrows, as she appears to be repeatedly verifying the validity of this newfound understanding. After a moment, she opens her eyes, and the intense fluctuations in her gaze become increasingly lucid, revealing a joy akin to the epiphany of one who has been enlightened. Without her glasses, Lilith candidly expressed her thoughts. To be honest, Mar Claoux, your arrogant demeanor makes me want to utter some biting remarks to diminish you. However, akin to my encounter with Master Ryan of the Arcane Guild after last year's league, I cannot bring myself to say such things, for you are indeed correct. I can only acknowledge that both you and Ryan are true geniuses, inciting my envy. Why is it that I lack the capacity to foresee this seemingly simple answer? I find myself at a loss for words, or perhaps overwhelmed by the plethora of thoughts. I cannot presently articulate my evaluation of you. It is not surprising that I am at a loss, as the military's regulations and political interference have significantly curtailed experimental research among many practitioners, including yourself. Inlin, with widened eyes, struggled to comprehend the abrupt shift in Lilith's demeanor, while Mark wore a smile that suggested all was as it should be. Rest easy, Inlin, I can handle her matters. That said, do you now grasp why I perceive meeting you as the most arduous task, while persuading you is, paradoxically, the simplest aspect of the entire armament scheme? Ah, I see. Little one, you anticipated from the outset that I would respect the truth. Lilith donned her glasses, nodding in approval, her smile tinged with nostalgia and resonance. If only my mentor, Master Ruba, were still alive, he would surely connect with a young talent like you. I despise the arrogance and confidence of others. Yet he was a faithful servant to the truth. However, do not presume that your concept is flawless. Only your experiments are satisfactory, while other notions harbor significant theoretical errors and practical challenges that cannot be overlooked. Naturally, I am aware that this plan is rife with oversights. For instance, the manufacturing process of the runes requires substantial breakthroughs, and machines capable of fully utilizing composite elemental flows exist only in theory. Nonetheless, this is the task that falls to you. As a fortunate outsider, my speculations ought to conclude here. Now, let us discuss your stance, Master Lilith. Having learned all this, you are evidently calmer than Fran. What course of action will you pursue? Inlin found a corner of the clinic's bed and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. As for Mark and Lilith, with consensus and trust established, their objective was to devise a truly viable plan that would disrupt the current balance of power. With only two paths before us, ascendance or self-destruction, I stand as the voice of Aramet, representing the elemental arts and the city that has endured for millennia. Betrayal is our only choice. This is clear to both of us, Claoux. There are indeed numerous methods to pursue ascendance. That Torres, you must be able to discern his covetous gaze towards elemental arts. If the Arcane Guild truly holds elemental arts in such disdain, their indifference towards us is the finest form of contempt. Their provocations and tests only signify ulterior motives. I have long heard that the advancement of arcane arts has reached an impasse. We need machines. Thus, exchanging some ancient scrolls for the manufacturing techniques of rune machines seems quite advantageous. Moreover, I believe the Dwarven Kingdom has long grown weary of the Guild's monopoly on the export of runes. Those dwarves who cannot wield magic would surely welcome the rivalry between our two magical factions. Importing raw materials and finished machines from them is not a daunting task. We can send elemental mages to assist them in their research, just as we currently dispatch our sorcerers to Saturn, ensuring that these goods can be procured at a reasonable price. However, these strategies cannot circumvent the most pressing dilemma, Claoux. The mere mention of his name evokes the greatest concern of Lilith. I surmise that even if Saturn were to consent to the independence of Aramet, it would only exist as a nation within a nation in the southern realms of Saturn. Any approach or concept will inevitably be thwarted by his influence. Aramet lacks the floating city of the guild. Saturn will never permit a second guild to rise upon its lands. Lilith clapped her hands, spreading her arms with a sardonic smile, exclaiming, Behold, an intractable deadlock. It seems Ariment is destined for obliteration. Perhaps we should indulge in more wine and contemplate an early demise. Ha ha ha. Heh heh. Unless, of course, Mal could discern Lilith's implication. Her jest was both an inquiry and a plea for assistance. Their eyes met, and he recognized the sharpness of her gaze, as if she sought to dissect his soul to unveil his true intentions. At that moment, Mal genuinely smiled, unless Satin itself descends into chaos, preoccupied with its own turmoil. Perhaps even the downfall of Ariment would present you with an opportunity, wouldn't it? And you? Are you here to seek my aid for that very purpose, correct? Ha ha. Indeed, master, you are truly a master. Conversing with a sage such as yourself is a true delight. Mal nodded, understanding that the crux of their communication lay within this unspoken atmosphere. It was now his turn. A single Ariment, of course, could not significantly impact Satin. But what if we factor in the more southern strongholds of Roderick and Octopusport? If these three pivotal locations were to rise simultaneously, could Satin still quell their uprising with ease? Would the regions of Red Dragon and Univia remain steadfastly loyal to the northern Satin, rather than aligning themselves with the insurrection of the south? Lilith chuckled, though a subtle chill flickered in her eyes. You, little imp, are more audacious than I had imagined. You wish to instigate a civil war within Satin, do you? Do not be so quick to judge, Master Lilith. My father often instructed me to be a follower of the light and a pacifist, though I have not become the former. Yet, by pursuing this path, the wars between Satin and Being, and indeed the entire Middle-earth and the East, may very well be stillborn. To use war to avert war is the sole means of preventing a global conflict, is it not? Mal merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying Lilith's deeper inquiry. The initiative in their dialogue had shifted entirely into his grasp, and the choices laid before Lilith and all of Ariment had dwindled to but one. Thus, I implore you, make your choice. The circuit board now rests in the basement. Choose me, and the board along with its secrets will be bestowed upon you and Ariment, provided that you and this city align with my cause. Otherwise, this circuit board may very well find itself on the desks of General Majuro or President Fulcrinen. Oh, of course, there exists a third option. In an instant, Lilith rose, a silver wand materializing in her palm, its sharp tip pressed against Mal's forehead. The 6 elemental cores shimmering with their distinct luminescence. A chilling mist enveloped his calves, howling blades of wind spiraled at his sides. Scorching flames hovered at the back of his head, and rumbling lightning tore through the air before him, while heavy metal instantaneously restrained his arms. And tendrils laden with toxic spores targeted his heart. The expression beneath Lilith's hat was shrouded in shadow. She merely chanted the incantation for half a second, and with another half second, she could snuff out Mal's life. However, this choice bears a dilemma, Master Lilith. How can you be certain that I possess only one circuit board, when only I and Inlin are privy to its existence? As long as the equations necessary for its creation exist, its emergence is merely a matter of time. Mal remained motionless, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Lilith and her potent, yet impotent threat. Indeed, you have the right to end my life here. Yet you find yourself devoid of options, Lilith. I do not require options. It is always you geniuses who create them. I merely beseech you for a promise. And beyond that, both I and the Symposium shall willingly serve as your pawns. A promise regarding the lives of 340,000 people in Ariment? If that is the case. Certainly, no problem at all. Mal nodded, swearing by the name of Claucas that Ariment would remain safe. The 6 elemental spells dissipated into the air, and Lilith could no longer bear the weight of her exertion, collapsing onto the clinic's sofa. A profound sense of helplessness and fatigue washed over her, shattering her pride and confidence, akin to the moment a decade ago when she mastered the 6th element and her mentor, Master Ruber, informed her that she must represent Ariment in the league against the formidable sorcerer, Linen Bernhardt. The silver, weighty wand clattered to the ground, and Mal stepped forward, grasping her hand. His smile chilled her more than the strongest ice magic, yet she could only allow him to shake her hand. Pleasure to collaborate, Miss Lilith. You understand what I require of you, do you not? Get lost, little imp. Before confronting reality, allow me a moment of quietude. Lilith removed her hat and glasses, draped her robe over her, and closed her eyes. Perhaps it was a hangover, or perhaps the sunlight was too daunting to face. She shut her eyes and soon succumbed to slumber on Mal's sofa. Mal extinguished the clinic's lights, approached the door, and opened it, allowing the morning sun at 7 o'clock to illuminate the dim room. Is this not a fortuitous turn of events? Now, you can devote yourself wholeheartedly to the pursuits you cherish. Chapter 19. Before the next stop on the final day of August, 8 months prior. The once popular Phantom Trauma Rehabilitation Center in the Red Zone closed its doors. the sign was taken down, and the seminar rented the premises, reportedly transforming it into a free tutoring program focused on various elemental techniques for military training. Dr. Cliff and his assistant never reappeared in the city. Some claimed that the adventurous Dr. Cliff had embarked on yet another journey, promising to return with thrilling tales from the east, the 100 cherry blossoms, and even the desolate wastelands. Others spoke of a more sinister fate, suggesting that Dr. Cliff had been secretly confined for declining a military invitation. As for the authorities, neither the seminar nor the Satin Army issued any statements regarding the matter. Soon, the legend of Dr. Cliff, as swiftly as it had spread, faded into obscurity. Occasionally, one might spot soldiers in disguise searching for Dr. Cliff's whereabouts. Naturally, a number of officers were equally eager to meet his assistant, Victor, whose commanding presence had earned the admiration of all officers and practitioners. Regrettably, since that fateful night, both individuals had seemingly vanished from existence. Some claimed to have glimpsed them on a train, yet the ticket office held no records of their passage. As for Major Fran, he was demoted to captain due to negligence. It was said that during that period, he wandered in a daze, his despondency unlike that of others. Fran had not succumbed to vice, nor did he indulge in the alcohol he once cherished. Unfortunately, no one could coax him out of his home, nor engage him in conversation. It seemed as though Fran's soul had been imprisoned within his own realm, leaving visitors only to witness the traces of his furious outbursts, and his feeble body slumped unconscious upon his bed. Eventually, the seminar attendees took him away, and it was rumored that he met his mentor, Master Lilith. After an extensive conversation, Lilith succeeded in rekindling Fran's spirit, and one of the rooms in the clinic became the venue for his continued instruction of soldiers in elemental techniques. Strangely, following that dialogue, Fran devoted himself even more diligently to teaching the soldiers. His once fiery temper vanished, and behaviors that would have previously provoked his ire now elicited only a wry smile. An increasing number of soldiers willingly participated in his training, until his subordinates had, to varying degrees, mastered 2 or 3 elements, with some even surpassing him to achieve 4 elements, resulting in the absence of any single element practitioners in his teaching. The awakening of Fran sparked much discussion among the populace, with the majority considering it a positive development, including the military, which later reinstated his rank of major. Yet, those who were close to him could discern that his eyes had grown dim, with only cold anger and sorrow occasionally flickering across his visage. Fran Visar resembled a block of frigid fuel, perhaps destined to one day have his repressed fury burn alongside his very soul. Master Lilith Yodel was the last patient to leave the clinic, after which the establishment ceased to function as a clinic altogether. She seems to have been cured of some ailment, and as the true spokesperson of the seminar, she seldom appears before the public or the military. Even though the military's regulations restrict Element from conducting elemental experiments at will, Lilith is deeply engrossed in the tomes and materials of elemental magic. Seemingly oblivious to the political landscape around her, it appears that she has found her soul calling in dedicating her soul to the study of elemental arts. There are whispers that she has revisited her university notebooks, meticulously documenting data and sketches, and she even clandestinely departed from the city to travel to the Dwarven Kingdom and the Arcane Guild. The seminar seems to harbor no objections to this. Rumors circulate that in the upcoming League in December, Master Lilith may triumph over the wizards, restoring her reputation in the magical realm, much like when she first appeared at the International Sorcerers League at the tender age of 20. The report submitted by Majero indicates a subtle transformation in Element. Although Satine is uneasy, the situation appears to be improving. Consequently, it remains oblivious to this change, still believing that Element will remain as loyal as during the war with Ulysii. The Griffin now keeps a watchful eye on the lone wolf, baying, who is equally intent on its own objectives. In preparation for this impending confrontation, Satine will sharpen its claws to the utmost, dismissing all else as inconsequential. Beneath the surface, the shifting tides of the situation are concealed, and the true instigator has already departed from the City of Elements. He shall not return until Satine's Dragon Eagle insignia is removed from the Rainbow Bridge. Mal's gaze has turned toward his homeland. The flourishing city named after the only ruler of humans, flower spirits, and elves during the Satine Empire, Roderick's dominion. Was the design of that circuit board a coincidence? Or was it a creation you had meticulously planned? Stripped of Victor's exterior, inland, now free of the wrinkles on his face and the fabricated scars on his arms, is reviewing the details of their operation with Mal. It is undoubtedly the latter. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? Even during my time at Demer University, I had already grasped the paradox of elemental vortices through the commemorative assignments of senior students in the archives. Naturally, My identity as a junior in the Francois program was fabricated. The senior's work bore no name. So I thought it fitting to borrow his name and topic for my own use. In the second-class carriage, Mal appears quite relaxed, reclining against the back of his seat, casually discussing past topics while ordering himself a cup of coffee. At this moment, he resembles a spirited and cheerful young college student, and no one would associate him with the schemer intent on toppling Satine. Even Inland, at this juncture, perceives him as genuinely relaxed, with traces of youthful features still adorning his face. However, one can only hope he is truly prepared rather than blindly confident. As for the blueprint of the circuit board, I had long since discarded it during my move. Had Lilith truly harbored murderous intent at that time, the circuit board may not have seen the light of day for quite some time. Alas, after reading the letter, she had already made her decision. Whether her subsequent actions of retreating to advance or prompting inquiries were mere tests of my understanding of the situation remains to be seen. Once I became convinced of the extent of my own agency, she could only present her final conditions. By the way, Inluan, do you still have stationery and ink from your procurement and element? Yes. Are you planning to write to someone? Inluan rummaged through his travel trunk and produced a stack of writing paper and a bottle of elemental ink, a specialty of Element, reputed to lack the unpleasant odor of industrial ink, instead offering a unique and refreshing fragrance. A person you will soon recognize. Do you recall our next destination? As Inluan observed Mal spread out the writing paper, he removed the feather pin to his suit collar, dipped it in the elemental ink, and slowly inscribed at the beginning of the letter, to Dear Lube. Your home, the Roderick Autonomous Region, is it not? That place is quite mysterious. Few who have never truly visited are aware of its affairs. I count myself among them. I only know that their floral industry is thriving. Education and healthcare are universally accessible and free, and that most of the inhabitants resemble humans yet possess botanical features, flower fae, to be precise. It seems there are even a couple of members of parliament who are flower fae. However, they do not appear to be from Roderick. Indeed, the recipient of my letter is precisely one such flower fae, a rose fae named Lubu Michel Rosevi. What is her relation to you? A tool for your purposes? A partner? Or a new colleague? Currently, she is the second, and she may also be the third. It depends on her, as well as on you. However, there is no need for you to understand the reasons just yet. You will grasp my meaning once you have met her a few times. Mal wrote swiftly as if he were painting, the quill in his hand flowing like a pencil, elegantly drafting the essence of the letter. Unfortunately, Mal's handwriting was always quite free-spirited. Without careful scrutiny, Inluan would not be able to discern what he was penning. She is my childhood friend. However, to avoid inciting her ire upon your introduction, I feel it is necessary to share certain aspects about her, but you must offer compensation. Compensation? What do you mean? An exchange of equivalents. I shall recount tales from her youth, and you must share stories from your own childhood. I have nearly pieced together the matters concerning the Lianzhu party and Satin. So that is the case, he chuckled. Clocks, using another's narrative to extract my personal information. Do you not find this arrangement rather inequitable? I know next to nothing about you, apart from the fact that you have been busy with ambition since your university graduation. Mal lifted his head, dipping the quill once more into the ink. There is no need to rush. This time we are not pressed for time as we were in Element, scrambling to fabricate false identities and hurriedly procure goods or rent accommodations. We shall rest in Roderick for a few days, taking the opportunity to observe the situation in my hometown, which I have not seen with my own eyes for 4 years. During our stay in Roderick, you may reside with me at the Clock's household. My father is not a taciturn man. You will undoubtedly learn more about my past from him than I could ever reveal. Ha ha ha. I shall look forward to hearing the old gentleman recount the mundane past of this saint. Yet, as Inluan laughed heartily, his gaze began to darken with nostalgia, and he sighed, slowly beginning to narrate his past. Where should I begin? I was born in 1815 into the Ivanov family of Losking, a distinguished noble lineage within the illustrious Losking Empire. Unlike other noble families that boast military accolades, ours is rooted in the ancient traditions of shamanism. It is a well-known fact among historians that for any empire to endure, it must command the allegiance of the sorceress class. The Losking Empire epitomizes this principle, as shamans and the natural arts are monopolized by the aristocracy, with noble blood being the exclusive path to sorceress inheritance. A person endowed with exceptional magical talent, if lacking in fortune, may never encounter a noble capable of unearthing their gifts, thus relegating them to a life devoid of magic. Conversely, should fortune smile upon them, they might only serve as a steward or bodyguard to a noble, acquiring merely the rudiments of natural magic to assist in the noble's defense and battles. Should their luck be even greater, and a noble impart their knowledge of magic, it often signifies that the noble's days are numbered, necessitating the individual to become the great sorcerer who upholds the family's prestige while swiftly training an heir or other progeny to become a new shaman. Being born into such a lineage, my grandfather was the family patriarch, a retired shamanic bishop. My father, Sergei Olegovich Ivanov, was a high-ranking shaman, likely a level 4 sorcerer by international standards, and held the title of count. My mother, Astasia Sergeyevna Ivanov, was the daughter of a major general in Losking. Her innate magical abilities were so negligible as to be almost disregarded, compounded by her severe asthma and polio. In Losking, women were barred from learning the natural arts. So to maximize her potential, her father arranged her marriage at the tender age of 17 to Count Sergei. This was, of course, a political union. The proud Sergei could hardly fall in love with a frail and unremarkable woman. It was a decision made by my grandfather, rooted in the hope that any magical prowess could be passed down through the Ivanov bloodline, thereby elevating the family's standing. Astasia did not disappoint. She bore 3 sons for Count Sergei: Dmitri, his elder brother and heir Bjorn, and their younger sibling Misha, each possessing distinct magical abilities. Bjorn inherited his mother's talent, the art of pain transference. Upon marrying into the Ivanov family, Astasia was regarded by Sergei as a source of shame, for she lacked social grace and was nearly devoid of any capabilities. He would often chastise her for her faux pas at high society gatherings. Initially, Astasia endured in silence. But as her patience waned and she realized Sergei was incapable of liberating her, she employed her meager magical abilities against him, though her powers were weak. The compounded suffering of violence, asthma, and polio upon Sergei compelled him to lower his fists. Moreover, when my grandfather discovered this act, he meted out severe punishment to Sergei. For any harm inflicted upon Astasia could jeopardize the children he so eagerly anticipated. It was not until Bjorn's birth that Sergei's social standing surged, and thereafter, Astasia faced no further adversity. Bjorn is far more fortunate than his mother, who suffers from severe disabilities. He is merely blind. While it may seem incomprehensible to the average person that a blind individual could inherit the family legacy, the grandfather and father of the shaman family, Sergei, are aware that shamans can attain a semblance of vision through rigorous training in their perception of nature. In contrast, Dmitri's hallucinations and mental frailty, along with Misha's intellectual deficiencies, are irreparable. Moreover, Dmitri's subjective perceptions are weak, accompanied by severe side effects, although Misha possesses innate arcane abilities. His intelligence is woefully inadequate, causing him to uncontrollably hurl powerful arcane novas into the garden. From a young age, Dmitri received little attention from his family. After determining his magical prowess to be of little use, his grandfather treated him as a failure, while his parents were indifferent to his existence. His father focused on nurturing the more talented eldest brother, while his mother was solely concerned with producing a genius to elevate her status as a noblewoman. A goal she failed to achieve even after losing her ability to bear children. In stark contrast, the bond among the 3 brothers is remarkably harmonious. Bjorn dislikes the burden of a blind man's cane and the overwhelming nature of his visual experience. The magical world that enchants shamans holds no allure for him. He prefers to be guided by Dmitri and Misha. Dmitri attends an unremarkable noble school, where life is exceedingly dull, leaving his thirst for knowledge unquenched. Meanwhile, Bjorn receives an excellent private education from a court tutor, yet he is compelled to bear the weight of expectations from his grandfather and parents, struggling toward a goal that fails to ignite his interest. For him, the sole purpose of knowledge is to share it with the inquisitive Dmitri and Misha. Both boys yearn to exchange their lives, much like prisoners in separate cells envy one another's circumstances. As for Misha, he is indifferent to worldly troubles and concerns. As long as he can walk alongside his 2 brothers, the road ahead promises infinite happiness. Had Bjorn not surreptitiously shown Dmitri the book about Saturn that day, Dmitri might never have become an inland. On the day he graduated from middle school, Dmitri received a pamphlet from the Lienzhutang, extolling the superiority of Saturn's democratic system and criticizing the backwardness of Loskin. It condemned Loskin's industrial system for its reliance on guild imports, the noble aristocracy's monopolization of power and military might, and the burdensome lives of the impoverished farmers and artisans. It even claimed that Loskin's army could be defeated by the troll tribes living in the snowy mountains to the east. The spokesperson for the Lienzhutang asserted that only by establishing an egalitarian democratic state, liberating both the mages and industrialists, could Loskin truly free itself from poverty and weakness. Initially, Dmitri dismissed these ideas. He saw no faults in Loskin and found nothing particularly special about foreign lands. Since childhood, His family had instilled in him the belief that the ice blood royalty, bound to the ice dragon, are the apostles of the light god, and that he and the ministers are the most intelligent people in the world, leading a nation that is undoubtedly correct. The notion of democracy, which mixes fools with the wise, he regarded as utterly foolish. Until Bjorn presented him with that book, The Emperor and the Commoners, penned by the esteemed Grod Waisley, the official chronicler of the Satin Republic. The passages within Grod Waisley's work, depicting the state of the nation and various social conflicts, though directed at the 18th century Satin Empire, struck Dmitri as a critique of the present-day Loskin, with its noble and royal infighting, the hunger and madness of the impoverished, and the wealthy yet inept landowners and bureaucrats. The parallels between this and Loskin were striking. Upon encountering this book, it was as if the frozen coal had met a thunderbolt, the icy exterior instantly transforming into fervent heat. Through the clandestine acquisition of the book from Bjorn, Dmitri gained insights into the broader world, the orderly realm of the elves, the systematically distributed dwarven kingdom, the flourishing Satin Republic, and even the mysterious East, a land devoid of hunger and illiteracy under the guidance of its sages. In stark contrast to the truly gifted sages of the East, the self-proclaimed chosen emperor of Loskin appeared nothing more than a jester. Merely acquiring such knowledge in Loskin amounted to a betrayal of the law and the state, a betrayal of the emperor and the god of light. Dmitri's worldview underwent a profound upheaval. In this transformative process, emulating Grod Waisley, he adopted the pen name Iluin Sergei and asked to send Dmitri to Kalin University to study law, unaware that their son was no longer the second son of the Ivanov family, but rather an informant for the League of Pearls, known as Iluin. Iluin confided his secrets to his two brothers. Though Bjorn did not grasp the significance of overthrowing the monarchy, he trusted his clever brother's actions were undoubtedly right, at least more so than those of the court's teachers and the shaman bishops. As for Misha, he even wished to join the League of Pearls, but Iluin, fearing Misha's inability to keep secrets, declined his request. The support of his two brothers further solidified Iluin's conviction that he was on a righteous path. When sleep eluded him at night, he recited the League's declaration of uprising, witnessing the appalling injustices and collusions at the university. He envisioned the destruction of all that after the establishment of a democratic state. Upon reading the newspaper's pathetic embellishments of Loskin's turmoil and backwardness, he contemplated how to avert such pitfalls and create a true paradise of equality after the League's victory. Unfortunately, this period came to an abrupt halt 4 years ago. In November 1836, the holy month of the Faith of Light, the League's leader, Yakov, deemed the moment ripe for action. They infiltrated the capital, Ladislav Fortress, preparing to strike while Emperor Vladimir II was at the state cathedral, intending to demolish the church, assassinate the emperor, seize control of the capital, and command the nation. The plan unfolded flawlessly. The cathedral collapsed, Vladimir II was struck down, and citizens rallied in response. Yet, they grossly underestimated the shaman attendants accompanying the emperor. Amidst the ruins of the church, they safeguarded the prince, preventing the rebels from completely eliminating the royal family and plunging into a street battle against the aristocracy. However, the prolonged conflict was detrimental to the League. Soon, the shaman, leveraging the prince's bloodline, summoned the ice dragon bound by contract to assault the insurgents. While the ice dragon Kilifakel harbored dissatisfaction towards the icy-blooded royalty, it was compelled by the constraints of its covenant to feign an attack against the rebels. Although the insurgents perceived that the ice dragon bore no inclination to attack them, they had already squandered their most precious opportunity to obliterate the ice-blood royal family. Even if the ice dragon refrained from intervening, as long as it circled above Ladislav Fortress, the berserker legions surrounding the capital would soon learn of the dire situation. These soldiers, meticulously trained to be merciless killers, surged into the capital, indiscriminately slaughtering both the insurgents and innocent civilians, leaving the Lianshodang insurgents utterly powerless to retaliate. At this juncture, defeat was inevitable for the Lianshodang. A single misstep had rendered the Holy Moon Rebellion a total failure. With the ascension of the new emperor, the insurgents were cast into prison. Awaiting them was not a trial, but rather the pyre, an execution in accordance with the doctrine of the glorious faith, which condemned demons to flames. The civilian uprising that resulted in the assassination of Emperor Losking had irreparably shattered the faith in the empire, and the new emperor could not possibly allow them to survive. Iluin happened to be one of the fortunate ones. He was captured alongside the chief intelligence officer, Magpie, awaiting their fates. However, Magpie discovered a means for one person to escape. Having lost an arm to the berserkers, he knew he could not survive even if he managed to escape. Thus, he cast Inluan, who was merely burned by the explosion, out into the world. Possessing a unique perception, Inluan was able to discern the thoughts of the soldiers and guards. He exerted great effort to disguise himself as anything but an insurgent and ultimately managed to flee Ladislav Fortress. Upon returning home, Bjorn was both elated and anxious upon learning of Inluan's situation. The list of Lianshodang insurgents was soon to be disclosed to the nobility, and their parents would never permit the stain of Inluan's actions to linger within the family. Bjorn and Misha pooled their wages and pocket money to procure a train ticket to Saturn, even leveraging their resemblance to their brothers to provide Misha's identification to him. Inluan had no time to express his gratitude to his two brothers as he hurried to the station, racing against time. Once the news of the list reached the bureaucratic circles, his chances of escape would vanish. Fortunately, time was on his side, and Inluan successfully fled to Saturn, obtaining legal citizenship of the Republic under the guise of political asylum. The three brothers would never see each other again until one day. Inluan received a letter written in Bjorn's name, berating him. It condemned him for his disloyalty to the state, for his blasphemy against faith, and for tarnishing the Ivanov family's reputation. Upon reading the opening lines, Inluan tossed the letter into the furnace, incinerating it. This marked the final correspondence among the three brothers. Chapter 20. The Blade Bearer. So, in the end, did you not believe that the author of that letter could be your brother? Mal poured another cup of tea for the parched Inluan, marking the third cup since he began his tale. No, had it been my former self, I might have genuinely thought so. Bjorn and Misha, how inseparable we once were. They risked betraying the family's teachings to assist me, and I owe my survival entirely to their unwavering support. How could they possibly betray me? Inluan gestured to his own face. But Mal, do you realize how much time has passed? If I were to encounter him now, would we even recognize each other? For years, it's been 4 years. If Misha had attended university, he would have graduated by now. Do you truly believe that after 4 years of being immersed in the palace, Bjorn would still stand by my side? I am his brother, yet I am also a sinner in the eyes of all of Losjing. Even if he considers his own future, he would likely never acknowledge me. We have slain the Emperor of Losjing, a deed that is utterly unforgivable in the Empire. Indeed, for a single individual, for years is ample time to betray. Moreover, Inluan, we have not only witnessed the treachery of others, but we have also beheld the betrayal of Saturn. Let us not forget that two races, once bonded as intimate brothers, have now left no trace upon the land of Saturn, a transformation accomplished in less than 40 years. Indeed, one must never underestimate the influence of time. Inluan sighed, concluding his narrative with a casual remark. However, the speaker was unaware, while the listener was deeply affected. Mal felt as though a nerve had been struck by those words, plunging him into a reverie. To underestimate time seemed to evoke memories of that day when he hovered on the brink of life and death, dreams of desolate wastelands and a deceased throne, along with his own forewarning. Was that dream truly just a dream? An eerie premonition washed over Mal, suggesting that this dream might revisit him in the future, sending a chill down his spine as it seemed to herald something dreadful. Yet, when he regained his senses, he found Inluan gazing at him with curiosity. He shook his head, a gesture meant to reassure both Inluan and himself that all was well. Well then, it is my turn. Allow me to fetch another cup of coffee. I believe your experiences may resonate with mine. Lubomii Zairaswai, her surname, a representation of roses among the flower spirits. I first encountered her at an orphanage. I have seen orphanages on the outskirts of Lindon, which, rather than serving as welfare institutions, operate as profit-driven enterprises. The orphans there are treated as mere day laborers, compensated with meager portions of gruel and a spoon. Friendships among children are twisted into mere survival alliances, with the stronger preying upon the weaker. Furthermore, these establishments provide a convenient cover for the headmaster's human trafficking. The children brought here never long for home. Their will to escape and courage to resist systematically crushed by the headmaster and caregivers. The only potential saviors for these souls may well be the well-dressed gentlemen and ladies, adorned in fine attire, carrying parasols. These respectable figures, under the guise of charity, select their favored children to take home, merely paying an adoption fee of £100 or £200. On average, each orphanage has at least 200 such commodities. You may think this of little consequence. Indeed, the outskirts of Lindon and much of Saturn's cities, decaying like a festering ulcer, are rife with such corruption. However, I have seen Roderick's orphanage, a solitary establishment housing merely 50 children. The headmaster is a kindly daffodil spirit, a former lord, now in his 60s. The lifespan of flower spirits is typically around 45 years for humans, so this venerable headmaster has lived a long life. In his youth, he amassed considerable wealth in the other counties of Satin, intending to serve as lord once more. However, witnessing the annihilation of the flower spirit's neighbor, Windiger, and seeing the anguished fawns and fledgling feather spirits brutally slaughtered, where even their organs and flesh were commodified, shattered his political ideals entirely. From that moment on, he dedicated his life to caring for the homeless children, with Lubomii residing under the protection of this compassionate director. The orphans of a place ought to symbolize the suffering of that locale, yet in Roderick's case, this representation encompassed not merely 50 souls, but thrived in an environment akin to an extended family. The orphanage occupied land that once was a garden, where the director constructed 100 rooms atop a warm floral foundation, which still remains unfilled. Without wife or child, he regarded each orphan as his own grandchild, ensuring that few children felt the pangs of neglect within those walls. It is said that a principled congressman was born from his household. The caregivers he recruited were also mothers, these luminous women willingly pouring their surplus love into the lives of these unfortunate children. The orphans grew up alongside children enveloped in familial warmth, benefiting from the director's kind and sound education, living free from material suffering. Thus, even the most harrowing experiences of a young orphan would be veiled by the tender memories of the orphanage, fading into mere nightmares. The children blossomed into innocent beings, much like any child of Roderick. Yet, the 8-year-old Lubomii was different, and I believe I can grasp the underlying reasons. She was not born of Roderick's flower spirits, but was an orphaned remnant of 2 flower spirits who perished far away. The suffering she bore was not meant for this enchanting realm. Moreover, having awakened to consciousness at the tender age of 6, she could not simply forget her unspeakable childhood like the children who arrived earlier. Perhaps the gruesome demise of her parents haunted her, or perhaps she bore witness to the starving populace consuming her parents' remains. No matter how warm the meals, how cozy the home, or how beautiful the life, the young Lubomii could not succumb to despair. She remained unable to play alongside the radiant children around her. She was solitary and indifferent, and the director presumed this to be a manifestation of her introverted nature, oblivious to the fact that it was her self-imposed exile. No child could fathom her sorrow, save for me, a mere 7-year-old who fortuitously wandered near the thorny fence. As for you, Luenren, I shall not elaborate now, but you will come to understand. The doctors diagnosed me with severe emotional detachment. The concept eludes me. They assert that I exhibit emotional responses akin to others. Yet perhaps this lack of emotion is merely reflected in my heightened calmness and focus compared to the average individual. In any case, this at least signifies that, like her, I too am a solitary child. The encounter of 2 lonely souls is destined to draw them together. I still vividly recall that scene, standing outside the orphanage's fence, gazing at the landscape within, when Lubomii, cradling a doll, noticed me. She realized I was alone there, which was rather unusual for a Rodrickian, as flower spirits are inherently social beings, instinctively fostering unity and camaraderie during their formative years. Moreover, I bore no resemblance to a flower spirit. My hair lacked chlorophyll. My skin was not fibrous, and there were no signs of buds sprouting or shedding upon my body. Thus, she naturally approached me, and through the fence, she inquired, "Are you also an orphan?" To which I replied, "I enjoy it this way." Clearly, she was not genuinely asking if I was an orphan, for it was inconceivable for a Rodrickian to exist as a stray without being brought to the orphanage. What she truly sought to understand was why I stood there alone. My youthful self, bypassing unnecessary exchange, directly addressed her unvoiced question. Consequently, Lubomii was taken aback, momentarily astonished by the realization that I had answered her true inquiry. How did you know what I wanted to ask? How could I not? It seemed to me a kind of innate gift, an instinctive understanding I could not articulate. At that moment, the director approached, interrupting our conversation. He lifted Lubomii while amicably waving at me, asking her, "Little Lubomii, would you like to play with him?" Lubomii nodded, and I learned her affectionate nickname was Luby. The director then opened the gate, warmly inviting me to join in the play. The orphanage's lawn was vast, filled with many children, and I distinctly remember their excitement upon seeing a new face in the yard. Once the director set Lubomii down, the other children were astonished to see her playing with me, hesitant to draw near. "You are called Luby?" she inquired. "Lubomii Roswy. My father once mentioned that name, but it's rather cumbersome, so they call me Luby, my nickname. Do you have one?" "My parents call me Mars. I was originally named Mar Claoux, but that name, unlike yours, is rather simplistic." "Mars. That sounds lovely. I shall call you that." "Very well, then I shall call you Luby. Simplicity is best." Thus, 13 years ago, we exchanged our nicknames for the first time, and from that day forth, I became her sole friend throughout all of Roderick. Luby adored visiting our home, and my parents treated her as if she were a new member of the family, though she was a year older than I, and considerably more mature in the flower spirit's psychological sense. Luby played the role of a younger sister, always seeking my opinion whenever a new question arose in her mind. Contrary to the common perception of her as silent and indifferent, she was neither reticent nor aloof. She was quite talkative, though the other children often failed to comprehend or show interest in her words. Her preferences were clear, yet she refrained from passionately reciprocating others' emotions. For instance, when she awakened her innate talent as a flower spirit at the tender age of 10, acquiring the ability to manipulate thorns and brambles through her rose magic, she pointed to a gentleman in the bustling stock exchange and inquired if she could slay him. I was taken aback and asked her why she wished to harm that man. She replied that he was wicked. Other children had told her he was duplicitous, having stolen money and even hired someone to assault flower spirits, labeling him a villain among the Roderick people. Such a simplistic dichotomy of good and evil, and rather impulsive. Wouldn't you agree? That was her, Lube, who has always been this way. On that day, I cautioned her that we did not know who this individual was, nor did we have his name. So how could we ascertain he was responsible for those alleged misdeeds? Perhaps you misheard, Lube. If you were to kill him based on a misunderstanding, you might end up taking the life of an innocent, just as your parents were lost, irretrievable once gone. Yet she insisted she had not erred, and thus we found ourselves in a heated argument before my father. My father, Mar Claoux, was one of the few surgeons in Roderick, renowned for his acute awareness. Upon hearing our dispute, he shifted from his usual gentle demeanor to sternly reprimand Lube, not only confirming that the man in question was not an outsider who harmed others, but that the theft occurred over a decade ago. His criticisms focused primarily on Lube's violent impulses. Yes, whenever the topics of war and violence arose, the old man would become quite loquacious. He would expound that if every wielder of magic believed they were justified in taking a life, then I would rather a world devoid of sorcery. It is precisely because some harbor thoughts of killing that there exists famine in your homeland, leading to the absence of your parents. He even posed philosophical queries that Lube struggled to comprehend, such as whether one could truly discern between the virtuous and the malevolent, even if one were genuinely good. How could they take a life so carelessly? However, when the discourse concluded, as Lube and I walked outside, she offered me an apology yet insisted. I do not believe Mr. Claoux is correct, Mars. If good people cannot slay the wicked, then who will protect my parents when the villains seek to harm them? I acknowledged her sentiment, as I too believe that a feeble justice is a complicit evil. At that moment, I merely suggested that at least evidence should precede action. Seeing is believing, after all. Little did I anticipate that 3 years later, she would retain this notion, nurturing it into a spark destined to ignite. At 13, Lube awakened another form of magic, camouflage and concealment, a gift not typical of flower spirits, but rather a latent magical aptitude that inexplicably manifested alongside her flower spirit lineage. Lube bore no disabilities. One might argue that her subsequent struggle with depression could be related. Everyone deemed her exceedingly fortunate, eager to send her to the Arcane Academy or Ariment for her studies. Yet, she confided in me her desire to eschew the path of a sorceress, yearning instead to venture far from Satine into the desert, to the fortress nation of the central oasis, the Sandworm Bastion, not for any other reason than to master the lethal techniques of the white-robed assassins. Upon her return, Lube intended to utilize her magic to gather evidence, bide her time, and assassinate those high-ranking officials, subsequently revealing the proof of their malignity to society. Indeed, she aspired to become a rogue assassin, perhaps a childhood obsession, driven by an unrelenting desire to personally eliminate evildoers, regardless of the cost. In retrospect, I find myself in need of repentance. As her closest friend, I failed to dissuade her from her naive aspirations. At that time, I was merely curious about the upheaval a justice-driven assassin would incite within the society of Satin. Thus, I merely advised her to ponder her decision carefully. What difference did it make, uttering those words? She had likely resolved her intentions the moment we first crossed paths. Naturally, Lube succeeded. She managed to accumulate a meager sum for her journey away from Satin, relying solely on her tenacity to traverse the desert. It is said that neither the sand demons nor the ghostly sorcerers dared approach her, fearing that she might be an illusion conjured by the desert sorcerer. Who could believe that a young flower spirit would emerge in the parched, scorching, and magic-deprived sands? Upon reaching the Sandworm Fortress, she refrained from elaborating on her life there, merely stating that she was fortunate to encounter the desert sorcerer and the Sandworm rescue team just before losing consciousness. They brought her back to the city, where the populace was astonished to witness a flower spirit gracing their lands, as flowers and deserts seemed to be natural opposites. However, Liu Bei conveyed her purpose. She had met the legendary white-clad assassin, the Cross. The Cross agreed to take her as a disciple, with the sole condition that she endure 3 years of life in a cramped classroom, where her every need would be confined within a space so small that it could induce claustrophobia. Liu Bei consented, as she was born to be an assassin, stealthy, elusive, adept at gathering intelligence, executing her targets, disposing of bodies, and ultimately, escaping. The 3-year trial was hardly a challenge. She remarked that living there was as comforting as residing in the graveyard of her enemies. After a year, the Cross became convinced of Liu Bei's readiness to graduate, though she still required 2 more years of practical training. The Cross had her eliminate an enemy ghost priest and even vanquish several sand demon apostles, who were nearly impervious to an assassin's blade. Beyond the Cross's most cherished technique, disguising her white cloak as a corpse while she herself escaped, Liu Bei had nearly mastered all the lethal skills of this legendary assassin. Thus, 5 years ago, in 1835, Liu Bei returned to Satin. Initially, I was unaware of her return. However, it soon became evident as several members of the Satin Parliament and ministers began to fall victim to assassination, with little evidence left behind, save for a scattering of fragrant rose petals. After their demise, the victims' misdeeds were exposed through anonymous letters published in newspapers, eliciting a mix of excitement and unease among the Satin populace, who expressed their support for this forest rogue's righteous actions. It was from this time that Liu Bei came to be known as the rose-colored wind, her elusive form of justice swiftly spreading through the streets. Such a distinctive method allowed me to discern almost instantly that this so-called rose-colored wind was none other than Liu Bei. Yet, as the saying goes, the wood that stands tall invites the wind's wrath. Having dared to provoke the ire of Satin, the formidable forces of Satin would not hesitate to crush her. I immediately sought to establish contact with her. I rushed to London and published a pre-prepared novel concerning the capture of the Rosewind, intending to caution Liu Bei against falling into the detective's trap. The work was signed with the name Mars, a code only she would comprehend, as it is a name I bear solely in the presence of my parents and her. Yet, it was too late. 10 days had passed without any progress, and the private detective hired by the wealthy had uncovered her whereabouts and apprehended her. They imprisoned Liu Bei in the depths of their dungeon, where the vindictive and self-satisfied tycoon planned to torture her before secretly reporting to the Satin authorities, ultimately releasing the news of the Rosewind's demise. On the first day of her captivity, the tycoon subjected Liu Bei to a cruel and arcane form of torture, diminishing her magical prowess while inflicting constant torment upon her body. Though the injuries were not fatal, they were excruciatingly painful, with the intent of extracting information from her before ultimately ending her life. However, they underestimated Liu Bei's resolve. She severed her own limbs and, utilizing the innate regenerative abilities of the flower spirit, absorbed the magic within her body. This allowed her to shrink her form sufficiently to slip through the dungeon bars and evade the magical surveillance. Ceasing her healing, she channeled all her magic into camouflage, managing to crawl out of the dungeon, albeit without her limbs. Yet, it was winter, the season most feared by flower spirits, rendering her vulnerable to the biting cold, which, without a magical reserve to fend it off, would claim her life on the streets of the Red Heart district. Fortunately, after a 2-day hiatus in assassination reports, I promptly deduced that Liu Bei had been captured. The identity of her captors was glaringly evident. The politicians of the Joker district, needing to make an example, would ensure that Liu Bei did not simply vanish from public consciousness. At the very least, news of the Rosewind's arrest would surface. My inquiries into the residents of the Plum Blossom district revealed no viable targets for Liu Bei, unless she intended to attack foreign envoys. The only plausible culprits were the self-satisfied and malevolent tycoons of the Red Heart district. Thus, as Liu Bei faced the despair of the frigid outside world, she caught sight of me, investigating the villas of the wealthy, summoning her last vestige of strength. A sharp petal of a rose cut into my neck, a strikingly vibrant and fragrant blossom amid the white snow. I turned abruptly to discover Liu Bei, weakened and nearly buried by the snowstorm, having momentarily dispelled the enchantments that bound her. I rushed to her side, witnessing her inability to speak, blood trickling from her lips. Yet she wore a reassuring smile. Liu Bei believed in me more than anyone else, just as she had 3 years prior. These injuries would be mere trifles before healing magic. Yet the true torment she endured stemmed from the relentless curse afflicting her, while magic could mend the wounds. It remained powerless against the insidious curse that had taken root within her. I lifted her onto the train bound for Roderick, feigning that she was my gravely ill sister. Fortunately, the tycoon did not immediately realize her absence, failing to seal off the Red Heart district in time. We successfully fled Lindon via the train, returning to the comforting embrace of Roderick's autonomous territory. My mother, Melanthia Clarks, is employed at a nursing home. In secret, I brought Ruby back, concealing her within the facility to ensure her safety. My mother and several former caregivers from the orphanage safeguarded her identity from discovery. It was no surprise that soon enough, the officer from Satin uncovered Roderick. Fortunately, I could employ continuous healing magic to temporarily restore Ruby's health. Thus, the healthy Ruby Maceo Clarks could only be perceived by the officer as an ordinary lily fairy. Thanks to my mother's adeptness in disguise, she skillfully transformed Ruby into a lily fairy, allowing uninformed officers from outside to scratch their heads in confusion and depart from Roderick. Thereafter, Ruby lived within the nursing home, her assassination of high-ranking officials in Satin becoming a secret whispered throughout Roderick, with no one daring to expose her true identity. The outside world remained oblivious, lamenting only the misfortune of the Rose Fairy, the failure of the Crimson Wind, which was said to have avenged them. The Satin officials suppressed the news, packaging their failure as a rumor, deliberately claiming that the legends of the Crimson Wind were mere fabrications, and that the true murderer had long since been executed. Alas, not a single soul truly enamored with the Crimson Wind would believe Satin's tales, even if the Crimson Wind were merely a legend. It held more credibility than Satin's words. Chapter 21. Roderick. As for the remaining matters, you shall discover them upon the train's arrival. Right, Inland? Inland. We are nearing the station. Mal finished his coffee, concluding the tale of Ruby Maceo. Yet Inland maintained a focused demeanor, only returning to reality when Mal prompted him. Did you hear what I said? No matter how many times I have encountered this, I cannot help but marvel at the wondrous capabilities of healing magic. To possess such a gift is indeed a rare stroke of fortune. I was pondering, had you been present 4 years ago, how drastically different the outcome might have been. Alas, such musings are but the lamentations of a defeated soul. Let us continue onward, addressing the matters of Satin first and the issues of Loskin thereafter. After a brief silence, Inland spoke words of encouragement to himself, though anyone could perceive his struggle to maintain spirits. For years may allow one to forget the beauty of the past, yet it scarcely soothes the scars of bygone days. Nevertheless, the reflection of Inland's expression in Mal's gaze led him to believe that perhaps his decision was increasingly justified. Soon, the train arrived at the station, and Mal and Inland each retrieved their luggage, disembarking from the arcane train. Roderick, a dominion unlike any other, perhaps the most unique enclosed city of Satin, shares an architectural lineage with element from the era of the Radiant Church. Each possesses its own fortifications. However, the walls of Element are comprised of sturdy golden stones, appearing merely as a gilded rock face to the untrained eye. While it may astonish the impoverished and evoke the greed of the affluent at first glance, it holds no extraordinary features beyond that. The intricate elemental arrays and mechanisms of elemental magic lie concealed within the walls, invisible to passers-by. Unlike Roderick, the autonomous territory is considerably larger than the autonomous city, its towering walls constructed from thick, pillar-like vines that rise majestically, encircling and safeguarding everything within the dominion. Roderick resembles a giant's castle out of a fairy tale, offering an overwhelming visual impact at first glance. Even having seen photographs, when Inland sat on the train and beheld the miraculous outer walls of this city, he could not help but exclaim in his heart, "By the grace of the light god." Now, they had entered the inner sanctum of the autonomous territory. Mal informed Inland that the Dominion was pieced together from 4 relatively independent city-states. Although the walls separating these city-states had long been dismantled, the scenery between the different municipalities remained distinct. The current 4 cities were named after the 4 floral heroes of the 14th century uprising, with Narcissus City, where they found themselves, attracting the most tourists due to its modern and unique urban style. Wooden roots have been cultivated into the form of towering buildings, where humans and floral beings reside in these natural abodes, with door frames and doors fitting together organically, while the windows are adorned with grafted flat crystal orchids. The energy for the buildings is largely derived from the photosynthesis of the upper layer of foliage, which also protects the structures and their inhabitants from the scorching sun. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one would notice that each tree tower's upper levels are interconnected by translucent, white stem tubes, creating a marvel reminiscent of a spider's web above the city. However, this web is not merely a spectacle. It serves as the vital intersection for the operational core of the tree towers. At the heart of the city stands a grand clock tower, its dial resembling the heart of a narcissus flower, sheltered by a pale yellow, translucent cover that protects the pointers representing the stamens and pistils. This clock tower is not just a timepiece. It also functions as an automatic water tower. Its base connected to a reservoir of water and silt serving as its foundation. In the event of a fire in one of the tree towers, water is drawn from the silt, coursing through the stem tubes for rapid extinguishment. Additionally, it acts as a transfer station for rainwater, groundwater, and wastewater, embodying the soul of the city and serving as the self-operating hub designed by progressive floral architects for Narcissus City. As the two walked along the sun-drenched streets of Narcissus City in the sweltering August heat of southern satin, they found this city, with its trees as the foundation and blossoms as the crown, surprisingly cool. Many tourists from afar surrounded them, particularly humans and dwarves, who marveled at the architectural ingenuity of the city. As skilled builders, they noted that the core elements of the city rested in its materials. The wood comprising the tree towers not only absorbs heat and converts it into energy, but also retains moisture to withstand torrential rains and droughts, boasting a hardness surpassing that of ironwood. Aside from the rapid severance of the stem tube network through pollution, there seems to be no swift means to destroy the city. However, the locals of Roderick do not hold this place in high regard. Mal quietly confided in Ian Luan. Have you noticed that the so-called conveniences and comforts here are based on human standards? The floral beings cherish sunlight and rain. A city under the shade of trees makes it difficult for them to relish these gifts. But wasn't the urban planning of Narcissus City also designed by floral engineers? If the city were not designed for the flower spirit clan, whom indeed would the vast Narcissus City serve? As Mal pointed out, the pedestrians on the streets are predominantly humans and other races, with few flower spirits visible at first glance. On the contrary, it is the act of creating this city for humans that truly serves the flower spirits. Consider this. No human would willingly abandon the shade and convenience of this place for the sweltering heat and humidity of the other three cities. Consequently, the Rodrickians, who are least fond of foreign humans, find themselves confined within this modern city. Observe, the embassies, all police stations, and the offices of the Satin Human Party are all ensconced within the 14 miles of Roderick. Thus, trading a city for the unregulated freedom of flower spirits elsewhere is indeed a beneficial exchange. Furthermore, our home and the sanatorium are not located here. We must continue onward to Iris City. Is Roderick truly that exclusionary? Nevertheless, since the old man and you are both human, your abode must surely possess a relatively cool and ventilated space, no? Or have you completely acclimated to the sweltering summer climate of the southern satin? That would be dreadful. Yes, my home is a banyan tree house. While planting a tree may be inexpensive, the construction of a tree house cost my father nearly £8,000. This is due to the fact that the craftsmanship of treehouse seeds cannot be industrialized, relying solely on the innate talents and skills of the flower spirits. The two continued their conversation, taking a moment to rest on a large tree stump by the roadside, sipping water to alleviate the oppressive heat. They had wandered from the bustling central area near the train station to the outskirts of Narcissus City. The periphery was far less vibrant and congested than the city center, primarily due to the scarcity of tree towers, which provided shade. Without the shelter of these structures, few would wish to expose themselves to the harsh southern sun, save for plant-like beings such as the flower spirits. This might well be a deliberate design by the flower spirits, as the rights to construct tree towers reside entirely in their hands. Oh, Claoux, look, a race I have not encountered before. It resembles a flower spirit, but its skin and muscles appear far more robust and firm. At that moment, Inland noticed an exceptionally tall figure amidst the flower spirits. Hush, Inland. That is a standard demon. He must be a tree spirit. Did you not notice how much taller he is than the flower spirits? And the flowers blooming upon him are also considerably smaller? The figure turned, revealing eyes of a striking red hue. He is a dragon blood tree spirit. That should suffice. Let us proceed. By the way, do the flower spirit cities welcome tree spirits as well? Mal rose, but continued to gaze intently in the direction of the departing tree spirit, murmuring to himself, "No, this is quite unusual. By the light, how could it possibly be a dragon blood tree spirit? Regardless of their freedom and openness, tree spirits are still marginalized under human order. How could they allow a non-diplomatic elder of the demon race into Roderick?" Inland did not grasp Mal's meaning, but he noticed Mal's expression had stiffened, the earlier relaxation and nonchalance evaporating, his gaze sharpening like a blade. This was not a good omen. Inland understood that this was the look Mal wore when he sensed a threat or change. At that moment, Mal slowly turned his head, his expression grave as he began to elucidate his astonishment and vigilance to Inland. Inland, though the tree spirit and the flower spirit share a common lineage, their tribes reside deep within the forests of the neighboring Elven Kingdom. Furthermore, The tree spirits are a subhuman race that openly allied with the demon faction during the conflict between the demon horde and humanity in the 9th century. For both emotional and rational reasons, Roderick could not openly permit the entry of an elder figure from their kind. Fortunately, the locals were generally unaware of this reclusive demon race. Yet, the notion of allowing an unknown demon to enter? Mal suddenly fell silent. Lewin seemed to perceive the underlying meaning in Mal's silence. The arrival of tree spirits in Satin was not without invitation from the flower spirits. Yet, one must ponder the rationale behind such an invitation. To invite a race that is rejected by Satin's laws certainly could not serve any legitimate purpose. Moreover, this was an elder tree spirit. What could the flower spirit, who invited him, possibly intend? Alas, our holiday appears to be in jeopardy. Mal's demeanor momentarily reflected leisure, but he quickly resumed a serious countenance, instructing Lewin to expedite their journey. We must uncover who is orchestrating this scenario involving Roderick, for the implications of his situation are likely far more significant than I had anticipated. The afternoon sun bathed Iris City in a liquid crystal sheen, the refracted colors shimmering even more brilliantly than the sun itself. The tree houses were adorned with flowing, vibrant blue-violet irises, their petals gracefully unfurling in rhythm with the sun's ascent and descent, absorbing the scorching daylight to transform the streets into translucent lavender hues by nightfall. The arcane train glided slowly along the grand fir branch tracks. In Roderick's realm, even the train cars were cast from transparent resin, allowing passengers to pluck lantern blossoms as they passed, an enchanting mobile florist, each bud encapsulating a custom fragrance. This whimsical realm, reminiscent of a child's fantasy, was Iris City, which had modernized significantly over the past 4 years, with a solar energy supply network now reaching every household. Yet, the courtyard-style homes lining the streets still bore witness to the Roderick people's retention of the city's original rustic charm. Nestled near the train tracks, at 12 Burn Street, stood the residence of the Claoux family. The Claoux estate, as Mal described, resembled a rural villa shaped like a banyan tree, with a spacious front yard typical of Iris City homes, but lacking a backyard. The front yard now appeared to be flourishing with vibrant roses and fragrant lilies. The large gate stood ajar, revealing a slender man clad in a simple black tailcoat, much like Mal's attire. He seemed slightly hunched as he meticulously pruned the branches of the plants with garden shears, absorbed in his task. Only when the metal gate of the courtyard was pushed open wider and struck the frame with a sound did he turn his head. This man was Mar Claoux, a retired military physician and Mal's father. His first impression was marked by a thick beard that completely covered his upper lip and chin, graying much like his hair. Additionally, the scars from gunshot wounds marred his face, rendering the physician's countenance, despite its cleanliness, far from dignified. In addition, his features bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Marl, leading one to ponder whether he was indeed the aged Marl, or if Marl's present visage mirrored Martin's youthful appearance. Martin raised the back of his muddy hand to wipe away sweat, squinting towards the front yard fence where 2 young men clad in tailcoats stood at the gate. One of them, without a doubt, had dropped his gardening shears into the flower bed. Martin promptly straightened up, disregarding the flower bushes as he approached the 2 men. Indeed, it was his son, the now more mature Mar Claoux, who had transformed significantly since his university days. Marl, what brings you home? Dad, it's me. Mark smiled, gazing at the incredulous Martin. I've graduated from Demon University. Ha ha ha, it truly is you. Mark, my boy. But I thought you had more than a year left in your studies. Upon hearing his son's name, Martin burst into laughter, his hands, still smeared with flower mud and leaves, patting Mark on the shoulder. The joy of their reunion, after nearly 3 years apart, was encapsulated in this seemingly ordinary exchange and interaction. Oh, and here stands a dashing young gentleman. Good afternoon. Are you a friend of Mark's? Inland smiled and nodded, shaking hands with Martin without a hint of reservation, while Mark introduced Inland to his father. Yes, this is a friend I met at university. He is 5 years my senior, a former editor-in-chief of the Satin Daily, having stepped down 6 months ago. He hails from the Loshgene immigrants and is named Dmitry Sergeyevich Ivanov. We all call him by his pen name, Inland. I invited him to stay with us for a while, as I plan to embark on a graduation trip soon, having completed my credits and thesis ahead of time. He came along with me. Apologies for the intrusion, Mr. Martin, Inland said with a slight bow. Not at all. Inland, as it happens, I am familiar with you. Ha ha ha. The Satin Daily was particularly splendid during your tenure. The nonsense produced before and after you was truly subpar. Ha ha ha. It is I who should apologize for Mark being under your care. I am humbled. Your son Mark's talent far surpasses my own. I have merely been the beneficiary of his guidance during these days. Inland quickly refuted, genuinely acknowledging Mark's prowess. Do not underestimate his youth. His abilities are indeed exceptional. And he has managed many affairs effortlessly. Ha ha ha. Well, this lad has indeed prospered. Oh dear, look at me, my hands are unwashed. How unseemly. Come, you two. Step inside. I shall ask Melancia to brew you a cup of rose tea. Inland, you must not have tried it before, Mark. It has been a while for you too, hasn't it? Martin hurried to wash his hands while calling for Mark's mother, Melancia. Melancia, Mark has returned. And he has brought a friend. As they reached the door, it swung open to reveal Mar Claoux. Though she possessed only a trace of fairy blood, her appearance was distinctly fairy-like. Her long hair, inherited from her mother, shimmered a soft pink, and her skin had taken on a somewhat withered yellow hue characteristic of older fairies. Nevertheless, her countenance remained pristine and beautiful, devoid of the signs of human aging, mirroring her gentle and serene disposition. Upon encountering Mao, she merely smiled, extending her arms to embrace him before shaking hands with Luan and inquiring about his name. She then proceeded to the kitchen to brew tea. The Claoux residence was immaculately clean, reflecting a stark contrast to its outwardly exquisite appearance. The furnishings were quite unadorned. The tea that Marlanthia served was evidently homemade, lacking the fragrant aftertaste of commercially sourced leaves, yet it possessed a unique aroma. Upon returning from washing his hands, Martin cheerfully sipped a cup of tea and began to prepare the guest room for Luan. He instructed Luan to bring his suitcase over, and together they arranged the room, while Mao remained behind to keep her mother company over tea. With the door to the guest room upstairs closed, Martin and Luan busied themselves within. Mother and son stayed behind, and after finishing her cup, Mao did not refill it, but instead inquired about her mother, Lubei's condition. Mother, how is Lubei faring? Marlanthia shook her head. In some respects, she is better. Her psychological state has improved significantly since her lowest point. After all, it is hard to imagine a situation worse than her attempt on her life just months ago. Physically, however, she remains the same. Your father consulted an arcane mage who informed us that the mechanism of the curse is specifically designed for flower spirits. They believe it can be easily undone by forcefully dismantling the original spell matrix with a more potent incantation. However, poor Lubei would suffer greatly in the process, perhaps even to the point of death from the destructive force. They mentioned that while breaking the curse is indeed feasible, it would require transporting Lubei to the Arcane Guild for a thorough examination of the curse's composition. They fear she might not survive long enough for the curse to be lifted, succumbing to the adverse effects before that could happen. Did they elucidate the core mechanics of the curse, such as how the parasitism operates? Mal asked. I am but a layman, and your father possesses only a rudimentary understanding. Their explanations are intricate, beyond our comprehension. However, they did mention something about invading mental barriers and bypassing bodily defenses. Normal means would not suffice. Son, perhaps you should visit Lubei. At the very least, your techniques may alleviate her suffering temporarily. I understand. Shortly, I will accompany Luan to see her. Mal's expression brightened with renewed confidence. Mother, if what you say holds true, I believe I may have found a way to break Lubei's curse. Chapter 22. Roderick in the preceding part. Martin guided Luan to the two guest rooms on the rooftop, opening one door and assisting him with his luggage. As a physician, Martin possessed commendable stamina. Despite his slender frame, his strength was on par with Luan's. Indeed, as Mal had indicated, Martin was quite talkative, engaging Luan in light-hearted conversation while arranging the room, as though silence would render their interaction unnatural. Mr. Luan, how long do you and Mal intend to stay at home? I am unsure if Mal has mentioned it to you, but this street is rather deserted. Finding someone to converse with is a challenge, as the same few faces come and go. These old fellows have become so familiar that their presence is almost tiresome. It is difficult to find someone to talk to. In a hospital, tranquility must be maintained, and at home, I find myself in silence, with no one to converse with. Having lived with Marlin for so long, a mere glance suffices for us to comprehend each other's thoughts. With no common topics to discuss, I am left to converse with the flowers. Is that so? Then, Mr. Clarks, I trust you will not be disappointed, for I intend to reside here for an extended period. Roderick is a source of novelty and, dare I say, enchantment to me. I wish to seize this opportunity to explore every nook and cranny. Of course, the precise moment of departure is ultimately at Mal's discretion. As I have mentioned, our decisions have always been in his hands. He is mostly correct in his judgments. What do you think? As for us, Mal is simply Mal. Our son is indeed a clever lad, which brings us joy, yet he remains my son. His brilliance does not alter the fact that he is still my child. Haha. Staying longer is preferable. As one ages, solitude becomes a daunting specter. Were it not for my age still being shy of retirement, I would happily follow in Marlon's footsteps and volunteer as a caregiver in a nursing home, where the company is plentiful and conversation abounds. Patients fear loneliness, and we do too. It would be a perfect match. By the way, has Mal ever spoken to you about his childhood friends? Ah, he has mentioned Miss Rose. Once Marlon and I tidy up this place, we shall pay her a visit. You see, her story is indeed legendary and tragic, yet entirely of her own making. To hell with legends and tragedies. Suddenly, as if a nerve had been struck, the usually warm and cheerful Dr. Martin erupted in anger, interrupting Ian Lewin. Stunned, Ian Lewin found himself at a loss, bewildered by Dr. Martin's sudden outburst. After a moment, Dr. Martin recognized his own indiscretion and quickly turned to apologize to Ian Lewin. However, Ian Lewin's curiosity was only piqued further. What could possibly have incited such ire? Is there something I am unaware of regarding Mal's account? No. The boy has no reason to lie. What Mal said is undoubtedly the truth. Alas, I must admit my own volatility, the result of a long-standing affliction, present since birth. A price for my innate abilities. Dr. Martin retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to dab the sweat that had formed from his sudden outburst, gradually regaining composure to explain. Violence breeds demons in hell, and anyone who dabbles in it is destined for misfortune. Mr. Ian Lewin, I participated in the Orishii War. I have never taken a life. And that is the one stroke of fortune I can claim from that conflict. The entirety of my subsequent life has been devoted to healing the scars left by violence. Violence achieves nothing. I have always told Ruby so, yet she stubbornly refused to believe me, choosing instead to depart and wield violence against high officials. How foolish that is. Mr. Ian Lewin, the most foolish act in the world is to willingly embrace violence. It has always been so. Violence only fosters hatred, even if you claim temporary victory. Will those subjected to your violence be genuinely submissive? No, they will only harbor greater animosity towards you, driven by hatred to seek even greater violence. It is a vicious cycle, Mr. Ian Lewin. Do you understand how wars come to be? They are merely the snowball effect of personal violence escalating between individuals. Only when all participants have perished will the cycle of violence cease to exist. I have devoted my entire life to the study of surgery, to the treatment of wounds. Yet the majority of these injuries I have encountered throughout my existence have arisen from violence. Mr. Ian Lewin, do you understand? They stem from brawls, civil wars, uprisings, and massacres. No matter how one adorns it with eloquent phrases or cloaks it in a sacred guise, violence invariably begets destruction and trauma. Despite the tireless efforts of all the doctors in the world, we are powerless to mend even a fraction of the harm wrought by it. Dr. Martin's fervor intensified as he spoke, his loathing for violence deeply ingrained, and even a mere mention of it could awaken the tempest within his soul. Through a subjective lens, Ian Lewin perceived the excruciating fragments echoing within Dr. Martin's heart. He kneels upon the deck, cradling the dismembered corpse of a comrade. Tears mingling with tainted blood cascading down his face, pooling upon the pallid visage of his fallen friend. He returns to his hometown, only to find it transformed into a desolate wasteland, the once proud Claoux residence reduced to empty shells, tombstones, barren land, and a starving servant. On his first day at Roderick's clinic, he is inundated with countless patients, be they human or flower spirit, each bearing grotesque wounds that are unbearable to behold. Their agonized cries reverberating through the ward, coalescing into a profound terror of violence within Dr. Martin. Thus, Mr. Ian Lewin, the matter of Lobomii has no connection to glory. You ought to regard her as a warning. As she endures such suffering daily, I fear she has long since lost count of her regrets. I am aware that many high-ranking officials in Satin are wretched scoundrels, their deeds deserving of the gallows. Yet the current peace is a treasure beyond measure, and the cost of disrupting it is a burden no form of violence can bear. This is not heroism, Mr. Ian Lewin. It is sheer sorrow. The League of Unity. Those individuals utterly refuse to learn from her lesson, instead appropriating her name, now tarnished upon the pillar of shame. They are a band of mournful thugs, indistinguishable from the very law enforcement they despise. In response to Dr. Martin's obsessive hatred and profound fear, Ian Lewin could only feel pity and sadness. However, the last phrase caught his attention. The League of Unity. This appeared to be Roderick's innate resistance organization. Yet, Dr. Martin swiftly concluded his incessant rambling, revealing no deeper thoughts concerning this group. The tree spirit, Ian Lewin, recalled the terrifying, towering figure he had encountered that afternoon. To summon such an entity, one that ought not to exist within the modern order, to the lands of Satin, if that were indeed the case, this organization would be far more unhinged than Dr. Martin could imagine. Having endured millennia of suffering, the disparate societies of various races have melded into a vast composite known as the demonic clan, which is certainly not a mere pawn to be easily wielded against Satan. Even placing it within a chess box would be an act of hubris. Dr. Martin seated himself in a chair, lit a cigarette, inhaled the smoke into his lungs, and then exhaled the rings into the air. He observed the smoke rings slowly dispersing into the air, fading away, as he posed his final inquiry to Mr. Ainlewin, one that weighed heavily on his mind. Mr. Ainlewin, I have read your articles, in which you condemned the violent atrocities committed by Lowskin. I trust you can comprehend my thoughts. Please tell me, has Mal ever harbored thoughts of avenging Liu Bei or of joining the coalition party in such a foolhardy endeavor? He possessed the wisdom of Marin, perhaps even surpassing it. I believe that even if he occasionally entertained misguided notions, he would swiftly regain clarity if we were to point them out. So, I implore you, enlighten me. Yet, Ainlewin merely shook his head, resolutely responding, No, he has not. Mal has never expressed such absurd thoughts to me. Mr. Claoux, he is more far-sighted than you can imagine. He has already concluded the matters you contemplate, and I believe you have instilled this understanding in him. If Mal is to strive for anything, it will not be revenge for Liu Bei or assistance to the coalition party, but rather a pursuit of lasting peace. At last, Mr. Martin revealed a relieved smile. They tidied the guest room and exited in succession. When Ainlewin spoke those words, he felt no remorse. He was not deceiving Martin. The answer the doctor truly sought lay beyond the confines of his questions. Their struggles would inevitably resort to violence, but the moment was not ripe for such actions. It is indeed foolish to wield violence blindly, yet it is equally incomprehensible to discard it when it is genuinely needed. Perhaps Dr. Martin's perspective was not entirely erroneous, but their paths were destined to diverge. Come, Ainlewin, let us visit Liu Bei at the sanatorium. The coalition party, invoking Liu Bei's name? This was the first I had heard of it. Has this organization emerged in the past 3 years under Roderick, or had it been lurking beneath the surface, only now revealing itself? Poor father, I shall fulfill your wish. The coalition's actions must be thwarted. Since they are invoking Liu Bei's name, she must possess some knowledge. Do not worry, Ainlewin, I plan to take it one step at a time. If this organization truly exists, I will find a way to infiltrate it. Mal mulled over Ainlewin's information. Their actions were beginning to take shape. As long as the demon faction did not fully engage, there remained a chance to salvage the situation. The two made their way from Burn Street to Rose Street, until they spotted the sign for the Morning Dew Sanatorium in the distance. Little Claoux. Oh, are you on holiday? My goodness, you have changed so much. You have truly become a gentleman. Regarding Liu Bei, they were still in the same ward. You know the way, don't you? The nurse at the entrance clearly recognized Mal, who smiled and nodded at her, and she permitted him to visit Liu Bei without hesitation. However, when Ainlewin approached, he was met with a watchful gaze until Mal intervened, assuring the nurse that Ainlewin was a friend of both him and Liu Bei, after which she consented to let them pass. Try not to act alone. Stay with me or remain alongside Liu Bei. You have observed that the internal community of Roderick is remarkably perfect, largely due to its exclusionary tendencies akin to those of a near-guarantee system. Whether you are human or foreign, I can hardly fathom the extent of suspicion the people of Roderick might harbor towards you. It is no wonder that the inhabitants of this dominion are so united. They are all carefully selected beings. Ainlewin shook his head, offering a wry smile. He was no stranger to the bitter taste of exclusion and discrimination. Yet, each time he encountered such gazes from others, it pierced his heart anew. On the 3rd floor of the second building, room 6, Mal led Ainlewin up the stairs with familiarity, arriving at Liu Bei's hospital room. He knocked gently on the door and called out, I am Mar Claoux. The door, lacking a handle, opened automatically from within, revealing a slender vine that turned the doorknob. Upon entering the room, the magical vine dissipated into the breeze. The morning light enveloped the soft white bed in the sanatorium like a dust-covered veil. Liu Bei Meishio lay beneath the covers, accompanied by a wilting bouquet of roses. The collar of her hospital gown hung open, revealing 2 scars that coiled around her throat and heart like withered thorns, remnants of her failed offering to death. Once, her hair had resembled vibrant red rose petals. Now, it lay dulled and curled, as if drenched by acid rain, the tips exuding a morbid brown hue. As if the entire plant were beginning to rot from its extremities. Her bare arms, which ought to have been as delicate and soft as rose stems, were now marred by the persistent spasms of pain, forming a network of bruised veins beneath the skin, more withered than leaves swept away by autumn winds. In that moment, Liu Bei Meishio seemed to personify the desolation of the roses beside her. As Mal pushed the door open, She was clawing at the edge of the bed with her bandaged hand. Her nails were filled with wood shavings and crusted blood, while her knuckles swelled grotesquely from excessive fibrosis. Tiny beads of blood welled from the sutures on her neck. Her pupils were a murky amber, reminiscent of resin encasing the remnants of a dead insect. Yet, when she recognized her visitor, flickers of light emerged from that stagnant pool, akin to fireflies struggling in a swamp. "It has been a long time," she said. Lewin had braced himself psychologically, yet upon witnessing her plight, his heart twisted in anguish. The flowering nymph appeared to be the most exquisite creation of this world. However, in her youthful bloom, Liu Meishio had already begun to endure the agonies of sorcery. For years had rendered her more decayed than Mao's mother, Melancia. Heaven knows if she might perish in the next moment. On the hospital bed, Liu Meishio attempted to smile. As her lips curled, the scar on her chest tightened painfully. Beads of sweat emerged from her hairline, sliding down her temples. This sweat was a pale green, infused with the magic and blood of the flower nymph, dripping onto the pillowcase and leaving leaf vein-like stains. "Mao, have you returned to see me rot?" Her voice resembled the sound of shattered glass rattling in a tin can, each word escaping with a breathy whisper due to the penetrating wound in her throat. A few tiny petals fell from her withered hair with each cough, drifting in the antiseptic-scented air. Liu Meishio's words were not merely expressions of momentary despair, but rather a deep-seated hopelessness, fermented over years like wine, seeping into her very soul. "Have you brought a friend? Very well, give me your hand. Your appearance not only frightens Lewin, but also hinders our forthcoming discussions." Liu Meishio obediently extended her frail hand. Mao grasped her wrist, the healing magic enveloping her in a soothing green light. It was not merely a singular spot. Rather, her entire being radiated a gentle green glow, signifying her extensive injuries, with scarcely a part of her body left unscathed. The healing process stretched longer than usual, taking a full 3 minutes, during which beads of sweat formed on Mao's forehead before the treatment was finally completed. "There was no need for such extremes, Mao. In just a few days, I will revert back. You are wasting your magical energy." In Lewin's eyes, perhaps healing magic was indeed a genuine form of sorcery for a lifetime. The rejuvenating effects, akin to the revival of withered trees in spring, unveiled Liu Meishio's youthful beauty once more. The 21-year-old flower spirit's body unfurled in the morning light, with the oversized collar of her hospital gown slipping off her shoulders, revealing the delicate green fuzz sprouting at her collarbone, traces of leaf veins breathing in the sunlight. She raised her hand to her face, her once swollen, gnarled knuckles transformed into elongated, graceful digits, with nails glowing with a healthy blush, reminiscent of the buds of May roses. The evening breeze wafted into the hospital room, and Liu Meishio's hair, dancing in the twilight, displayed a perfect golden red hue. More significantly, the scars of self-harm, parasitism, old wounds, and internal injuries, all traces of suffering, were erased by the magic, restoring her long-lost rosy complexion, though this restoration was fleeting. "Allow me to introduce Dmitry Sergeyevich Ivanov, a resident of Loskin, our companion. You may call him Lewin." Mao then turned towards Lewin, gesturing to the bed where Liu Meishio lay, offering him a gentle smile in greeting. "As I mentioned, this is Liu Meishio Roseway. Her current state is merely a result of prolonged bed rest. She was not so gentle in the past. Just call her Liu Bei. I heard you attempted suicide in April. What were your thoughts?" Mao continued, having noticed the marks on her throat and heart, which she could not deny. "Moreover, your method was rather unprofessional. As a skilled assassin, Liu Meishio, how could you not know that a direct strike to the forehead is most lethal?" There was no formality in the conversation between Mao and Liu Bei. They spoke candidly, as was their customary rapport. "Thus, upon seeing your injuries, I realized something. You both wish to die and yet wish to live. Liu Bei, you used to take lives with such decisiveness. Why the hesitation in your own demise? Ah, Mao, even if one day an enemy were to mimic your appearance, voice, and even your techniques, I would still discern whether it is truly you by your tone. I had thought you would present yourself with more dignity now and speak with a touch more courtesy, yet your words remain as sharp as ever. Of course, your intellect is still as keen. Regardless, I thank you. Drink some water. You appear weary. I appreciate you allowing me to experience a long-lost sense of health." Liu Bei affirmed Mars in her own way. She sighed and then lowered her gaze to her body, forever cursed and decaying. "It is precisely because I know you are here that I can bear to live a normal life, which is why I have contemplated suicide. Mars, can you understand? To recover time and again, only to rot and decay repeatedly, to exist perpetually in pain and regret. To live a life akin to that of a mere shell, Just the thought of it drives me towards self-destruction. Perhaps having you by my side, speaking with me, makes it bearable. But when night falls and I lie awake in agony, even painkillers failing to alleviate my suffering, how can I suppress my despair? Do I not wish for it all to end? Yes, I know, and that is why I have come today with a solution. However, before that, I must inquire about something more pressing. Liu Bei, someone has begun to resist Saturn under the banner of your Magina Winds. The organization is called the United Faction. Their actions have interfered with my plans. Do you possess any information regarding them? As for the United Faction, a small leader's business card is nestled among those wilted bouquets, Liu Bei responded. Moreover, I allowed them to take that name, which has now become a mere mockery. But Mars, how could they possibly affect you? Aren't you both pursuing the same goal? At worst, you could collaborate or find a way to recruit them, couldn't you? Mars retrieved a card from the pile of decaying flowers on the bedside table. Squinting, he discerned a familiar name, Templar Gaston, a former classmate from his secondary school. The card even bore a door number. Liu Bei, it seems you are unaware. Just this afternoon at 3 o'clock, I encountered a tree spirit while walking home from Narcissus City with Inland, a dragon's blood tree spirit. By the gods, he was brazenly strolling down the street. Thankfully, that area was sparsely populated, with only humans and young flower spirits passing by, none of whom recognized his identity. But this is a demon clan. For a tree spirit to come to Roderick, it must have been invited by a flower spirit. The demon clan is taboo amongst Saturn and all the nations of human order. Who would dare to defy the taboo to invite an elder of the demon clan to Roderick? Demon clan, have they lost their minds? Bringing down this force makes matters far more complicated than merely opposing Saturn. Do they truly believe they can ensure their safety from the vengeance of the demon clan? I too believe they are likely mad. Therefore, there is no time to lose. I shall take my leave. Also, why do you have so many wilted roses cluttering your room? They are unpleasant and unappealing, lifeless and dreary. I shall dispose of them. Mars tucked the business card away and gathered the withered bouquets from Liu Bei's bedside, preparing to exit the hospital room. Wait, you just mentioned you had found a solution. What is it? You haven't disclosed that yet. Now you wish to live, no longer contemplating suicide? Mars turned back, casting a teasing glance at her, and upon seeing Liu Bei's indignant blush, he replied, I still need to observe the specific effects. Once I ascertain them, I will inform you what it is. For now, you only need to know that it has already begun to take effect on you. Thus, it can be inferred that the healing magic just now encompassed that method. Indeed, that is not incorrect. Before departing through the door, Mal turned to Inland, who had remained silent, observing from a distance, and admonished, Inland, do not venture anywhere. Refrain from acting alone. Simply stay here and await my return this evening. Do not remain silent. You may engage in conversation with Ruby Eye. I believe you both have much to discuss, lest that fellow fall into despair and contemplate taking his own life, thereby losing a companion. With a thud, the door closed, leaving only Inland and Ruby Eye in the hospital room. The sound of the door's closure served as the drumbeat marking the onset of an awkward silence within the ward. Inland stood at the foot of the bed, facing the wall, his right hand hanging stiffly at his side, while his left hand mindlessly tapped on the glass of the medicine cabinet. Tap, 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 like a rusted pocket watch ticking away. Ruby Eye, curled up in her fortress of blankets, had her hair resembling wilted petals clinging to her damp forehead. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Inland's silhouette, eagerly anticipating his initiation of dialogue. The absence of spoken words rendered even the slightest sounds within the room acutely discernible, as if embodying the palpable awkwardness that enveloped them. The windless summer night intensified the oppressive heat within the hospital room. Mal was their mutual friend and colleague, the very bond that allowed them to share this space. Yet, neither was prepared to confront a stranger, and with Mal's hasty departure, the moment of potential communication had crystallized into stillness. What is there to discuss? While this query lingered, the challenge lay in determining the most natural starting point for conversation. Each second spent in this atmosphere felt elongated for Inland, and Ruby Eye, the floral spirit, was clearly reluctant to take the initiative. Thus, the onus fell upon him to shatter the silence. But from where should he commence? Mal had just exchanged their names. Repeating introductions would be rather inappropriate. Clocks, what arrogance possesses you to believe we could engage in a seamless dialogue upon our first encounter? Inland mentally chastised Mal for his decision. Suddenly, a breakthrough seemed to dawn upon him. Ruby Eye had expressed her grievances about Mal during their previous exchange. Perhaps this could serve as a foundation for discussion? Since it was Mal's oversight, let him bear the consequences of his actions. With a sense of retribution, Inland decided to speak first. He is always like this, Mal. In an unexpected synchronicity, both spoke simultaneously before falling silent. Ruby-Eye buried her face into her pillow and erupted into laughter, while a blush crept to Inland's ears, just beneath the bandages. It appears you two harbor complaints about him. Observe, this is a letter he sent me upon his departure. While others send flowers and comforting notes upon hearing of my suicidal thoughts, Mal, not until nearly August, sent me his own written thesis and elemental runes. Do you know why he sent the runes? Inland, come, take a look at this. Ruby-Eye beckoned Inland to the head of the bed. Retrieving the letter Mal had pinned on the train earlier that day from beneath her pillow, Lubiamixiu pointed to a passage that read, I suspect you cannot endure the pain and might resort to suicide. Thus I am sending you these two runes, the ice-water rune and the electromagnetic rune. Specialties of element. Overindulgence in painkillers is detrimental to the flower spirit's constitution. I have calibrated these runes to emit the perfect power for cold compression and electrical stimulation to block pain. You may place them directly on the afflicted area. The ward was soon enveloped in laughter, prompted by Inluin's barely contained mirth and Lubiamixiu's soft chuckle. Even the usually mocking Mare exposed his vulnerabilities, seemingly oblivious to his own shortcomings. How amusing it was, his expression so predictably off the mark. After all, I had endured pain for so long. If I truly were to succumb to despair, a mere handful of runes would not suffice to deter me. It would be far more comforting to receive a few chocolates for psychological solace. During visits, he brought nothing but infuriating remarks, entirely unlike what Dr. Martin had suggested about caring for a patient's emotions. Indeed, anyone would be more adept at providing comfort than this fellow. Miss Roseeve, do you know? Claoux was targeted in an assassination attempt half a month ago. I exerted immense effort to relay the crisis and intelligence to him, employing an unprecedented burning technique. After the danger was averted, I was nearly faint from exhaustion, and all he said was a dismissive, you should get some good sleep. Goodness. This was on the very first day we met. It sounds just like him. When I was young and had a fever, Mars would cast spells daily, claiming it was the most efficient remedy, yet I remained unwell for 3 days. Finally, Dr. Martin diagnosed a pollen allergy, advising a change of environment. This fellow remained silent for half the time. When I inquired, he stubbornly asserted he would devise a treatment to combat allergens. They transitioned from mocking Mare's surgical wit and his penchant for humorless analogies to condemning his habit of treating others as experimental subjects to distinguish the useful from the useless. With a shiver of laughter, dried petals fell from Lubiamixiu's hair as she tucked away the letter. Despite her vocal grievances towards her childhood friend, a smile graced her face. Inluin picked up a petal with his left hand and placed it back on Lubiamixiu's blanket. But the letter you most wish to receive is still from Claoux, isn't it? In your ward, only his letter remains tucked away. Indeed, although Mars often appeared unreliable, either whimsically like a goldfish or rigidly like a slab of iron. Lubiamixiu gazed at the dried petal as if it represented her own self, pulled back from the abyss by Mare's outstretched hand. A flicker of profound trust sparkled in her honey-colored eyes. Yet, in times of utmost need, he remained the most trustworthy, as he always had been. Even if the contents of this letter bore little significance, its mere origin from Mars was enough to uplift my spirits. This shared sentiment resonated deeply among them, and Inluin unconsciously wore a warm smile. Who could argue otherwise? In the Element Hotel, I had nearly collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Despite having risked life and death for him, Claoux came to assist me, lamenting how little time had passed since our last encounter, uttering such nonsensical words. This scoundrel, who appeared at my most vulnerable moment to lend a hand, left me with a desire to curse him that I could not express. In truth, Lubiamixiu suddenly whispered that Mars had saved him in a similar fashion that year. He gazed at my ravaged veins and remarked that had I consulted him sooner, many troubles could have been avoided, igniting a surge of frustration within me. However, the biting cold and the throbbing pain of my wounds rendered me powerless. His magical embrace brought warmth, akin to the comforting hold of a mother cradling her infant. Thus, I let it go with a wry smile. Silence enveloped us once more. Yet the icy shards of previous tension had transformed into a warm mist. Inluin found a stool and, passing by the bedside table, noticed the tome The Comprehensive Guide to World Healing that Lubiamixiu had laid open, revealing a page dedicated to the herbal healing magic of Losjing Summons. Simultaneously, Inluin's tailcoat pocket revealed a portion of the Roderick travel guide, which Lubiamixiu, now sitting up in bed, happened to see. The scenic attractions in Sunflower City require tickets. Is the recipe for the purple calyx hemostatic spell and its incantation formula incorrect? They collided in conversation once more, their gazes instinctively drawn to the source of the sound, only to meet each other's eyes unexpectedly. In Lubiamixiu's honey-colored pupils, Yinluan's gray-blue right eye was reflected, a consequence of the long-term effects of his subjective perspective on her dark irises. Within Yinluan's view, every intricate vein of the rose tattoo behind her ear pulsed, releasing a faint golden mist of hormonal warmth. The words they wished to speak became lodged in their throats, solidifying into an unyielding silence. Libya Maixiu's fingers, clutching her collar, turned pale, and beneath the fibrous skin, the glow of her veins flickered like startled fireflies amidst foliage. Yinluan's left hand unconsciously scratched at his chest, beneath the splotched white shirt. His heart thudded against the battered soul within. In the 37 seconds of profound stillness, only 2 heartbeats resonated within the hospital room, quickening in their cadence. Libya Maixiu averted her gaze first, feigning interest in the drip rate of the 4, while her eyelashes cast trembling shadows upon her fibrous cheeks. Yet, like withered petals, her hair betrayed her intent, drifting towards the right, the tip of a newly sprouted golden-red petal daringly reaching towards Yinluan. He promptly averted his eyes. Yet he distinctly perceived the fallen petal from Libya Maixiu resting upon his hand. The subjective perspective inadvertently stirred, and the magical resonance within the petal seemed to encapsulate an emotion of bashfulness, rendering the true feelings of either heart indistinguishable. The air conditioning is off. I shall close the window. They collided in speech again. This time, even the syllables seemed to curl in embarrassment. Libya Maixiu pulled the blanket up to envelop her head, her strands of hair leaving faint red stains upon the pristine white fabric. Yinluan turned the stool beneath him, forcing himself to face the sterile, white wall of the room. Both hands covering his face, fingers raking through his hair, unable to mask the subtle scent of roses that lingered in the air. Although only one fragrance permeated, Yinluan simultaneously detected the sourness of lemon peel, the sweetness of honey, and the bitterness akin to floral sepals. O radiant deity! Why must the act of speaking be so arduous when all I need to do is converse with her, as instructed by Mal? As I cover my flushed cheeks with my hands, I distinctly feel the warmth radiating from them. Upon opening my eyes, I catch a glimpse of my own reflection in the immaculate, porcelain-like wall, my expression obscured by my palms. The subjective lens I employ cannot reveal my emotions through the mirror, yet, the rosy hue I perceive, whose inner essence does it truly reflect? At 33, Ashley Street, this treehouse, devoid of front and backyards, appears particularly narrow and shabby compared to other respectable homes. It is evident that it is rented out to tenants rather than occupied by the owner. However, it is sufficiently concealed, situated over 10 kilometers away from the nearest police station and government residence. The address provided on the business card corresponds precisely to this location. Beneath the shroud of night, the dim light emanating from within the house seems to be shrouded in secrecy. Nonetheless, its occupants tightly draw the curtains, as if guarding against intruders from the outside. Yet, when Mal notices this precaution, he merely shakes his head, deeming such vigilance to be a mere self-deception. Anyone familiar with Roderick would know that the night in Roderick is anything but tranquil. The silence observed by outsiders in the deserted streets belies the true uproar that resides within each neighboring dwelling. The flower spirits have a penchant for gathering with family and friends at night, avoiding encounters with strangers outside. As Mal walked along, he attentively listened to the other houses, none of which were as silent as number 33. Were he a detective from Satin, he would immediately surmise that this was a stronghold for the violent resistance group known as the Coalition, or at the very least, a hideout for some of its members. He would not need to tread lightly. Merely locating and interrogating the landlord about the tenants' identities would easily lead him to further details, ultimately allowing him to encircle the house and apprehend everyone inside. Regrettably, Mal is not a policeman. Along the way, he has meticulously devised the roles he must undertake, at the very least, transitioning into 3 distinct identities. He pressed the doorbell, but no immediate response came from within. It was clear that Templar was observing him through the peephole. Mal, undeterred, leaned closer to the door and declared his identity. I am Mal from the Claoux family. Templar. If that name rings a bell, you must realize that your tactics cannot deceive me. Were I a detective probing you in my official capacity, I would never reveal myself to you. You would soon be apprehended upon discovery of incriminating evidence, and only then would I reveal myself. Thus, my presence at your doorstep signifies but one thing. What do you suppose it is? With a creak, the door swung open. Although Templar was not immediately visible, he swiftly seized Mal's wrist, pulling him through the narrow opening before hastily shutting the door. Claoux, by the radiant deity, you have returned. My heavens, you appear far more handsome than before. Does university truly alter one's aura? Templar Gaston, a flower spirit with a head of short gray hair, exclaimed. He was a classmate of Mal's in high school, and initially, they had little in common, except for the fact that Mal was a well-known critic and Templar was equally infamous for his timidity. Mal had seen him a few times and concluded that he was not a true coward. Rather, his fear of confrontation rendered him seemingly meek. This perspective helped improve Templar's reputation somewhat, allowing him to hold his head high in the presence of girls. Therefore, he felt grateful towards Mal. However, Mal showed little interest in Templar, and the latter never found the opportunity to express his thanks, resulting in a lack of communication until graduation. Come on, Templar. We hardly exchanged a few words back in school. Save the pleasantries for your true friends. Moreover, before discussing serious matters, I believe you might want to take a shower. You need not fret, there are no detectives lurking outside. If there were, your shabby dwelling would only deceive novices. So you can confidently take the time to tidy yourself up. At present, you appear worse than a vagrant. Templar turned to the full-length mirror by the door. And Mal was correct. His gray hair, deprived of rest, looked dull and lifeless, while his skin, worn from 2 sleepless days, was riddled with cracks. His complexion was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot, with several dirty garments clinging to him. Since Claoux had said this, he need not worry about the bathroom being inconvenient for a counterattack or escape. Templar casually grabbed a short shirt and dashed into the bathroom to shower. As was customary, he remained rather unreliable. The enduring impression he left on Mal was one of being a lone island, incapable of accomplishing much on his own, often complicating simple issues and subsequently failing. Nevertheless, he was surprisingly aware of his own limitations and was open to advice. Mal entered the living room and settled onto a sofa, where a selection of current newspapers lay on the table. One of them was placed atop the pile, with part of the headline circled in red ink: Sunflower City New Crop Intensive Production Agreement. It appeared to be an ordinary agricultural report, detailing that the Minister of Agriculture from Saturn had been dispatched to Sunflower City to oversee the cultivation of a new crop, purportedly developed in collaboration with the Arcane Guild, known as the Golden Spike Artichoke. The article stated that the seeds of the Golden Spike Artichoke were not only nutrient-rich, but also capable of storing magical energy. Grinding them into food would replenish both physical strength and magical power. It was evidently an excellent candidate for military provisions, and the agreement was merely a means to acquire some prime land for the production of this high-grade military food. The arms race in Saturn was nearing the stage of public disclosure, so this was unsurprising. However, as a personnel department official of the coalition party, why would Templar emphasize this particular article? Mal read through the article again. The price offered by the Minister of Agriculture was quite reasonable, even exceeding Saturn's usual miserly negotiations. It appeared that Saturn was in dire need of this land, willing to spare no expense to secure it. The intensive cultivation, from the removal of the original crops to the planting of the new ones, would be entirely managed by Saturn, with Roderick incurring no costs. Conversely, the rent could serve as collective income to enhance the public welfare of the flower spirits. On the surface, this agreement appears to be a fortunate find, yet Mal is unable to discern its flaws. Therein lies the gravest concern. Its perfection causes Mal to furrow his brow as his suspicions escalate. For the astute and cautious decision-makers of Saturn, could there truly be a possibility of concessions within their commercial arrangement? Might there exist an angle he has yet to consider? The sound of flushing abruptly ceases, and Templar hurriedly dons his short coat before taking a seat on the sofa beside Mal. Before he can speak, Mal interjects, posing the pivotal inquiry. Templar, what do you know about the trance? Whom did you encounter? Did they catch sight of anyone from Saturn? However, rather than responding to Mal's urgent questions, Templar merely offers a cold smile. Silence, Templar. Tell me, who made the decision to invite the trance to Roderick? Do you intend to drag the entirety of Roderick down with you? Surprisingly, Templar does not appear intimidated. Instead, he offers an unusual wry smile. Claoux, whether you believe it or not, we are at the end of our rope. If Roderick signs this agreement, its demise is inevitable. The trance, regardless of their intentions, must not be allowed to facilitate Saturn's acquisition of Roderick, thus shattering our independence that has endured for over 6 centuries. Do not rush to self-pity. Enlighten me, Templar. How did you arrive at this conclusion? Why has Roderick reached a point where it must rely on the trance for entry? Why did the coalition fail? How did you establish contact with the trance? Most importantly, what hidden clauses does this agreement contain? Well, I know you surely will not take my word for it. Indeed, Claoux, you are undoubtedly more astute than I, and perhaps you will propose an alternative possibility. Templar sighs, gesturing towards the newspaper article, and begins to recount the coalition's history. The coalition is not a novel organization. It has been taking shape since before your birth in 1820. In 1810, following the reckoning of the Arashi War, Roderick faced dire circumstances. The flower folk's independent self-preservation efforts during the war were deemed acts of treason, and the Satine army stood poised at the gates of Element. Fortunately, Satine was severely weakened by the war, prompting Roderick's lord at the time to make a sagacious decision to negotiate amidst the conflict. He pretended to maintain Roderick's independence, effectively countering Satine's claims of Roderick's treachery while attempting to create space for dialogue. Concurrently, within Roderick, a wave of propaganda began to foment against Satine. For instance, Roderick did not offer a single bullet to the enemies who fired upon Satine. Yet they were prepared to hang the true traitors responsible for the slaughter of our people or to accuse Satine of draining our blood to repay their debts, merely because our losses were comparatively lesser. At long last, after 3 rounds of negotiations, Satine granted Roderick permission to return, on the condition that the well-off Roderick would provide humanitarian aid as an ally to humanity. In the aftermath of the war, Satine audaciously requested Roderick to borrow a substantial sum of funds and resources, all of which were interest-free loans with no deadline for repayment. This demand left Roderick, who had been blockaded by Alishii for over a year during the war, nearly drained of all remaining financial and material reserves. The domestic industry was on the brink of bankruptcy, having lost both market access and raw materials. Satine's exploitative tactics eventually sparked collective dissatisfaction among the flower spirits in the 1910s. A faction of war heroes among the flower spirits, upon witnessing their homeland being ruthlessly exploited, ultimately found themselves opposing the very nation they had once defended. Thus, the prototype of the United Front emerged, leading to the establishment of the Roderick Independent Front in 1812. Initially, the Independent Front experienced significant expansion, fueled by the collective discontent of the flower spirits, reaching a peak where it boasted nearly the strength of a division comparable to Satine. Furthermore, the Independent Front became a vital political force within Roderick, with local lords and leaders vying for its support in elections. However, this golden age was short-lived. By the late 1910s and early 1920s, Roderick had recuperated from the financial losses incurred from reparations, while Satine had entered a phase of prosperity. The war-era Human Party government collapsed, and the newly reconstituted Human Party decided to adjust its stance towards the flower spirits and Roderick, opting for a conciliatory policy rather than continued exploitation to restore Satine's fractured credibility. Satine's strategy involved not directly providing funds, but rather dispatching doctors, scientists, and educators to Roderick, a move that proved to be astute. Notably, Martin Clarks also took advantage of this migration wave to settle in Roderick. These human intellectuals integrated seamlessly into flower spirit society, assisting in the transformation of backward towns and estates into modern cities, employing traditional flower spirit craftsmanship to realize innovative designs. Concurrently, Roderick's educational standards saw remarkable improvement, with illiteracy being eradicated during this period and medicine advancing to a new stage through the incorporation of traditional flower spirit medical knowledge. During this time, the Independent Front virtually dissolved, losing its popular base as former conservatives departed in the name of trusting the new government, while radicals found themselves without a platform, gradually disbanding amidst escalating internal strife. Had Satine's Human Party been able to sustain this strategy, it is conceivable that within 30 years, a renewed covenant would have been forged during the honeymoon phase between humans and flower spirits, leading to the complete withdrawal of the Independent Front from the annals of history. However, in 1822, the moderates within the new Human Party were defeated in internal strife, ultimately losing their governing status, and the radical leader assumed the role of party chief and president, abolishing the intellectual migration policy. Roderick ultimately refrained from re-establishing an alliance with Satine, instead opting to maintain a semi-oppositional autonomous status. The intellectuals who had initially entered Roderick's sphere found themselves without successors. They failed to transform Roderick's exclusionary order, ultimately being subsumed by Roderick's society and becoming humans who joined forces with the flower spirits against their own kind. Thus, the waning Independent Front experienced a renaissance in 1824, when, under the organization of retired Colonel Ornwa of the Satine Army, a new coalition party was formed. However, they did not continue the original Independent Front's public nonviolent resistance strategy, but rather made a complete shift towards underground violent resistance. The membership within the party underwent a total overhaul, with an invitation-only system replacing the previous methods of joining. This is precisely why Mao, after nearly 18 years in Roderick, remained oblivious to its existence. The coalition party has consistently operated as a secret driving force behind various flower spirit resistance movements within Roderick, unbeknownst even to Satine. It was not until last year that a public list from the coalition party appeared on the desk of the sheriff's office in the Roderick police headquarters. revealing all information about the organization to the one-eyed, one-armed sheriff, Otto Clauux, who instilled fear and loathing in all Roderick inhabitants. Chapter 24, Roderick. Midsection. All of this must begin with the Golden Thistle, whose emergence was a conspiracy orchestrated by Satan in conjunction with the Arcane Guild. On July 26th, while the Coalition Party's intelligence team was surveilling Sheriff Claux's residence, the botanist and blue rose flower spirit, Vanishes, discovered a peculiar new plant in the garden. Resembling an artichoke, yet blossoming with golden pom-pom-like flowers and yellowish-green, serrated bracts. At that time, the Ministry of Agriculture had yet to disclose any information about the golden thistle, and they merely considered it an exotic plant species. Driven by curiosity, Vanishes took advantage of the absence of anyone at Claux's home to sneak into the garden, where he harvested several seeds from a fully mature golden thistle bud for further study. Vanishes first reported his findings at the Coalition Party headquarters before returning home with the seeds, having deliberately purchased an expensive herbal rune along the way. Utilizing the catalyst of herbology, the golden thistle seeds grew rapidly, soon producing buds. Upon dissecting one of the bracts, Vanishes was astounded to discover that the artichoke essence extracted from the bracts was exceptionally rich in magical energy. While the seeds within the buds were not only abundant in starch and fructose, but also resembled miniature magical batteries. The source of such an extraordinary abundance of nutrients and magical energy prompted Vanishes to delve deeper into his research for an entire day and night. By the evening of the 27th, he ultimately uncovered a horrifying revelation. The root systems of the golden thistle delved deep into the earth like siphoning pipes, almost entirely draining the magical energy from the soil. The natural cycle of magical energy would be disrupted by this plant, rapidly depleting the soil's magical content. While the golden thistle's roots would continue to spread, intertwining with other golden thistles and forming a colossal root network that would siphon every ounce of magic from the earth. Alarmingly, the roots of the golden thistle might even possess the capability to autonomously break through rock and continue their excavation. The astute observations of the botanist alerted Vanishes to the unsettling truth. The golden thistle was unequivocally not a product of natural evolution, as no ecological environment could withstand its devastation. The existence of this plant seemed to serve but one purpose: to extract, relentlessly and without regard for any obstacles, the very essence of the land, thereby undermining the magical cycle of an entire region. Vanishes spent a sleepless night, plagued by uncertainty regarding the creator of this plant and its intended purpose. Unbeknownst to him, from the moment he harvested the seeds of the golden thistle, an arcane locator had silently adhered to his garments. From the outset, this had been a trap set by Otto, who lured Vanishes with a dreadful secret. Thus, he acquired the precise location of the Coalition's organization, intending to apprehend Vanishes as soon as the police completed their investigation. However, Otto underestimated Vanishes. In a fit of insomnia, Vanishes donned his daytime coat and sought to recharge the botanical runes with energy conduits. Just as the runes brimmed with power, the innate plant magic surged uncontrollably. The sole reason for the chaos of the elemental runes was the presence of their nemesis, the arcane. This was initially a cruel act of vengeance from the Aramantians, targeting those who utilized arcane products. Yet fortuitously, it saved Vanishes' life. As Vanishes frantically scrubbed away the traces of the arcane, he suddenly discerned the faint, almost imperceptible arcane locator upon his clothing. In that instant, he comprehended his exposure, realizing he had become a sitting duck in the police's pursuit of the Coalition. The golden thistle, the satin police, Roderick. A cascade of realizations flooded Vanishes' mind. He turned to the newspaper he had purchased that day and, as anticipated, found a brief report mentioning Satin's order to lease land in Sunflower City for the cultivation of golden thistles. Nearly 200 hectares of land were to be filled with golden thistles, based on the volume and maximum root spread of a single golden thistle. Vanishes felt a cold sweat as he calculated the extent of magical depletion this multitude would cause. He had already surmised the answer, yet when the calculation materialized before him, he trembled as if witnessing a devotee of the light god face the demons of hell. The answer was clear: the entire Roderick Autonomous Region. What would become of the flower spirits, naturally attuned to magic, when their territory was stripped of its essence? Vanishes hurried to the telegraph, compelled to warn the other members of the Coalition. His final message encompassed two crucial parts: the exposure of the Coalition's headquarters and the insidious plot surrounding the golden thistle. Few operatives received this alarm in the dead of night. They could only attempt to contact other members to initiate an emergency evacuation. However, Otto's spies had already infiltrated every exposed secret stronghold of the Coalition. They detected the coalition's unusual activity, and Otto, concluding that the coalition had been alerted, commanded an immediate crackdown. Thus, the fleeing members of the coalition encountered the Satin police in a narrow confrontation, leading to a failed negotiation and intense gunfire. On the night of the 27th, citizens of Sunflower City bore witness to the violent clash, the very scene that Dr. Martin had observed involving the coalition's brutal incident. The United Alliance ultimately succumbed to the encirclement of the Satin police. Their headquarters was overtaken, and Vanishes along with the majority of their cadre were captured. A portion of the list prepared for destruction was intercepted, prominently featuring Otto's comrade from 4 decades past, the flower spirit Orlenois, who stands at the forefront of the list. He is indeed the founder and leader of the United Alliance. Once, they fought side by side to defend a shared homeland. Now, they find themselves on opposing sides in the name of their hometown and nation. In the aftermath of the conflict, Orlenois, along with a small squad, attempted to break free, disappearing into the net of encirclement, their whereabouts unknown. This violent incident was handled with utmost secrecy by the police, who seemed to have prepared excuses for the families of the missing from the outset, aiming to avoid any disruption to the signing of the Jin Sui-ji land lease agreement. Without the organizational structure of the United Alliance, even if families wished to incite a riot to pressure the police, they found themselves powerless. At that time, Templar managed to evade the police's net while recruiting new members in Iris City. Upon receiving Veridan's warning and learning of the organization's failure through telegram, he concealed himself in the sewers and alleys of Iris City for several days until July 29th, when he confirmed that the Satin police had ceased further investigations into the United Alliance, allowing him to escape and reconnect with other surviving members. The organization had long since collapsed, and Orlenois was nowhere to be found. The current Lord of Roderick, Chiaro, held a referendum, and the majority of Roderick's populace consented to the decision to lease farmland in Sunflower City at exorbitant prices. The shattered United Alliance no longer possessed the capacity to sway public opinion, and the truth about Jin Sui-ji was dismissed by the police as mere rumor. Just yesterday, the agreement was signed, and all hope seemed lost. However, last night, shortly after Templar returned home, he and the remaining members received Orlenois' final telegram. To all who yet live, I have escaped from Satin. The tree spirit kin have promised to lend troops. In 4 days, please prepare to assist them. War is the only means to save the flower spirits, for the sake of Roderick. Orlenois, at the border of the Elven Kingdom. Expressing all this has brought me some relief. I do not wish to witness Roderick descend into chaos alone. Therefore, Clauux, the situation is as you see it. We are out of options. If possible, Dr. Martin, Lady Morancia, and Lube, I implore you to leave Roderick swiftly with them. In 3 days, the planting of Jin Sui-ji is expected to be complete, at which point the tree spirits will act. If we do not depart soon, it may be too late. I am a member of the United Alliance. Templar continued to speak, absorbed in his thoughts, while Mal had already risen, preparing to leave Templar's residence. Spare your breath, Templar. With matters having developed to this point, the notion of assistance is no longer your concern. No one expects you to do anything under these circumstances, so if you are afraid, you might as well escape on your own. No one will blame you. Your willingness to share everything with me is already a significant contribution. I was just contemplating where to find information on Roderick. What do you mean? I want to wait. Are you suggesting you already have a plan? So soon? Clauux, what is your plan? May I borrow this pen? Mars showed no concern for Templar's inquiries. It was futile to explain anything to this old classmate. He located a red marker beside the newspaper and inscribed a series of numbers in the blank space. His home phone number. If you have any intelligence to share, just let me know. You are currently flitting about without even a contact number, making it necessary for me to visit you in person. Frankly, running around is an exercise in futility. If I wished to catch you, evasion would be impossible. Therefore, it is wiser to sit down and rest for a few days, awaiting the tasks I may assign you. Very well, since you insist. However, Mars, this is not a trivial matter of interpersonal relations. It is about countering Satin. Moreover, the golden thistle has already been sown. While you are clever, what is the likelihood of your plan succeeding compared to enlisting the aid of the tree spirits? At the very least, offer some explanation to ease our minds. Enough, Templar. I only know that you are making a fool of yourself in every regard. Furthermore, to assuage your anxiety, I must inform you. Mars impatiently turned his head, warning Templar word by word. No matter how exaggerated Templar's previous descriptions were, they did not alter Mars's expression. However, the mere mention of tree spirits caused Claux's demeanor to grow markedly cold. If you are still contemplating any involvement with tree spirits, the likelihood of the flower spirits being exterminated is 100%. As for Orlenois, who made the decision to invite the tree spirits into our realm. He is either coerced by them or a foolish, cornered madman. Given that he established the coalition, the former is more probable. Therefore, I implore you to remain indoors. Refrain from attempting to contact any tree spirits. The survival chances for Roderick and the flower spirits would increase significantly. By the grace of the light god, I hope they arrive late. Only then would the dragon blood tree spirit's arrival be favorable. As for my plan, it is merely a rough outline. If we proceed as anticipated, the probability of success should exceed 70%. You have not grasped the crux of the issue. Satin would not allocate significant resources to confront Roderick, and although the golden thistle is formidable, it is ultimately a non-lethal plant. The truly treacherous entities are the dragon blood tree spirit and that sheriff, Otto Clemisby. These individuals represent uncontrollable variables of danger. Having said this, Mars disregarded the dazed Templar, opened the door, and departed swiftly, his figure vanishing into the night. Alas, it seems your hometown, Los Jing, is even more deeply mired in decay than Satin. Otherwise, why would the Pearl Party have envied Satin so much back then? At least you can still claim to be a republic here. Liu Bei listened quietly as Yin Luan recounted the tale of Los Jing, his back turned to her as he gazed at his reflection on the wall while narrating the past. The atmosphere, which had once been suffused with enough embarrassment to redden one's cheeks to the roots of their ears, had completely dissipated. Later, during dinner, Liu Bei's caretaker requested a meal from the sanatorium for Yin Luan. He complained that Roderick's cooking was excessively sweet and lacked the diverse seasonings of Element and the exquisite ingredients of Red Dragon County. However, Rube revealed to him that flower spirits have an affinity for exceedingly sweet delicacies. Claux's childhood lunches were comprised of honey butter biscuits or chocolate cakes, while Morancia's most esteemed culinary creations were also desserts. Moreover, the people of Element do not aspire to be cooks. If one were to commend the elemental mages for their culinary prowess, they might even receive a beating in return. Who would find joy in being praised solely for their cooking skills? If subjective perception could conjure a splendid feast, I believe I would find greater happiness than I do now. Indun, have you never contemplated taking pride in the abilities you have earned through your health? For instance, the ability to gather insights from the hearts of others and analyze the structure of spells, yet not to invade their privacy? No, far from pride. I would prefer that such abilities did not exist. If that were the case, I would not be an informant for the Pearl Party, but rather an ordinary warrior. I would rather meet my end beneath the axe of an insurrectionist than bear the weight of thousands of deaths alone in a foreign land. Indun has always seemed this way. His words are inextricably bound to the shadows of the past, unable to reconcile with his present self. Rube gazed at his solitary figure, on the verge of offering words of comfort, yet her voice faltered, transforming into a bitter smile. Indeed, what right did she have to console Indun? Did she not also wish to perish amidst that storm, seeking to escape the pain and helplessness that still lingered? Upon introspection, did Rube not also regret the petals of plea she sent to Mars? Perhaps had she ended her life then, she would not be mired in the current turmoil of self-destruction born of cowardice. In this light, they were remarkably similar, were they not? Yet, she feared she was perhaps more pitiable than Indun. The failure of the Pearl Party was not his doing. He could only resent the circumstances that allowed him to survive while others perished. As for her, she bore the consequences of her own actions, a fitting assessment for her. Possessing the talents of an assassin and the gifted art of spells, yet 3 years of experience evaporated in a mere 10 days. Had she not foolishly believed that eliminating a prominent figure would resolve all issues, and instead joined forces with Mars from the outset? Would Mars have met his demise on that train? The more she lamented, the more her body ached with the burden of sorcery. Rube's hands clenched the sheets tightly, cold beads of sweat trickling from her brow. How long must this hellish time endure? It was a solace that Mars and Indun remained present, their shared thoughts alleviating both her physical and mental suffering. Yet once they departed, leaving her alone in this desolate hospital room, time would slow once more, and despair would resurrect from the depths of her lonely heart. Yet, Rube could not voice such a demand for affection, as if others were responsible for the anguish she bore. In that moment, she recalled Mars's promise. Rube truly wished to survive. She did not wish to abandon their ideals and those of the collective, but if she remained a burden, what purpose would she serve? She could only place her hopes in Mars, just as Indun had done. However, although Mal does not lie, his enigmatic words fail to provide her with the reassurance or the foresight of a hopeful future. Liu Bei bit her lip, pondering whether seeking a sense of security could be deemed an unreasonable request. After much internal conflict, she finally addressed Inlan. Inlan, could you inquire about the method that Mal mentioned, which might cure me? Inlan slowly turned his head, observing Liu Bei's pale countenance, and without questioning her urgency, he replied solemnly, "You know that Claoux is an eccentric fellow, solitary and whimsical, perpetually shrouded in an inexplicable air of mystery, as if he possesses mastery over all. If I were to ask him, he might not divulge the answer. Then, could I implore you to use your insight to glimpse into his thoughts?" Inlan was taken aback. He had never considered that he would need to employ his abilities to peer into Mal's heart. However, upon reflection, it seemed feasible. He could fully comprehend Liu Bei's emotions and even harbored similar thoughts himself. Mal had never discussed his most pressing plans regarding the fall of Lowskin. And Inlan too was curious about his strategy to topple the empire. After all, Mal seemed indifferent to such matters, so why not? Liu Bei gazed at him with hopeful eyes. A sensation that resonated with Inlan, igniting within him an inexplicable yearning. He nodded, and Liu Bei let out a sigh of relief, her smile eliciting an involuntary joy within him. Was it empathy? At that moment, the clock struck 11. Mal entered the room punctually, pleased to find the amicable atmosphere between the two. He then proceeded to share all the information he had gathered from Templar. Inlan was astonished. He could hardly fathom that two operations capable of annihilating Roderick transpired simultaneously, unnoticed. Liu Bei, however, remained unfazed, recalling how she had once tracked high-ranking officials plotting an assassination, observing decisions capable of upheaving an entire county, or even the northern reaches of Satin, being finalized over a banquet, often without the participants' awareness. "It's getting late. We should head back. We will visit you tomorrow, Liu Bei. Inlan, you must get a good night's rest. Tomorrow, I need you to leverage your former editor-in-chief status to contact Roderick's local newspaper on behalf of the Lindun Press." "I've already done the preliminary investigation," Mal stated. As Mal and Inlan bid farewell to Liu Bei and closed the door behind them, they descended the staircase bathed in the gentle light of the sanatorium. Mal continued to share his plans with Inlan, but suddenly noticed that Inlan's eyes had transformed into a deep azure in the darkness. "What do you wish to know from me, Inlan?" Inlan awkwardly turned away, yet Mal was merely intrigued by the source of his curiosity. "The plans for Lowskin are still in preparation. What you would see now are likely fragments of inspiration. But rest assured, by the time we conclude our dealings in Octopus Harbor, I will provide you with a strategy potent enough to dismantle the Empire. Indeed, this matter is not of paramount importance. It is merely that Liu Bei implored me to seek your thoughts on how to address the sorcery afflicting her. This is merely the first day, and I had intended to wait until you all became more acquainted before broaching this subject. I should have conveyed to you that resolving the sorcery issue concerning Liu Bei is intertwined with your involvement and hinges upon your willingness to assist her. Given that she is our companion and an exceptionally formidable assassin, I would not hesitate to offer my life in exchange for hers, to sacrifice myself for her salvation. There is no issue. You may freely share your insights with us." "No, that is entirely incorrect, Inlan." Mal shook his head gravely, asserting that the dilemma is not whether you are willing to make a self-sacrifice. "From what I know of you, even if I were to propose a deal whereby you must risk your life in exchange for my assistance in dismantling the Roskin Empire, you would undoubtedly acquiesce without hesitation. Inlan, you do not value your own life. Even Liu Bei, who has only known you for a day, can discern this truth." Inlan remained noncommittal, merely urging Mal to expeditiously reveal the method. Mal proceeded to outline his plan. He believes that Inlan must first establish mutual understanding with Liu Bei. Only then can Inlan utilize subjective perception to intrude upon Liu Bei's consciousness. Over the past 4 years, Mal has experimented with various physical healing methods, all of which failed to eradicate the sorcery, providing only limited relief. Thus, Mal conjectured that the operational logic of the sorcery likely hinges upon the mental state, ultimately affecting Liu Bei's physical form. The views reiterated by his mother, Marancia, regarding the arcane practitioners further corroborated Mal's hypothesis. This explains why healing magic cannot remedy sorcery. No matter how one attempts to mend Liu Bei's physical body, it is akin to cutting the grass without uprooting it. As long as the mental sorcery persists, Liu Bei will invariably descend into an unending cycle of injury and suffering. Moreover, the structure of the sorcery is singular, indicating it is a straightforward yet stable incantation. Consequently, it cannot possess the capacity to distort Liu Bei's perception or amplify her emotions. Thus, this sorcery must parasitize a stable emotional state within Liu Bei. However, since a person's emotions are subject to change, should not the sorcery's parasitic nature dissipate during moments when Liu Bei lacks the emotional substrate for it to cling to? Unless, of course, Liu Bei has consistently maintained a particular emotion, remaining unchanged, thereby allowing the sorcery to sustain its stable affliction. It stands to reason that within the affluent man's private prison, There was only a solitary sorcerer, devoid of runes or ritual circles. How could such a readily unleashed sorcery, unless it traversed a nefarious path, pose such a challenge to Mao and the arcane practitioners? Fortuitously, Liu Bei possesses an emotion that remains perpetually stable. A conclusion Mao reached from his conversations with her at dusk: despair. Marancia had previously informed Mao that Liu Bei suffers from severe depression. The inner turmoil associated with depression is prone to engendering an indelible sense of hopelessness, where even the slightest incident can magnify despair infinitely. The root of Liu Bei's despair lies in the sorcery ravaging her body, creating a perfect logical loop. The sorcery breeds despair, and despair nurtures the sorcery. While Liu Bei possesses the capacity to perpetuate this cycle indefinitely through her profound depression. Thus, one cannot expect Liu Bei to resolve this issue independently. However, Yinluan possesses a unique subjective insight that enables him to penetrate the consciousness of others, and given the similarities in their experiences, he can easily empathize with Liu Bei. Consequently, Mare devised a solution. Once Yinluan establishes a connection with Liu Bei, he would utilize his subjective insight to delve into her memories. The root of Liu Bei's despair, apart from the sorcery, lies in her regret and self-loathing regarding past experiences. If Yinluan could assist her in overcoming her despair about the past, he might eradicate the sorcery from her being at its source and even heal Liu Bei's depressive traumas. It is no wonder you propose this. However, it would be simpler for me to bear the sorcery in her stead. Upon hearing Mare's plan, Yinluan felt doused in cold water, both by Mare and by his own thoughts. You must understand, I have not yet conquered my own regrets and self-loathing. How could I possibly aid another in achieving this? It is a complete fallacy, Yinluan. Although I struggle to comprehend the nature of emotions, I possess a definitive experience. My mother, Melancia, like my father, feared violence and shied away from confronting her vulnerabilities. Yet, she was able to help my father, Martin, navigate through such emotions, assisting him in overcoming his mania. And together they have arrived at this moment. Consider, Yinluan, while two strangers may falter, two individuals who understand each other can undoubtedly prevail under the influence of emotions. Otherwise, my parents would not have fallen in love. Though it may sound illogical, this is the essence of reality, and my very presence before you serves as the finest testament. Just as Yinluan opened his mouth to retort, he found himself at a loss for words, and Mare continued his reasoning. Yinluan, there are only 2 points you need to contemplate. First, do you wish to assist Liu Bei? Second, how do your inner feelings perceive Liu Bei? Regarding the first question, your willingness to use subjective insight to help Liu Bei today renders the answer clear. As for the second, I cannot ascertain your perspective, as you may be blinded by your own biases. Thus, let us devise a method to unequivocally elucidate your viewpoint. Employ your technique of subjective insight to examine your own inner thoughts, and then respond to me regarding your perception of Liu Bei. How is that possible? I require vision to perceive the emotions of others. Can I truly see myself with my own eyes? Yet Mare extended his hand, the soft glow of healing magic shimmering against the darkened street outside the sanatorium. He smiled gently at Yinluan, asking, why not? Healing magic can manipulate another's body, just as subjective insight can alter another's thoughts. If you are willing to relinquish your body to me, I shall enable your eyes to perceive your soul. Trembling, Yinluan reached out his hand, suddenly engulfed by a sense of unease and resistance. He grasped Mare's hand, as instructed, closed his eyes, and conjured the image of Liu Bei in his mind. Astonishingly, the hues of emotion materialized before him in the enveloping darkness. What colors were they? The crimson of a comrade? The orange-red of a dear friend? The yellow-green of a colleague? Or perhaps a shade of pink that could never deceive his own perception? Chapter 25. Roderick on August 1st. The Central Agricultural Department of Satin had thoroughly eradicated the root systems of the original crops, scattering the seeds of golden thistle across half of the farmland. All agricultural lands in Sunflower City were acquired by the Minister of Agriculture, as the people of Roderick witnessed him overseeing the dismantling of the existing farm barriers, merging numerous plots into an immense golden thistle farm. Simultaneously, the minister generously offered a wage of £10 per hour, publicly recruiting former farmers, providing unlimited meals and lodging for every 5 hours of work. Thus, the farmers not only received substantial rent for their leased lands, but also secured a stable and considerable income through continued cultivation, even enjoying plentiful sustenance throughout the day on the farm. Sunflower City, predominantly inhabited by farmers, saw its populace openly supporting Satin and extolling the virtues of the Golden Thistle Initiative, while other cities hesitated to welcome Satin's people. Mal observed from a distance, coldly watching the fervent actions of Sunflower City's residents, blinded by small gains. They enthusiastically assisted the agricultural officials in constructing fences and walls to prevent others from pilfering or damaging the golden thistle fields. Meanwhile, onlookers from other cities gathered at the construction site, simultaneously scornful of those who had compromised their dignity by laboring for satin, while enviously eyeing the fine food and money that flowed to them. The more they were scrutinized, the more the people of Sunflower City felt fortunate and increasingly self-satisfied. If the people of Roderick could unite closely, Satin would have no opportunity to exploit. However, with some bought off and others overlooked, the infighting within Roderick created numerous fissures for Satin to infiltrate. Sunflower City had nearly transformed into a bastion defending Satin and the golden thistle. Anyone opposing them was viewed as a detractor to the farmers' newfound prosperity. Mal had reached out to Laurelis, who resided far away in Oriament, hoping that she and other academic professors from the seminar could send him signed letters. He intended to publish a paper regarding the golden thistle in Roderick's newspapers under the auspices of the Elemental Academy's reputation. Previously, he had tasked Yunluan with contacting various newspapers today to prepare for exposing the truth behind the Golden Thistle initiative in the guise of academia. Although the paper would be written in a detailed and comprehensible manner, Mal foresaw that Sunflower City would vehemently oppose its publication, resisting any attempts to fell their cash cow. The police were now present, monitoring the movements of the onlookers. It was no wonder that the Roderick Police Department had not pursued further investigations against the Coalition Party. Clearly, safeguarding the Golden Thistle initiative from disruption was their primary objective. It was also no surprise that Otta Clemisby was willing to reveal the truth about the Golden Thistle to lure the Coalition Party into a trap. Once the Coalition Party was decimated, even if they managed to reorganize and regain strength, they would be unable to halt the cultivation and maturation of the Golden Thistle. The implementation of the Golden Thistle initiative had been effectively cleared of all known obstacles by this sheriff. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Orlanois. No one from Satin could possibly anticipate that allowing him to escape would summon the Treant. Even Mal could scarcely fathom that the level of madness inherent in such matters could not be replicated by any politician. Thus, he now found himself benevolently assisting Satin, endeavoring to resolve a predicament that might very well lead to the mutual destruction of both Roderick and Satin. Currently, he was traversing the entirety of Roderick on foot, striving to uncover the whereabouts of the Treant. This method proved to be lamentably inefficient, yet with both Templar and Yunluan having dispatched all available personnel, Mal was left to search alone at a leisurely pace. He was acutely aware of the severe manpower shortage. Element could only provide clandestine assistance, and this trump card, under the scrutiny of Satin's military, was rendered unusable. Armed with the identity credentials of the Coalition Party, Mal had brought along Templar's staff badge. His curiosity piqued by the telegram from Aranva regarding how the rendezvous would be executed. Was it entirely reliant on the Transfortune? Having traversed Narcissus City, Iris City, and Sunflower City, only the smallest and most secretive Tulip City remained. Each of Roderick's 4 cities boasted distinct characteristics. Narcissus City was a designated area focused on serving humans. Sunflower City served as an agricultural hub for flower spirits producing specialty crops. Iris City combined residential zones with vibrant commercial districts, while Tulip City was a sparsely populated industrial area. The industry of the flower spirits was remarkably unique. Their innate ability to control plants allowed Flora to perform automated production in their stead. Consequently, the factories operated predominantly with solitary flower spirits, and the level of production was intrinsically linked to the magical abilities of the spirits themselves. In other words, Roderick's industrial output was heavily reliant on the flower spirits, with the upper echelons prioritizing the protection of these beings above all else. However, as the production center supplying all of Roderick, the birch furnace emitted vast quantities of steam daily. While the spring, autumn, and winter months were manageable, the summer heat transformed Tulip City into a veritable inferno. Gazing at the distant birch furnace, Mal began to question whether the Treants had lost interest in the coalition entirely. With only the city remaining, it was certainly not a place conducive to lingering. Even with his healing magic to mitigate the heat, he doubted he could endure more than 3 hours within, let alone a different flower spirit. While Treants were relatively resilient to humidity and heat, it seemed improbable they would insist on a meeting here. Given the current sweltering conditions, even factories had ceased operations. Finding an uninhabited area should be feasible, so why insist on convening in Tulip City? Yet, Mal found himself devoid of alternative strategies and could only persist, steeling himself to press onward. The southern summer brought oppressive heat, and before long, it was the hottest hour of the afternoon at 2 p.m., a time when even the sun-loving flower spirits sought refuge indoors. As Mal walked along the narrow path leading to Tulip City, He relied on the faint healing magic to regulate his body temperature, struggling to keep moving. Trance. Dragonblood trance. This enigmatic and perilously dangerous entity had tormented him for a full 24 hours since yesterday. Even the most composed individual could lose their sanity amid such sweltering heat and a sense of impending crisis. Mal found himself contemplating what to do if, after scouring the entirety of Roderick, the trance remained elusive. Would he resort to publicly eliminating a member of the coalition to exert pressure on the police? Once again, could the burning of the golden thistle fields compel him to reveal himself? As he pondered, a vivid image of a mature golden thistle seemed to materialize before Mal. Planted by the roadside, adorned with resplendent golden buds, this accursed plant, even if merely a figment of his imagination, incited a desire in Mal to kick it to pieces. The bud, sent flying by his foot, rolled into the overgrown wilderness, its yellow sap oozing from the split petals and dripping onto the wild grass. The magic wafting through the sweltering air, it was no illusion. The potency of the healing magic surged, and Mal's consciousness regained clarity at a pleasant temperature of 22 degrees. It was real. How could there be a golden thistle on such a remote path, so far from Sunflower City? Was it a lapse on the part of the agriculture department? A clandestine venture by a flower spirit? None of these seemed plausible. Shaking his head, Mal struggled to fathom who would cultivate a golden thistle in such a desolate place. Yet, this golden thistle was absurdly mature, its growth cycle untouched by external interference. Spanned 2 months, and the seeds had only been discovered on July 26th, just 6 days prior. This was undoubtedly a hastened bloom. Excluding the possibility of the Satine herbalist or the flower spirits, who else could have smuggled a golden thistle into the wild and expedited its growth? The thought of tree spirits resurfaced in Mal's mind. Indeed, it could only be them. He immediately grasped that this might be the clue he had been seeking. He hurried into the wild field, crouching in the grass, reaching out to feel the bud he had kicked. Picking it up, he stood and peeled back several petals, revealing inscriptions of the flower spirit script on the inner surfaces. Heart of the mist, summit of the birch furnace, human, only I remain. We need to converse. The heart of the mist evidently referred to the summit, as the pervasive mist enveloping the entirety of Tulip City, extending to its outskirts, was a byproduct of the vast thermal energy plant known as the birch furnace. Mal's gaze fell upon the word human, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He realized it was his presence that had drawn attention, likely from the dragon blood tree spirit encountered the previous day. How much did the tree spirits know? Had they been observing him all along? Only I remain, whether it referred to himself or the count of tree spirits approaching Roderick, brought him a momentary sigh of relief. At least it was only one tree spirit, suggesting that he was not facing a deadly ambush. As for we need to converse, the implications were vast. However, now was not the time for abstract speculation regarding the tree spirit's intentions. He needed to act swiftly. Mal uprooted the golden thistle, discarding the petals into the soil as fertilizer, and carelessly tossed the seeds onto the dirt road to dry, before hastening toward Tulip City. The urban landscape of Tulip City differed greatly from the towering edifices of Daffodil City, characterized instead by low, expansive factories. Upon entering Tulip City, Mal had to amplify the potency of his healing magic. The pervasive mist, under the scorching summer sun, transformed the city into a veritable steamer. With outdoor temperatures soaring to a staggering 50 degrees Celsius, the oppressive heat and humidity could swiftly claim the life of an outdoor laborer. Despite the streets being lined with moisture-resistant trees, their capacity to absorb humidity paled in comparison to the rapid emission of vapor from the birch furnace. Fortunately, the factory walls were composed of water-absorbing, temperature-regulating living wood, allowing for a semblance of life in Tulip City. In the mist, the beautiful tulips burgeoned with 7 layers of petals, their decaying sweetness wafting through the air, while the trees donned a luminous cloak of moss, enhancing the rare visibility of this city. The industrial prowess of this era resembled a monstrous creature of gold, bestowing both terrifying wealth and energy. Alongside equally dreadful byproducts, the arcane crystal production emitted unstable, explosive magical waste. The dwarven geothermal energy released copious amounts of lava slag and toxic fumes, and the enigmatic alchemical processes purportedly polluted the environment to such an extent that they could alter the very species of living beings. In contrast, the floral spirit's photosynthetic output merely exhaled water vapor, yet it transformed Tulip City into a blistering inferno. Strange as it may seem, Tulip City resembled a ghost town. With scarcely a pedestrian in sight, both governmental bodies and factories large and small displayed signs warning of the sweltering heat. The tree spirits had deliberately chosen this locale. seemingly aware of Mar's healing magic. How much more did they know? Battling the oppressive humidity, Mar sprinted towards the city center, arriving at the entrance of the birch furnace. Towering like a spire, the true production facilities lay beneath the ground, with the entire structure erected solely to release steam into the upper atmosphere, thereby mitigating its impact. The lock on the furnace door had been damaged by several wooden spikes, confirming that he had indeed arrived at the correct location. Step by step, Mar wearily ascended the spiral staircase within the towering edifice. In the low-temperature, dry environment atop the train, his healing magic could endure for quite some time. Yet in this heat and humidity, it would rapidly deplete his magical reserves. Supporting his head, he wiped away the sweat that refused to evaporate, cursing the tree spirits that had caused him such vexation, before reluctantly continuing his ascent to the top floor. At last, the summit was within reach, and the surrounding temperature had decreased. The birch furnace expelled cool steam, and at the pinnacle, where the misting pipes were situated, the temperature had finally dropped to a point where healing magic was no longer necessary. Crossing the final step, the dragon's blood tree spirit he had unexpectedly encountered the day prior reappeared before him. The tree spirit turned, its form towering and statuesque like cast bronze. With skin cracked and etched with intricate growth rings, its eyes glimmered a vivid crimson like the essence of tree blood, while the whites shimmered an amber hue akin to resin. Tendril-like roots hung from either side of its nose to its collarbone, and its brow and eyes were deeply creased as if marked by the passage of time. In its hand, it delicately twirled a grotesquely beautiful tulip, inhaling its rotten fragrance. Clad in a robe resembling dark green bark, the dragon's blood tree spirit turned to face him, its unfathomable gaze bearing the weight of history. Good afternoon, human Mar Claoux. I am the tree spirit Turii. You are a direct individual, so I shall be forthright. The tree spirits will not proceed further into Roderick, provided you pledge that no flower spirit shall perish as a result of your actions in resolving Roderick's crisis. That is agreeable, Mar replied, but Turii interjected, Hold on, Mar. Do not hastily accept this promise. I shall not provide you with any hints. You must ponder the significance of this commitment I urge you to consider. Turii's voice remained steady, reminiscent of a deeply understanding mentor. Then he turned his back once more, facing the somber sky shrouded in haze. If you believe you are prepared, then depart. I shall honor my promise. My resolve to uphold commitments is in essence more resilient than my 1,700 years of existence. You may doubt me, but I shall heed not your skepticism. When your promises falter, retribution shall inevitably seek you. Mao bowed respectfully, for the true elder commanded a measure of reverence from him as soon as he spoke. I trust you, though you may remain indifferent to my faith. However, I have several inquiries I wish to pose to you. Are you willing to respond? Our time is limited, and what I can impart to you is scarce. Ask away. You are observing me. Thus, could you reveal your reasons for this scrutiny and the manner in which you observe? The answers to both questions could be from the demon clan. I am of the demon race, fighting for my kin, 11 of my kindred and 4 fallen tribes. For your plans evidently favor my people. Furthermore, you possess the rare gift of healing magic. You are aware that such a talent is exceedingly rare. Even Satin may not know of its existence. Yet, I have encountered 13 individuals with this ability throughout the span of 1,700 years. Care to guess what characteristics they share? Even more astonishing is the fact that you have been stripped of your emotions. I have never witnessed such a combination, and I am intrigued by your future. As for your methods, let me assure you, you cannot counter them. In human lore, there are demons, and the reimagining by the Light Church has transformed them into malevolent beings from hell, dedicated to tempting humanity. Indeed, hell exists, though the modern magical world refers to it as the subspace. The demons were among the first indigenous inhabitants to stumble into it, once human like you, akin to the blood demons. Unless one day your power is sufficient to mend the rifts of subspace, you shall remain oblivious to the source of your sight. Your knowledge spans 17 centuries. Why would you place the hopes of the demon race upon a mere human such as myself? 1,700 years is a long duration. Long enough that you may never attain even a 20th of my age in your lifetime. Yet, it is also a brief span. 400 years of childhood, 500 years of youth, and 600 years of maturity are insufficient to endow a child with omniscience. You grasp my meaning. And what of Colonel Oranva? You are aware he is with us. He is not as foolish as you might presume, yet neither is he particularly astute. Oranva merely knows to borrow troops from us and to feign strength against Satin at the borders to extricate himself, leading to mutual satisfaction for both races. However, he is unaware that the flower spirits, bound to humanity, are not regarded as kin by the tree spirits, and a stray dog holds no standing to negotiate with the demon race. Nevertheless, after today, he shall return. He possesses no further value. You are quite merciful. Perhaps. Yet should you linger any longer, I may well choose to terminate your existence here prematurely. Once life ceases, all is concluded, human. Turiai, with his back, turned to Mal, elucidated his thoughts, and then fell silent, gazing into the distance. Mal understood that he had exhausted his questions and that the information bestowed upon him by the tree spirit far exceeded his expectations. He offered a final bow to Turiai's departing figure and silently descended from the tower. As Mal continued to struggle to escape from Tulip City, Yinluan had flawlessly concluded his mission. Despite his disdain for the identity of a former editor, he could not deny that such a background was indeed advantageous. Leveraging his connections from his time at the newspaper, he adeptly contacted the heads of various publications in Roderick, requesting them to publish a paper on the collaborative submissions from various prestigious schools in Alemanni. Proximity to the source yields the first fruits. With the golden thistle nearing maturity for market release in just 2 months, it would be wise for everyone to seize this opportunity to cultivate relationships with the scholars researching this valuable plant. It is well known that the golden thistle is of significant interest even to the authorities, and once innovative products emerge from their research, they are bound to flood the market. If they support the golden thistle business in Roderick now, they will secure first-hand information that would greatly facilitate investments in lucrative stocks. This information I have kept confidential. Only you and I are privy to it. The editors of major newspapers eagerly granted Yinluan the front page, after which he turned to a smaller publication known for its critiques of satin, proclaiming, "Only you can save Roderick." Esteemed colleagues, the universities in Elemanti have uncovered that the golden thistle not only harbors issues, but poses a dire threat to the flower spirits. Other outlets hesitate to report this. I was nearly apprehended by the authorities, as Otto's men are actively seeking to suppress this paper. Time is of the essence. I am hesitant to share this with you, but I implore you to dedicate the front page to this urgent matter concerning our survival. Fellow flower spirits, Satin has already eliminated the deer and feather spirits. Today, he aims to extinguish your kin, and soon, the guns will be turned against our own. I shall clandestinely send you the letter tonight. Other newspapers are also vying to seize or report this information, so we must act swiftly. Through this back and forth, Yinluan successfully persuaded all the newspapers Mal had suggested, each either elated or enraged, yet all committed to featuring Elemanti's golden thistle investigation on the morrow's front page. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, with the hottest part of the day behind him, Yinluan sought out the equally triumphant Templar. As Mal had indicated, this fellow possessed little talent. Yet he dutifully followed Mal's steps with unwavering steadiness. Mal transformed the truth about the golden thistle into a conspiracy theory, instructing Templar to disseminate it among the students. He disguised himself as a janitor, energetically traversing each school, secretly slipping envelopes containing documents. When students discovered him, he would hastily flee, pleading, "Please don't tell anyone. Sheriff Otto will surely kill me." The more he expressed his fear, the more the students spread the word, swiftly alerting every school in Iris City of Roderick's imminent peril and the legend of Otto and the police's crackdown on the Flower Spirit ethnic organization. Rumors, often more persuasive than evidence, gradually led a portion of the students to willingly join the coalition. Templar did not publicly declare Colonel Orlanva's disappearance. Instead, he stated that the patriotic Colonel Orlanva could no longer tolerate Satin and Sheriff Otto's current actions, rallying the young men to rise and battle against those who had truly betrayed Satin, as if in defense of Grod Wesley's covenant of the Satin people. No other group can be so easily swayed by a few words as students can. Mal is acutely aware of their naive sense of justice, which can be transformed into a formidable weapon against Otto. When Yinluan returned to the Crocs family home, he discovered that Mal had already arrived. In Mal's room, he was diligently composing a paper based on the samples of golden thistle he had encountered and the data from Valadin. Several official seals from various universities, sent by Lilith, lay on his desk. Once Crocs affixed these seals to the paper, it would possess enough weight to convince all who were willing to embrace the truth. Subsequently, Templar also paid a visit to the Crocs household. Dr. Martin was still occupied at the hospital in Sunflower City, while Melancio warmly welcomed him. Crocs appeared unreserved in front of his mother, openly discussing the matter of forming an alliance. Mrs. Melancio, however, remained undeterred, continuing to smile as she served freshly baked cookies and mousse cakes to the three of them. Perhaps she harbored differing opinions within, but like Mal, she chose not to voice them. For the time being, there was nothing for Yinluan to worry about, and he trusted that Mal would adeptly handle the situation regarding Roderick. After all, he was Crocs, and he always managed to succeed. As dusk approached, Inlouin stepped out of the Crocs family's grand door, savoring the rare leisure time. He recalled mentioning to Dr. Martin yesterday his desire to explore Roderick's four cities. This was no mere pretext. He had barely wandered through a few streets of Iris City, and Roderick remained a tantalizing source of curiosity for him. Perhaps now, he could take a stroll and observe the realm of the flower fairies. Exiting the front yard, Inlouin encountered a fork in the road. To the left lay an unexplored path that might lead him to new sights. Indeed, he had yet to fully recognize the flower fairy race. Why not take a look? He turned left, but hesitated to step forward. Deep down, he knew that his true desire lay in the path behind him, the one leading to the Morning Dew Sanatorium. There resided a lonely, melancholic, and pitiable soul, one that, like his own, yearned for redemption, a soul that could awaken a long-buried heart to a vibrant hue of pink. The Rose Fairy, Lube Matio, was enduring the torment of sorcery in solitude. Mal was right. They were indeed kindred spirits. Thus, the thought of Lube's pain caused Inlouin's heart to ache, while the memory of her smile from yesterday ignited a spark of hope upon his face. The words Mal had spoken resonated vividly in his mind. So, Dmitry Sergeyevich Ivanov, why do you linger here, motionless? Have you not long desired to venture to a place beyond any city? What are you waiting for? Do you wish for her to wait? Tulip City was unbearably hot. Sunflower City was filled with foolish farmers, and Daffodil City bore no relation to the culture of the flower fairies. How disappointing. It seemed Roderick offered little to explore. Whether speaking to others or to himself, Inlouin pivoted and sprinted in another direction. Meanwhile, within the confines of the sanatorium, in a room devoid of door handles, Lube heard an unfamiliar sound outside the door, the frantic tapping of leather shoes against the ground. Snuggled under her cotton blanket, she sat up abruptly. Her cold heart instantly thawed by a shy joy. A small branch reached out, this time adorned with a tiny rose, stretching towards the doorknob. Mirroring the anticipation of the person outside, yearning to open that solitary door and behold his face. Chapter 26, Roderick, August 2nd, morning 7:00 a.m. Inlouin awoke naturally from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he recalled that he had not returned to the Crocs family last night, but had instead spent the entire night in Lube's hospital room, indulging once more in the excessively sweet dinner provided by the sanatorium. He remembered conversing with Lube throughout the night, as she showed him 48 letters sent to her by Mal over the past 4 years. The handwriting on Crocs' letters was exceedingly poor, leading to fits of laughter as they struggled to decipher the text, chuckling at the earnest yet humorous tone of Crocs' correspondence. Inlouin's last memory of that night was of Lube, devoid of the pain that the sorcery had inflicted upon her. He must have fallen asleep. Yet, he found himself not on the bench in the hospital room, but rather on a makeshift bed formed by 3 chairs, covered with a thin quilt from the sanatorium, beneath which lay a narrow sheet. Clearly, this arrangement was crafted by Lube, who still lay sleeping in bed. The delicate quilt still bore the fragrance of roses. Rising slowly from the chair, he gazed at Lube, whose eyes were tightly shut. Unbeknownst to him, her cheek bore an additional cotton pad, secured over a wound with tape. In the span of 2 days, since Crocs had healed her to perfect health, Lube had once more suffered from the ravages of sorcery, which had carved fresh wounds into her body. Perhaps these injuries had manifested after he fell asleep, and with the doctors long gone. Lube had hastily applied a cotton pad and succumbed to slumber, possibly not having slept for long due to her pain. Inlouin slowly got out of bed, donned the black suit jacket that Lube had removed and draped over the chair's back, and noted that shoes were unnecessary within the confines of the sanatorium. Thus, he had left his shoes and socks in the corner, while a pair of slippers awaited him beside Lube's chair. Words eluded him as he approached Lube's bedside. Observing her curled-up sleeping form and the furrowed brow that remained even in her dreams, causing a pang of anguish within him. Why, during the peak of summer's heat, was Lube still covered in a blanket? Gently, he touched the back of her hand. Its icy chill spoke volumes. Perhaps her unease compelled her to seek the comfort of a heavy quilt, the weight of the cotton serving to soothe her troubled and fearful heart. At that moment, the scent of roses wafted through the air once more. This time, Inlouin discerned its source. His pupils dilated in shock as he realized the fragrance emanated from the fresh wound on Lube's cheek, the scent of rose blood. Unable to bear the sight of Lube's sleeping face, the suffering she endured obscured her beauty entirely. Slowly, his hand pressed against his own face, fingers digging into his skin, as if to stifle the anguish that threatened to overwhelm him. Inon concealed his emotions, feeling as though the anguish enveloping Rubii had also seeped into him. He clenched his teeth, questioning himself. Why do you merely stand here, observing? It was as if another self, named Dmitry, had emerged within him, interrogating his very soul. Claoux had clearly relayed the means to resolve the affliction. He had the opportunity to dispel the sorcery that plagued her. Yet, why did he hesitate to touch her spirit? Why was he unwilling to voice even this crucial matter to her, to inquire about her thoughts? You love her, Inon. Mar's insight has illuminated the depths of your emotions, affirming that your own heart's tremors and affection compel you to prevent Ruby from enduring further suffering. Yet, why do you not at least attempt to alleviate her inner turmoil? What are you afraid of? Is this how you express your love for her? Do you wish to grasp her pale hand? Do you long to kiss her bloodied cheek? Do you yearn to embrace her scarred form? Do you aspire to enter the sanctity of marriage with a soul eternally shackled by despair? Do you desire to awaken each day to witness Ruby's anguished slumber? Do you wish for her to remain a pitiful, desolate wretch, forever tormented by regret? Dmitri, long-lost Dmitri, rather than Inon, questioned the depths of his heart. How long had it been since this voice had surfaced? Was it when the esteemed leader of the Lianshodang fell beneath the axe of a berserker? Or had it been since he discerned the truth of Satin and resigned from his editorial position? It appeared you still exist. This body bears more than the sorrowful name of Inon. I am still a person, one who contemplates the future. Ruby turned with great difficulty, her brow furrowed tightly. Her expression contorted in pain, which seemed to transcend mere physical agony. A hand groped desperately at the pillow, as though striving to clutch something intangible, yet ultimately grasped nothing but formed a tight fist. Inon instinctively extended his hand, taking hold of hers. Perhaps the warmth of his palm thawed her icy grasp. For Ruby gradually relaxed her grip, clutching Inon's hand with fervor, akin to a drowning person seizing a lifeline. As Inon observed the tension in her expressionese, he too tightened his hold, unwilling to release her. To redeem a soul deeply entrenched in suffering and yearning for liberation, what, indeed, was he so afraid of? The answer seemed on the verge of revelation. Dmitri, the name of one who had harbored noble aspirations for Loskin and Satin, for himself and the Lianshodang until the very end, while Inon, drowning in self-destructive despair, refused to reflect upon the past and embrace the survivor within him. Why had he felt an irreparable attraction to Ruby from the very first moment? Her story, her visage, her spirit, so akin to Dmitri, ensnared in the throes of Inon's own torment. Why did he not dare to rescue her? Perhaps the answer lay alongside the question of why he could not forget the tragedies of the past. I am sorry. I require time. Just a little, a moment more, Inon. Perhaps it is no longer fitting to call him Inon. He resembled a madman murmuring to himself, futilely engaging in a soliloquy. In her slumber, Lube either heard his words or simply felt a sense of tranquility, which brought a smile to her lips. Inluin inhaled deeply, kneeling at Lube's bedside, overwhelmed by the thunderous beating of his heart, ensnared in the endless torment within. At that moment, Mal pushed open the door and beheld Inluin kneeling before the sleeping Lube. His head bowed, obscuring his expression. Without uttering a word, he called out to Inluin, urging him to rise and awaken, stating that they were about to depart. The students had already taken to the streets in a frenzy, and the newspapers had duly published his paper. You have done well, but this is not the end. We must personally oversee the actions of the United Party. The police are likely already in motion. Do not forget our plan. Mal's voice roused Lube from her sleep. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Inluin kneeling at her bedside, his hands tightly clenched. He gradually stood from the floor. Wait for me to return, Lube. Grant me a moment. Do not force yourself into the same agony as I, Inluin implored. I can wait. I am not dead yet. Lube reassured him with a smile, gently brushing her fingertips against his face. Let us speak of it once all has settled. Inluin silently released Lube's hand and approached Mal. On the streets of Iris City, students surged forth from their schools, each clutching a newspaper revealing the conspiracy of the Golden Thistle on the front page, albeit not the whole truth. Mal's paper intentionally obscured the destructive impact of the Golden Thistle on the natural cycle, instead portraying its cultivation as a depleting practice that would severely damage the soil's fertility. Remnants of the United Party infiltrated the student ranks, leading speeches on the road about the conspiracy behind the Golden Thistle plan. The students' fury resonated with the discontent of citizens already dissatisfied with Satin and envious of the farmers in Sunflower City. The three forces converged into a torrent of humanity, marching resolutely towards Sunflower City. The enraged flower spirits broke through the police, who bore riot shields and silent runes, their roars echoing through every street of Iris City. You seek to destroy our land. Get out, lackeys. Leave Roderick. I knew Satin's spawn would not have good intentions. Look, he wishes to starve us, forcing us to consume their monopolized grain. Where are the lords? Where is the Minister of Agriculture? You must provide us, the people of Roderick. with answers. Amidst the crowd's uproar, Templar unexpectedly emerged as the leader, directing them to subdue the police and avert a bloody catastrophe. He urged everyone to disregard the police and hasten to the Golden Thistle fields to intervene, a daunting task for a mere civil servant. Fortunately, many students remembered this daring member of the United Party who had exposed the truth about the Golden Thistle. The remnants of the United Party had also heard of his appointment by Orlanois, compelling the tree spirits to retreat and yield to his leadership, allowing Templar to tenuously guide the marching throng. At this juncture, Mal and Inluin had also arrived, witnessing the crowd on the streets already coalescing into an unstoppable force, surging towards Sunflower City. Upon the slow-moving automobile's roof stood Templar, wielding a megaphone to address the assembled crowd, reciting the words he had memorized at Mar's behest the day prior. "Comrades, we find ourselves with no avenue of retreat. The persecution by the Satin has not been a mere passing whim. Today, they seek to usurp our right to cultivate our own sustenance. Tomorrow, they will aim to transform our tulip market into their arsenal. Subsequently, they will undoubtedly endeavor to convert our flower spirits into their slaves and cannon fodder. If we acquiesce to the Golden Thistle now, what will tomorrow bring? Satin will contrive yet another scheme to undermine our industry, fulfilling the lifelong ambitions of those political lords who dream of annexing Roderick. Consider, dear friends, what wrong have the feather spirits committed? What transgression has the deer spirit committed? Yet, what fate awaits the innocent Wendiger? They may claim to be the magical race. Why can we not embrace our identity as such? Just by virtue of our presence on the streets today, they can levy all manner of accusations against us, branding us as the magical race. Does it truly matter if we are or are not? What truly matters is that anyone who opposes Satin is destined for ruin. Each time a sore point is touched upon regarding Satin, the students within the procession erupt in applause or curses, and the gathering swells, appearing increasingly unstoppable. Yet, at the zenith of Templar's impassioned rhetoric, a voice suddenly erupted from the crowd, exclaiming, "Humans have oppressed us. We flower spirits must exact our vengeance. Humans, begone from Roderick. Down with humanity." In that instant, the already ignited students erupted into a frenzy, their focus swiftly redirected by this simple, yet potent call to hatred. Their ire turned sharply toward the pedestrians and human participants in the parade. In a heartbeat, the once unified procession devolved into chaos. Mar immediately recognized that the incendiary remark had originated from an undercover officer employed by Otto, who possessed considerable expertise in handling public demonstrations. He swiftly urged Inland to move forward, disregarding the shouts and blows from students nearby. Templar found himself unable to regain control as the situation spiraled, the rapid shifts overwhelming him, the megaphone in his grip silent. "Inland, hurry. You must take Templar's place. Otto's agents have already mobilized. You know how to steer this crowd. You know what they wish to hear. I shall prepare the decisive blow." Utilizing his perceptive insights and healing magic, Inland navigated through the throngs of those who bore him no ill will, racing toward the automobile where Templar stood. Mar released his grip and vanished into the crowd, becoming untraceable. As Inland extended his hand, Templar understood instantly, pulling him up onto the roof. Seizing the megaphone, Inland called out to the gathering, "Fellow flower spirits, halt. You may not recognize me, but the evidence of Satin's crimes that you hold was provided by me to the press. Esteemed journalists, you can attest to my words." At first, the flower spirit students below shouted phrases such as "Who considers you humans as kin? You should leave, foreigner." However, this discordant clamor was swiftly drowned out by the United Party and the newspaper reporter who had met Inland the previous day. The crowd fell abruptly into silence, and the students, who had previously resorted to violence, looked up in astonishment. Inland took the microphone and continued to speak. "Let everyone see clearly. I am not merely a human. I am a resident of Losjing. I do not belong to Roderick. Yet I am still willing to offer evidence to expose Satin's conspiracy and to defend Roderick on behalf of all of you. Consider this, the university that stamps the reports. Is it not a university of the human city? The one who penned this paper, using scientific evidence to prove the conspiracy of the Golden Thistle, is none other than Dr. Cliff Evans, a human being. Must we believe that humans are the ones who would destroy Roderick, while flower spirits are the only ones to defend it? Is this truly your conviction? Reflect on this. 20 years ago, a group of humans entered Roderick. They could very well be the very individuals standing alongside you today, upholding justice. Or perhaps they're the parents of some flower spirit children. Have you not dwelled in tree houses improved by human engineers? Have you not consumed vegetables cultivated by human agronomists? My friend Mal, his father, Dr. Martin, how many of you have sought his medical care for free or taken the medicines concocted in their hospital? Some humans possess such nobility. While some flower spirits display such baseness, our destination, Sunflower City, is not only to dismantle the golden thistle cultivated by Saturn's depraved agricultural department, but also to allow you to witness firsthand the disgraceful behavior of the flower spirit farmers there. Those among you who have recently visited Sunflower City are surely aware of how they accepted Saturn's money and groveled before them. Listen closely to those around you who have seen this with their own eyes. Do they not affirm the truth of my words? Those who have always looked down upon the farmers of Sunflower City find their sentiments echoed in Inland's speech. At this moment, their emotions surged to a crescendo. Their faces flushed as they shouted in agreement, simultaneously hurling curses at those from Sunflower City. Thus, my friends, even those flower spirit compatriots who inadvertently harmed their human brethren need not dwell on their missteps. It is of no consequence. You all stand as champions of justice for Roderick. What need is there for justice seekers to be troubled by minor errors? Our objective is to oppose the very conspiracy of Saturn itself. So, do you understand? Good flower spirits like Mr. Templar must unite with good humans like Dr. Martin to collectively confront Saturn and its minions. Do you not find reason in my words? The crowd erupted in cheers and affirmations, their internal strife once again quelled. Yet, at that moment, a discordant voice shattered the fervent atmosphere. No, this cannot be right. You are mistaken. Completely mistaken. Mr. Inland. The voice belonged to the furious Dr. Martin. His shout filled with incredulity, as if the entire world had betrayed him. How could you possibly do this? Mr. Inland, we clearly communicated just the day before yesterday. You have openly condemned the violent acts of Saturn, so why now do you consort with despicable brutality? This is not a matter of the same nature, Dr. Martin. Inland calmly retorted. Saturn oppresses our brethren, and we resist Saturn's tyranny. Dr. Martin, could you truly equate these two? Surely, as citizens of Roderick, you would not concur. Furthermore, if we do not oppose Saturn's actions now, shall we simply wait idly for Saturn's forces to annihilate Roderick? Chapter 27. Roderick, Part 2. What is different? Where lies the distinction? Even if the justifications for violence vary, the outcomes remain strikingly similar. Friends, calm yourselves and look upon those policemen you have downed. Behold their pitiable condition. The march halted, and under the gaze of the crowd, Dr. Martin did not succumb to another bout of frenzy, but rather stood before Inland to openly refute his views. Perhaps he relished this opportunity to voice his pacifist beliefs, even as they obstructed him. Yet, the police and soldiers, such lamentable professions, are inherently destined to obey orders. Our violent outburst upon them does little to ameliorate Roderick's plight. Were these unfortunate souls the ones who commanded the planting of the golden thistle? While all may wish to halt its cultivation, even if violence is deemed necessary, once they are toppled, none tend to their wounds or assist them to safety. They are left to bleed, to languish on the roadside. Some even ensnared in spells that poison them. Is it truly justice to let these wretched souls perish while the true culprits remain unscathed? Is your so-called justice merely a vehicle for inhumanity, Mr. Inland? Regrettably, Dr. Martin, justice and obedience require a delicate balance. They have chosen obedience, while we have opted for justice. These two are inherently destined to clash. Perhaps among our compatriots, some merely vent long-held grievances. Yet the majority among us are willing to rise for the cause of justice. Had Saturn not sought our total annihilation, I believe those citizens standing with us today would prefer to live peacefully in Roderick. Inland continued to wield the megaphone, publicly debating with Martin in the street, posing a critical question. Even if our actions today do not affect the lives of those in power, they can demonstrate to them that the people of Roderick fear not their violence, nor the shields and guns wielded by the police. Such resolve would strip them of their audacity to bully and exploit Roderick. Moreover, even if we heed your counsel and renounce violence, meekly surrendering, what repercussions would it have on the high-ranking officials of Saturn? We could urge Lord Jarrow to impeach the Ministry of Agriculture, or request him to dispatch militia to expel the ministry's agents from Roderick, or appeal to higher authorities on the grounds of the ministry's violation of agricultural laws. Alternatively, one might petition President Fulkrenen, beseeching him to grant us, the Roderick people, a chance at survival. Is this not a viable course of action? Mr. Inland, everyone, Dr. Martin raised his arm in fervent appeal, growing increasingly animated, asserting that violence is merely the most foolish and deplorable choice among myriad options. His declaration instantly sparked discontent among the crowd. Although many refrained from voicing their dissent due to his esteemed position, several students quietly countered his sentiments in favor of Inland. Inland, however, did not hasten to reply, as the gaze of the assembly bore down upon Dr. Martin, rendering his previous assertions feeble and insipid. Confronted by these skeptical stares, he found himself momentarily at a loss, uncertain of how to persuade these citizens to heed his nonviolent advocacy. As the atmosphere shifted, Inland seized the opportunity to retort, Dr. Martin, consider this. Regardless of whether a petition initiated by a mere dominion is deemed impeachment or rebellion. Even if you intend to invoke the Agricultural Act against the Ministry of Agriculture, Parliament could swiftly pass an amendment legalizing the cultivation of golden thistle. Moreover, the Lord has yet to reveal himself. We remain unaware if he has been taken captive by the Satin faction. How then can we seek justice from him? What precisely do you intend to do to resolve this issue without resorting to violence? I shall seek out Sheriff Otto. These matters undoubtedly concern him. He is my old comrade, and I will demand an account from him. Dr. Martin was acutely aware that the citizens' movement had gained unstoppable momentum, and he could not refute Inland's points. He could only urge the citizens to remain calm while defending his stance, then turn to embark on his solitary quest for nonviolent justice. Regarding the golden thistle, I share your disdain for satin. Yet, my fellow Rodricians, even in your pursuit of justice, you must maintain your composure. We must not allow hatred and fury to consume us. Inland sensed the gravity of the situation. Otto was not known for his leniency. He wished to call out to Dr. Martin, but the latter had already hastened away, and his current position did not permit him to forcibly detain the doctor. He could only pray for Martin's safety, hoping that Otto and the police would show restraint, given their old camaraderie. Meanwhile, Templar, summoning his courage, took charge, directing the citizens towards Sunflower City. Dr. Martin is correct. We must remain calm and focus on our priorities, defending Roderick and dismantling Satin's golden thistle conspiracy. We cannot allow our anger to dictate our actions. Fellow compatriots, we cannot falter. Let us march forth. Let us teach those self-serving individuals in Sunflower City a lesson. The fervor among the citizens was reignited, and under the rallying cries of Inland and Templar, they brandished placards proclaiming their opposition to the golden thistle and their commitment to defending Roderick as they marched towards Sunflower City. In the distance, farmers from Sunflower City, responding to the Ministry of Agriculture's call, organized self-defense units, similarly hoisting placards declaring the innocence of golden thistle and the safeguarding of their bread, blocking the path to the golden thistle farms. Soon, the two factions would converge, and the struggle between the citizens was only just beginning. Dr. Martin traversed the once bustling streets, now desolate and devoid of life. The audacious had joined the march led by the United Alliance, while the timid sought refuge behind closed doors. The thoroughfares of Iris City lay in disarray, marked by the remnants of vandalism wrought by the enraged populace prior to the orchestrated upheaval by Lewin and Templar. Amidst the chaos, a few officers leaned against the walls, gasping for breath. Dr. Martin hastened to their side. These guardians of order had been rendered powerless by the enchantments of the flower spirits, some even pierced by poisonous vines. He employed his skills to tend to their wounds, staunching the flow of blood and dressing their injuries, while admonishing them to steer clear of Roderick's insurrection. Hasten home, young men. The matter of Roderick has transcended right and wrong. I am at a loss as well. Where is your home? In Narcissus City? Perhaps you should return together, be it to the precinct or your abodes. I fear in this turmoil, you may not escape unscathed. Alas, injuring others is never a commendable outcome, regardless of the concerns of law and order. Yet, the weary officer merely shook his head weakly, offering a bitter smile to Dr. Martin. Doctor, I recognize you. Do you think we act of our own volition? We have dwelled in Roderick for many years, though the flower spirits often look down upon us. Those we know are understanding and compassionate. Moreover, we all inhabit Roderick. Who among us would wish to raise a hand against the flower spirits? Ah, young man, why then do you wade into these murky waters? Dr. Martin inquired. It is Sheriff Clampspy who dispatched us. Should we fail to comply, he would invoke his magic to punish us. His hands need not even touch us. A mere flourish in the air can deliver a slap to our faces. The sting is searing, yet it leaves no mark, no evidence whatsoever. Furthermore, he is the sole sheriff of the precinct, appointed by President Fulcrinen. His words carry more weight than a presidential decree. The young officer lamented to Dr. Martin, who, upon hearing this, darkened in countenance and solemnly vowed, "Return home, young man. I shall seek out your sheriff, Otto Clampspy. He must provide an account for the incident involving the golden thistle and must extend his apologies to you." The officer appeared poised to offer further counsel, but Dr. Martin had already turned to assist another officer collapsed by the roadside. Soon, he spotted a familiar silhouette amid the crowd. His son, Mal, was present, diligently performing the same noble task of aiding the injured officers. A smile graced Dr. Martin's lips. His son's prowess in saving lives surpassed his own, and he felt immense pride in their shared calling. Mal seemed to notice his father. waving as he swiftly heeled the officer at his side before approaching Dr. Martin. The doctor retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and ignited it. As his son drew near, he patted Mal's back with approval. Mal, with you here, no one shall come to harm. At such times, you are my most dependable ally, my son. As a father, Martin seemed to perceive a hint of concern on Mal's otherwise expressionless face. Father, the situation outside is chaotic. Leave the rescue efforts to me. You must not venture out here. Soon, the conflict will spread to Sunflower City, and an influx of police may arrive in Iris City. Please return home. I fear something might go wrong at our residence as well. Dr. Martin exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze sharpening. Then I certainly cannot remain idle here. I have witnessed the events surrounding the Golden Thistle. Your father is still capable of discerning right from wrong. I must confront that Otto Clamus fellow to demand an explanation. Previously, he maintained a respectful demeanor towards me, but now, as a police officer, he has abused his military background, subjecting his subordinates to physical punishment and forcing the residents of Roderick to turn against one another. Father, there is no need for that, Mal urged while treating the injured officer, though his eyes were cast downward, as if grappling with unspoken words. According to Lube, this man has apprehended numerous individuals. The commotion you heard that day in Sunflower City was likely the doing of his subordinates. You are aware that he harbors a particular disdain for troublemaking flower spirits. He may well be in a furious rage. If you confront him, you might not only fail to receive an explanation, but could also become the target of his ire. How can that be? I am human, and during the war, I treated Otto's injuries. Mal, when you were but a child and I operated my clinic. He even visited me. Back then, he held me in high esteem, claiming that suppressing flower spirits was merely an order from above. Damn it. I never imagined he would be such a cowardly bully. As Martin spoke, the fire of anger intensified in his eyes. He crushed the cigarette but beneath his foot and cast it aside. Enough, Mal. Those under his command may be able to swallow their pride, but I cannot. Father, Dr. Clauux. At that moment, not only Mal, but also the officer he had just treated intervened. We know our boss's temperament all too well. Your son is right. You must not seek him out. If you absolutely must go, please take this. The officer struggled to rise, retrieving his service weapon and offering it to Martin. Dr. Martin was taken aback, but merely smiled ruefully, declining the officer's request. Has he truly sunk to such depths? No need for that, sir. And Mal, I will not make things difficult for him. I am no longer a military doctor with a higher rank than he. My intention is merely to discuss this matter with him. If it proves futile, I shall return without inciting a quarrel. He chuckled lightly. Bringing a weapon is rather excessive. After all, I am his senior, and Otto used to hold his elders in respect. With that, Martin patted Mal on the shoulder and strode purposefully toward the Sading police station, which lay at the border of Sunflower City and Daffodil City. I shall borrow this for a moment. Seeing he could not dissuade his father, Mal bent down, took the gun from the officer, and leaned in to whisper. Stay close to my father. You know how our sheriff can be. Do your utmost to prevent any conflict. If there is any unrest at the station, intervene swiftly. This is the compensation I require for treating you. The officer nodded, promptly turning over and rising to his feet, followed closely by the other policemen who stealthily trailed behind Dr. Martin. May no misfortune befall you, Otto Clamus. May you truly be as my father described. Mal cast one last glance towards the direction of his departing father, then hastened towards Narcissus City. The genuine paper analyzing the destruction of Roderick's magical cycle by the Golden Thistle lay nestled in his pocket, thanks to the spontaneous maintenance by the Agricultural Self-Defense Force. The police station's entrance remained unbreached by enraged citizens. However, within the precinct, officers were already overwhelmed with tasks, likely not only engaged in safeguarding the Golden Thistle fields and suppressing the populace, but also dealing with the detained coalition party captives. When Dr. Martin stormed into the police station, slamming his outdated veteran's card and insignia upon the desk, the officers fell into an immediate hush. Otto Clamus, if you recall your origins, let him come to see me. The officers, not daring to delay, promptly contacted Otto's office upstairs. Silence lingered on the other end of the line for an extended moment before inviting Dr. Martin upstairs for a face-to-face discussion. As Martin ascended the staircase, the following officers returned to their duties, yet their thoughts remained attuned to the happenings above. Should a dispute arise, they would need to intervene, ensuring Otto's protection while rescuing Dr. Martin from the chaos outside. Stop, Otto. I have witnessed the situation outside. Tell me, what is the true condition of the Golden Thistle? If you are innocent, let your experts convene a notarized meeting to disband these so-called agricultural self-defense forces. If the reports regarding the Golden Thistle are indeed accurate, explain to me why. Martin forcefully pushed open the wooden door to the office, confronting his former comrade, Otto Claumispis. He appeared considerably younger than Martin's aged visage. Yet due to his gifted magical abilities, his left eye was blind, replaced with an artificial eyeball, and his right arm had been substituted with a dwarven-crafted copper prosthetic. At that moment, he stood before the window, observing the conflict between the agricultural self-defense force and the citizens in the distance, his mechanical fingers grasping a lit cigar. As always, Colonel Martin, the Minister of Agriculture has personally arrived. I cannot refuse. Martin merely responded with a cold smirk. Cannot refuse? Even now? You still think to deceive me with such a feeble lie. So tell me, was it the Ministry of Agriculture that compelled you to send officers to impede the Irish citizens' forces, even when they were destined to be thwarted? Or was it indeed a direct order from the minister to punish them with your magical abilities? How do you know all this? Would you like to know? Reveal the truth about the golden thistle cultivation, and I shall provide you with the answer. I swear by the name of Clauaux. For the sake of our years of friendship, I require but one explanation. If the decision was not yours, I shall naturally seek accountability from the Ministry of Agriculture. Oh, Colonel Martin, the farmers require bread, while Satin demands military provisions. That is all. Otto slowly turned, his brow and eyes sharp as an eagle's, yet filled with profound compassion. You see, sometimes enough is enough. Do not mock me, who would desire bread that mortgaged the land of future generations. Look outside. We did not coerce them into assisting us. It was the farmers' own volition to uphold the golden thistle, and the trade was willingly agreed upon by them. Now, the Roderick people are engulfed in internal strife, which we deeply lament, but that is the extent of it. This is the truth. Internal conflict, ha ha ha. Martin erupted into laughter, a harsh sound brimming with irreconcilable fury. So, where is our lord, Mr. Chiaro? According to your claims, it is the lord who has deceived all of Roderick. Let me meet him. Where is Mr. Chiaro? I assure you, you will have an explanation. And you shall see Mr. Chiaro as well. The day after tomorrow, no? Tomorrow. But you must return first. Do not attempt to delay. I can discern that you are concealing something. Now, Otto, look at me. In my capacity as the medic who once saved you from the cannon fire at Ailish. In the authority of your commanding officer, I command you. Answer me. Where is Mr. Chiaro? Is the golden thistle meant for invading Roderick? Martin roared in anger, lunging forward, seizing Otto's shoulders, pushing him back and pinning him against the office window. The middle-aged colonel's eyes finally blazed with an uncontrollable fury directed at Otto, forcing him to meet his gaze and compelling him to make a difficult decision. With his still human left hand, he swatted away Martin's grip and uttered a brutal command. At this point, you must understand, I am no longer your subordinate. I have been promoted, Martin Claoux. I am now Major General Claumispis. Martin had yet to comprehend the implications of that statement, but his former military acumen alerted him to the shattered glass window beside Otto, which had just been silently breached, creating a small hole with a radius of nearly 8 millimeters, aligned with his own head. After more than 20 years away from the battlefield, Martin's body could no longer react instinctively. Perhaps he had never even considered the possibility of such an occurrence. A sniper-esque bullet, arriving from outside, silently shattered the glass and pierced through Martin's skull. His consciousness blurred in an instant and soon faded entirely. A gory hole appeared in Martin's forehead, his pupils dilated, and his body crumpled to the ground. Otto rushed forward to catch him, preventing him from collapsing onto the floor. Blood, mingled with cerebrospinal fluid, dripped from the back of his head, creating a scarlet pattern on the wooden floor. Otto immediately pressed the alarm bell. Its feeble sound summoned several loyal soldiers lurking in the office, who swiftly approached and carried away Martin's lifeless body, hastening out of Otto's office. Only Otto remained, clutching Martin's medal of compassion, silently picking up a rag from the desk to wipe away the evidence of Martin's demise. A pitiful soul, a valiant spirit, a being forever deserving of his respect, had now been sent away by his own hand. Chapter 28. Roderick. As dusk fell, the leaves of the golden thistle shimmered in the fading light, while the blood of the flower spirits stained the earth, rendering the land terrifying and cruel in the twilight glow. This was the battleground, where the parade of the Irish citizens clashed with the self-defense forces of the sunflower farmers. Ainluin and Templar initially sought to negotiate with the farmer representatives, urging them to abandon the golden thistle. However, the representatives insisted that the agricultural report from the experts in the capital, London, posed no issues, leading the farmers citywide to perceive any action against the golden thistle as a direct threat to their livelihoods and the development of Sunflower City. They staunchly stood guard over their fields, preventing anyone from touching the precious golden thistles. As negotiations proved fruitless, The coalition party resorted to inciting the citizens to violently breach the fields. At first, the citizens hesitated, mindful of Dr. Martin's counsel, striving to avoid inflicting harm. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the profit-driven sunflower farmers regarded them not as compatriots, but as adversaries to be ruthlessly repelled. Faced with their dwindling numbers, as the Irish citizens prepared to storm the golden thistle fields and set them ablaze, the farmers were the first to disregard all restraint, wielding their sharp implements against their own kin and even relatives. A fortuitous intruder, a honeysuckle flower spirit, attempted to ignite the fields but was pierced through the chest by a flying pitchfork, blood spraying forth amidst her shrieks, plunging the scene into a haunting silence. "Thieves!" bellowed the aged sunflower flower spirit, brandishing the pitchfork, its fibrous remnants splattering upon the golden thistle leaves. This civil war, woven from the threads of protection and plunder, finally severed the last vestiges of kinship among their kind. The citizens' pleas morphed into roars and curses, as all flower spirits unleashed their true natures. Petals and vines infused with magic erupted on the battlefield, transforming the conflict into a brutal massacre. In the chaos, Ianlúin exchanged glances with members of the coalition party. Realizing that retreat was not an option, to retain the support of the Irish citizens, they must lead this fratricidal flower spirit war to victory. Amidst the tumult, Ianlúin's voice rose above the din. "The water tower. Do not focus on their numbers. Blow up the water tower." Upon hearing Ianlúin's command, the farmers pivoted, rushing toward the water tower like headless flies, desperate to protect it. Yet this blind charge created a breach in their defenses, allowing a clever torch flower spirit to seize the opportunity and hurl ignited petals. Flames quickly erupted, consuming a swath of golden thistles, but were soon extinguished by the returning lotus spirits. However, this left the farmers' defenses vulnerable and disconnected. Seizing the moment, the daughter of the recently slain honeysuckle flower spirit dashed toward the water tower, her icy petals piercing the water tank, unleashing a torrent of water. Ianlúin sought to flood the golden thistle fields. The farmers, caught in the current, struggled upstream with all their might, attempting to seal the breach in the tank. The citizens of Irish City barely had time to cheer before launching a second offensive. Templar and a group of formidable spellcasters joined forces with the flower spirits to create a barrier, as the farmers' defenses were already in disarray. The density of this defense was just sufficient for the flower spirits to pair up and charge into the golden thistle fields, swiftly tearing through the farmers' lines. Although several sunflower spirits managed to shatter the barrier with concentrated sunlight, they inadvertently harmed several golden thistles in the process. As the assailants fell into unconsciousness, Ianlúin promptly commanded some flower spirits adept at petal ambushes to infiltrate the gaps in the defense. Consequently, the struggle between the farmers and the citizens of Irish City devolved into chaotic melee. In this tumult, the numerical advantage of the citizens became fully apparent, leaving the farmers powerless to defend themselves, let alone protect the golden thistles. However, Ianlúin and his allies overlooked a critical point. Once the battle descended into chaos, no one could safeguard him amidst the turmoil. More alarmingly, the farmers' ranks seemed to quietly swell in the confusion, and the sound of gunfire began to echo across the battlefield. Undercover police. Ianlúin quickly recognized the shift in circumstances and attempted to shout a warning to his allies about the infiltrators mingling with the farmers. Unexpectedly, a concealed gunshot pierced Ianlúin's throat amidst the chaos of the crowd. His desperate warning was abruptly cut off as blood surged from his throat, splattering onto the soil beneath him. Fortunately, several weaker students, unaccustomed to combat, rushed into the fray and dragged the wounded Ianlúin from the tumult. Without their commander, the citizenry grew increasingly furious. Their attacks, though disordered, morphed into frenzied retaliation. The sole principle they adhered to was the avoidance of taking lives. Yet, should anyone, like that farmer, break this unspoken truce, they would be violently torn apart by the victim's friends and family, their bodies left mangled and frozen, unceremoniously discarded into the drainage ditch. As for the undercover police, their involvement led to Ianlúin and several members of the coalition being ambushed, forcing them to withdraw from the battlefield, resulting in the unfortunate demise of a few. However, this did not turn the tide. The golden thistles continued to be systematically destroyed, withering, rotting, burning, and being shredded into decay. Once sprawling across the hills, much of the golden thistle had now transformed into a withered field of blood. The farmers fought fiercely while retreating, their front lines gradually retracting. Some officers were even recognized, some were strangled by vines, while others succumbed to lethal doses of lily-of-the-valley poison, their firearms becoming catalysts for further bloodshed. The farmers attempted to resist stubbornly with their tractors, But these massive machines became mere targets for the flower spirits on the fertile land. Tires were punctured by sharp branches, engines and their magical fuel ignited. The explosions reducing vast swathes of golden thistles to charred debris. No, my land, my golden thistles. An increasing number of farmers, who should have been fighting to the death, found their resolve shattered as their cultivated lands were ravaged by the citizens. In their despair, they maliciously contemplated ensuring that other farmers suffered the same fate, hoping to balance their losses. Thus, within the ranks of citizens intent on destroying the golden thistle, some of their former adversaries unexpectedly joined the fray. Once fervent defenders of the golden thistle, they now displayed a cunning resolve in their quest to obliterate others' crops. The devastation they wrought surpassed that of the other citizens. As these farmers divulged the locations of seed and fertilizer warehouses to the Irish citizens and led the charge in unearthing and destroying the farming tools of erstwhile colleagues. At this juncture, their ire was directed not at the incendiary agricultural department of Satin, nor at the Irish citizens who shattered their livelihoods, but rather at those farmers who had yet to suffer losses. However, despite the frenzied destruction of the golden thistle, by the time the sun began its descent, only a mere 14 hectares had been ravaged. The conflicts in the fields gradually subsided, and many farmers, confronted with overwhelming disadvantage, recognized their inability to prevent the destruction of their cherished crops. Reluctant to endure further harm, they surrendered, retreating to the haystacks of their farms to smoke, helplessly watching as their treasures were systematically reduced to rubble. The sweet sap of the golden thistle mingled grotesquely with the floral scent of the flower demon and the stench of blood, creating an odor in the sunflower fields potent enough to induce nausea. As for the citizens, having lost their composure, their cathartic outpouring of rage culminated in a hollow victory that left them wholly consumed by the endeavor to annihilate the golden thistle. The injured and deceased surrounding them, the debris and carnage beneath their feet, the wounds and exhaustion of their bodies, could not deter the participants of the march from their relentless destruction of the golden thistle. Until, suddenly, the wailing of police sirens enveloped the fields, armed officers sealed off the area, and the weary, injured crowd was compelled to raise their hands and surrender. Otto emerged from the police vehicle, commanding the rioting citizens and farmers to gather, standing together like captives, hands raised high. Some farmers, upon seeing him, fell to their knees, beseeching Otto to deliver justice. Yet, they were met with the grim barrels of other officers' guns, coerced back into the ranks of citizens with their hands raised. Meanwhile, Otto circled the devastated farmland, surveying the injured and the lifeless, before finally retrieving a megaphone and addressing the crowd with a grave tone. We have uncovered that it was the United Party who incited today's unfounded conflict. The testing report on the golden thistle has arrived, and it clearly states that the golden thistle cannot harm soil fertility. You fools! You have been manipulated by the United Party. Those traitors now blend among you. Therefore, do not think of today's events as if they never transpired. Each of you bears guilt. Report to the police station to declare your innocence. Then, Otto knelt, cradling a corpse in his hands. Gazing at the gaping wound where blood had long ceased to flow, he bellowed at the whispering citizens. It is you who sparked this conflict. You have slain my predecessor, Dr. Mar Claoux. He sought to offer you guidance, and I bring you his message. Yet today, not only did you reject his wise counsel, but someone among you even took his life. Do you possess no conscience? Stand forth, murderer of such a renowned good man, Roderick. Do you still believe you are worthy to face Lady Morancia and Mr. Mao? The citizens' whispers swiftly morphed into a cacophony of panic-fueled discourse as they pointed fingers at one another, each claiming innocence while none dared to admit to the murder of Dr. Martin. The police officers, who had just been rescued by Dr. Martin, felt their fingers itching on the triggers, unable to reconcile the image of the man who had just saved them now lying dead amidst the chaos. Otto, however, coldly issued orders for their arrest, declaring, regardless of who among you killed Dr. Martin today, the mere act of vandalizing the national property, the golden thistle, is sufficient grounds to imprison each of you. Call your families now for a final farewell, for I shall not grant you traitors another opportunity. Nearly 1,000 police officers began to methodically escort the thousands of citizens into police vehicles. When informed that there were insufficient patrol cars, Otto commanded that military transport vehicles be summoned, cramming dozens of citizens inside. Their destination was not the police station, but rather the dungeons and prisons for interrogation. Wait a moment. Sheriff Otto, what transpired here? Just as the first batch of patrol cars was about to depart, a group of doctors clad in white coats appeared, blocking the road. These were physicians from the majority of hospitals in Irish City, responding to Mal's call to assist the injured. Leading the charge was none other than Mal Clark himself, also donned in a white coat. The doctors hurriedly rushed to the fallen, striving to revive the wounded, while Mal turned his gaze toward Otto, who cradled the lifeless body. "Child, come here, see your father," Otto cried in anguish, holding Martin's cold body. Mal rushed over. Witnessing his father's eyes closed as if in slumber, the blood from the bullet wound on his forehead already coagulated, his aged visage forever frozen in this moment. Although Mal's expression remained unchanged, he extended a trembling hand to touch his father's lifeless form. Seeing this, Otto pointed towards the throng of citizens encircled by the police, accusingly proclaiming, "Child, the murderer of your father, the killer of my old friend, is among them. These people are as foolish as your father claimed, abusing violence. Prepare your resignation, Sheriff Otto Claumisby." Mal's lips quivered, his voice barely audible to Otto, yet the words he uttered were anything but expected. Otto could scarcely believe his ears. Feigning ignorance, he inquired once more, "I did not catch that. What did you say, Mal?" "Release my father. You are unworthy to touch his remains." Rising to his feet, Mal declared in a voice that resonated for all to hear, "Prepare your resignation, guilty Otto Claumisby. I charge you with the illegal detention of party members and Lord Chiaro, the unauthorized use of police force for illicit purposes, and the murder of my father, Martin Clark. Prepare your attorney. The trial will commence at the emergency court of Roderick, and you will not be afforded time to destroy evidence. Be ready to take your seat tonight. I shall defend my father alongside the 400 members of the party and the 150,000 residents of Roderick. Naturally, I must also ask you to convey a message to the officials of the Ministry of Agriculture and that esteemed minister. They ought to be prepared to submit a report to Congress, accepting responsibility for their actions. As expected, you have issued a denial in the newspapers regarding the rumors that the golden thistle would degrade the fertility of the land. Of course, that is a falsehood. Is it not, Sheriff Otto?" As Mal spoke, he gazed at the feigned sorrow and indignation frozen upon Otto's face, each word piercing directly to the heart of the matter. "Yes, that paper deceived everyone. The reason for the golden thistle's nutritional richness has nothing to do with the so-called absorption of fertility. So, Sheriff Otto, could you enlighten us here on what the true reason is? If you are unwilling to speak now, you may save your words for tonight's court session, in the presence of Mr. Chiaro, who has been imprisoned by you for 5 days. I eagerly await to see what further fabrications you, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the entire Sading will conjure to deceive the people of Roderick. Prior to that, your powers as sheriff have been legally revoked. Therefore, dear friends," Mal continued, looking around at the gathered crowd, "let us lay down our arms. The one who commanded you to bear arms is no longer present. Furthermore, I would be quite pleased to witness you furnish additional evidence that would burden your former sheriff with even more charges. As for the citizens of Iris City, it is time for you to return. The responsibility for the casualties here lies solely with the police department and the Ministry of Agriculture. The farmers of Sunflower City, you have been the exploited ones, yet the compensation will similarly fall under the purview of the police department and the Ministry of Agriculture. Thus, there is no need for any of you to remain standing idly here. Let us await the judgment of the evening." That night, the Claux's family home was quieter than ever before. The once jovial and affable elder now lay upon the cold bed of a hospital, his body dissected, subsequently prepared for burial under Mal's supervision. The gunshot wound to Inland had been treated, and he, along with Luby, remained at the Claux's residence for the night. Mal, accompanied by Templar, set out to gather evidence for the prosecution against the Ministry of Agriculture and Otto. However, formal legal action could not touch them. The true judges of these individuals would be the Roderick Dominion itself. The emergency court was established by the Emperor, revered by flower spirits, yet fundamentally human, Emperor Roderick the Great. Although it is termed a court, it merely adopts the legal and litigation framework of Sading. In truth, it is the collective judgment of all the inhabitants of the 4 cities of Roderick that determines the sentencing of the defendants. Of course, not every transgression merits a trial in this court. As Emperor Roderick stated, it only adjudicates those who cannot be judged by law. It embodies the justice of the Roderick people themselves. Those who, through legal means, declare themselves innocent may, with the Lord of Roderick's consent, come before the emergency court to face judgment once more, to defend themselves anew. However, this time, should the Roderick populace ultimately reject them, they shall still be deemed guilty. The punishment, of course, is confined to the Dominion. At most, it involves the confiscation of the individual's property within Roderick and their expulsion from its borders. How did you come to know that I was imprisoned and managed to find me, young man? Satin has undoubtedly seized complete control of the Roderick government, making it impossible for any information to leak. The emergency tribunal convenes at the Roderick Cathedral of the Radiant Light, a place where Martin, a devout follower of the Radiant Light, frequently worshipped during his lifetime. At this moment, Martin enters the backstage of the choral opera stage alongside Lord Chiaro, the wheelchair-bound elected leader of Roderick. While it is customary for discourse surrounding Roderick's politics to overlook the puppet-like autonomous government, one must ponder how you, as an elected lord, could remain utterly indifferent in such a critical hour for Roderick. Most significantly, Templar has revealed to me the truth about the Golden Thistle. Its alleged conspiracy can only deceive the short-sighted farmers. A mere glance at a few reports would unveil the reality of the situation. I contemplated, if I were the Minister of Agriculture, how would I approach the dilemma involving you and the autonomous government? My conclusion is that the autonomous government could indeed yield to the Ministry of Agriculture, completely entrusting this matter to them. Yet, you, Mr. Chiaro, regardless of how effectively I might render you powerless, could not be restrained from acting as an informed individual concerning the fragile conspiracy of the Golden Thistle. If just one influential figure were to grasp the truth, its sustainability would falter. Thus, the only recourse is to secretly detain you, rendering you, who already governs with minimal intervention, entirely inactive post-agreement signing, thereby eliminating any potential hazards. After all, once you have signed the agreement, you would have lost your value in the eyes of Satin, ensuring that even if your intent were merely to stall for time, you would pose no threat to the plan. How prescient you are, Mal, more astute than your mother. Claoux, that fellow must surely rest easy in the afterlife. Witnessing your reliability. You are correct. My initial scheme was to stage a performance for the Ministry of Agriculture, portraying a traitorous lord vying for glory, signing the agreement to betray the sunflower market, only to later reveal the truth about the Golden Thistle. However, I never anticipated that after 2 decades of service to Satin, I had never earned their trust. The aging Lord Chiaro grew increasingly agitated. Typically, this would trigger his asthma, but fortunately, Mal rescued him this afternoon, curing all his ailments in the process. Ha ha ha, Mal, is it not absurd? I finally mustered the courage to betray this country, only to find I lacked even the qualification to do so. Just moments after signing the agreement with the Ministry of Agriculture, I stepped outside, only to be imprisoned in the dungeon by Otto and his secret police. However, how did you deduce the location of the dungeon? To be candid, you might recall the legend of the Magenta Wind. Miss Rubina Macho is an old friend of mine. 4 years ago, she was captured in Lindun, and during her escape, I was the one searching for her who saved her. At that moment, I fortuitously discovered an excellent location for a private prison, the basement. Thus, the subsequent reasoning flowed seamlessly. Dear Lord, if I were Otto Clemispe, where would be the most suitable basement to confine you for 5 days? Firstly, one must eliminate those places bustling with crowds. Secondly, provide those familiar with you an excuse for your absence. Finally, you remain in solitary seclusion. Is there anywhere more suitable than your own home? What a clever mind you possess, Claoux. Surely, you must have anticipated the parade today, and that the police, preoccupied with suppressing the demonstration, would initially overlook me, thus granting you the opportunity to come to my rescue? Anticipate? No, Mr. Chiaro, I am not so calculative. Marl sat across from Chiaro, a slight smile gracing his lips. Therefore, I had to resort to some rather crude methods, such as fabricating a false news story, one that would leave the Ministry of Agriculture in a precarious position, and then persuading my friends and that Mr. Templar to initiate and lead a protest. It had to be a civic uprising at the municipal level, ensuring that I could guarantee your rescue with utmost certainty. Even the police, my friends, lent me significant assistance. You see, the very handgun used to breach your mansion and dungeon door was procured from a benevolent police officer. Yet, even though he was such a good man, I still could not sway my father. If you believe you have miscalculated, I too have erred. I did not foresee that Otto would so swiftly eliminate my father. I had thought he would at least create some commotion, allowing the officers I had instructed to intervene and prevent the tragedy. Yet, that scoundrel did not hesitate. Upon confirming my father's threat, he commanded his secret police to execute him. Thus, we have triumphed, Mr. Chiaro. The cost was the lives of those civilians who perished alongside Roderick, as well as my father. I once wagered with someone that I could navigate the disaster of Roderick without causing harm to anyone, a bet I ultimately lost. Marl lowered his head in sorrow, and the elderly Camellia, seated in her wheelchair, gently patted his head, offering solace to the grief-stricken Claoux, who had just lost his father. You have done remarkably well, Marl. I believe no one would hold you accountable. If you truly wish to carry any guilt for the death of your father, Martin, all you need to do is help rid Roderick of those who truly killed him and those flower demon citizens. Trust me, Dr. Martin was also my old friend, yet alas, our paths diverged. Indeed, my lord, the opera of vengeance has only just begun its overture. Chapter 29. Roderick. Now, Ms. Melancia, is this state truly acceptable? As Marl and the others prepared to expose Otto's crimes alongside the Ministry of Agriculture to the public, at this moment, the Claux's household was temporarily housing Inland, who had recovered from his gunshot wound, along with the restored lube. Marl returned home bearing the grim tidings of his father's demise. They had intended to console Melancia, who had lost her beloved. However, Melancia feigned indifference, calmly preparing dinner for four as usual. Yet, when the food was served before her, the knife and fork slipped from her trembling hands, and in silence, she retreated to the room she shared with Martin, leaving Inland and Lube to confront the heavy, somber atmosphere in the dining room. It matters not. It is inconceivable that it should not matter. For, in truth, I cannot help but feel that Lady Melancia is, alas, withering. Her years have ushered her into the twilight of her existence. Once the will to survive is extinguished, Ruby Eye can only bitterly articulate a future more harrowing than the present. I cannot fathom why they all seem so composed in the face of our plight. Mal, too, and now. Astonishingly, Ruby Eye, withering. Why do you remain so tranquil in your seat, Ruby Eye? Is there truly no recourse left? If Lady Melancia departs from us, then Mal will be left without kin in this world. Do they not resemble parents to you, Ruby Eye? Inluin clutched his hair in anguish. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Ruby Eye, blurred by tears. His fury was born of sorrow. He could not accept that those two benevolent souls, who treated everyone with the kindness reserved for children, could be snatched away in the span of a single day. Thus, his rage had no outlet. We could not save Dr. Martin, and now, can we not even save Lady Melancia? Ruby Eye, is there still a glimmer of hope? Are we truly powerless to act? Crushed by the weight of Inluin's despairing words, Ruby Eye refrained from voicing her thoughts. Instead, she vacated her seat and settled beside him, gently turning towards him and embracing his trembling frame. Inluin's tears lingered in his eyes, refusing to fall. He managed to rein in his emotions, preventing the tumult from consuming his reason. This is merely the worst-case scenario, Inluin. Lady Melancia is not so fragile. She has a son. Mal is still here. Surely it cannot come to such an end. Consider Mr. Orlanva and Mr. Chiaro, those flower spirits, nearing 60, have endured the loss of partners and even children, yet they continue to live resiliently in this world. Lady Melancia merely requires time to heal, as do we. The death of Mr. Martin is not an easy burden to bear. As Inluin held Ruby Eye tightly, he felt a dampness on his back, her tears silently cascading upon him. He did not weep, yet Ruby Eye, comforting him, quietly wept on his shoulder. Thus, at least they could not see Inluin. Martin and Melancia were my closest kin. My true parents have long since departed, and it was they who provided me with meticulous care in my youth. Uncle Martin devoted himself to finding a cure for my affliction, scouring Roderick for a remedy, even forsaking Satin to implore the arcane mages for assistance with my ailment. I know not how much disdain he endured, or how humbly he had to plead to secure even a few practitioners. I have wronged him. I have yet to make amends, and now, Inluin, I have lost forever the chance to apologize. When I first entered the sanatorium, it was Aunt Melancia who steadfastly remained by my side, sharing her youthful tales to help me navigate the most agonizing period of my life. She works tirelessly as a caregiver in a nursing home, yet she always manages to carve out time to alleviate my suffering. Even after Aunt Melancia's retirement, she continues to care for me like a parent concerned for their children, personally delivering daily necessities and home-cooked meals. I understand better than you the tragedy of their passing. Uncle Martin should have been resting in a rocking chair, watching peacefully as Roderick closed his eyes, until the day his hands could no longer wield a scalpel. Aunt Melancia should have been humming her favorite tunes, suddenly succumbing to sleep while knitting the 100th shawl for Roderick's child. The scent of roses once again fills the air, and I realize that what trickles down my back is not merely tears, but blood mingled with sorrow. Lube's agony has catalyzed the sorcery. Her arms are lacerated, with blood dripping onto my embrace. Yet the witchcraft cannot silence her further lamentations. Inluin, this afternoon when you saw me, you advised me not to dwell on guilt or regret. But I cannot. How could I possibly manage it? If I were not in this wretched state, I could have secretly protected Uncle Martin. How could I let him face that beast Otto alone? Look, Inluin, I no longer have the chance to avenge Uncle Martin. I brought this upon myself. How apt his words are. However, despite Lube's tearful self-reproach, I remain oblivious. My hands clutch her tightly, trembling slightly, as tears spill from my eyes. A sudden clarity washes over me. It was my hesitation that led to Dr. Martin's demise, driving Ms. Melancia to her withering fate. Why? What are you hesitating for? You had the opportunity to save 3 lives in one breath, to atone for your sins. Yet you chose indecision, watching as two good souls were dragged into hell. Deep within me, Dimitri's roar nearly rends my very spirit. My lips quiver as I interrupt Liu Bei's accusations with a trembling voice. Liu Bei, listen to me. Claoux has informed me long ago of the means to break the sorcery that binds you. Yet yesterday and today, I hesitated. I lacked the courage to help you confront your past. Because your past is my past. My cowardice led to Dr. Martin's death. From the uprising in Loosjing to Roderick's rebellion, I, forged by blood and fire, now stand like a cowardly murderer confessing my crimes before the police. Liu Bei's eyes, once stained with blood and tears, suddenly widen, her grip on my arms becoming rigid midair, as our mutual confessions plunge into silence. After a moment, her mournful laughter echoes through Claux's home, and then she embraces me tighter, our souls seemingly intertwining. The sorcery has left her body bloodied, and yet that blood flows onto me as well. It is all right, Inluan. We are accomplices now. I cannot let this happen again. Liu Bei, may I ask you to entrust your soul to me? Her tear-blurred eyes shimmer like a tranquil lake, connecting our consciousnesses in a subjective perspective. From the depths of a despairing soul, healing begins, transforming into a mutual balm of love that leads to the redemption of one another, ultimately intertwining the fractured spirits of Luan and Labomii. I apologize, citizens of Roderick. This trial, I suspect, will not endure for long, depriving you of a riveting tale of revenge. Upon the sacred stage of the Grand Cathedral, Otto and the Minister of Agriculture stand on the side of the accused. The minister, with furtive glances of desperation, seeks to gauge the crowd, while his lawyer mirrors his anxious demeanor, attempting to glean hope from the expressions of the onlookers for his client's salvation. Meanwhile, Sheriff Roderick Odo Clemispe fixates on Mal with the intensity of a caged tiger. His eyes ablaze with deep-seated hatred and murderous intent, akin to a prey fixated on its predator. Mar Claoux retaliates with an icy stare, resolute in his determination to deny Otto even a semblance of reprieve, even if it necessitates manipulating the distribution of charges. Mr. Mar Claoux, it is now your time to present your case. As the presiding priest of this emergency tribunal strikes the gavel, the trial against the two men commences. However, Mal opts for a more straightforward approach, leaving no room for defense. Rising before the audience of over 3,000, he begins his indictment. Regarding the Ministry of Agriculture, I allege but one charge, the cultivation of the harmful golden thistle. The dangers of this thistle, I trust, you have read about in the newspapers. It devastates the fertility of Roderick, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. Minister, do you acknowledge this charge? Is there any part you wish to contest? The minister stands frozen, momentarily taken aback, while his lawyer swiftly comprehends Mal's intent. Mal seeks to spare them, deliberately withholding the truth of genocide. For to speak plainly would doom them to remain trapped in Roderick. Otto, reacting more swiftly than either of them, feels the flames of his rage extinguished by despair. Casting a desperate glance toward his superior, having realized Mal's strategy to absolve the Ministry of Agriculture, Mal intends to shift all subsequent charges onto Otto, offering the ministry, and indeed the entire region of Satin, a chance to abandon Otto as a pawn for the price of leniency. With the lawyer whispering in the minister's ear, the latter's gaze towards Otto becomes cold and calculating. A shrewd bargain unfolds. Sacrifice an incompetent subordinate in exchange for the protection of all high-ranking officials within the ministry from Roderick's wrath. The minister raises his hands and proclaims, "We plead guilty. We acknowledge the veracity of Mr. Claux's claims regarding the cultivation of the harmful golden thistle and are willing to bear all losses incurred from the golden thistle incident. Well, since you have admitted the charges, Your Honor, I hereby petition for the Ministry of Agriculture to compensate for the economic damages amounting to 1.3 million, along with the life compensation for the victims of the thistle incident, the specifics of which require further discussion. The ministry shall bear the responsibility for the demolition of all structures related to the thistle, and must also reimburse the farmers of Sunflower City for the seeds required for replanting. Furthermore, effective immediately, all officials from the ministry must vacate Roderick, allowing you merely one day to organize your affairs. Minister, do you accept these terms?" The lawyer nodded towards the Minister of Agriculture, while Otto, in a state of panic, desperately shook his head, attempting to thwart the unspoken agreement between him and Mal. The minister ultimately disregarded Otto's presence, gritting his teeth. For the political ramifications of a rift between Satin and Roderick weighed heavier upon him than the financial implications. He finally revealed his decision. "We accept these terms, but solely in relation to Mr. Clark's accusation regarding this singular charge." The farmers of Sunflower City erupted into cheers, and Mal, resolute in his dealings, declared with finality, "Your Honor, My accusations against the Ministry of Agriculture are limited to this one charge. Since they have consented and the citizens appear to be satisfied with this resolution, let us expedite the departure of the Ministry's representatives from Roderick. As for my subsequent 3 charges, they will pertain exclusively to Otto Claremisby himself. The officials of the ministry departed the venue without hesitation, leaving Otto without even a single lawyer by his side, failing to fulfill his entrusted duties. He realized that bartering this pawn for a chance at self-preservation was a necessity. After all, one man bearing the debts of 220 officials from the ministry was a favorable exchange. Otto's glare was now laced with fear. He could scarcely fathom the brutality of the penalties should he shoulder all 3 remaining charges alone, while Mail's icy stare remained fixed upon him. The first accusation, Otto Claremisby, around 3 p.m. this afternoon, utilized a sniper rifle to take the life of my father, Mar Claoux, subsequently concealing the corpse within a body bag and dispatching subordinates to clandestinely dispose of it near the agricultural fields of Sunflower City. As you are aware, at that time, the very fields were engulfed in civil strife, conflicts incited by Otto himself, resulting in injuries and fatalities among the populace. Otto's act of casting my father's body there was executed with a singular intent, to implicate the citizens present in my father's demise. This aspect of blame is one I believe Otto cannot refute, as it was witnessed by all participants of today's conflict. By veiling the violence of the confrontation, he sought to render my father's death ambiguous, hastily arranging for a shallow burial, thereby obscuring the heinous acts committed by Otto Claremisby. Moreover, forensic analysis confirms that the bullet that struck my father's forehead had a caliber less than 8 millimeters, which evidently does not correspond with the standard issue of the firearms possessed by the citizens at that time, thus exonerating them from suspicion. Thus, everything falls into place. My father sought entry to Otto's office, and it is well known that his intention was to demand an explanation. Consequently, during a confrontation with Mr. Otto, he was shot by the very police officer you assigned to assassinate my father, who has now confessed to your directive to fire upon hearing the signal. Following this, Otto dispatched individuals to remove my father's body, blending in with the plainclothes officers at the scene of the conflict, stealthily disposing of the corpse. Once the turmoil had subsided, you, under the pretense of managing the scene, deftly shifted the blame for my father's murder onto the shoulders of the citizens. The presiding judge turned to Otto. Do you have any objections to the charges against Mar Claoux? Otto calmly shook his head, allowing the citizens below to hurl insults at him after his confession. The fury within him had now dissipated, despair had faded, leaving only a resolute anticipation for the conclusion of it all. The second crime involves the unlawful detention of Lord Chiaro Camilla, the supreme officer of Roderick. For the sake of achieving your political ambitions through illegal confinement, I need not elaborate further. I summon Lord Chiaro Camilla himself to the stand, his mere presence serving as the most compelling evidence. Mr. Chiaro, assisted by a wheelchair, slowly approached the plaintiff's side, provoking an uproar among the citizens. The public's recent bewilderment regarding the unanswered questions surrounding the golden thistle was instantaneously dispelled by the sight of Mr. Chiaro's frail condition. Ladies and gentlemen, the current state of the Lord has resulted from my treatment. Since the signing of the agreement regarding the cultivation of golden thistle, he has been imprisoned by Otto and his subordinates, confined under the guise of recuperation in the basement of Mr. Chiaro's residence for a full 5 days. During this period, they provided the Lord with only meager sustenance and water, seemingly wishing for his demise. Was the purpose of detaining the Lord merely to prevent him from discovering the truth about the golden thistle and to annul the agreement? No, it was far more insidious. Otto's true aim was to deliberately incite this violent incident. Fellow citizens of Sunflower City, let us not forget who instigated the formation of your agricultural self-defense teams. If the Lord himself is unable to respond to this incident, the citizens of Roderick will inevitably uncover the truth about the golden thistle and initiate a protest, leading to a natural conflict with the farmers incited by Otto. Such civil strife would not only undermine our Roderickian strength and unity, but also allow the police department to reap the benefits, providing a cover for Otto's heinous act of murdering my father. Today's tragedy must be etched into our memories forever, for it is the meticulously orchestrated plot of Otto Claremisby, the enemy of Roderick. Otto listened in silence as Mark attributed all blame to him. He no longer resisted. Yet the resolute glimmer in his eyes did not wane, but rather intensified. The final charge concerns victims both present and absent today. Otto not only coerced the officers under his command into various conspiracies to kill the people of Roderick, but also initiated covert illegal operations, secretly targeting legitimate grassroots organizations without informing the agricultural department as superiors. After the organization was dismantled, Otto discreetly exploited the advantage of his military identity to requisition transport vehicles from the Roderick militia, confining the unlawfully detained members of the Alliance Party within military dungeons and prisoner-of-war camps, subjecting them to violent coercion and extrajudicial punishments. Otto Claoux, this crime is irrefutable for today. Whether it be Mr. Thumpelgaston, who stands with me on this stage to reveal the truth, or the former members of the police and the Alliance Party you persecuted, they all serve as undeniable evidence of your transgressions. Should you wish to defend yourself further, you may await tomorrow, when Colonel Orlenois, leader of the Alliance Party, returns to Roderick. His words will surely convince all. Otto shook his head, still refusing to defend himself, apathetically accepting the accusations and acknowledging the crimes attributed to him. Whether justly or not, the harsh light of midnight laid bare his despondent visage before the people of Roderick, akin to a sinner crushed beneath the weight of shackles. As the trial drew to a close, Mal, casting a final glance at the gathered citizens of Roderick, stood before the saintly images within the church. His right fist clenched against his chest, performing the ritual of the radiant faith as he rendered his ultimate judgment. Therefore, my conclusion is that Otto Claoux, whether by the justice of the radiant God or the selfish desires of us Roderickians, is unworthy of continuing to draw breath. His tainted blood does not deserve to sully the sacred lands of Roderick, nor defile the hallowed ground to which my father devoted his life. Before midnight, he must be expelled from the Roderick Principality. The Lord shall advise the Satin Ministry of Justice, urging the people of Satin to eradicate this demon themselves. Long live Martin Claoux. Long live the radiant God. Long live Roderick. The final verdict descended like a grand oration, sealing Otto's coffin amidst the fervent cries of the Roderick populace. Long live Martin Claoux. Long live the radiant God. Long live Roderick. Chapter 30. Roderick, we are all but the same cowardly souls. Lube, you need not burden yourself with guilt. Approaching the scarred spirit of Labumii, Yin faced the memories she was reluctant to confront. For 4 years, the agony wrought by sorcery seeped into Yin's consciousness, each pang of suffering penetrating to the marrow, rendering existence in this world a seemingly unforgivable sin. Yet Yin still extended his hand, touching those painful recollections. In the night, as physical suffering enveloped him without solace, Lube struggled, yearning to pierce her heart with thorns, yet found herself devoid of the strength to liberate herself, and in that despair, Yin grasped her hopelessness. When Lube realized that her once invincible body now required assistance even to rise from bed, her vacant gaze allowed her bloodied form to collapse onto the ground. And Yin seized that sense of powerlessness, as Lube beheld on the projector the high officials she had once slain, now replaced by even more repugnant politicians. The solace of her past victories utterly vanished, and Yin embraced that disillusionment within his heart. Whenever the dual torment of emotion and corporeal pain penetrated Yin's soul, he found himself overwhelmed, unable to control the manifestation of his subjective perspective. The uncontrollable subjective perspective projected the source of his own suffering onto Lube's consciousness. The reality was far from the casual portrayal that Eluin had given to Mare. When the magpie recklessly expelled him from the prison, Eluin wept, but in his desperate flight, he could not utter a sound. Thus, his tears mingled with the grime of the prison, freezing into ice in the northern winds of Losking, until his eyes were nearly sealed shut. As he boarded the train to Satin, he gazed at Bjorn's money and Misha's passport, the declaration of the Pearl Party, and the grand photograph of the Pearl Party members before the uprising. He kept his head bowed, stifling his quiet sobs. For he understood better than anyone that he had irrevocably lost those he cherished. Just 6 months prior, he had last wept. The darkness of Satin had unveiled the absurdity of the Pearl Party's ideals, revealing that even success was in vain, merely a garment for the new elite. Silent tears slipped into his glass as he swallowed the bitter and briny spirits. By then, his eyes had run dry, leaving only a hollow despair. Yet now, he was shedding tears once more. The anguish and despair had become trivial to Eluin, as he bore Lube's suffering. Even the profound pain that reached his soul could not deter him from extending his hand. For the brighter future, for the sake of maintaining his humanity in this world, Eluin was willing to sacrifice everything. The more he alleviated her suffering, the fainter his own memories of pain became, while his consciousness gradually shed its distractions and negativity, growing ever more lucid. Was this an enhancement of his subjective perspective? Or had the presence known as Dimitri finally resurrected Eluin's name? He could not discern. He merely gazed into the distance, parting the clouds of depression and anguish, delving deeper into Lube's consciousness. These were merely the oppressive shells of her internal torment. Her soul remained ensnared in these past events, unable to extricate itself. What was the true essence of lube? The key to erasing regret and breaking the spell. The vision revealed only despair and suffering. This was not the entirety of lube, nor could it even constitute a part of her identity. Eluin understood that this was not the lube he loved. It was not her shared pain that endeared her to him, but everything beyond that. These sorrowful memories drove Eluin to resolve to help her resist, thus transforming lube back into the vibrant flower spirit. She had healing, much like himself. They could tend to each other's wounds, allowing old scars to heal, enabling them to face the dawn of their ideals anew, as long as they held each other's hands tightly. Thus, Eluin's pace quickened, transforming into a run. The subjective perspective disregarded the pain that transferred to him. As the tendrils of his spirit relentlessly tore through the memories before him, Eluin pressed forward through the fissures, until he unearthed her innocent self, buried deep within her soul. True despair is far more unbearable than suffering. Thus, the wounds endured for the sake of hope pale in comparison. Inlin regretted not recognizing this truth sooner. Amidst the darkness and blood, he beheld the one he sought, the soul belonging to Luba Meixu. There was a little girl, weeping uncontrollably over her parents' lifeless bodies, her tears mingling with the ground, transforming into blood that imprisoned her spirit within a cage of sorrow. Though his mind teetered on the brink of collapse, and his body was stained with the remorseful blood of Luba Meixu, Inlin could not help but smile upon seeing her. He approached, the subjective perception materializing as a blade in his grasp. The girl looked at him helplessly as he tightened his grip and plunged the blade into the corpse she clung to. Regardless of the changes in the visage of the deceased, be it Luba Meixu's father, mother, Mar Claoux, the orphanage director, or Martin Claoux, Inlin continued to stab relentlessly, until the resurrected body was truly freed, until the embodiment of regret fell from the girl's grasp, its remnants merging into the blood beneath their feet. Inlin then stepped forward, wiping the girl's tears. Perhaps she would never shed such tears again. The girl gently extended her hand, grasping Inlin's palm, urging the weary Inlin to lead her away from the endless darkness and blood. Only when the suffocating cage vanished, and the perpetrator that birthed it perished, could Inlin and Luba Meixu finally be liberated from their anguish. The moment the veil of perception lifted brought forth a profound illusion. Yet Inlin managed to steady himself against the floor, until he clearly saw Luba Meixu on the bed, her serene face devoid of pain, replaced by a warm smile. At that moment, he laughed and then collapsed beside the bed, slipping into unconsciousness. Though the darkness of unconsciousness remained vast and solitary, Inlin glimpsed the future within that fleeting moment. Regardless of how long he slumbered, as long as he awoke to a light free of nightmares, all of this would have been worthwhile. Those who have been saved can naturally find peace in sleep. At that moment, as the midnight chimes echoed, Mal returned home. His vengeance concluded. He opened his father's room, finding it empty, and closed the door. He then pushed open his mother's door. She sat on the bed, looking at Mal as if to speak, but he grasped her hand instead. The magic had healed Marancia's red-rimmed eyes, yet it could not alleviate her aging. In just one night, she had aged countless years since he had seen her in the afternoon. The quest for vengeance was not yet over. Mother, please do not leave us, he urged. You witnessed Otto's demise. You must hold on. Do not worry, Mal. If I were to leave now, Martin would never forgive me. I still have a son to care for, Marancia replied, glancing toward the 2 guest rooms upstairs. Do not fret over us, Mal. Worry instead for your companions. Those 2 unfortunate souls have developed feelings for each other, even if you cannot perceive it. But for the sake of the Claw's name, help them see it through to the end, my son, as if you were aiding the young me and Martin. After this solemn promise, Mal left his mother's room and ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor. He pushed open the door to Liu Bei's guest room and beheld the serene sight of Liu Bei and Inluin peacefully slumbering. The effects of the sorcery had notably weakened, and Mal comprehended the outcome. Inluin had fulfilled his mission. He gently lifted Inluin and placed him on Liu Bei's bed, covering them both with a quilt, for they deserved a restful slumber. Ultimately, Mal returned to his own chamber, clad in his attire, lying on the bed, yet sleep eluded him. Was it truly over? No. Expelling the Ministry of Agriculture and Jean Sueji, executing Otto, the Roderick Principality would not remain tranquil for long. Mal recalled a conversation from 2 hours prior. After the trial had concluded when he escorted Lord Kiruo home. Mal, you can see that I have aged, especially now with the international situation being exceedingly tense. It is evident to any discerning observer that Saturn is poised to unleash a war. Roderick requires a new lord, akin to the one during the war against Yalashi. He must possess the capability to negotiate with Saturn and protect Roderick from the machinations of Beiying. while also earning the recognition of the citizens from the four cities. I am unworthy of such a heavy burden, and entrusting the choice to the citizens would be an irrational gamble. Are you seeking an heir? Indeed. The candor was refreshing. Mal, I am quite taken with your abilities, and this evening you have garnered sufficient esteem. The farmers of Sunflower City and the citizens of Iris City, under your mediation, have transformed from bitter enemies into amicable allies. This is your achievement. You successfully redirected their animosity towards Otto and the Ministry of Agriculture, bestowing upon them a resonant banner of justice, while even those from the unrelated Tulip City and Narcissus City benefited. Moreover, although it may sound unseemly, your father's death has inadvertently provided you, as a human, with political capital in Roderick. Should you ascend to the lordship now, apart from Satin's disdain, all of Roderick would applaud your name, even if you were but a human lord. Though Lord Caroux's assertions appeared sound, Mal merely smiled and shook his head. It is perhaps not as favorable as you envision. Do you not believe yourself capable of assuming the lordship? Not at all, Mr. Caroux. Rather, the plight of Roderick is unrelated to the lord. Even if I were to occupy that position, it would not ensure Roderick's safety in the impending war. Do you truly believe that after suffering the setbacks of the Yalashiyi War, Satin would allow Roderick to drift aimlessly as in the 18th century? On the contrary, they will undoubtedly seek every means to exploit the power of the flower spirits, shifting the burdens of war onto Roderick as much as possible. If I were a wise man, I would never undertake the responsibilities of a lord, with Satin's overarching war strategy unchanged. Even a lord with regional authority would struggle to confront them. Should I dare to oppose them, my demise would be limited to assassination or suicide. Did you not almost suffer the same fate? Lord Caroux fell silent, and after a moment, he reluctantly replied, You are correct, yet we are powerless. Roderick can only seek to carve out a space for survival beneath Satin's wheels. Mr. Caroux, I do possess a method to halt Satin's advance. However, this approach necessitates a keen appreciation of time. Preparations must commence today. Surely, you do not aspire to replicate the ambitions of the coalition party, seeking to secure Roderick's independence once more? Let us not forget that even if we were to declare independence now, we would merely be a nation within a nation. If encircled and confined, Satin could effortlessly dissuade our citizens from the notion of independence without a single soldier being deployed. Should only Roderick achieve independence? Such would indeed be the case. But what if we factor this in? Mal placed the actual document into Mr. Chiaro's hands, gesturing toward the seal of Ariamont. This paper was penned by me. Observe the seal upon it. Do you truly believe that elemental mages would be interested in golden thistle? Chiaro donned his glasses and scrutinized the seal, realizing it was not the ordinary seal of Ariamont University, but that of the Elemental Arts Symposium. This is a testament of intent. Mal, does Ariamont also yearn for independence? Have you made contact with them? Indeed, the desire for independence is not confined to Ariamont. Roderick is merely the second bastion of the Southern Satin. When the opportune moment arises, the entirety of Southern Satin will betray their ruler. All lands that have never belonged to the Satin Kingdom will rise as forces against the Republic. Now, do you find yourself reconsidering? Well done, my boy. You are far more radical than I had anticipated. You truly wish to oppose Satin. Yet, there exist no alternative routes. So, who shall serve as the Lord executing the independence plan? I have played the role of the amiable figure for 22 years. Now, I have exposed my ineptitude before the public. Should I champion independence, the Roderickians would undoubtedly dismiss me as merely an aging politician attempting to gain favor. Templegaston. He is a cadre of the coalition party, having orchestrated today's insurrection, and during the chaos, he protected numerous citizens with his spells. This fellow is not particularly clever or cautious, nor is he overly bold. However, he is amenable to our directives and is responsible, even amidst the coalition's dire straits. He remains focused on fulfilling the party's objectives, making him an ideal spokesperson for us. Moreover, should a member of the coalition ascend to power, the advocacy for independence would naturally garner acceptance, for the coalition's warriors are more equipped to confront Satin than the bureaucrats of Satin or the idle officials of Roderick. Colonel Orlanois, and you could serve as his behind-the-scenes advocates. He is indeed a commendable candidate. It appears you have your own intentions. Thus, shall we commence preparations to support the coalition party this evening? Time is of the essence. The Satin officials have just departed, and Roderick is currently in a state of cordiality. It is paramount to discuss collaboration with them at this juncture. I shall borrow your villa's phone to reach out to Temple, urging him to summon the other cadres of the coalition party. Colonel Orlanois should return to Roderick by 4 a.m. I request that the high officials of your Roderick autonomous government convene with them at the church. The independence plan can now begin to take shape. At that time, I shall find a vantage point outside to observe. Should any complications arise on your end, I will intervene to smooth things over. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Yet, I must express my regret, Mal, that you do not wholly align with your homeland. No, you should instead feel fortunate that I am not aligned with Saturn. At 4 a.m. on August 3rd, having rested for merely 3 hours, Mal stood atop the hospital building in Iris City, gazing down at the church below. In truth, he had no genuine need to descend and mediate. His mere presence was intended to instill confidence in the negotiations between the autonomous government and the coalition party. Moreover, he stood there to honor his father, Martin. Dr. Martin had brought him here since childhood, and Mal was well aware of how to stealthily enter the hospital at midnight. Reaching this highest point in Iris City to enjoy the evening breeze, a secret shared between father and son. He had also brought his mother's homemade beer, concealed within a typical beer can, and, while gazing at the starry summer sky, he drank alone. As he finished the last can, Mal carelessly tossed it behind him. The can rolled across the rooftop floor until it suddenly collided with something and came to a halt. Turning around, Mal beheld a familiar face, Otto, the sheriff, or perhaps General Clemisby. The mechanical right arm glowed with an arcane violet light in the darkness, the faint illumination revealing bloodstains on the metallic palm. Otto's gaze, as resolute as it had been the previous night, now revealed its true intent to Mal, who realized he had underestimated the gravity of the situation. Mar Claoux, like your father, you are worthy of my respect. Yet, similarly, I must take your life for the sake of Saturn. Otto, do you not find this absurd? I feared you might act against the flower demon militia escorting you, which is why I specifically summoned Saturn's soldiers for your transport. Now that you have escaped, the blood on your hands, does it carry the fragrant aroma of flower demon blood or the metallic scent of human blood? You know the answer. You have slain your fellow countrymen and betrayed your nation's laws, yet you claim to act for your homeland? I shall not engage in a debate with you, Claoux. I am acutely aware that I am no match for you in discourse. However, this very reason compels me to eradicate you as a threat to my homeland, tonight. After escaping from the transport vehicle, I followed you and overheard your conversation with Chiaro. I understand well that you possess the capability to secure the independence of the entire southern Saturn. Thus, whether I am deemed a villain or a hero in my homeland, I must eliminate you, the greatest threat. Time is scarce, and I shall not squander it. Mal inhaled deeply, allowing the alcohol coursing through his veins to be magically digested. He swiftly drew his handgun from his pocket and fired at Otto's chest. The bullet was caught directly in Otto's copper mechanical arm, which distorted the projectile upon impact. This confirmed for Otto that Mal lacked the combat experience of his father. Consequently, Otto raised his left arm and delivered a powerful punch from a distance, striking Mal's abdomen with astounding force, causing him to cough up blood. The moment of magic healed Mar, allowing him to evade Otto's next punch while seeking an opportunity to vanquish Otto with the remaining 4 bullets in the police-issued firearm. Give it up. You lack the means to kill me. A novice like you cannot inflict harm upon me. I merely need to anticipate your next move, Otto thought, as he swiftly ducked and launched a second punch aimed at Mar's knee, discovering the limits of his healing magic. This strike was executed without delay, shattering Mar's right knee in an instant. Otto, seizing the advantage, rose and aimed a fist at Mar's head, a blow potent enough to potentially fracture his skull. Mar could only raise his gun and fired the moment Otto's left hand was parallel to his own head. He attempted to repel Otto with gunfire, but Otto showed no signs of retreating. Instead, the blow that should have crushed Mar's skull struck the bullet instead. The projectile was halted mid-air, its tip instantly flattened, falling to the ground. Ah, so your technique indeed requires your left hand to be parallel to the target, capable of bypassing distance, yet susceptible to interception. Very clever, but I fear you have now revealed the limits of your healing. Otto's right hand picked up the discarded bottle, and as he aimed at Mar, an immense force erupted. The bottle shot towards Mar like a cannonball, prompting him to roll aside. Otto, anticipating this moment, unleashed his left fist as Mar attempted to evade, landing a crushing blow to Mar's chest, sending him crashing against the hospital rooftop wall. Mar's ribs, which protected his heart, shattered under the impact, while magic urgently worked to heal the life-threatening injury. Yet, Mar still stood, seizing the moment when Otto prepared to target his chest again, firing twice. The first bullet intercepted Otto's onslaught, while the second was aimed at Otto's mechanical arm. The impact left a dent on the surface of the shoulder, emitting a crackling sound of arcane energy. Otto was astounded by Mar's regenerative abilities. This strike could have slain a soldier, yet Mar appeared barely harmed. Realizing that prolonging the fight was detrimental, Otto charged at Mar, understanding that if he continued with conventional tactics, he might exhaust himself first. He swiftly altered his approach, rushing towards Mar, pursued by Otto, sprinted as Otto wildly swung his left fist, continuously striking the ground before and beside Mar, creating massive indentations. He sought to close the distance between them, intending to suppress Mar with his mechanical right arm, whose explosive power far surpassed Otto's technique. With both strategies combined, Otto saw a chance to eliminate Mar. Spotting the staircase leading down from the rooftop, Mar decided to circle around, intentionally absorbing a blow, and then dashed into the hospital building, a place he knew far better than Otto. Thus, in the next move, Mar willingly took on Otto's strike that was meant to block his path, his back nearly shattering, but he used the momentum to propel himself toward the stairway. When Otto realized that the situation was amiss, he rushed forward, but it was too late to intervene. He immediately relinquished his trump card, a grenade. The grenade exploded in an instant in Otto's hand, yet the tremendous shockwave was redirected by his spell through his left arm to the staircase before Mal. The ensuing explosion sent Mal tumbling, propelling him through the air towards Otto. Otto would not squander this opportunity. He swiftly unleashed his arms, channeling the kinetic energy from his left arm into his mechanical limb. The ensuing punch from the mechanical arm was devastating, piercing Mal with terrifying force. The grievous wound to his chest was reminiscent of that fateful day on the train. Mal's prowess as a tactical commander was thoroughly curtailed in this solitary combat. With no objects available for counterattack, his only possible escape lay in plummeting from the 20th floor. This time, he had miscalculated utterly, and it seemed his life would be forfeited here. Haven't you made enough miscalculations? Human, you defied the agreement with that tree demon just yesterday, and Roderick still perished. Did he not? This should have been the end. That blow was sufficient to render him unconscious, and in the instant of the explosion, Mal realized his inevitable defeat. Yet, whose voice was this now? Where was his consciousness at this moment? Tur should have introduced my kind to you. I am the demon Vishadal. I have come to fulfill the contract between you and Tur. You have failed, and hence you must accept punishment. Is that why your soul has been claimed by the demon race, for you are already dead? What then is to become of you? Reborn as a demon or serving the demonic race? You think too much, human. You are not dead. Quite the contrary, you cannot die. We require your existence as a living human. However, at this moment, given your spells and abilities, even if we were to resurrect you, you would not prevail against that being. Thus, we are here for a transaction. Accepting this transaction constitutes the punishment proposed by Tur and all of us. Vishadal, a transaction. Very well, you have no choice. This is the essence of a demonic bargain. Since you comprehend the situation, I shall not inquire whether you are willing. The terms of the transaction are straightforward. From this moment forth, your soul will undergo some minor adjustments by us. Naturally, the rewards you will receive are unimaginably bounteous. We shall lend you the powers of the demon race, the cost of which lies hidden within the abilities granted to you, 16 in total. However, for now, you may only acquire one. Yet, that will suffice. It is ample enough for you to devise a scheme to eliminate Otto Claumis. I see that the first ability to awaken is that of the deer demon. Our unfortunate kin, the injuries they have sustained will transmit through their magical energy to others. How you utilize it is your concern. Once you are prepared, I shall return your soul from the subspace to your original phase. Let us ponder those matters later. For now, return me to my body. The searing pain in his chest and the sensation of weightlessness beneath his feet reminded Mal that his consciousness had been restored to the realm of reality. However, the scales of victory had irrevocably shifted with the newly acquired abilities, and before Mal, a monstrous entity adorned with grand antlers and a physique as formidable as a giant writhed in agony. In the next moment, the severely aged mechanical arm could no longer withstand the trauma and erupted violently, the explosion resonating as shattered copper shards embedded themselves into Mal's back. As he descended from the air, landing firmly on the floor, Mal turned to behold Otto, bloodied and sprawled on the ground from the explosion, still attempting to swing his left arm to inflict harm upon himself with a spell. The final bullet pierced through Otto's left hand. You have lost, Otto Claumis. Chapter 31. Claux's holiday. Otto collapsed against the wall of the rooftop, the shrapnel from the exploded mechanical arm having completely penetrated his innards. His right cheek and shoulder had charred in the blast, blood seeping from numerous wounds across his abdomen, the mingled scent of iron and charred flesh permeating the air. Soon, he would succumb to exsanguination, with no one coming to his aid. It is a pity about this suit. I had intended to don it to greet the end of satin, a wish you have now thwarted. The gaping wound in Mal's chest rapidly healed, his heart and lungs mending completely before Otto's very eyes, rendering him unscathed in stark contrast to the battered Otto. Oh, I did not expect you to conceal a trump card as well, did I? Death loomed near, and Otto solemnly entrusted his last words to Mal. Even though the very person he had longed to eliminate was now the only one to hear his dying testament. But I can see, cough, that I still posed a threat to your life. With that, he continued, I trust you will remember my last words. Indeed, you have once again outmaneuvered me. Throughout Roderick's entire scheme, I have miscalculated thrice, a series of blunders too significant to overlook. Therefore, Otto, at the twilight of your life, I concede this is your honor. You have merely fallen to the frailty of your overwritten mechanical arm. Before you descend into hell, savor this glory. As for anything else you wish to convey, save it for my father in the infernal realm. The nation has granted me everything, transforming me from a cripple into Major General Clamispy. With great effort, Otto raised his bullet-riddled hand, striving to touch the half-destroyed metal once more. So, you bastard, what I must tell you is, long live Saturn. May the Republic and His Excellency, the President, soon bring about your demise. Blood pooled extensively on the ground as Otto's consciousness began to blur. The arm he attempted to lift finally succumbing to gravity. Mal hoisted Otto's battered form and unceremoniously hurled him from the hospital's high edifice, casting him onto the vacant ground beside the building. Indeed, executing the death sentence with his own hands afforded him the greatest solace. Watching Otto's corpse splatter into a grotesque heap in the morning light, Mal disregarded the blood around him, turned his back, and flung his severely damaged tailcoat skyward before leisurely making his way to the staircase. At last it was over. At 7 a.m. Having dealt with matters concerning Otto outside, Mal finally returned home. The sign outside the treehouse still bears the name of the Clarks, yet within its walls, no member of the Clark family remains. As I pushed the door open, I found Lube and Inland seated on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper. Their proximity was unmistakable. So much so that even Mal could discern the extraordinary nature of their relationship. As Mal was about to push open his mother's bedroom door to check on her condition, Lube called out to him from behind, Mars, Aunt Marancia is not here. To be more precise, she is unlikely to return for quite some time. Mars, I have a letter she left for you. Come and take a look. Mal slowly turned around, a grave expression on his face as he accepted the letter from Lube, which was infused with the fragrance of lilies. He opened the envelope and found the letter inscribed with the words, To my son Mars, I am sorry, my son, for choosing this moment to depart without farewell. Your father's death was not unexpected, yet when it truly unfolded before my eyes, I found myself incapable of acceptance. I always believed I would leave this world before your father and worried that he would suffer the torment of solitude after my departure. Now, it is I who must endure this punishment. Your father often remarked that your character mirrors mine, a reflection of the intelligent, rational, and dream-chasing young woman he once encountered. Mars, you may find it perplexing that I, the ordinary housewife you have always known, could share such traits with you. In truth, my youthful appearance was a stark contrast to the woman I have become. Within my room lies an album where you might glimpse the photographs of my spirited youth, when I ardently pursued progressive social ideologies. That was me, 25 years ago, avant-garde and bold, publishing articles on gender equality and racial justice in newspapers. Aspiring to be a social activist, a vision of your mother that you could scarcely imagine. Yet, I ultimately transformed into the figure you see before you, Mars. Do you know why? Because of your father. During my days as a caregiver in the sanatorium, I encountered him in a state that could only be described as a lion with wild mane. He was diagnosed with mania after an incident involving a firearm and had been sent to Morning Dew Sanatorium. For others, your father was a nuisance, often murmuring to himself, alternating between lamentation and confession. If his words were inadvertently provoked, he would resort to violence. However, after such outbursts, he would weep profusely, pleading for forgiveness, appearing utterly deranged. I vividly recall your father's plight. Every caregiver, fearing for their safety, refused to attend to him. Yet, you may struggle to comprehend the fatal allure he held for me. I had initially come to the sanatorium to investigate the war, intending to write a critical article about Satan's aggression. But upon seeing him, it felt as though my purpose for being there was solely to meet him. Thus, I willingly took on the responsibility of caring for him, transitioning from a volunteer to a genuine caregiver. I even concocted an excuse for myself. He was undoubtedly one of the most severely traumatized soldiers of the war, and I could extract first-hand accounts of the conflict from him. Yet, when I truly encountered him, I cast aside all my reasons, much like the heroine in a tale. Upon meeting your father, a singular thought consumed my mind. I understood him, I yearned to assist him, and above all, I wished to see his smile. Fortuitously, in my presence, your father would occasionally temper his restlessness and engage in calm conversation with me. Thus, I guided him in overcoming his tumultuous affliction, This story, fortunately, did not unfold as a tragedy, and from it, we welcomed you, my Mars. The notion of love at first sight may seem like a fabrication, often disbelieved by the more astute among us. Yet, when the destined one truly appears before you, the most intelligent are often the first to recognize the sudden emergence of love within their hearts. The two young souls seated in this room epitomize this phenomenon. You may ponder how they, having known each other for merely 3 days, could abruptly fall in love. But I assure you, Mars, they are both rather foolish. In fact, I discerned their burgeoning affection on the very first day, though they remained unaware or in denial of it. As for myself, after clasping your father's hand and stepping out of the sanatorium, I gradually transformed from a girl into the person you now recognize, Mars. Initially, I identified as an atheist. Yet under your father's influence, I embraced the teachings of the light worshippers. In truth, I still do not believe in any deity. However, if Martin perceives it as divine intervention that brought us together, I am willing to offer my praises to that entity. Having rambled on, Mars, I must ask, where have I truly gone? I sense that my time is limited. Mars, I understand you will not remain at home for my sake. I welcome your pursuit of the future I once forsook. Yet, I cannot bear the thought of spending my final moments in an empty house. Once, I sacrificed my ideals for love. I do not wish for my conclusion to be devoid of love, as that would be unbearably ironic. Thus, I intend to meet the two other heroines of this tale, one from the past and one from the future. You will one day come to know them. When that time comes, let them deliver the news of my passing and my remains to you, and remember to lay me to rest beside your father. Farewell. Never to meet again, my beloved son, Mars. It seems we must request Templar to thoroughly inspect this house before we depart from Roderick. Mal folded the letter and placed the envelope on the table. It was not of great consequence. You, however, appear much improved compared to before, which is commendable. Lube conjured a long-awaited rose from her hand and presented it to Mal, saying, "To be honest, Mars, I now feel that any words of gratitude I express seem utterly inadequate. I can only promise you that I will act as your blade. Just as Inluin serves as your information officer, wielding power for you and Inluin's ideals. Our second chance at life is a gift from you. Should the new world you envision require sacrifice, we shall not hesitate." Mal accepted the flower, and Inluin nodded in agreement, smiling faintly. No need to thank me. You are more fortunate than I, relying on each other's love as the foundation of your existence and the essence of life itself. This is far more independent than my own circumstances. You can choose love or ideals, while I cannot forsake my aspirations, as they pertain to the fates of many, long since ceasing to belong solely to me. Moreover, I do not require your unwavering loyalty as if I were a saint. What I seek is not merely scouts and assassins, but individuals capable of standing on their own. By the way, why do you appear so disheveled, bearing signs of injury? Have you engaged in battle with someone? Inluin keenly observed that Mal was clad in a simple suit with a white shirt, both of which bore signs of damage. Otto, if you had watched the news footage from last night, you would know that this fellow was sentenced to death by me. The morning news also reported that he killed the soldiers escorting him and leaped to his demise from the Roderick Hospital building. Of course, it is evident that this Otto did not simply die without reason. One can surmise that such a scenario is implausible. Mal shrugged, as if the life and death struggle he had just endured was nothing more than an ordinary assassination attempt. His escape was undoubtedly motivated by a desire for revenge, determined to drag me down with him into the abyss. Unfortunately for him, his mechanical arm was outdated and soon malfunctioned, leading to an explosive demise. I swiftly incapacitated his final resistance, leaving him bloodied and faint before casting him from the rooftop. No one cared about the truth behind the death of this condemned man. The matter was simply brushed aside, a trifling incident. Very well, Mal, when shall we depart from Roderick? Perhaps in a few days. I need time to reflect on certain matters, and I am truly weary and require a moment's respite. It has been ages since I indulged in reading. I have only perused newspapers for the sake of action. Moreover, the meals have been rather meager lately, so I would appreciate it if you and Inluin could prepare something for me. Oh, perhaps we could enjoy the film Annabelle together tonight. I just purchased a few DVDs from outside. What of Uncle Martin's burial? There is no need for a funeral. Let it be simple. His colleagues from the hospital may handle the burial arrangements, as long as I can recognize it as my father's grave when the time comes. Mal gazed out the window, murmuring, "My father, I have already paid my respects and offered him the most lavish of tributes. So let us all relax. Inluin, Lube, my mother mentioned that you two are in love. I recall that such matters typically require time for dates, idle chatter, and gift exchanges. Why do you both blush at this? Is this not the perfect time to invest in such pursuits? Mal had never seen the two of them so bashful. He had always assumed they were rather poised individuals. Yet he understood that he could not fathom their feelings, so he turned and ascended the stairs, leaving them alone together. Very well, now I must rest. I wish to do nothing but lie in my room for a while, as I have only had 3 hours of sleep today. Please, take care of Chiaro, Templar, and that stranger Orlanva. Thank you. Then, Mal entered his room and immediately shed his tattered garments. He rummaged through a wardrobe that had long remained untouched and unearthed a pair of pajamas he had worn during his high school days. Perfect for relaxation. He yawned and donned the ancient sleepwear, which, despite its age, still fit him reasonably well. He then collapsed onto the bed, his mind gradually emptying as consciousness slipped into a deep slumber. Initially, he intended to contemplate the matters concerning the demon and their pact. Yet the overwhelming fatigue eclipsed all other thoughts. Now, Mal was consumed by a singular desire to indulge in restful sleep for several days. He found himself once more in this desolate desert, where the weighty gravity ensnared his drifting self from the realm of dreams. And a vision devoid of light and color served as an invitation from another version of himself. He was his own future. He was Mar Claoux, seated upon a throne, so transformed that even he could scarcely recognize himself, the last time he had issued a warning to his past self. And now he stood once again upon this insubstantial land. Did this signify a transgression of taboos? Or perhaps a new admonition was required for him to heed? Then, answers transcended the barriers of language, as the self from that unreachable domain cast its thoughts into Mal's consciousness. This timeline had diverged from its intended path, with the pivotal nodes being the deaths of Martin and the departure of Marlanthia. The butterfly effect wrought by his parents seemed to have steered Mal away from a dismal future. The heavy world beneath the throne trembled, and the only colors writhed within the murky substance, a celebration from another self, congratulating him, regardless of where the future may lead. He had at least distanced himself from an outcome they both dreaded. Perhaps the butterfly had already flapped its wings. The specter on the train that did not belong to this world, Annabelle's nonsensical murmurs in the banquet hall, and the demonic transactions at dawn that sold his soul, culminating in his father's passing and his mother's farewell. It seemed that from that vague conversation beneath the spruce tree, when a warning emerged from the depths of time, the time butterfly had already altered the script of fate in its own manner. Thus, at this moment, Mal approached the throne, transforming this world of death into a reception area, with his slumber serving as the invitation. What would this colleague, whose body was lost and whose soul had vanished, now say to himself? To embrace change, to believe in transformation, while futilely attempting to maintain an anchor amidst the torrent of time, would only lead to a more terrifying alienation than his own. Now, the initial reversal had already occurred. A seed had been sown deep within his soul by the demonic realm, one that would not consume him but rather devour itself, ensnaring Mal's followers and rewriting the very plans themselves. The self from the edge of the world lauded this transaction, as this reversal would usher in entirely new possibilities. However, this was far from sufficient. Mal remained unchanged. His essence could neither be alienated nor eternally preserved. Such a degree of reversal merely set him upon a different throne. Yet, this presents a paradoxical dilemma. Had humanity been infused from the outset, Mar Claoux would bear no resemblance to his current self. Conversely, if the emotional facets were entirely excised, the choices before him seem exceedingly limited. Is the future irrevocably barred from realizing Mal's vision, regardless of triumph or failure, life or death? It appears that all these occurrences are mere coincidences orchestrated by fate. Any attempt to amend the details would upend the entirety of the past. If time were indeed sentient, it would undoubtedly be a mischievous child, delighting in chaos. As Mal traverses the desolate wasteland amidst the ruins, another version of himself does not dwell in this timeline's future, and, thus, cannot provide the genuine answers he seeks. The information at Mal's disposal and the events he has endured, even if meticulously calculated, seem incapable of yielding fresh insights from the antiquated past. The existence upon that gravestone has recognized that their calculations have become unbalanced, resulting in a complete stagnation of future reasoning. Perhaps only by introducing new reminders that do not belong to this temporal realm can a reversal be sought to uncover new vitality. Consequently, before Mal is cast out from his own dreams, and before he sinks once more into the abyss of consciousness in this meaningless world, his past self offers yet another wager, this time in the form of several names: Nicereg, Elinia, Annabelle, Isoline. The stagnant clock sighs softly. These reminders are buried within the shallow depths of his subconscious, and may they serve their purpose when necessary. May this distortion of the baseline not yield catastrophic consequences. Chapter 32. Busy in idleness, a sharp blade pierced his throat, blood gushing forth as the spectral image of the deer demon began to materialize before him. The old doll in Claux's grasp detonated like a bomb, its stuffing and plush scattering chaotically across the ground. For Mal himself, he rarely pressed his forehead, experiencing the sensation of a headache for the first time. It seems the myth of the light worshippers truly holds merit. The deals proffered by demons are far less advantageous than their honeyed words suggest. The magic healed the wound in his throat. Mal had just validated his newly acquired ability, which operates on this premise. The ability activates alongside the healing magic, causing his injuries to be partially transmitted to a designated object nearby. This explains why Mal did not lose consciousness despite suffering a grievous chest wound, as the actual damage he endured was shared, with Otto's mechanical arm absorbing half of it. For ordinary objects, the shared trauma is tangible. Varying degrees of harm are conveyed to the object, while the injury sustained by the individual diminishes. However, for items imbued with magic or protected by enchantments, such damage sharing is partially negated by their magical properties. Had Otto's mechanical arm not been so antiquated, the arcane power source within would at least ensure that the arm would only be rendered inoperative rather than completely exploding. The horse conjectures that the logic of sharing trauma likely applies to life as well. Ordinary beings will transmit trauma in a conventional manner, while the mage's own magical barrier significantly mitigates the damage endured. However, the process of transmitting harm appears unaffected by magic, regardless of what is targeted. The trauma experienced by Mal is correspondingly reduced by 50%. This effect, however, can only be triggered once for each entity and is not sustained. Each time Mal employs this ability, it consumes a magical energy equivalent to twice that of a healing spell, accompanied by the haunting illusion of the deer demons. Unfailingly, these visions reveal the tragic fates of the deer demons during the war against the demons. These towering and robust creatures, adorned with antlers, can effortlessly tear apart several adults, even the weakest among them. Yet, they are not as fearsome as they appear. In truth, their nature is as gentle and peace-loving as that of reindeer. Conversely, the seemingly feeble yet vicious humans pose a significant threat to this race. Before the war commenced, the deer demons were unprepared for a life-and-death struggle with humanity, while the forces of Satine had long been equipped with arcane weaponry to counter them. No matter how strong their physical forms, they could not withstand the onslaught of arcane artillery. Even when compelled to invoke their ancient clan rituals, the deer demons could not withstand the modern firepower. They were forced to flee alongside their kin, the feathered demons, creatures resembling humans but adorned with feathered wings. However, Satine was unwilling to allow their survival. Having tasted the spoils of war, the higher-ups in Satine resolved to pursue the conflict to its bitter end. The intended punishment for traitors transformed into a campaign to eradicate the demon race, culminating in the tragic demise of the last deer demon, who perished in a hail of gunfire while cradling the corpses of its family. Mal scoffed at the short-sightedness of Satine's leaders. Their ruthless extermination of allies paved the way for Satine's grave in the half-century to come. Now, both Aramint and Roderick are able to swiftly defect, advancing towards opposition against Satine, all thanks to the annihilation of the two races during the Demon War. No one would ally with a Satine that is ever prepared to annihilate them. This is the hidden landmine buried within the seemingly flourishing Satine Republic. Yet, there are aspects of history that Mal is not privy to. For instance, the mass casualties suffered by the human army atop the ruins of Wendiger, an event unrecorded in books. However, Mal witnessed this as a result of the surviving 12 demon races infiltrating Wendiger to gather the remains of the deer and feathered demons. It was not solely the Satine army that participated in the demon war. Countless opportunistic merchants driven by profit also joined the fray. They sought the remains of both races. For the feathers of the feathered demons are more beautiful than those of any other creature and serve as excellent conduits for magic. The blood of the feathered demons is sweeter than any fruit juice, ideal for brewing. Meanwhile, the bones of the deer demons are tougher than steel, and their long antlers make for superb materials for magical artifacts. Dragon knights favor weapons crafted from deer demon antlers. Satine tacitly permitted the merchants to plunder the remains of the demon races, ensuring that the majority of human families would support the demon war for the sake of these meager gains, allowing Satine to justifiably label the demon war as a righteous crusade. However, the merchants scavenging the ruins in search of corpses mostly met their demise at the hands of the hidden demon spies lurking within the rubble. The fiery lava of the fire demons reduced them to mere ashes, while the haunting melodies of the sirens led them to perceive their comrades as enemies. resulting in self-inflicted carnage. Ultimately, these bizarre deaths were deemed accidental, prompting the followers of the light to proclaim Windiger as a cursed land. Consequently, a significant number of soldiers and merchants withdrew from Windiger, and the temporary desolation provided the demon spies an opportunity to recover the remains of their brethren. Once it was confirmed that the demon remains bore no curse, Windiger was devoid of any traces of the demon race. The few remaining artifacts crafted from deer demons and feather demons became coveted luxuries circulating in the black market, exclusively for the elite. According to the demon Vishidal, he made slight adjustments to his soul. Perhaps this adjustment does not signify Vishidal's ability to alter his personality, but rather allows the vivid imagery of these experiences to surge into his memory as his powers activate. The influence of memory on personality is indisputable, perhaps as the memories and abilities of the 16 demons gradually seep into Mal's consciousness. Mar Claoux will be transformed into an entirely different entity. The term riven beak compensation arose in Mal's mind as he sought a name for this ability, seemingly bestowed by the souls of the deceased deer demons themselves. Unless faced with a dire situation, Mal was reluctant to employ this power. While the activation of riven beak compensation would swiftly mend his wounds, it would significantly diminish the potency of his original healing magic for a time, resulting in debilitating illusions and headaches, a pain Mal had not experienced in the past 2 decades. Seated back in his chair, he meticulously recorded his research in a notebook and turned the page inscribed with riven beak compensation. The following page detailed their next destination, Octopus Harbor. Once part of the coastal metropolis of the Orishii Kingdom, now the largest free trade port in Satin and the industrial hub of the southern region. It represented the final key area of their initial plan, a place that would ultimately determine Satin's fate and Mal's own. Element embodied a betrayal of a certain class. Roderick represented a betrayal of a race, while Octopus Harbor signified a betrayal of a stronghold. Losing Octopus Harbor would irrevocably strip Satin of its capacity to wage war against Beiying. Conversely, the roots of rebellion in Octopus Harbor were not as clear-cut as those in Element and Roderick. The former two feared Satin's encroachment upon their autonomous regions, naturally rejecting Satin's influence. However, Octopus Harbor lacked such a foundation. The dominion of Orishii had left no marks there. It was a thriving human city of commerce, devoid of symposiums or coalitions, consumed instead by the fervent financial frenzy that preceded the looming war. Yet, Mal could at least ascertain one truth. Should Octopus Harbor choose to betray, it would become the most unwavering bastion of uprising in all of southern Satin. But what would follow? The fate of Satin had already been sealed, and waiting for its inevitable downfall would require time. Once the affairs of Octopus Harbor were resolved, the focus would shift to Losjing, where they were to assist inland in dismantling the empire on the frozen land. Following that would be the nation of Beiying. Situated upon a solitary island, Mal slowly closed his notebook, momentarily setting aside his future plans. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the room, and in walked Liu Bei, who inquired with genuine concern, Mars, while I do not wish to intrude upon your hobbies, are you truly the type of workaholic who cannot even spare a thought for rest? Do you intend to forego both lunch and dinner, even on your days off? Dinner? Is it already time for dinner? Alas, Mars, it's nearly 7 o'clock. Yinluan has prepared an entire spread of Laotian cuisine, and I have just resumed my culinary endeavors. It's one thing for you to decline my invitation for lunch, but do you plan to rely solely on magic to stave off hunger for dinner? Standing in the doorway, Liu Bei sighed heavily, then noticed the scattered remnants on the floor. Good heavens, how fascinated are you with your new spells? Have you truly resorted to experimenting with so many cherished trinkets from your childhood? I apologize, Liu Bei. However, I am indeed quite hungry. The energy consumption of the new spell surpasses that of regular magic. I am grateful that you are still willing to prepare a meal for me. Otherwise, I would have resorted to scavenging outside or simply snacking on bread or chocolate to quell my hunger, Mal replied as he rose from his chair and walked outside, entirely disregarding the mess strewn across the floor. Liu Bei let out another heavy sigh. Mars had always been so careless and inept at managing his life. It was indeed necessary for Aunt Melancia to entrust him to her care. It was hard to fathom how he had navigated 3 years of university in the upper echelons of Lindun society. Thorny branches emerged from the ground, deftly removing the debris from Mal's room, each one as nimble as Liu Bei's own hands. The convenience and grace of the spell brought back fond memories for her. It seemed that Mars was better suited for a desk and debate hall. The aroma of sour cream and frosting wafted through the dining room of the Clark's family, where several dishes crafted by Yinluan adorned the table. At first glance, Mal's eyes were drawn to the deep crimson borscht and the tangy pancakes. Even without having visited Laoshing, he had encountered these renowned dishes in various treatises on the cuisine. Good evening, Clarks. Liu Bei took me to the market in Iris City. I must say, you Rodricians truly do not appreciate sour flavors. We spent quite some time merely searching for these few jars of sour cream. And do you not find it rather warm in here? Yinluan, donning an apron, wiped the sweat from his brow like a child, clearly overwhelmed by the heat of preparing several dishes in the southern summer. Mal barely had time to glance at the remaining dishes before he approached Yinluan, grasping his wrist. The coolness of the lowest-level magic offered Yinluan a refreshing relief, restoring his flushed cheeks to a more normal hue. Ah, that feels much better. It must be the healing magic. Clarks, do give it a try. Laotian cuisine is something you must acclimate to while in Laotian. In a moment of delight, Yinluan exhaled a warm breath and effortlessly nudged Mal toward the dining table, eagerly introducing him to the exquisite regional dishes of his proud homeland, Linya Province. Come now. You haven't eaten all day. Let us see if my culinary skills have dulled. Whether in Satin or Laotian, everyone relishes this robust tea, right? Liu Bei observed as Mal, without hesitation, seized the teapot from the center of the table and poured himself a cup of tea so dark it appeared almost black, taking a sip to whet his appetite. Cough, cough, cough. By the divine light, this tea is rather overpowering. Yinluan, just how many ounces of tea leaves did you put into this small pot? Despite having previously sampled Linduan's potent, invigorating red tea, Mal was still caught off guard by the intense bitterness and sharpness of Yinluan's brew. No, Mal, this is what tea should truly be. Just look at its rich hue. The tea brewed by Orientals and the Satinians is merely water, offering only a hint of tea fragrance. As for its invigorating properties, if it can make you cough like that, isn't it potent enough? Claoux. Ha. Curious. Liu Bei took a sip of Yinluan's Lao-style strong tea, draining her cup in one go and declaring it quite pleasant, remarking that it was far less exaggerated than Mal's reaction. Isn't it just slightly stronger than the tea I had in the desert? That bitter brew was far more refreshing. However, she suggested to Yinluan, here in Roderick, you might as well add a few pieces of honeycomb to the tea. Yinluan seemed to agree, while Mal shook his head in disagreement regarding their taste preferences. Well, I at least believe that the upper class in Satin has one advantage over you. They tend to enjoy milder Oriental teas, rather than those that are either overwhelmingly sour, excessively bitter, or cloyingly sweet. Lindan truly lives up to its reputation as the capital, boasting a culinary sophistication that surpasses that of other cities and even nations. The three of them settled at the table, which was adorned with a rich variety of dishes, indicating that Yinluan and Liu Bei had put considerable effort into this meal. The staple was buckwheat porridge and pancakes, while the main courses included pan-fried meat patties, braised cabbage, pickled tomato rolls, and a hearty red vegetable soup. Unable to find the wine from their hometown, Yinluan had resorted to serving strong tea as the beverage. Mal, usually unparticular about food, found himself eating slowly and sparingly during this meal. Yinluan suspected he was unaccustomed to Laotian cuisine. But Liu Bei merely smiled and rose to fetch a solution from the wine cabinet, a large bottle of hibiscus-flavored beer. No matter how good the tea is, this will surely whet your appetite more, right? Oh, Mal, you needn't be shy about wanting to drink. We want to accompany you. You understand me well, Liu Bei? But it would be rather dull if you two don't join in. Mal feigned regret, then eagerly uncorked the beer bottle, releasing a delightful aroma of sweet and sour floral notes mingled with the refreshing scent of the brew. This time, his cup was filled to the brim, and Mal downed half of it in one go, then began to devour the food on the table with a ravenous appetite. The sourness, saltiness, sweetness, and bitterness of the dishes all became tantalizingly delectable under the influence of the beer. To Mal, any food served as a side dish was an exquisite delicacy. Yinluan marveled at Mal's penchant for drinking, recalling how he had consumed several cans of beer at dawn, and now continued to indulge. Claoux, I find myself filled with skepticism regarding your intentions when you sought out Majero for a drink that day. Was your plan to intoxicate Majero and Torres merely a spur-of-the-moment idea to buy us some time for our retreat? Or were you simply captivated by the allure of Majero's fine wines, succumbing to your desire for indulgence? It is indeed a pity, Lung, that your condition that day did not permit you to partake in much alcohol. Otherwise, you would have discovered the undeniable quality of Majero's offerings. Rube, you too are unfortunate, as your floral kin seldom indulge in spirits, preferring instead the cloying sweetness of honeyed beverages. Is there any significance in a drink devoid of sweetness? Personally, I find greater solace in tea, Claoux. After a few rounds of drinks, Mal's spirits soared, reminiscent of the lively atmosphere found in a tavern or a debating hall. As they began to converse freely on a myriad of topics, Their discussions meandered from the nuances of various wines to the philosophical implications of alcohol. The enchantment of healing magic rendered alcohol inert, leading them to ponder whether a beverage, devoid of alcoholic influence, could still be considered a true spirit. What, then, qualifies as wine? Is it merely a drink that induces inebriation, or does it encompass any concoction that carries the potential harm of alcohol? Is wine the emissary of hell or the grace of the god of drama? Should Satan impose a prohibition on such libations? Amidst this spirited discourse, following their meal, Mal retrieved a film he had procured earlier, the cinematic marvel Stardust and Gears of Romance, featuring the enchanting Jenny Annabelle. Released in 1835, this unexpected success catapulted the once unknown director and the fledgling actress Annabelle into the limelight, as a romantic film that captivated the hearts of all Saturn residents. Its narrative unfolds simply. Annabelle portrays Ella, a noblewoman of the late Empire, hailing from the esteemed Winspaw family. Beautiful and youthful, she harbors a rebellious spirit and a yearning for freedom beneath her aristocratic facade. Weary of the superficial social engagements dictated by her noble status and striking appearance, Ella escapes to the balcony during a lavish soiree, where her parents wish her to mingle with Count Edward. Instead, she gazes longingly at the radiant city lights and the distant hum of the industrial district, her eyes shimmering with a desire for liberation. In the farthest reaches of her vision, the arcane airship Stardust ascends from the Empire's grand edifice, carrying the aspirations of the Saturn royalty skyward. Overseeing this aerial tribute is Cade, a gifted chief mechanic at the kingdom's largest airship factory, Celestial Heart. Clad in oil-stained overalls, he diligently roams the workshops, personally guiding workers in adjusting the airship's pressure valves. The son of a humble gearsmith, bearing the modest surname Allant, he has risen through diligence from the ranks of common laborers to become chief mechanic. Yet, he remains tethered to the factory, collaborating with ordinary workers rather than esteemed scholars to construct the Stardust. In an attempt to evade a tedious matchmaking tea party, Ella dons ill-fitting work attire and a cap, disguising herself as a man to sneak into the Celestial Heart factory, eager to witness the magnificent flying behemoths up close. Her curiosity ignites in the presence of the colossal machinery, particularly the unfinished Stardust, and in her fascination, she inadvertently activates an unsecured maintenance platform switch. The platform suddenly tilts, and with a startled cry, she finds herself on the brink of falling. At a critical moment, Cade, who was inspecting the engine below, leaped into action, and the two tumbled into a heap of tools. Ella's hat was dislodged, her golden hair cascading freely. Their eyes met against the backdrop of the immense airship skeleton and the glimmering crystal lamps. Cade was captivated by her beauty and the panic reflected in her eyes, while Ella was moved by his strong arms and caring gaze. Ella falsely claimed to be applying for the position of a drafting apprentice, emphasizing her basic understanding of runic geometry. Although Cade harbored doubts, he was persuaded by the thirst for knowledge evident in her eyes, and given the factory's need for labor, he allowed her to assist in the office. Ella clumsily adapted to the worker's lifestyle, often finding herself in humorous predicaments, such as misusing tools and being startled by geothermal steam. However, her sincerity and occasional flashes of unique insights into mechanical principles gradually won her the favor of her colleagues, particularly Cade. Ella had no desire to be a mere ornament in a noble household. She aspired to possess genuine mechanical expertise and to improve the Stardust airship using the methods of noble engineers. After work, under the silhouette of the colossal gears illuminated by the setting sun, Cade would explain the principles of airship engines to her with chalk on the ground or teach her how to craft moving trinkets from discarded parts. In the midst of the steel jungle and the scent of oil, they shared their dreams. Cade confided in Ella during twilight, expressing his reluctance to leave the factory to become a true chief mechanic. For a mechanic confined to an office could neither conceive great inventions nor assist the co-workers who had supported him since childhood. His purpose in constructing the Stardust airship in this modest factory was to demonstrate the strength of ordinary workers to the world, so that all his colleagues might escape the toil of life in smoke and steam, thanks to the royal attention on their airship. Ella earnestly grasped Cade's hands, supporting his dream, and revealed her true identity, expressing her desire to one day break free from the gilded cage of nobility and soar over vast oceans aboard the Stardust with her humble friends. However, Ella's fiancé, Count Edward, discovered her whereabouts and sent a warning to Cade, forbidding him from approaching his betrothed and humiliating him as a soiled lowborn. During a torrential downpour, the Count's luxurious steam car splashed Cade with mud, and Ella, witnessing this from inside the vehicle, felt a mix of pain and anger. Ella's father, the Duke of Winspaw, enraged by his daughter's actions, confined her to the family's tower. Utilizing a treasured piece of high-grade psychic crystal, he attempted to magically influence Ella's will, compelling her to return to the path of propriety. The film depicted this through visual effects, a haunting blue glow of magic entwined around Ella, her gaze turning hollow as she struggled to break free. Upon learning of Ella's confinement and the coercive magical influence she faced, Cade was frantic. He sought the counsel of an elderly dwarven runesmith in the factory. The master, Canty, informed him that only a more powerful and purer emotional energy could disrupt or even override the enforced influence of the psychic crystal. This energy could stem from an object imbued with a deep connection, vitality, and dreams shared between the two. Cade realized that this object was none other than the Stardust airship, to which they had both dedicated their hearts and souls. It was set to undergo its maiden test flight in the skies near the Duke of Windspar's estate, on the evening of the grand engagement banquet at the Duke's residence. The atmosphere was ablaze with light and thronged with nobility. Cade had persuaded the test pilot to allow him aboard the airship, taking his place at the helm. Master Kant, risking much, executed an urgent modification on the crystalline array at the heart of the airship, temporarily transforming it into a colossal emotional resonator. The workers aided Cade in deceiving the factory owner, granting him the privilege of piloting the Stardust. Like a dazzling comet, the Stardust soared low over the Duke's garden during the festivities. The engine emitted an unusual, rhythmic roar. Standing at the open hatch, Cade vigorously waved the small mechanical bird he and Ella had crafted together. In the tower, Ella, bound by magic, heard that unique engine sound, reminiscent of their shared memories. Struggling, she lunged towards the window, catching sight of the airship and Cade, as well as the small bird reflecting metallic glimmers in the moonlight. An overwhelming surge of emotions, love, freedom, and shared dreams shattered the magical constraints. The azure magical glow around her fractured and dissipated. Tears streamed down her face as a radiant smile blossomed, and she waved back with abandon. On the airship, Cade saw her response and clenched his fist in exhilaration. Master Kant observed the unusually harmonious glow of the crystalline array and smiled with satisfaction. The workers paraded around the Duke's estate, drawing the noble's attention, who mistook it for a riot. Seizing the opportunity, Cade steered the airship toward the garden, extending his hand to Ella in the tower. She grasped Cade's hand with reckless abandon, and he pulled her aboard the Stardust. In that moment, they fulfilled each other's dreams. The Stardust took flight smoothly, encircled Lindon amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the workers and the incredulous gazes of the nobility, even catching the attention of Emperor Satine XIV. In the story's conclusion, Cade presented the Stardust, and Satine XIV offered to bestow upon him the title of Viscount, thus allowing him to marry Ella with legitimacy. However, both Cade and Ella refused, with Ella requesting the Emperor to strip her of her noble title, yearning for a life as commoners. Their wedding was devoid of any pretentious aristocrats, attended solely by kind-hearted friends who genuinely celebrated their love. As Lewin and Rube clasped each other's hands during the film's credits, Mao, who had noticed their gesture, refrained from revealing any inconsistencies within the movie. Even he was moved by the beauty of love depicted on screen, explaining why both elemental mages and arcane sorcerers, high-ranking officials and lowly workers, humans and flower sprites alike appreciated the film. Regrettably, Mao could not grasp such sentiments. Not wishing to disrupt the romantic ambience, he quietly stepped away from the projector, recalling the purpose of his viewing. Annabelle's next film was to be shot in Octopus Harbor. In last night's news, when a reporter inquired about her legendary career, she had specifically mentioned Ella, the protagonist of The Love of Stars and Gears, expressing how, over the past 5 years, she increasingly felt akin to her. The journalist merely jested with her, praising her for the remarkable achievement of her debut work, which garnered a staggering box office of millions and spread across the globe, revealing that she was, in fact, portraying herself. Annabelle smiled and nodded, yet her gaze was not upon the journalist, but rather fixed on the camera, as if she were staring at someone specific. Could this be an illusion? Mao remained perplexed. Chapter 33. Poised for action. Originally allotted a mere 7 days of leave, the timeline had been extended by 23 days due to various matters concerning Roderick and Aramet. It was not until September 2nd, as the oppressive heat began to wane, that Mal and his companions were finally prepared to continue their journey southward. In the span of a month, the seeds Mal had sown began to sprout. The coalition party transitioned from underground to official status, formally replacing the previously infiltrated autonomous government in a democratic fashion, with Lord Chiaro naturally aligning himself with the coalition party. To deter any dissent from Satin, Inlewin reached out to several major newspapers in Lindon and Red Dragon County, disseminating news of the Golden Thistle scandal. Consequently, the pressure from public opinion against Satin reached unprecedented levels. Coincidentally, at this juncture, Annabelle arrived, seizing the opportunity to visit Roderick, seemingly having persuaded the clandestine studio to film a documentary concerning the Golden Thistle. The coalition party welcomed the movie star with open arms, simultaneously facilitating the entry of external journalists into Roderick. Chiaro adeptly shifted the policy direction to one of friendliness towards outsiders, lifting various restrictions on human habitation in Narcissus City and inviting Satin residents to purchase homes there. The journalists, in turn, spread this favorable impression of Roderick throughout Satin. As for why this autonomous region, previously closed off to outsiders, had now adopted a welcoming stance, and why Satin had been largely oblivious to the happenings in Roderick, Mal instructed Templar to deflect all responsibility onto Satin's suppression of information during interviews with the press. At this opportune moment, Annabelle extended her hand once again. Were these gestures akin to the dealings of the demon clans, with prices quietly marked? Or did she seek something beyond what Mal had planned? Regardless, whenever Mal found himself amidst the fervent throngs of flower spirits, observing her from afar, Annabelle would invariably turn her head, catching his gaze, and respond with a smile and a wave. The short film titled The Giant's Garden further unveiled the Golden Thistle conspiracy to the world, albeit obscuring the true intentions of Satin, which was precisely the narrative Satin permitted at its threshold. Additionally, at the behest of the coalition party, the studio infused the script with more elements of Roderick's life, rendering the film not only a catalyst for public discourse in Satin, but also, for the first time, showcasing Roderick's way of life beyond the confines of the autonomous region. This was precisely the scenario that Mal and the coalition members were eager to witness. Humans had come to the aid of the flower spirits, championing justice for Roderick, and the atmosphere in Roderick was now the most amicable it had ever been. At this juncture, attracting a wave of human migration to Roderick would serve to accumulate financial resources for the region. During the filming process, Annabelle invited Lube to portray another female character in the movie. At the outset, Templar harbored concerns regarding whether Annabelle was aware of the truth behind the fuchsia wind. Yet Mal reassured them, asserting that Annabelle would remain oblivious. In truth, Mal had long since lost the ability to gauge just how much the shadowy figure, who consistently trailed behind their team and provided them with unseen support, truly comprehended. As fate would have it, Annabelle appeared to be enamored with Lub's beauty and charisma. She took a particular delight in personally instructing Lub on how to excel in her cinematic role, and their interests shared a remarkable similarity. Lub, already envious of Mal and Inland's frequent encounters with Annabelle, was utterly astonished that this illustrious star had taken notice of her. Moreover, during the filming period, Annabelle frequently visited the Claoux family. She exchanged a handshake with Inland, congratulating him on finding his beloved. Annabelle's visits were devoid of any entourage or bodyguards. She approached the Claoux home with the ease of an old friend, entering without any formality and casually wandering about the front and backyards, engaging in polite yet friendly conversation with Inland and Lub. Were it not for the tight filming schedule, Annabelle might have even dined with the Claoux family. Throughout the filming days, her rapport with Lub and Inland flourished. Annabelle expressed a fondness for Inland's robust tea, perhaps the second instance since his arrival in Satin that he found a kindred spirit in this regard. Annabelle was unconcerned with Lub's specific techniques. She merely praised Lub as a natural actress, lamenting that she could only make a cameo as a flower fairy at the film's conclusion. The filming progressed swiftly, and by the time Annabelle could comfortably address them as Inland and Lub, the movie was completed. On August 20th, following the enthusiastic reception of The Giant's Garden, Annabelle was unable to attend the celebratory feast that should have rightfully centered around her, due to a prior engagement with guests. Naturally, Inland and his allies, along with members of the studio, began discussing the film star at the dinner table. Staff members revealed that the young actress, Annabelle, was not always the affable and cheerful persona they now witnessed. Since her rise to fame at the age of 19, upon stepping onto the red carpet of the industry, Annabelle had been afflicted with a severe personality disorder. Her devoted fans were aware that since 1837, she had been in a relentless pursuit of romantic relationships, immediately seeking a new partner upon the conclusion of each. Her behavior in love could be described as neurotic. Annabelle craved an endless cycle of passionate romance and reassurance. Yet even those captivated by her beauty found it challenging to satiate her inner yearnings. Furthermore, Annabelle exhibited a strong aversion to physical intimacy, whether it be kissing or sexual encounters, and any mention of such would elicit palpable dread. A romance that offered nothing beyond embraces could hardly satisfy any of her former partners, leading them to ultimately part ways with her. until Annabelle ceased her quest for companionship altogether. This lifestyle persisted until just over 4 months ago. At that time, Annabelle's condition appeared to be nearly impeccable only in front of the camera. She indulged in excessive drinking, reckless driving, and even self-harm, filling her private life with various hedonistic pursuits in search of excitement. Yet she exhibited a profound aversion to promiscuity and any form of intimacy with the opposite sex, seemingly haunted by the painful memories of a former relationship. After losing even fleeting romances, Annabelle became a terrifying enigma in her personal life. While in public, she projected the image of a flawless doll. This stark contrast left her agents disconcerted, yet they found themselves at a loss on how to assist her, ultimately recommending she consult a psychologist. The turning point arose with this very psychologist. Annabelle harbored a deep disdain for psychological treatment, convinced that the practitioners were merely seeking to exploit her fame and fortune with their absurd therapeutic methods. Yet, astonishingly, she did eventually attend a session. Upon her return, Annabelle seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation, exuding enthusiasm for her career and radiating warmth and cheerfulness reminiscent of her early days as an actress 6 years prior. Subsequently, she ceased her pursuit of any relationships and renounced all detrimental habits. Upon investigation, we discovered she had not engaged in therapy at all. Rather, she had turned back home en route to the hospital, secluding herself in her room. The doctor suspected her condition had worsened, but after further inquiry, it was revealed that Annabelle's state was inexplicably excellent, resembling that of a complete recovery, devoid of any irregularities, as if she had found a new purpose. Mars. Could it be possible that Annabelle was aware of our objectives and had thus begun to act more positively to assist us? From that train in Red Dragon County to Element, and then to Roderick, it seemed too coincidental that Annabelle's next film was to be shot in Cephalopod Port. After the banquet, the three of us convened to deliberate on this matter. Lube's suspicions were not unfounded, yet Yun shook his head. No. Her conscious mind contains no awareness of our objectives. Although I lacked the opportunity to observe Annabelle closely, each subjective glance revealed no intelligence pertinent to us, which is exceedingly unusual for someone who is supposedly well acquainted with our plans. Moreover, the information network we established under such dire circumstances could only connect to our surface thoughts, not our shared memories. It is implausible that Annabelle possesses such intimate knowledge of our scheme, relying solely on fragmented consciousness from the train. Given our current conclusions, we could not formulate even a relatively reasonable hypothesis, so this issue shall be set aside. We have confirmed our alliance with her, at the very least. She poses no threat to us. As for my own subjective feelings, Yun and Lube, it seems as if Annabelle has known me for quite some time. The Garden of Giants quickly attracted a crowd of spectators to Roderick, and as Mars had anticipated, a significant number of people purchased properties in Narcissus City due to the idol effect. Among them, the elemental sorcerers of Ariment have stealthily infiltrated, as Ariment seeks to forge an alliance with Roderick under the watchful eye of Saturn. The initial step towards this alliance is to provide the elemental sorcerers with a compelling reason to align themselves with Roderick. This month has marked the nascent formation of the alliance between Ariment and Roderick. The Symposium and the Coalition, representing two factions under Mao, have significant divergences. The friction between the elemental sorcerers and the flower fairies is particularly pronounced in their clandestine trade dealings. Roderick, undoubtedly a self-sufficient city-state, possesses all that it requires: food and produce, energy and raw materials, an abundance of magical crops, and even a well-established industrial system of flower fairies. Their true necessities are minimal. Most flower fairies find little use for Ariment's elemental runes, as they primarily seek genuine martial strength. The command of Roderick's militia lies in the hands of the Saturn army, and the scant armaments available cannot rival the private forces of the coalition. In contrast, Ariment boasts a level 4 elemental sorcerer capable of effortlessly overpowering an entire police precinct. However, constrained by military regulations, it is challenging for the sorcerers to be deployed externally, hindering Ariment's ability to provide Roderick with what it truly needs. Moreover, the already insular flower fairies derive no benefits from the trade, leading many members of the coalition to perceive their dealings as one-sided aid, thus looking down upon Ariment's sorcerers as weaklings in need of support. Naturally, the elemental sorcerers, proud of their magic and city, are incensed by such remarks, and the disputes between the two factions nearly escalate into open conflict, causing the trade to be intermittent. This dilemma was ultimately resolved by the returning Colonel Orlanva, the true leader of the coalition. Orlanva, of an age similar to Mal's father, is an elderly yet robust lily fairy. Although the tree folk publicly deny kinship with the flower fairies, they did not torment Orlanva. Rather, They confined him in the subterranean root chambers of the tree folk for a few days, releasing him promptly after the negotiations between Mal and Tor concluded. Upon learning from Mal about Otto's fate, Orlanva regretted not returning to Roderick sooner, as he could have personally seen Otto off had he arrived a few hours earlier. During his military service, he was also a superior to Martin, though Martin served in the human division while he was in the fairy division. And they only crossed paths a few times after the war. Unbeknownst to Martin, the coalition he disdains was orchestrated by this very old superior. Orlanva holds great admiration for Mal, who has rescued the coalition and Roderick from dire straits. And he occasionally inquires curiously of Mal how he would have discovered and addressed the crisis of the Golden Thistle had Thumple not managed to relay the complete intelligence to him in time. Even in the absence of Templar, I shall remain vigilant regarding the situation of the Golden Spire Thistle. As soon as it begins to exhibit signs of plundering ley line magic, my perception of magic will undoubtedly sense the anomalies therein. Naturally, a more expedient approach would be to infiltrate the Agricultural Department's press conference on the Golden Spire Thistle should I find myself uncertain of the intentions behind their cultivation protocol, allowing me to glean intelligence through keen observation. The paramount concern, however, remains the Treant. As long as I continue to pursue the whereabouts of the Treant, those aligned with the coalition shall always find a way to connect with me. For Otto and his comrades to successfully implement the Golden Spire Thistle initiative, it is quite straightforward. They must eliminate the coalition, ensuring that the only threat to Roderick is the coalition itself. In other words, the moment we set foot on Roderick's land, Otto's defeat becomes an inevitable outcome. Orlanva returned from the Treant not only with himself, but also with significant information. He mentioned that the Treant possesses a unique technique, Restoration of the Moon Rose, that allows it to navigate the conflict between elves and dark elves with remarkable finesse. While conventional spells struggle to convert released incantations into pure magical energy, Restoration of the Moon Rose can absorb the effects of these spells, transforming them into highly concentrated magic at an 80 purity. This particular tree can only be manipulated by the Treant, compelling both elves and dark elves to remain neutral, lest they inadvertently provide the opposing side with near-limitless energy supplies. Though Orlanva was barred from accessing the tree species during his days in the Treant forest, he discreetly procured several leaves of the Restoration of the Moon Rose upon his return. Given that the Treant can manipulate oak, it stands to reason that the flower spirits could do likewise. The addition of the Restoration of the Moon Rose might even ameliorate the harsh climate of Tulip City. In Sunflower City, horticulturists cultivated young saplings of the Restoration of the Moon Rose through cuttings taken from the axillary buds of the leaves, although this method resulted in very slow growth. At this juncture, botanist Veridin recalled the herbaceous runes of Elamanth, which he had utilized to hasten the maturation of Golden Spire thistles. Indeed, the rooting and sprouting time of the Restoration of the Moon Rose was significantly reduced, leading to the swift cultivation of the first mature specimen, resulting in a surge in demand for herbaceous runes. In addition to the engineers of Tulip City, farmers in Sunflower City also discovered the remarkable utility of the Restoration of the Moon Rose. Their magical crops rely on absorbing the ley line's magic, which cannot be expended in excess at once, lest it disrupt Roderick's magical cycle. However, the Restoration of the Moon Rose can replenish the ley line's magic by consuming the energy stored within the runes. Magic, being a naturally appreciating energy, thus establishes a dual cycle of magical flow. Elamanth's elemental runes encapsulate magic within more potent spells, while the Restoration of the Moon Rose can extract magic from these spells to replenish the ley line. With more magical crops planted on the ley line, raw materials can be produced and sold to Elamanth for further rune research. This bilateral trade balances the surplus, solidifying the alliance between Elamanth and Roderick on a foundation of equitable commerce. This signifies that the situation crafted by Mal has stabilized, establishing a robust stronghold for him. Next, we shall embark towards the enigmatic and tumultuous Squid Harbor, seeking to entice the leader of the insurrection, who remains blissfully unaware of the financial revelry enveloping him. Chapter 34. The Ink-Sack District of Squid Harbor, Ink-Stained Twin Cities. Once we achieve our objectives, our betrayal shall no longer be deemed a conspiracy. On September 7th, in the northern expanse of Squid Harbor, the Ink-Sack District resembled a whale carcass marinated in arcane energies and rust during the autumn of 1840. Chimneys belched crystalline ash, tainting the sky with a morbid verdigris, while the newly launched warship, the Satin Glory, was hoisted by cranes to adorn its gilded ram, its golden sheen sufficient to purchase the breathing rights of 10 impoverished alleys. As Ian Lewin squeezed off the ferry with forged identity documents, he narrowly escaped being crushed by a steam truck laden with patriotic bonds. The vehicle bore slogans that scorched the eyes. Purchase bonds to strangle the throats of the cherry blossoms. At the rear, 3 child laborers crouched, sanding the edges of the bonds, their fingers oozing blood that stained the security codes a pale crimson. Upon witnessing Ian Lewin's frantic evasion, they raised their bloodied hands to make grotesque faces, laughing heartily at his misfortune. "Hey, foreigner, do you think you're a gentleman? Be careful, or next time it'll be your foot." After their jests, the children resumed their arduous tasks, knowing they must complete them before the foreman's arrival. Even if they fell short, they had to feign diligent effort. Otherwise, the foreman would lash them with an arcane whip. And none wished to experience the agony induced by magical stimuli. Faced with this darkly humorous scene, Ian Lewin could only muster a wry smile. He had finally arrived at Satin, the real Satin. In comparison, Element seemed a city of angels, while Roderick resembled a fairy tale crafted by flower nymphs. His once respectable editor's attire had been replaced with a coarse laborer's uniform and suspenders. Such an outfit could be acquired for a mere 20 cents, serving as a badge of identification for the foreman's recruitment efforts. The Patriots' Avenue leading to the factory district was, in truth, a festering path. To the left stood the naval supply warehouses, where ladies in lace petticoats selected ship's compasses turned into brooches through crystal windows. To the right lay the workers' shantytown, where an elderly woman scooped oily wastewater from a drainage ditch, filtering out settled arcane metal dross, enough to trade a pound for stale bread from the black market. The air was thick with a triad of foul odors, the acrid effluence from the alchemical firm's green bag, the rancid scent of fried squid stalls, and the waxy stench drifting from the poorhouse. Several arcane mages, adorned with efficiency overseer badges and second-tier sorcerer insignias, strolled through the alleyways, their metal staves releasing arcane pulses every 10 minutes to straighten the sagging backs of the laborers. "Hey, foreigner, the one from the north. Come here." "Yes, you. The tall one. You too, come over here." Ian Lewin halted at the entrance of the Water Ghost shipyard. The foreman, clad in a yellow uniform, beckoned to him and several other young job seekers, his portly chest proudly displaying the badge of Clark Williams. After summoning them, Clark counted the copper coins in his hand with his saliva-dampened fingertips. "Consider yourselves fortunate. We are in dire need of laborers here. It is merely menial work that even the most foolish can accomplish. Hence the pay is set at 30 cents a day, no room for negotiation. As for clothing, the rags you are wearing will suffice. Regarding meals, we shall provide one at noon. The routine is well established, 10 hours of toil. If you comprehend, step inside. Keep your wits about you, and be mindful of where assistance is required. Remember, do not provoke us, nor seek trouble. You are now employed." From deep within the factory, a rhythmic metallic lament echoed, resonating from 500 chests beneath the arcane steam hammer. A rusted conveyor belt transported 2 types of cargo, a series of gleaming torpedo casings, and a line of molten metal refuse. The newcomers were to begin their tasks by shoveling this refuse from the conveyor belt to the waste pile. Inland was no stranger to such scenes. The town factories of Linya province were filled with impoverished souls who had turned to labor out of desperation, many of whom were members of the Pearl Gang. On the assembly line, the murky air mixed with refuse was inhaled, and a cheap, unwieldy shovel was tossed before Inland and his companions. The new workers dared not speak out in the factory, picking up the shovels and emulating the seasoned laborers, shoveling the refuse from the conveyor belt into the adjacent waste pile. Soon, their muscles ached, yet the refuse on the conveyor seemed endless. They could only continue shoveling. For 30 cents, it was all worthwhile. It was not until lunch arrived that the fatigued bodies of the newcomers were momentarily rescued. The foreman barked at them, thrusting a black loaf, derisively referred to as cannonball bread by the seasoned workers, into their hands. The workers huddled together, consuming the bitter, hard bread that was distinctly mixed with sawdust, providing little sustenance, and some struggled to swallow without water. Observing the newcomers, the more caustic veteran workers cast sidelong glances. Their very act of eating bread tinged with a sense of superiority, while the gentler ones chuckled at the newcomers' plight, patting their shoulders and reassuring them. "Is this too much for you? Earning copper is no easy feat. Young ones, there is more to endure." During the brief respite for their meal, the workers engaged in conversation, using the bread as an accompaniment. Most of the seasoned laborers clustered together, entirely disregarding the newcomers as part of their circle, who could only remain silent, gnawing on their bread. Fortunately, a kind-hearted veteran approached, carrying 2 buckets of water and several cups. Come, take these. Eating bread without water could choke you. The water here is free," the foreman one-team-eyed. "If you wish to drink, Fetch a bucket and let us all share." The old worker placed the water buckets in the center of the newcomers' gathering, tossing several wooden cups before each of them. Then he sat down with his black loaf, naturally joining the newcomers for their meal. As the newcomers desperately ladled water into their cups to swallow the dry, hard bread, conversation began to flow. "Are you all new here? Good. Do you know why that rotund thief outside summoned you?" The new workers shook their heads, while the seasoned laborers sighed and replied, "Even Clark dares not speak of it. Several masters have perished in the factory. Elvin and Arad were good men, ah? It is the virtuous who meet a swift end. You will understand, as you progress in this work, that we are forging shells for the war against Satine." The outsiders remain blissfully unaware, still believing we dwell in peaceful times, while we, the ones laboring for the generals, are acutely aware. Satine is preparing to engage in battle with the kingdom of Sakura. The conflict will commence from the sea, once it erupts. A single shell could obliterate this wretched land of ours. War. Several young workers nearly spat out their meager black bread. Are we truly on the brink of warfare? The kingdom of Sakura is targeting us, is it not? Therefore, let us not mock one another, for in this dire existence, we are all equally unfortunate. Do not be deceived by the airs of those seasoned fellows. Once on the battlefield, they will be just as vulnerable. And you inexperienced lads will find yourselves pushed to the back, while we of a certain age will be sent forth to shield the mages from cannon fire. Ha ha ha. Thus, the wisest course is to flee northward, but not too far north, lest the army descend upon us. We are all from here. Where can we escape to? A gaunt new worker furrowed his brow. I have only just arrived from the slums, and returning there is no better option. It is all a dead end, is it not? Ha ha ha. No choice but to accept your fate. By the way, you there. You clearly do not belong to this place. From which county do you hail? What is your name? He was referring to Eluin, who had been engrossed in his bread and listening to their conversation. Eluin lifted his head, revealing the face of a lowskin amidst the gaze of his peers. I am not from Satine. I hail from the Lowskin Empire, a nation even further north than Satine, where the cold is biting. My name is Dmitry Sergeyevich Ivanov. What an elaborate name. Do you have a nickname? The workers chuckled at Eluin's lengthy introduction, and he joined in their laughter. Just call me Eluin, he replied. Quite a mouthful, not like the Satine tongue. Hey, the other newcomers, please state your names as well. I will compile a list for Clark, your foreman, to save him the trouble of asking each of you individually. The outside folk call me Old Mike. You may refer to me as such. Thus, the four workers who arrived with Eluin shared their names in turn: Vincent, Morgan, Adams, and Benjamin. Except for Benjamin, the other three were locals from Squid Harbor. Vincent and Adams were born in the slums, while Morgan was a second-generation worker, his father hoping he would inherit his position, sending him here to learn the ways of independent living. Old Mike listened in silence, only bursting into hearty laughter, promising to treat them to grilled squid and salmon after work, insisting that the black market fare from Sakura was the best. However, he was soon called away by the foreman, and the invitation faded into nothingness. Before long, lunch hour concluded, and the foreman hurried them back to the arduous task of shoveling coal ash for the afternoon shift. Under the leadership of Old Mike, the newcomers quickly became acquainted with one another. The age difference among them was negligible, with the exception of Morgan, who was only 17. They agreed to venture out after work to seek the barbecue restaurant that Old Mike had mentioned, known as the Black Household of Baying. The afternoon labor passed in a relatively relaxed atmosphere, despite the fact that the seasoned workers were less than welcoming, and the foreman maintained his arrogant demeanor. As twilight descended and they emerged from the Water Ghost shipyard, the weary group stumbled upon a peculiar scene. A one-legged old craftsman was assembling a piano from scraps of gears atop a heap of coal, while his 10-year-old granddaughter, Lena, barefoot, danced over the searing steel slag, playing the national anthem of Satin. The notes collided with the explosion-proof barriers of the naval warehouse, bursting into golden sparks, while the foreman laughed uproariously, tossing coins. How romantic! The entertainment of the impoverished. The four bystanders marveled at the miracle before them, yet only Inland recognized the old craftsman as a holder of an extraordinary talent, one that transformed sound waves into visible notes of light. Lena picked up the pennies that the foreman had purposely cast, each coin worth a mere cent, and even if they were thrown in abundance, they would barely amount to enough for the grandfather and granddaughter to buy bread. Inland approached first, offering half of his daily earnings, 3 5-cent coins, to Lena. He gently patted her head and asked, "Little girl, your name is Lena, is it not? Where are your parents?" With obedient grace, Lena accepted the coins from Inland's hand. "My parents and my grandmother passed away long ago. I only have my grandfather," she replied. Inland said nothing further, merely ruffling the girl's hair once more. The other four, witnessing this exchange, could not help but contribute as well. Morgan gave her 5 coins, declaring that he would forego dinner that night and make do with bread for another day. Vincent, after deliberating over the 6 coins in his hand, ultimately gave 2 to Lena. Benjamin, feeling secure with his travel funds, offered 4 coins, stating they would suffice for the time being. Adams, seeing the generosity of his companions, shyly slipped 1 coin to Lena, seemingly embarrassed to reveal his modest contribution. The 5 then turned to leave. Morgan intended to depart, but Benjamin held him back, proposing that if a barbecue was in store, he would treat Morgan to dinner. As they huddled together for warmth in the factory, the 5 began to share stories of their backgrounds and the reasons for their arrival in the Ink District. Living in the slums offers no future. If I could live like those masters in the factory, I would be content, Adams sighed, the most financially strained among them, who struggled with illiteracy and often feared the judgment of others. I am from Uniavia County. I did not wish to follow them into fruit picking. I came here to Inkport, having heard it was more lucrative. Benjamin felt deceived. The Ink District of Inkport was far from the bustling metropolis he had envisioned, resembling nothing more than the slums of the entire Inkport. I simply wish to leave that place, find a respectable job, secure a decent home, and eventually find a wife to share my life with. Morgan, you live in Chuanwan Port, where I've heard there are many foreigners and diverse races, making it easier to find a partner. So, do you have a girlfriend? Vincent harbored no personal aspirations. He merely conformed to the desires of his family, as if those ambitions constituted the entirety of his existence. Do I appear to have a girlfriend? To be frank, given our current endeavors, who would find us appealing? Nevertheless, it must be said, the throngs outside of Tentacle Port are indeed vast, with a diversity that rivals even the embassies in London. Elves, both male and female, possess an allure akin to that of cinematic stars. The shorter individuals here are quite amiable, and the roasted potatoes and fried chicken are remarkably authentic. As for those green-skinned goblins, despite their unseemly appearances, each is wealthier than the last. And the werewolves, the henchmen who serve the goblins, I wonder, aren't those werewolves from your homeland, inland? Certainly not, Morgan, for all beastmen hail from the Evernight Prairie, located west of Los Jing. Inland smiled as he corrected Morgan's misconception. That warm smile stemmed from Vincent's earlier mention of his girlfriend, which reminded Inland of his own beloved. Labomi Aishio, at this very moment, was present in Tentacle Port. Let us rewind time to September 3rd, after departing from the Roderick Autonomous Region. The trio arrived at the confluence of the 3 districts of Squidport, specifically Navy Square. The glorious history of the Satin Navy's triumph over the Yalashi is epitomized by a statue depicting a griffin strangling a sea serpent, where the 3 bid farewell beneath this monument. On the train, Mal divided their plans into 3 distinct lines, and for this occasion, he offered only a general direction, leaving the specific details to each individual to design and execute upon establishing themselves locally. Inland was assigned to this area, the Ink Sac district of Squidport, an industrial hub and residential area of the southern metropolis, where prosperity was a mere facade of poverty and wealth was a guise of decay. The workers residing here had never truly experienced the affluence of Squidport, just as they now gazed at the towering edifices of the distant suction cup tops. Inland and his companions could only marvel at the juxtaposition of opulence and destitution. This was precisely Inland's purpose for coming here. These workers would be the pivotal force in altering the circumstances in Satin. Even now, they were unaware of their latent power, nor did they recognize that the boundless riches amassed were born from their own toil. The leader of this team, Mar Claoux, navigated the intricate dynamics among the naval officers at the suction cup top, the esteemed officials of Squid Port's municipal government, and the affluent merchants of various races. On the train, he assured Inland that as long as he remained at the suction cup top, any upheaval arising in the Ink Sac district would go unnoticed by the upper echelons of society. Inland had faith in Mal's diplomatic prowess, particularly amongst the elite, as evidenced by the experiences of Aramanti and Roderick. Furthermore, he found solace in knowing that their invisible ally, Janina Bell, was also filming at the suction cup top. No matter the circumstances, Mal would not face his challenges alone. Meanwhile, Inland's beloved, the sole combatant in their team, Labomi Shio Rosevay, lay in wait within the bustling epicenter of commerce and financial speculation, the Tentacle Port of Squidport. The commercial empire atop the vast grasslands is dominated by the Goblin Merchant Guild, reigning over all trade. Competing fiercely are the Eastern merchant faction known as the Chiju Society, the enigmatic alchemical enterprise Qiannong, the desert sandworm caravans, the industrial cooperatives of the Dwarven Nation, and the magical consortium of the Dark Elves. In this fierce battle of commerce, Liu Bei employs her dual identities as an assassin and a maid to gather crucial intelligence, seeking the weapon that will allow Mao to strike a decisive blow against the heart of the established order at Octopus Harbor. Before their parting, Liu Bei understood that Yinluan would have to endure a prolonged stay in challenging conditions. She added a parcel to his suitcase, and on Roderick's last day, Liu Bei traversed all the marketplaces, filling the parcel with every ingredient Yinluan cherished: sour cream, white bread, beef, potatoes, and the distinctive smoked sausages of Los Jing, along with a petal cloak crafted using her magic. Thus, when Yinluan reminisces about Liu Bei, an overwhelming sense of omnipotence surges from within. Despite the distance separating them, they stand shoulder to shoulder in spirit. Yinluan, optimistic, walks alongside his companions, having discovered a tavern frequented by the 100 Cherry people. As twilight descends, surrounded by the steaming grilled seafood, each individual is imbued with confidence in the dawn that awaits them. Chapter 35. The Inkbag District of Octopus Harbor. Ink-stained Twin Cities patriotic bonds. Every investment you make contributes to the Republic. These bonds represent the unwavering choice of every citizen committed to justice, priced at £20 each, symbolizing patriotism and loyalty. Yinluan yawns. At 6 o'clock, the clamor of the bond-selling truck awakens him. The hawking has subsided, yet he finds himself echoing the final slogan, having memorized the absurd chants after weeks of incessant sales every 3 hours. The cacophony of trucks, machinery, landlords, and passers-by intertwines, rendering restful slumber an elusive dream. After all, this low-rent housing is specifically designed for individuals like him, making further expectations unrealistic. In these moments, Yinluan longs for Mao's healing magic, which effortlessly dispels dizziness and fatigue with a soothing green light. From his backpack, he retrieves a bowl of buckwheat porridge, prepared the night before, still warm in the sultry weather, serving as a fitting breakfast. Accompanying it is a piece of cheese and a jar of pickles, both nutritious and harmonious with the porridge. As a spoonful of the cold, thick porridge enters his mouth, Yinluan reflects on his 2-week stay in this city. The initial simple labor has concluded, and now Clark has conveyed the factory manager's directive for the 5 of them to learn from the seasoned workers under Old Mike on the production of shell casings and the basic techniques of mixing explosives. As an apprentice, his wages have risen to 60 pence per day, yet the grueling 10-hour workdays persist, presenting a life of relentless monotony with scarcely any respite in sight. Initially, they could have anticipated the conclusion of their studies, subsequently embracing a life akin to that of seasoned workers, earning £12 a day. However, recent outbreaks of a contagion known as crystallization syndrome, triggered by arcane pollution, have plagued several factories. Infected workers first exhibit persistent coughs and phlegm akin to a common cold. But soon the expectorated fluid reveals arcane crystal particles shimmering with an eerie violet glow. This is soon followed by their sweat glistening with a similar purple sheen. Initially, the proprietors dismissed the illness as trivial, believing it would not impede work. That was until they too fell victim to crystallization syndrome in its advanced stages. According to physicians from clandestine clinics, the lungs become entirely crystallized, leading to suffocation and death. Even those who manage to distance themselves from the arcane pollution and suppress the illness face severe safety hazards due to the residual arcane energy clinging to their bodies, which could potentially trigger explosive incidents with star runes. Consequently, many owners and foremen have ceased to frequent the factories. Yinluan collected some arcane crystals and discovered they were a result of structural anomalies due to contamination from slum sewage. Normal arcane crystals would never exhibit a darkened violet hue or such unstable energy fluctuations. Officials from the Squid Port municipal government dispatched investigators, suspecting that the culprit behind the mutations was the alchemical wastewater discharged by the Green Sack Company. The pollution wrought by alchemy is the most severe of all industries. Thus, alchemical wastewater could feasibly distort the energy properties of arcane crystals, rendering them parasitic to the human body. After breakfast, Yinluan made his way to the factory with his toolkit in hand. The emergence of crystallization syndrome had rendered the once crowded factory district desolate. Vendors who previously sold unsanitary, cheap food had temporarily shuttered their stalls in light of the investigators' arrival. However, they were still obliged to work, as the owners permitted only those afflicted with crystallization syndrome to rest, and even then, they were penalized with a mere 25 pence daily for their misfortune. Fortunately, the new workers, having kept their distance from the rune workshop, had thus far escaped the grasp of crystallization syndrome. The tattered shirts hanging in the drying yard stood rigid in the briny mist, each cuff adorned with star-like crystalline dust. As the elderly woman Maggie shook out her sheets, crystal particles tumbled into the soup pot, a physical manifestation of the lung dust she coughed up. while her daughter-in-law could only use a slotted spoon to delicately retrieve the arcane crystals from the broth. Meanwhile, child laborers from other shipyards engaged in a new game, competing in the sunlight to see whose expelled crystal particles gleamed the brightest. The victor, little Tom, proudly held up his violet-hued phlegm crystal, exclaiming, "This is worth 3 pence," while the loser curled in a corner, scraping at the itchy clusters of crystals on his arms with a metal shard, blood mixing with the crystals to create a grotesque galaxy in the drainage ditch. "Good morning, Inluan. I won 3rd prize, a full 5 pounds. I'm not far from striking it rich." Upon entering the unusually quiet factory, it was Adams who greeted him first. Having settled at the Water Goblin shipyard, Adams, hailing from the slums, had developed a habit of playing the lottery, spending his spare change daily on 5-penny destiny tickets. "Excellent, Adams. That means you've recouped 5 of the 7 pounds you squandered." "Inluan, that's not quite right. This signifies that I can spend 5 pounds less before my overnight fortune arrives. That 5 pounds buys 100 tickets, thus enhancing my odds of winning the jackpot. The grand prize is 50,000 pounds. Having endured various losses, all has been compensated." Discussing mathematical expectations with those uneducated is undoubtedly a form of arrogance. However, lottery sellers precisely target these individuals, employing low-cost gambling to achieve modest profits through high volume. However, does not intend to shatter his naive dreams and silently wishes him to be the destined one to win the grand prize. He approaches his workstation, relieved to find the foreman absent, one of the few benefits of the crystallization disease outbreak. Yet, they must still fulfill their production quotas. By evening, the foreman, clad in protective gear and a mask, will count their output. The demand is even greater than before, as the departure of numerous veteran workers necessitates that they compensate for the losses incurred by the halted operations. "Morgan, has Vincent's condition improved?" With no foreman overseeing them, In and his colleagues freely converse while assembling shell casings. "It's worse. I visited him yesterday. The crystallization on his neck has spread alarmingly. He resides in the slums, where the sewage flows directly from there. The clinic's doctor has advised him to change his environment and undergo surgery to remove the crystals. He claims that the skin and muscle tissues have deteriorated, and the crystals are barely holding them together. Yet, he refuses to spend money on renting a place in the industrial zone or on surgery, and had no words to offer. Vincent was among the most diligent in acquiring technical skills, even managing to befriend some of the older workers through a few bottles of beer, which made them willing to share their knowledge. However, just the day before, the older workers had promised to take him to the rune processing factory for training. But that very day, an explosion occurred due to the crystallization disease, injuring Vincent's neck and infecting him with the contaminated crystalline dust. This unfortunate event left him suffering from a severe case of crystallization disease. Furthermore, the crystals produced by the disease are not sturdy. They easily weather and shatter. If the arcane crystals replace the body's original tissues and break apart, it results in bleeding akin to an injury. Unfortunately, Vincent's injury is to his neck, making severe hemorrhaging a significant risk. "Hey, let us visit him after work. He needs to rent a place and undergo surgery. Have you heard the investigators sent from above? Severe crystallization disease can be fatal. Vincent cannot prioritize money over his life. Benjamin has already gone to fetch his medication. It is said that the Dwarven Cooperative distributes free medicine to workers afflicted by crystallization disease, but not to the wealthy, infuriating them. Those dwarfs are truly benevolent. No wonder you speak highly of the workers' state. Let us go. The workday is about to end. If we leave early, those cowards won't dare to come while we're still here." As for the workers' state, and sighed softly, recalling the book Bjorn had given him, which described a land where the dwarven workers were the masters of everything. Later, he saw in the library at Lindon that the workers' state offered free healthcare, education, and employment. "Just out of curiosity, Morgan, how many years of schooling have you had?" "For years, just enough to recognize a few words. My family is not impoverished. But where can one find affordable education besides the charity school? My father was educated as well. He taught me many characters. He told me that no matter how much we read, it is not as useful as a bottle of wine. Alas, the reality remains that I am bereft of funds. If only I possessed wealth, I would not be burdened by such thoughts." "Inluan, you sound like an educated individual. Do you concur with my father's assertions?" "I attended university. Yet circumstances led to my expulsion by my family." Inluan began to dismantle old artillery shells, sending the defective ones to the conveyor belt for remolding, while the intact ones were fitted into new cores. "What your father said holds some truth. Moreover, education in the workers' state is free. Otherwise, how would you explain the illiterate, burly figures at the supply cooperative, none of whom lack secondary or higher education? Is that not a deception?" "Inluan, how could that be? If such were the case, who would pay for education? I wish it were a mere fabrication. When I was in Losjing, I found it preposterous that a pauper from Satin could cast a vote for the president. After all, we in Losjing have always perceived that the leaders of foreign lands are akin to our emperor. How could they ever be ousted? Inluin sighed, his hands busy with work, while Morgan looked on in astonishment. In his 17 years of life, he had never encountered such notions. As for tuition, it is not a matter of who pays. Rather, there are no fees, as the schools are state-run. What nation operates schools without charging? A worker state does not impose fees, hence the term worker state. Morgan fell silent, overwhelmed by Inluin's revelations. Inluin, however, did not intend to elucidate further at that moment. The youth required time to assimilate this newfound knowledge. They continued their labor in silence until the morning passed. Drenched in sweat, they stepped outside the factory for their meal. The number of remaining old workers dwindled to a handful, and without uttering a word, they tacitly accepted Inluin and his companions into their ranks. Given the increased workload, each person earned 15 pounds that day, and the foreman had arranged for their lunch to include not only black bread, but also an equal portion of roasted potatoes. At that moment, Benjamin returned from outside the factory, having taken the morning off to visit Vincent, thus entrusting his tasks to Inluin, Morgan, and Adams, who had completed nearly half of his work. How did it go? Were the medicines provided by the dwarfs effective? Adams eagerly inquired about Benjamin's companion. He is somewhat improved. Those accursed purple crystals have diminished slightly, but the dwarf's physician insists on surgery. Have you all been assisting me with the work? Good. Next time we dine outside, it shall be on me. Benjamin settled down, retrieving his share of black bread and roasted potatoes from the barrel, and began recounting his experiences to his fellow workers. Did you know? We have already lost someone here to crystallization disease. The factory next door, which produces synthetic metals for the Qingnan Company, had a child worker, an orphan. Now that he has passed, no one is there to sing him a requiem. The foreman insists on burying him. These fellows do not wish to tarnish the factory's reputation. Oh my God, how can it be? Adams and the older workers, who adhered to the light faith, could no longer bear to listen. Ultimately, a worker, training to become a pastor, took the initiative to ask Benjamin, "Where is this poor child? How can we allow a child of the light God to be tormented by the indifference of others, leaving his spirit unable to find peace? Such a forlorn soul is destined to descend into the depths of hell as a demon. Benjamin, you must take me there. I must offer solace to his spirit and ensure that this child's soul ascends to heaven." Yet, the skeptic, old Mike, merely scoffed at this compassionate colleague. "I suggest you temper your benevolence, Wells. To my mind, it has been 4 or 5 days. And how could that child be the only one claimed by crystallization? Are you planning to seek each one out to grant them rest?" Adams was quite displeased with old Mike's demeanor. "Damn you, Mike. Do you truly wish for another demon to roam this world? Are you not afraid of the curses of those lost souls upon your family? Demon? Die? I say, you little brat and old fool. You have no comprehension of what demons or death truly entail." Old Mike's expression abruptly turned cold, his eyes filled with a deep-seated hatred, directed not towards the workers, but towards the wretched foreman like Clark. "As for death, that child need not curse me. Those wretches will undoubtedly bring about my demise, whether by laboring to death here, succumbing to crystallization or some other ailment, or being conscripted by the Navy to the front lines, to be obliterated by the cannons of the 100-cherry nation. I would welcome the presence of a demon to curse every soul in this world, allowing all to perish. Then we, the worthless, might trade our lives for those of the privileged. You, Mike, you heretic." Wells was on the verge of exploding when a nearby worker tugged at his sleeve. Enough, Wells. You know Mike was once part of the Rust Society. They suffered grievously under the foreman. Let it be. We still have to work after our meal." "The Rust Society?" Inquiring quietly, Inland turned to Adams. "What is that?" "Oh, that is a tale from long ago. I heard about it in my youth. Workers gathered to disrupt the foreman, demanding wages or holidays. And they called themselves the Rust Society. Ultimately, it attracted the attention of the authorities from Squid Harbor. You see, it was a group like old Mike S., which ended up being dealt with by the police and the foreman. In my opinion, it was well-deserved. Such fools deserve to be put in their place. They bully the weak and cower before the strong. With such capabilities, they can only engage in idle chatter here. Would they dare to cause a stir before the Navy?" Old Mike seemed to notice Adams' quiet mockery, yet this time he refrained from exploding in anger, merely offering a bitter smile as he continued to gnaw on his dark bread. Seeing this, Benjamin hastily shifted the topic, producing a metallic object from his pocket. "Nevertheless, we have not contracted that strange illness, so we need not be overly anxious. Look, the talisman the foreman mentioned Rumor has it that it contains some form of enchantment specifically designed to ward off the arcane. Is it called alchemy or elemental magic? In any case, it costs £2 apiece, not cheap. Did everyone purchase one? I did, and I heard it will rise in price soon. I bought mine on the first day. The seller bore the mark of a second-level mage. It should be reliable. As the crowd began to produce their talismans, it became evident that a considerable portion had purchased such charms. Old Mike, along with those who had not made a purchase, feigned indifference, seemingly eager for misfortune to befall them. Talismans? Huh. My dear friends, you have been utterly deceived. Only Ian found amusement in the situation. Earlier, he had borrowed a talisman from Morgan and upon inspection, discovered it lacked any semblance of elemental magic. It was merely a hodgepodge of scrap metal. Morgan, allow me to demonstrate, Ian said, displaying the talisman before the crowd, then crushing it effortlessly in his hand. As he opened his palm, the fragments of worthless metal clattered to the ground, revealing their complete absence of magical essence, let alone any enchantment. By the gods, Ian, how did you manage to shatter that talisman without injuring your hand? Morgan exclaimed in astonishment. Because I possess a modicum of magical ability, Ian replied. In Losking, I hold a certification in gifted magic. It was my magic that rendered it fragile. Pointing to the scattered debris, he addressed the workers. Behold, you may pick up these shards and feel their temperature against the cold iron pieces you possess. Furthermore, their so-called second-tier mage badge was merely an emblem of the Arcane Guild. Do arcane mages truly practice elemental magic and alchemy? You have been duped by those arcane practitioners. Should you wish to relinquish this £2 piece of iron, I can take it back and compare it to a genuine arcane crystal. I propose a wager of £50. This trinket is utterly worthless. Who among you will take the bet? A profound silence enveloped the workers. After a moment, one laborer hurled his talisman to the ground, uttering a curse. Soon, Morgan and the others joined in, cursing the foreman who had swindled them. Yet, no one contemplated reclaiming their money. The workers could only lament their misfortune. Arcane mages held titles, and in a brawl, 5 workers would scarcely prevail against one, even if they could. The foreman and the police would side with the mages. Thus, their money was destined to be lost. As lunchtime neared its conclusion, Old Mike unexpectedly inquired, So, you are also a mage, Ian. Can you assist us in recovering our money? Blast it, Mike. Since when did you become a champion of the downtrodden? Did you lose your own money? Wells couldn't help but spit in Mike's direction. Yet, Old Mike remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Ian. Ian, however, merely smirked, pointing at Old Mike. Certainly, provided you become my assistant and help me take a risk. I assure you, we will reclaim every penny lost. And even that poor child will receive a proper burial. What say you, Mike? Once again, silence enveloped the scene, as the onlookers stared at Ian in disbelief, unable to fathom that this denizen of Losking would dare to make such an audacious claim. As Mike burst into hearty laughter, he extended his hand to clasp Ian Lewin's, a hand worn from over 20 years of laborious toil. Yet, devoid of any magical prowess or martial skills, I have recently been afflicted with a touch of rheumatism. Ian Lewin, I will heed your commands, but you must fulfill your promises. As you wish. Chapter 36. The Ink-Sack District of Octopus Harbor, Ink-Stained Twin Cities. Part 3. In the debris-laden yard, suffused with crystalline dust, rusted shell casings and discarded filters lay scattered, permeating the air with the acrid scent of acid pools. Amidst the heaps of refuse stood a steel warehouse, designated by the Navy for the storage of weaponry semi-finished products, commissioned to the Copper Elephant Metal Works. 2 figures, stationed at the entrance, were none other than the second-tier sorcerers, Campbell and Rain, the foremen of the factory. Their robes, once a deep purple representing the guild, had faded to a pale lavender, signifying many years since their graduation. Adorning their chests were not only the outdated insignia of second-tier sorcerers, but also the overseer's badge of the Copper Elephant, alongside the insignia of a Navy sergeant upon their shoulders. The afternoon sun cast a languorous glow, and they stifled yawns while guarding the warehouse. As arcane mages, they were unperturbed by crystallization syndrome. Instead, they had resorted to selling protective charms, having traded their chains for silver ones. After their shifts, they intended to attend a ball at Wrist Harbor, where such exquisite chains would surely captivate the attention of lovely dancers. The idea of selling charms made from scrap metal was conceived by Campbell, who had lost over £200 gambling, leaving him with less than £40 to squander. During an assignment accompanying an investigator into the slums, he witnessed the destitute frantically purchasing the church's inexpensive potions. These potions, concocted by a benevolent priest, were a subvariant of holy light magic, enhanced by the arcane arts. Yet, How could such arcane remedies be effective against ailments induced by magic itself? The potions merely served to treat superficial wounds. Nevertheless, the grimy, impoverished souls of the slums clung to them as lifelines, swiftly depleting the stock of 10-penny potions. They remained oblivious to the potion's efficacy, but since they originated from the hands of a well-meaning individual, an apostle of the light god, they offered a semblance of comfort to the faithful followers of the faith. Sensing the potential for profit, Campbell devised a scheme. Since these impoverished souls held such blind faith in the so-called light god, why not exploit this belief? He resolved to craft charms from the factory's scrap metal, inscribed with the symbols of the light faith, and to artfully etch arcane patterns upon them, lending an air of authenticity. Without delay, he enlisted the help of his colleague Rain, and they deemed the metal in the yard too filthy and decrepit, opting instead to procure some scrap from the warehouse to fashion their charms. As anticipated, these trinkets found eager buyers among the destitute, and within days, their stock had become scarce. The two effortlessly amassed over 1,300 pounds. Today, they planned to create another 100, confident that, like the previous day, there would be those who regretted not purchasing sooner, allowing them to raise the price by 5 pounds. With their earnings, they intended to buy fresh flowers and faux jewelry, as their current paramour had been in a bit of a sulk and required some appeasement. Indeed, they exhibit a certain shrewdness, for they do not subscribe to the tenets of the faith of light. Rather, they cunningly direct their intellect towards amassing wealth. Ian Lewin relayed the intelligence he had gleaned through his perceptive abilities to old Mike, who merely chuckled dismissively before assessing Ian Lewin's attire. Ian Lewin, it appears you are quite affluent, as this ensemble is hardly inexpensive. Yet, you choose to engage in such labor alongside us. This was merely prepared for this circumstance. It does not denote significant wealth. The two men concealed themselves behind a mound of discarded equipment. Ian Lewin, resting his head in contemplation, quickly devised a scheme. Oh, I possess a method to extract a substantial sum from them, but you must afford me a moment. My head is somewhat dizzy. This is a side effect of my technique, and I require a brief respite. Good afternoon, esteemed officers. It appears today is a day of fortune, he announced, once prepared, emerging from behind the debris and strolling towards the two slumbering arcane mages, extending his hand in greeting. Having studied at the Arcane Guild in the Northern Territories, the two instantly recognized Ian Lewin's visage from Roskin, along with his tailored black suit. Rain promptly stood to attention, tugging at the still drowsy Campbell, inquiring, how should we address you, Mr. Roskin? What is your request? Ian Lewin displayed a knowing smile. I am called Ian Lewin. There is no pressing matter. Merely an awareness of the small enterprises in which you are engaged. Campbell and Rain's countenances paled momentarily, their eyes betraying unease and caution. What do you intend to convey? The amulets are not for sale. Not for sale? How unfortunate, for I require 200 amulets to gift to others. 200, Campbell exclaimed, unable to mask his astonishment. The notion of someone desiring such a plethora of these dubious charms was bewildering, as Ian Lewin hardly appeared to be a simpleton. Mr. Ian Lewin, who do you intend to gift them to? Naturally, they are destined for the Elemanti and the Naval Office, to inquire about the quality of these charms that purport to be imbued with elemental magic. Furthermore, to allow His Excellency the General to appreciate the craftsmanship of his subordinates. Should you seek to provoke me, I advise against your cryptic theatrics. I have not encountered a figure of your ilk within the Navy or city government. Rain quickly grasped the situation, realizing Ian Lewin's intentions. Do not impede our livelihood. Should you desire a share of the profits, divulge to me how you acquired this information. And do not entertain thoughts of revealing this matter. Here, even if you were to meet your demise, no one would be the wiser. Do you comprehend? As they issued threats, a violet arcane glow emanated from Campbell and Rain's hands, indicating their accustomed reliance on intimidation. Gentlemen, I am yet to grasp your meaning, Ian Lewin said, smiling as he took measured steps closer to them. Campbell and Rain instinctively retreated, their arcane energies poised for release. Are you suggesting that even should you fall here, no one would take notice? Ian Lewin advanced another step, and a flurry of arcane missiles hurtled towards him. However, disregarding the barrage of magical projectiles, Inland charged directly towards the two. In the fleeting moment as the spells approached, he merely tilted his head slightly, allowing an arcane bolt aimed at his head to strike his shoulder instead. With a resounding explosion, several missiles detonated simultaneously, yet Inland emerged before their eyes, utterly unscathed. A faint fragrance of roses suddenly enveloped the air, followed by a subtle ache in their throats. In the blink of an eye, Inland stood before them, two thorns gripped firmly in his hand, their sharp tips pressing against the most vulnerable part of their throats, leaving behind a barely visible trace of blood. Why was there no reaction despite the hit? Campbell and Rain's expressions froze in shock, cold sweat pouring down their brows, completely subdued. They were utterly incapable of launching a second attack. After a tense standoff, Inland lowered the thorns, vanishing in an instant. His two friends, having spent far too long away from the guild, had forgotten that the outside world was not a realm for their unrestrained whims. Why, you are a senior of the guild? Why don't you use arcane magic? The two, now paralyzed with fear, sat helplessly on the ground, their faces drained of color. A stark contrast to the menacing figures they had presented moments before when threatening Inland. Trembling, Campbell stuttered, realizing that it was Inland's attire that absorbed the earlier arcane assault. Yet he could not discern Inland's true capabilities. You need not know. I am here to ensure that what belongs to you is returned. In addition, the deceased child laborer, Rain hastily sought to exonerate himself, as if grasping at a lifeline. It was Jimmy. He is not from our factory. It is not our fault. Blame his employer. Initially, someone from the monastery intended to give him a proper burial, but that employer, fearing it would affect recruitment, buried Jimmy prematurely. He drove the monastery's people away. He is a beast, not even human. No, it concerns you. Do you understand? Inland gazed down upon the two, his tone brooking no dissent. You must retrieve Jimmy's body, place it respectfully in a coffin, and have a priest bless his soul before burial. If that employer attempts to obstruct you, you must find a way to overcome it. Of course, do not expect to employ your usual tricks any longer. 1,341 pounds. Am I correct? Return it from whence it came. If your buyer has already lost someone to crystallization disease, the funeral expenses will be on you. I believe it is 3 pounds each, correct? But we sell it for 2. Campbell was at a loss for such a sum and sought to haggle, only to realize, upon meeting Inland's icy glare, the foolishness of his words. Rain quickly interrupted him, loudly affirming, yes, 3 pounds each. 3 pounds each. We are not human. We are beasts. Inland turned away, his back to their terrified gazes. I can guess what you are thinking. Perhaps to spend money hiring werewolves from the War faction to assassinate me. Or simply report you to your naval superiors in hopes of securing a peaceful night's sleep afterward. It matters not. If you are willing to gamble your lives against mine, betting on whether the people you seek will find me first or I will find you first, I am more than willing to accommodate. However, you must comprehend one essential truth. I harbor no interest in you. Obediently adhere to my instructions, and I shall naturally seek retribution against the true culprits. It is not for you to tarnish my dagger. With that said, he turned once more to glance at the two individuals, seeking to ascertain whether their hearts brimmed with sufficient dread. To his astonishment, he encountered an utterly unforeseen revelation. Could he be the assassin who had abruptly materialized in Touching Wrist Harbor? A specter with no trace, specializing in the elimination of the affluent? How did he come to confront us? Is it perhaps related to the gala at Touching Wrist Harbor? I dare not attend again. Lube. Undoubtedly, they were referring to Inland's beloved, Lubomexu. Inland hastily scrutinized their inner turmoil more closely, yet they were startled by his anxious gaze, swiftly diverting their thoughts from the rumors of the assassin. Inland could only proceed with his plan, reminding them, it is time to prepare to rise. Remaining seated upon the ground will render you the subject of ridicule. With that, Inland departed the scrapyard without a backward glance, the rose cloak that Lubomexu had crafted for him swaying beneath his coat. It was the thorny enchantment of his beloved, embedded within the cloak, absorbing the recent arcane onslaught and instantaneously summoning thorns, allowing Inland to masquerade as a formidable sorcerer. Lube. The fact that her legend still circulated in Touching Wrist Harbor indicated she was likely unharmed. Indeed, she was far superior to himself. Those two novices would find themselves swiftly dispatched without her even needing to approach. She would be just fine. Once his endeavors here succeeded, they could soon reunite. Lost in thought, Inland quickened his pace, soon vanishing from the sight of the two foremen in the scrapyard. Hey, Campbell, Rain, you two deceivers. Old Mike's voice echoed nearby after Inland's disappearance, his arms crossed behind his back, an expression of smug derision etched upon his weathered face. The two scrambled to their feet, with Rain brushing dust from his trousers while exclaiming, You old rogue, what brings you here? There is no refuse for you to scavenge. He added, You want to be hit, don't you? Oh dear, Rain. Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water to calm your nerves before you speak? Old Mike inquired, leaning in with mock seriousness, slapping his own face in a theatrical manner. What? Are you going to strike me? You cowardly wretch, go ahead. Do you dare? What do you actually want? Our talismans, which you seem not to have purchased? Recalling the sensation of thorns piercing his throat, Campbell felt a wave of dread wash over him. He could scarcely muster the audacity to flaunt his bravado before Old Mike as Rain had. and instead cautiously inquired about his intentions. "Oh, the one who just left was undoubtedly an angel, enlightening you to your conscience?" Old Mike unabashedly ridiculed the two. He then gestured behind him, saying, "Indeed, I have not bought anything. However, a throng of buyers seeks me out, demanding I lead them to collect their debts. Listen closely. It is rather quiet now. Can you hear the footsteps? This is the voice of the workers from the entire ink sack district. Are you prepared to repay your debts?" Moments later, indeed, Benjamin arrived, followed by Morgan, Wells, and Adams. A throng of agitated workers surged into the scrap yard, glaring at them with fury. Campbell and Rain were once again taken aback by this display. Behind them loomed the securely locked warehouse doors, leaving them no avenue for escape. Everyone, we will repay the money. We certainly will. Just watch us," they implored. £3. Each person £3. We currently lack funds, but follow me. I will surely bring you the money, not a penny less. Do not resort to violence. We can draft an agreement. Rain was the first to react, raising his hands in a vow of repayment to the approaching workers, simultaneously signaling to the assassin he believed was watching him. Following suit, Campbell also raised his hands, exclaiming, "Indeed, we will repay. And we must also bury Jimmy. Fellow workers, help us find where that heartless boss has hidden Jimmy. We will bury him, no matter the cost. Just lead us there." Old Mike turned to the assembled workers. "Did you hear that? He claims he will repay. Everyone has heard it. And concerning Jimmy, who among you would be willing to guide these two compassionate gentlemen?" As the afternoon gradually yielded to dusk, the two foremen, disheartened, were led by the other workers. Akin to condemned prisoners paraded through the streets by the executioners of the Satin Kingdom. Moonlight was a luxury in the ink sack district. The nighttime slum was engulfed in utter darkness. Leaden clouds consumed the stars, leaving only the arcane sewage channels exuding a ghostly purple mist, thick as congealed pus. Occasionally, bubbles would burst, releasing a soft pop that illuminated the floating rat corpses, their eyes transformed into two clusters of eerie purple lanterns, their bodies seemingly morphed into living amethyst. A hobbled old woman stooped to scoop the filthy water, placing it onto a sieve, the resulting crystalline grains rustling softly. This was her night's labor to exchange for black bread in the morning. The remaining water, when boiled, would serve as sustenance for her family. Even though the filtered water still radiated an ominous purple glow. After Jimmy's funeral, Inrun, Old Mike, and Morgan ventured into the slum to personally visit Vincent's home. A full £3, an effortless gain of £1. Just as Morgan intended to express his gratitude to Inrun, Old Mike quickly covered his mouth, placing a finger to his lips, signaling Morgan, the young upstart, to remain silent. "Hush, look around. This is a slum. If you wish to survive on my account, refrain from speaking." Inrun surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the alleys of the slum were even more desolate than a grave. There were no gas lamps, no arcane lights, nor candle flames, only the puddles around them shimmering with a peculiar purple glow. The haunting violet light crawled along the walls like a dying centipede. Navigating through the slum required adherence to 3 ironclad rules. Never step into the puddles, for the purple water would corrode the soles of your shoes. Birthing crystallization disease from the feet. Never respond to whispers, as necromancer drug dealers often mimic the cries of children, and never gaze directly at shadows. For the eyes of the war party's wolves glimmer in the dark like ghostly flames. If the ink sack district is deemed the slum of Squidport, then this slum within a slum is a veritable den of lawlessness and crime. Old Mike has eked out a living in Squidport for 35 years. He is well acquainted with the local rules and hopes that the werewolves will spare them for his sake. Fortunately, the warhowlers adhere to a certain code. After observing them from the shadows, the dense green glow eventually fades back into the darkness. The anxious group, led by Einlin, carefully avoids the heavily polluted purple puddles and safely arrives at Vincent's home, a lowly dwelling easily overlooked in the gloom. Old Mike refrains from knocking and instead quietly pushes open the wooden door, closing it softly behind them. The three of them let out a collective sigh of relief. "You must be Vincent's colleagues, am I correct?" A sudden voice startled them in the cramped interior, making it difficult to ascertain its source. When they lowered their gaze, they discovered a stout dwarf doctor clad in a white coat and wearing spectacles. His round face bore a gentle expression. "Are you the doctor from the Workers' Cooperative? We are immensely grateful for your free treatment of Vincent. But where is he?" "Vincent has fallen asleep. My name is Baldur of Forshall. Pleased to meet you." Baldur extended his short yet sturdy arm, shaking hands with the trio. Morgan, seemingly recalling something, excitedly grasped Baldur's hand and inquired, "I'm Morgan. Doctor, have you been to school?" With a smile, the dwarf adjusted his glasses. "Of course, Morgan. I graduated from the Workers' Medical Academy. Otherwise, how could I practice medicine at the cooperative? But the doctors at our clinic have never mentioned attending school, nor have we heard of any medical academy. Old Mike sighed, and Baldur responded, the disparity between wealth and poverty among you humans is painfully evident. Travel 100 kilometers to the inner district of Touch-Wrist Port, where the medical academies are among the finest in Saturn. Yet, 100 kilometers away, there are doctors who have never even read a book. Let us not dwell on that, Morgan. Dr. Baldur, how is Vincent's condition? Einlund inquired first about his colleague's status. There has been some improvement, but, my friends, I must speak frankly. Mr. Vincent's residence here means that death is merely a matter of time. As Baldur spoke, his diminutive frame moved about the room, gesturing to the surroundings as he explained, the water in this kettle is all a faint purple. Even boiling it does not cleanse it. And look at the floor. Tiny arcane crystals litter everywhere. Behold, with such filth in this room, washing with water would only cause more crystals to adhere. Crystals, crystals, crystals. Under the workers' banner, they are everywhere. How can one possibly recover in such conditions? My friends, the sanitary conditions in this slum truly sadden me. Dr. Baldur lamented in a sticky accent characteristic of dwarves, peppering his speech with colloquial phrases. Yet, this did not hinder the three present from sensing the profound sorrow in his voice. Indeed, everywhere is the same. Outside, the werewolf companions bore the brunt of arcane crystals. Their claws corroded to the point that some had lost all their talents. When they shifted from human to wolf form, their pores glimmered faintly with a violet hue. Friends, is this not absurd? The only barrier preventing this place from transforming into a city of crystals is the necromancers deemed terrorists by Saturn. Indeed, they peddle vile poisons and narcotics, yet they wield magic to combat the arcane, while Saturn's agents merely dispatched an investigator, showing no further concern. The industrial nation above. Your government engages in outright slaughter. This is a blatant massacre. Well, doctor, we have brought a sum of money for Vincent. Please hand it to him once he awakens, so he may expedite his surgery. In silence, Einlund retrieved his wallet from his pocket, discreetly placing several 100 notes, collected by the factory workers, into Dr. Baldur's left hand. Old Mike also produced a few 2 notes, placing them firmly into Dr. Baldur's right hand, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your hard work, doctor. Although we have never met, you risk exposure to crystallization to assist us. Oh, this cannot be, Mr. Mike. My friend, you do not regard me as one. Baldur accepted the money from Einlund, yet resolutely declined Old Mike's offering. I joined our nation's cooperative not-for-profit, but to assist fellow workers in other lands. My friends, alas, our government cannot intervene in your affairs. I can only helplessly watch our dwarven comrades suffer. And please take it back, Mr. Mike. Mr. Vincent has said you are impoverished as well. Do not part with your money for my sake. We dwarves live without want, yet we see you languish in poverty. Oh, the cruelty of the industrial nation. How could I accept your scant funds? By the way, I hear it was you who aided the workers in the Inkblot district, Mr. Einlund. Thank you. I wish to express gratitude on behalf of the workers and the cooperative. There's no need, Dr. Baldur. Like you, it is my duty. However, speaking of the investigator, do you know the source of the pollution? The newspapers claim that the Greenbag Company produces the wastewater, yet they deny discharging it. Baldur shook his head. I do not know. However, I have heard from our necromancer friends that it may be the Navy, Mr. Einlund. The warehouse you visited today is where Saturn's Navy stores alchemical weapons. Of course, this is merely speculation. The werewolf companions allege it is the goblins attempting to undermine the Greenbag Company. Forsooth, that wretched band of merchants would certainly stoop to such treachery. But who can say? Mr. Einlund? Very well, Old Mike. You and Morgan stay here to keep Vincent company for the night. I must step out. There are matters to attend to. Old Mike and Morgan nodded, watching as Einlund departed Vincent's home. In the midnight streets, the green eyes of the werewolves seemed to soften upon his exit from Dr. Baldur's current abode. As for Einlund, after more than 20 days, he felt compelled to write a letter to his 2 companions, seeking the truth of the matter. The Greenbag Company? Saturn's Navy? The Goblin Consortium? Or perhaps someone else entirely? Regardless, the plague that has brought immense suffering to the workers and citizens of the Inkbag district must have its rightful perpetrators identified. Chapter 37. Tentacle Port and the intertwining underflows in a dim chamber, illuminated only by the slender beam of light seeping through the door. The intoxicating aroma of alcohol mingles with the acrid scent of blood. Cold limbs lie motionless, while warm blood pools around them. The clarity of vision contrasts starkly with a hazy consciousness, enveloped by the darkness in the distance and the pallor of her skin. Libby Mike's is half slumped on the floor. Her blood-soaked rose-hued gown stained with crimson, droplets splattering and seeping into the delicate fabric, rendering its sheer quality obscured by the blood's vivid hue. In the suffocating blackness of the narrow room, the only sound is the tremulous breath of Lubumixu. As a profound sense of solitude and chill envelopes her, an emotion she had desperately tried to forget. The pathological depression seems to have resurfaced after another murder 4 years later. Is it due to her isolation at this moment? Or is it her reluctance to take the life of the merchant before her? Before entering this room, Lubumixu had convinced herself that this man, Corlin Chester, was a target she must eliminate. Although he is far less malevolent than those she has slain in the past, he is certainly not innocent. He is an indispensable cog in the machinery of the Inkbag District massacre. Since he has reasons to continue his work, Lubumixu also possesses justification for his assassination. Cor is not someone she genuinely wishes to eradicate. When compared to the goblin magnate she currently serves, his misdeeds are nearly negligible. Killing him would not assist Mayor in his current predicament, merely eliminating a witness to their envisioned future. The assassination is the scheme of the avaricious miser, Cabralisol. Yet she has no grounds to disobey, for this is a stepping stone, a key to gaining the goblin's trust. Cabral represents the pinnacle of wealth in Tentacle Port, an object of envy for the Navy, bureaucrats, alchemists, and Easterners alike. Only by aligning herself with him can Lubumixu hope to glean the intelligence Mars requires to extricate himself from his current dilemma, allowing her to subsequently aid her beloved, inland, ensnared in the vortex of the slums. Outside the chamber, the exhilarating strains of a waltz resonate, vibrant and thunderous. Why does the necessity of eliminating Cor now evoke such anguish within Lubumixu? Perhaps the oppressive environment is simply too stifling. She merely needs to leave and rest for a while. She attempts to avert her gaze from Cor's lifeless form, though the opulent revelry outside is equally unbearable. She cannot bear to be in the same room as the corpse she herself has slain. Lubumixu steadies herself against the ground, rising slowly, shifting her gown from where Cor's skull had pressed it down, and braces herself against the wall as she activates her camouflage, allowing her form to dissolve into the void of visual perception. It will be all right. Leaving this place will set everything right again. Lubumixu reassures herself, her fingers trembling as they reach for the window's handle. As the moonlight streamed into the darkened room, Lubumixu was suddenly reminded of the traces she had yet to erase, the fingerprints and the high-heeled shoe prints, all of which must remain concealed. Regardless of her current state of agitation and oppression, her mission remained her foremost priority. Turning her head, she beheld Cole's lifeless body bathed in silvery moonlight, the ethereal glow contrasting with his serene yet pallid visage, rendering his death almost sacred and pure. Is it absurd? Cole, the head of the Navy's archives, was complicit in the persecution under the shadow of the Inkbag District. He was hardly virtuous, having accepted £30,000 in bribes over his decade-long tenure, a sum that countless dockworkers could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Though not an exorbitant amount, the blood of the laborers still coursed beneath his skin. He was also a father of 3 daughters, a twice-divorced husband. Yet he had succumbed to the allure of Lubumixu's beauty, leading him to this fatal encounter. Such a man, upon death, appeared almost saintly. Yet, the one who executed this act of justice, Lubumixu, now found herself plagued by a guilty conscience, a fugitive ensnared by inner torment. The flowers that might wash away her traces wilted and vanished in an instant. There were no more rosy breezes or legendary rose petals, only a pitiable wretch, once stained with blood, now tormented by the act of murder. Lubumixu stifled the urge to retch. She no longer sought to understand the source of her anguish. All she desired was to escape this place at all costs. She climbed through the window, thorns closing behind her, and fell into the flower bed outside. This was the private club of her employer, Catter, a damned goblin's lavish banquet hall. Hidden among the foliage, Lubumixu struggled to break free. Ignoring the tears in her long gown as she dashed onto the pathway of the club, she longed to flee without a trace, but where could she go? Inluin had his mission, Mars remained under house arrest, and Roderick seemed lost in a dream from which he could not awaken. Where was her escape? Since Lubumixu had chosen to follow Mars, she had forfeited her right to choose. The price of entering this movement, which could alter Satine and perhaps the world, was cruel beyond measure. Yet, Lubumixu had previously treated it with a nonchalance that belied the gravity of the situation. She could not leave. She could not abandon the fragile trust she had painstakingly built with Catter over the past fortnight. Her friends, ensnared in peril, needed her, and even the oblivious Inluin relied on her. Perhaps the entire world depended on her. Thus, this could not be a moment for despair. She could not allow those damned emotions to seize control of her body. Otherwise, the agony of that day would resurface. Taking a deep breath, Libya Maixiu endeavored to cast aside her feeble self, enmeshed in depression, and resolutely walked towards the path leading back to the banquet. Her employer was currently hosting guests from all quarters, with minimal security. Even a fourth-tier sorcerer could easily dispatch him. Should the astute Catter become aware of the imminent danger he was in, his suspicious gaze would inevitably return to Libya Maixiu. Clad in a gown adorned with petals, Libya Maixiu endeavored to conceal the chaos wrought by her missteps. Gradually shedding her camouflage, she traversed the main thoroughfare of the club and made her way back to the banquet hall, ensuring that no prying eyes were fixed upon her. Standing before the opulent lights of the banquet, she inhaled deeply, striving to erase the recent turmoil from her memory. Once the composure of the assassin and the caution of the agent were restored, Libya Maixiu donned gloves to mask the hands that had pierced Cole's heart, and stepped through the grand entrance into the banquet hall. She returned to Cato's gathering, re-entering a realm rife with opulence and cunning schemes. Ah, behold, our enchanting flower fairy has returned. You are not late. Our feast has only just commenced. As a reward, my dear attendant, please procure a honey rose-flavored ice cream for Miss Libya Maixiu, Cato declared from his elevated seat. His goblin-green skin glistened like emerald, while a golden blood diamond eye, a gift from an alchemist, gleamed in the hollow of his left socket. His platinum cane struck the ground with authority from its lofty perch, and his diminutive frame was wrapped in sumptuous, expensive Eastern fabric. As the vice-chairman of the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, he presided over a vast commercial empire abroad, embodying the very essence of capital in this world. Even his grotesque features exuded an air of luxury. The cane tapped lightly against the floor, summoning a werewolf servant who presented a platter of ice cream intended for Libya Maixiu, offering it with both hands. This gesture of goodwill from Cato signified his acknowledgement of her, with the customized flavor reflecting the power of the peculiar old man's dominion. Of course, the mention of her tardiness was a subtle reprimand regarding the time she had squandered. After 17 days, Libya Maixiu had come to understand this goblin magnate well. Every word and action concealed a deeper meaning, a habit acquired from the battles of commerce. Taking the platter of ice cream, Libya Maixiu feigned satisfaction as she savored it, offering praise with each spoonful. Ah, it is delightfully sweet and smooth, refreshingly cool yet not frigid. The chef at Mr. Cato's establishment exhibits an unexpectedly authentic skill, she exclaimed, eliciting laughter from the assembled guests, whose attention soon diverted from her. Seizing the moment, she settled into a central position at the long table. Cato's fleeting glance had been a subtle reminder that her duties were now in effect. With no formidable security present, Libya Maixiu was tasked with safeguarding Cato's safety. Thus, she began to scrutinize each guest in attendance, observing their demeanor and discourse. To Cato's left sat Mayor Maurice of Octopus Harbor, clad in simple black-rimmed glasses, his demeanor serious as he remained engrossed in a bowl of vegetable salad. On the right was Rear Admiral Rusbin Haid of the Satin Navy, a mere 36 years of age, who offered Cato a glass of wine. However, Cato declined with a dismissive wave, citing health concerns, prompting the young admiral to chuckle and down 2 glasses of pirate's heart liquor himself. The one who took his own life, Cole, was indeed a subordinate of General Lusbin. Seated to the left of Libya Maixiu was an elegant figure, an Eastern gentleman with a long gray beard, clad in a blue robe, the esteemed leader of the Zizhu gang. The former scholar, Chen Jizue. He abstained from alcohol, opting instead for a pot of clear tea, which exhibited a faint rice-yellow hue and exuded a rich fragrance. Even by satin standards, Chen Jizue's every gesture was marked by grace. When pouring tea, he performed a seemingly magical feat, splitting the teacup in 2 and conjuring a cup of clear tea, which he presented before Libya Maixiu. The satin folk knew little of the East, and Libya Maixiu could only mask her astonishment as she accepted the cup, discovering it tasted exactly like true tea. From whence did it originate? On Libya Maixiu's right sat Khalid Abdullah Husseini, a desert merchant adorned in pure white with a white headscarf, his beard notably thick. When Libya Maixiu cast her gaze upon him, Khalid greeted her amiably with a wave, and even his small sandworm perched upon his shoulder nodded in her direction. As he speared a piece of roasted meat with his fork, the greedy sandworm was the first to seize a bite of the beef. This mere 20-centimeter-long creature possessed a surprisingly formidable bite, effortlessly tearing through the medium-rare meat, which quickly slid into its elongated belly, soon to be digested into nourishment. It seemed that the desert dwellers had tamed such beings to establish their verdant oasis realms amid the arid sands. Next was the leader of the magical society opposite, the dark elf Celestin. While the East hailed from the farthest reaches of the world, the Dark Elves emerged from another extreme, in a land like satin. Their knowledge of one another was scarce. Celestin's skin bore a pale purplish hue, and his attire resembled a half-opened robe, revealing his robust chest. Like his kin, he had a penchant for crystal creations. Not only were most of the goods he traded crafted from crystal, but he also wore a necklace of amethyst around his neck. Indifferently, he fidgeted with his cutlery, displaying a complete lack of interest in both the meal and the goblins, exuding an air of the haughty nonchalance characteristic of his immortal race. Lastly, at the end of the table sat the alchemist Redstone, cloaked in a robe akin to that of a necromancer, complete with an oversized hood that concealed her features, leaving only her green, luminous eyes visible in the shadows. However, unlike the necromancers, who would drape themselves in any tattered cloth steeped in the scent of decay, the alchemist's robe bore a distinct technological aura. Its brown fabric imbued with a metallic texture, intricately etched with complex green magical patterns. Redstone's voice was hoarse, yet unmistakably feminine. She remained poised, facing the Goblin Tycoon, the greatest commercial rival of the Qingnan Company. Please forgive us. Our dwarven friends, in their benevolence, could not bear to see the workers of the Inkblot district suffer. Thus, the cooperative has collectively gone to provide aid, and we regret their absence. Ladies and gentlemen, our feast consists solely of the 8 of us. Let us begin and not squander the heartfelt efforts of our new head chef. Mr. Catter, we need not be overly concerned with these dishes. After all, you have gone to great lengths to invite everyone present. Surely not merely to showcase the opulence of your culinary offerings, correct? The cynical words of Celestine, uninterested in food, pierced through the goblin's facade of hospitality. That cannot be said, Mr. Celestine, the mayor interjected, lifting his gaze. His thick glasses obscured his eyes as he dabbed at the perspiration on his forehead. The evening is still young. It would not hurt to indulge in a taste. The mayor's words resonated, suggesting that after a few rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, there was no need for haste. Celestial laughter echoed as Chun Zhihui regarded Celestine with a grin, raising his teacup to his lips, sipping delicately before setting it down, the tea seemingly untouched. Observing this, Rusbin poured another glass of Heart of the Pirate, directing a toast towards Labumii. A toast to you, Mr. Chun. Let us raise our glasses, shall we? This one is for the beauty of Miss Rose. Waiter, please bring me a glass in honor of the Flower Fairy. Calda finally spoke, and the werewolf attendant promptly offered a pre-poured glass, the liquid shimmering in an alluring pale pink hue. The goblin raised his glass, and all others followed suit, with the Redstone being the last to lift his portable cup, while Chun Zhihui opted for tea instead of wine, clinking his glass in the air before taking a sip, except for Rusbin, who downed his drink in one go. We must fully respect the opinion of the Dark Elf, for it would be unseemly not to, and we would leave the Flower Fairy dissatisfied. We must not displease such beauty. So, waiter, bring forth those 2 items. Calda's cane struck the ground once more, and 2 tall werewolf attendants approached, each bearing a crystal platter. One held a document, while the other showcased a piece of magical runestone glowing with an eerie green light. As you know, at the auction a few days ago, our cooperative's general manager prepared a remarkable item, a treasure from the Dwarven Empire, a blue diamond taller than Stone Mountain. We acquired it for 5 million pounds. Strangely, within this diamond was a peculiar document. Would you like to know what it is? Waiter, please open it. The werewolf attendant's claws swiftly tore through the red wax seal, revealing a contract. The exclusive rights transfer agreement for the management of the cooperative. Oh, by the light. What a surprise. Our dwarven friends have shown such nobility, relinquishing their exclusive rights in exchange for the public disclosure of a batch of pharmaceuticals. Given this, my friends, how could we possibly undermine the goodwill of our dwarven companions? Therefore, Miss Flower Fairy, would you kindly sign this contract on my behalf? Everyone understood Calda's intention, especially Labumii. By signing, she would symbolize her role as an executor of Calda's will in front of these notable figures of Wrist Harbor and even the Suction Cup pinnacle. Labumii recalled the evening's first assassination task. Perhaps such acts would become the norm in the future. Before the shrewd old goblin, did she truly possess any likelihood of uncovering the fatal information? Should she fail, Mars would remain unrescued. Yet, reality offered her no time for deliberation. As the werewolf attendant handed her the pen from behind, her hand instinctively inscribed her name at the conclusion of the contract. The initial was meant to be K, but she nearly inscribed it as R. Fortunately, her speed was sufficient to conceal the error within her swift signature. Raising her gaze, she encountered Catter's satisfied smile, the cause of which remained uncertain, whether it was in regard to the contract or her compliance. Ah, congratulations. Mr. Catter, You are indeed fortunate. It appears we shall benefit from this as well. Khalid laughed heartily, though he did not conceal his thoughts regarding the contract. Moreover, since it aligns with the desires of our dwarven friends, Mr. Goblin, you must not only prepare the healing spells or elixirs promised in the contract, but also lead the way in making a monetary contribution, I presume? Redstone's voice, shrouded in shadows, betrayed no emotion. Her posture remained unchanged throughout. However, Catter's countenance contorted into an ugly grin, revealing teeth so white they seemed unnatural. Is that so, Miss Alchemist? It seems your ideals align with those of our dwarven friends. The crystallization incident. Your company was indeed innocent, yet you generously contributed a substantial sum. I am profoundly remorseful for your company's noble sentiments. Hence, I had not intended to impose further costs upon you. But now that you have spoken, we certainly have nothing to fear, do we? Prepare 1 million pounds, attendant. Since Miss Alchemist is so intrigued, do present that rune as well. The moment her gaze fell upon the rune, Lubomixu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. It was a healing magic, radiating such verdant light. This is the healing spell we have prepared for the crystallization condition. Miss Alchemist, are you satisfied? Perhaps you might touch it to activate it. This power has been amplified, allowing all present to enjoy the comfort of this magic. I have experienced it myself. It is a level of comfort unmatched by any therapeutic service. The rune instantly captivated the interest of Redstone and Saraston, with the dark elf eagerly touching the rune, its green radiance eclipsing the banquet hall's resplendent lights, bathing the entire space in pure emerald. Warmth and coolness enveloped the guests, yet as they all gently closed their eyes, surrendering to the soothing effects of the healing magic, the anxious Lubomixu suddenly noticed the smoke rising ominously in the hall, and the sound of a gun's safety being disengaged from behind. Danger! Mr. Catter! Everyone! Lubomixu's warning collided with the sound of gunfire in the air. Dozens of rose petals erupted behind her, swiftly striking the silhouette of the assassin lurking in the shadows. 7 thorny vines sprang forth from beneath the seats of the others, shielding them from the impending bullet assault. In an instant, she vanished, and the bullet was struck by the concealed thorns. Lubomixu, turning back, locked onto the assailant, the werewolf servant who had just handed her the pen. The pen was transformed into a smoke bomb by him. Alas, the werewolf behind her was pierced by her toxic petals at the moment of transformation. Yet it continued to roar and lunged forward with claws aimed at the goblin on the throne. Cadel, with unwavering eyes, stared at the werewolf, whose claws could easily shred him, charging forth. Truth be told, Lubomixu wished to let him deal with it in one blow, but she could not forsake the opportunity that lay before her. After a moment's hesitation, the invisible thorns emerged from the floor, ensnaring the werewolf's robust legs, causing him to stumble as he lunged at Cadel. Howl! Traitor! Howl! In the brief moment of his fall, the other werewolf servants immediately surged forward to restrain their kin. The werewolf assassin, amidst his furious roars, cursed Cadel and his fellow kin. Cadel, you treacherous wretch, you have betrayed us. The Warhowl faction spares no traitors. And you, damn mutts. Lusbin drew his weapon and charged forward, the Navy's specially crafted pistol aimed at the werewolf's forehead. Turning to Cadel, he said, Mr. Cadel, let us dispose of this scoundrel here. It appears he is not of noble origins. No, this is my domain. I shall handle it. No need for the Navy's intervention. Lubomixu, execute. Cadel's voice bore an unusual authority and coldness as he struck the ground with his platinum staff for the 3rd time, commanding Lubomixu to eliminate the werewolf assassin directly. Thus, Lubomixu emerged from her camouflage, approaching the pitiful avenger of the Warhowl faction, who continued to hurl curses at Cadel and the other servants. Yet, as his green eyes met Lubomixu's face, he seemed to discern something extraordinary. The werewolf's elongated jaw emitted a low sound, uttering its first syllable, "You are." A thorn from the briar pierced his forehead, and without a cry, a few drops of blood splattered onto Lubomixu's chest. With trembling hands, she ended his life. She dared not contemplate the word he was about to utter. It could not be him. It wouldn't be him. I'm sorry, but Mars, Inluin, the once pitiful and helpless flower fairy, after executing the werewolf, did not glance back at anyone, departing toward the restroom without a backward glance. Go, cleanse the wolf's blood from your skin. Even Cadel's command at that moment went unheard by Lubomixu. It was as if all she could perceive was the sound of her own heart shattering within. Chapter 38. Octopus Harbor, Intertwined Underflows. What am I doing? A wave of intense nausea surged up her throat as Lubomixu braced herself against the hotel's sink. Her stomach was already empty, and now, all that echoed in the restroom were the painful sounds of dry coughs and retching. Each contraction pulled at the entirety of her muscles, as if attempting to expel her very soul. Tears uncontrollably streamed from the corners of her tightly shut eyes, not born out of sorrow, but rather a physiological reaction of overwhelming intensity. Lubyamitsu could scarcely recall how many times she had obeyed Kater's orders to take a life. Her heart had long since grown numb amidst the sorrow that enveloped her. Yet, each time a living being transformed into a lifeless corpse beneath her thorns, a nauseating sensation inexplicably surged within her. Just like now, having just slain a mother, in an effort to prevent her inner weakness from prevailing. Lubyamitsu deliberately refrained from probing into the victim's past and coldly adhered to Kater's directives, executing her with ruthless efficiency. This was for the plan, for Mars and Eloin. For their cause. Each time she struck down a foe, Lubyamitsu would use these justifications to assuage her conscience. Over time, even she could no longer believe in these excuses. Where was Mars? Where was Eloin? Why did they not send her letters? Why had they abandoned her? Had they met with misfortune? Or had her plans become so entangled that they had chosen to forsake her? These were mere wild imaginings. Yet such negative thoughts galloped freely within Lubyamitsu's chaotic mind. It was that accursed affliction, depression, which neither Mars nor Eloin could cure, had once again seized control of her body. Why should she blame them for her inability to uncover any clues or information? In her world, only they remained. Yet why were Mars and Eloin absent? Regret flooded her. Lubyamitsu despised that stubborn yet fragile version of herself. Why had she so readily acquiesced to Mars's arrangements? If only she had honestly confessed her limitations to them, she could have acted without a care in the world, following Mars's strategies unencumbered. In doing so, Mars would not have gone missing, and she would not be trapped in this lamentable predicament. The situation at Octopus Harbor was beyond even Mars's predictions, yet at that moment, she had thought so simplistically. How foolish it was. But why, after the events had unfolded, did she only now grasp the extent of her folly? Time slipped by, and at last, the convulsions began to subside. Lubyamitsu felt utterly drained, her forehead pressed against the cold marble of the wash basin, her breaths coming in heavy gasps. Strands of hair, soaked with sweat, clung to her pallid cheeks. Struggling, she propped her trembling arms to lift her weary head, gradually raising it to meet the gaze of her reflection in the gilded mirror. Lubyamitsu needed to affirm her existence, to wipe away any potential stains at the corners of her mouth, to maintain that damned dignity demanded by Kater. The endless tasks must continue. Despite the absence of any foreseeable future, the mirror reflected a face. Lubyamitsu's movements froze. It was a visage of extreme exhaustion. Her skin had lost its luster, presenting an unhealthy pallor, and beneath her eyes lay deep, inescapable shadows, as if she had been brutally struck by a fist. Her lips were cracked, devoid of any color. Once sharp as a hawk's gaze, her eyes were now vacant and hollow, concealing a sense of panic and weariness so profound that even she felt unfamiliar with it. A few delicate trails of tears meandered down her face, akin to a flower severed from its roots. The vibrant green and pink hues of her hair had faded, resembling the pallor of aging humanity. Apart from the absence of scars and blood, the appearance of Lubyamitsu was strikingly similar to that of 2 months ago when she was confined to a hospital bed. She gazed vacantly at the woman reflected in the mirror, her sunken eyes, disheveled appearance, and trembling fingertips. Was she truly the Crimson Zephyr, the esteemed master assassin lauded by the cross teacher? Was she indeed Lubyamitsu, the blade of the revolutionary who swore to change the world? No. The flower demon in the mirror resembled nothing more than a once-beloved toy, now overused and on the verge of breaking, akin to the other courtesans and servants surrounding Katel. Lubyamitsu now felt like a tool, grimy with blood, gripped in Katel's hand, indistinguishable from those she once deeply empathized with, perhaps even more wretched. When did this all begin? Mal had instructed Lubyamitsu to gather intelligence in Touchrist Port, a city engulfed in the fervor of commercial warfare, where blind financial frenzy prevailed. She was to collect information that could not be gleaned through the subjective lens of reason, relying solely on her own ingenuity to obtain it. Thus, Lubyamitsu arrived at this bustling port, and, before the opulent storefront of the Goblin Merchants Guild, devised a plan. She would approach Katel Soltil, the goblin who wielded absolute power over the port. She intended to offer her services as a subordinate, while simultaneously demonstrating her prowess as an assassin, discreetly eliminating his troublesome foes to earn his trust. Then, utilizing her innate camouflage abilities, she would seek out his secrets, for if she could uncover his vulnerabilities, Mal would effectively control the upper echelons of Touchrist Port. Though the plan appeared flawless, it relied entirely on Katel's innermost thoughts. On September 5th, Lubomyai quickly distinguished herself among numerous competitors, subtly hinting at her skills as an assassin, and successfully became his subordinate and bodyguard. However, thereafter, Cato's enigmatic smile betrayed no semblance of trust. The tasks he assigned Lubomyai multiplied, and the count of those she eliminated increased. Yet she was never granted access to Cato's private club or office. Moreover, since that day at the banquet when she had exposed herself, she had lost all avenues of retreat. The high-ranking officials of Touchrist Port were now aware of her affiliation with Cato. Even if Lubomyai wished to gather intelligence elsewhere, she could not gain the trust of other factions, as every path had been sealed off by this goblin. The only potential source of intel regarding the enigmatic inland, whispered by the werewolves of the Warhowl faction, was also a route she had to forsake to pledge her loyalty to Cato. It was a gamble of utmost stakes. Yet now, in hindsight, Lubomyai had to concede her utter defeat. Damn it, Cato likely possessed myriad means to discern her thoughts. As a being capable of contending with numerous magical powers, how could he possibly be an unsuspecting muggle? Fearful of being thoroughly seen through, Lubomyai felt exploited by Cato, who had cleverly turned her into a pawn against his insurmountable foes. To this day, she realized, her actions were merely self-deception, desperately hoping for a flaw to be revealed by this powerful figure. How utterly implausible. A profound, chilling absurdity gripped the heart of this flower spirit. Reflecting upon her past conduct, she found it laughable, even appalling. Lives had been lost in vain, and perhaps one day, she too would be consumed by Cato's machinations and discarded. Much like her gown stained with the blood of the archive's supervisor, Lubomyai ought to weep, for the deceased, for the missing Mal, for the letter she cast into the abyss for Enluin, for her trampled will and the quagmire she found herself in. Yet, no tears fell. She tugged at the corners of her mouth, attempting to summon a semblance of sorrow, if only to relieve the crushing emotions threatening to overwhelm her. But only fragmented. Hoarse sounds emerged from her throat, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. Her eyes burned with dryness, yet not a single tear could be shed. To be so utterly despondent that even tears abandon you. She raised her hand, her fingertips gently brushing the mirror's surface. The icy sensation traveled along her fingers, as if caressing the pitiable, sorrowful specter reflected within. Inside the mirror and out, two Lubomyai's silently regarded one another, one retching and trembling in a lavish prison of reality, the other withering in the cold reflection. In the stillness, only her suppressed, faint sobs echoed futilely within the extravagantly adorned chamber, swallowed by the heavy carpet and drapery, leaving no trace behind. Stepping out of the hotel room, Lubomyai glanced at her watch. It was 3 a.m. She should have returned immediately after eliminating her target, awaiting Cato's orders like a slave, longing for permission to rest. And then, would she succumb to exhaustion and guilt, drifting into a deep slumber on the wings of an elusive hope? She looked at the watch, a gift from Cato to ensure her punctuality. With a swift motion, she yanked the watch's chain, severing it and allowing it to fall from her wrist. Clutching the broken timepiece, Lubomyai descended the stairs in silence and exited the hotel. The dawn had yet to break, and darkness still enveloped the port. The early morning at Touching Wrist Harbor lacked the daytime frenzy. The stock exchange remained closed, or else it would be teeming with people. Even so, a queue had already formed outside the Goblin Chamber's jewelry store, as patrons clamored to acquire the chamber's exquisite adornments, fearing they would miss out on these trivial luxuries in daylight. Lubomyai felt a pang of sorrow for them. Despite their meager funds, only slightly surpassing those of the workers in the ink sack district, they eagerly jostled to purchase items devoid of true significance. They believed these baubles were their ticket into high society, unaware that the true elite would never need to queue for luxuries. These pitiable, self-unaware middle-class citizens would never comprehend that the only intersection between them and the world of their dreams lay in the sweat earned from their every penny, ultimately enriching those who basked in comfort and indulgence. Lubomyai resolved to save herself. While the citizens of Chuang Port could only await the destruction of their illusory desires by others before they could awaken, she approached a man adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, a figure who epitomized the mundane office worker, clad in an unremarkable black suit, lethargically waiting in line. As Lubomyai neared him, he remained oblivious to her presence, lost in a stupor until a bystander exclaimed, "Goodness, that is Mr. Cato's maid." At that moment, he jolted awake, glancing around until his gaze landed on the smiling Lubomyai. The citizens nearby chuckled, while the man, taken aback, adjusted his tie and repositioned his glasses, just as he was about to courteously inquire about her business. Lubomyai thrust the broken silver watch into his hands. "Please repair this for me." I am not a watchmaker, he stammered, momentarily bewildered. Yet, Lubamexiu insisted, forcing the damaged timepiece into his grip. If that is the case, then consider it a gift. With that, she swiftly departed from the queue, leaving behind a perplexed crowd and an astonished man clutching the silver watch, a symbol of status imbued with the lingering scent of roses. Now, as she wandered along the tranquil streets, casting aside all distractions and emotions, Lubamexiu sought to reflect upon her circumstances, emulating the state of her singular mentor, Mar Claoux. Firstly, it was evident that the avenues for acquiring vital intelligence through proximity to influential figures had been irrevocably sealed off, whether it be Cadel or any other elite. She needed to reconstruct her entire strategy, even reassess her objectives. Secondly, Mars and Eluin were presently untraceable, likely due to Cadel intercepting their correspondence. Any letters she had sent to Eluin would not reach him, and should Eluin seek her assistance, she would remain unaware. Fortunately, the letters she had penned contained little sensitive information, merely inquiring about Eluin's situation. Even if Cadel came across them, he would only reaffirm his suspicions of her disloyalty. Eluin, may all be well in the Inkbag district. Considering that those noble dwarves from the Workers' Supply Cooperative have ventured into the Inkbag district, even relinquishing their shops and exclusive rights, the Goblin Chamber's reach would be limited there. Moreover, Eluin was certainly not fighting alone. His mission was to unite the workers, and she had unwavering faith in his safety, bolstered by the instinctual bond of lovers. Mars, currently situated on the continent known as Suction Peak, was still visible to Lubamexiu from such a great distance, the Tower of the Gods looming as a testament to the chamber's ostentatious wealth. She recalled the first day she encountered Eluin, the consensus they established, to trust Mars, for even when the world seemed steeped in despair, he remained the sole individual worthy of trust. Moreover, Lubamexiu cast a glance at the movie poster beside her, advertising the film Drunk in Gold. The radiant smile of a beautiful woman graced the poster, and to Lubamexiu, that smile felt remarkably familiar. Jenny Annabelle. If Mal's conjecture held true, she would undoubtedly not allow Mars to fall into peril. How Catter acquired the rune for the healing magic remained a mystery. Although the rune showcased at the banquet that day was a one-time spectacle, was it merely a luxurious bait crafted by Mal, or was Mal coerced into providing it? Or did the true possessor of the healing magic lie elsewhere? Determined to unearth the truth, Lubamexiu resolved to pry it from Catter's sharp tongue. Filled with resolve, she vowed not to let weakness and hesitation obstruct their endeavors any longer. She would make Catter regret exploiting her and understand a simple truth: a sharp blade can both slay and be slain. The Tower of the Gods atop the suction cup reminded her of another matter, a rumor circulating in the newspaper, wherein the author claimed that these goblins were filthy barbarians, still adhering to the ancient beliefs of the god of gold from tribal times. Their private gatherings were starkly different from their outward appearances, still rooted in the old, unrefined traditions of the tribe. The author was swiftly silenced amidst public outcry, yet Lubamexiu conceived a cunning plan. It was all so simple. After all, she was an assassin. Why should she repent for the blood on the thorns? Forgive me, Mars, Een. I can assure you only our victory. Lubamexiu quickly sought a deserted alley in the city, ensuring no prying eyes were around before slipping into its depths. As she activated her camouflage, her figure vanished into thin air. No one could discern her whereabouts now. After all, she was a student of the cross. How could she forget her old craft? On October 2nd, the midnight chimes resonated beneath the rusted gears of the harbor dome, heavy as an anvil sinking into grease. The fog felt alive, imbued with coal ash and alchemical refuse. Caressing the cold, dripping gargoyle statues atop the Gothic spire of the town hall. Rain had yet to fall, but the air was thick with its briny foreboding. A shadow cleaved through the dense mist, silently pressing against the side door of the official passage. Not a ghost, but something far more tangible. Swathed in a perfectly tailored black overcoat, with sharp shoulders and a cinched waist, her gloved fingers brushed over the intricate brass surface of the door lock. With a few precise manipulations, a weary sound akin to a dying sigh echoed from within. Inside wafted a different scent of decay. The polished marble floor reflected the dim light of the gas lamps above, mingling with the ink of documents, aged dust, and an odor unassociated with the human race. This was her intended destination. The town hall still had guards on duty at night. A werewolf security guard leaned against the wall adorned with embedded gears, dozing, his furry ears twitching occasionally to catch non-existent sounds. She approached with a tenderness akin to intimacy, her left hand deftly covering the coarse, bristled mouth and nose from behind, while her right hand wielded a slender thorn, sharp as a rapier. which she had expertly driven between the sixth and seventh ribs into the heart. The whimper was stifled in the throat, leaving only the muted sound of the blade stirring flesh and bone. The werewolf convulsed, unable to transform before finally collapsing in a heap. She gently laid him down, as one would handle a fragile artifact. This was merely the beginning, a manifestation of the most desperate and efficient vengeance from one cornered. In the lounge, a lizardman clerk, sipping a stimulating alchemical potion, had his throat cut, green blood splattering against the steam pipe valves with a hissing sound. In the archives, a pair of uniquely beautiful dark-tinged elven sisters were engrossed in organizing documents, their violet eyes failing to capture the assailant's visage before a fine blood hole appeared in their foreheads. Their bodies slumped, knocking over an inkpot, the rich black liquid spreading forth, engulfing their vibrant crystal talismans. Her movements embodied the pinnacle of violent efficiency intertwined with a frenzied elegance. Each step, turn, and thrust was executed with precision akin to the intricate workings of a finely tuned clock. There was no extraneous noise, only the sound of thorns slicing through flesh, the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground, and her eerily steady breathing. Her white gloves became stained with mottled dark hues, the hem of her coat splattered with blood. Yet she remained unfazed. This was the assassin's necessary and long-awaited baptism, an elegant emblem of her forsaking humanity. The last was the night shift deputy director, a short, stout goblin with skin resembling rough tree bark. Upon hearing a disturbance, he had just pushed open the office door when a bloodied hand axe, crafted from thorns, cleaved into his forehead, embedding itself there. The axe then vanished, its magical residue meticulously wiped clean by her. Silence descended once more, broken only by the distant, resonant rumble of the arcane core boiler and the rhythmic dripping of some liquid. She stood amidst the corpses, breathing lightly, not from fatigue, but rather from the physiological response following a massacre. From the inner pocket of her coat, she retrieved a flat, golden cigarette case and opened it. Inside were not tobacco leaves, but rather a dozen meticulously prepared roses, each petal corresponding precisely to a fallen non-human official, their beauty breathtaking. She bent down, delicately grasping one with tweezers, and reverently embedded it into the wide, clouded eye of a goblin corpse at her feet. Then came the next, and the one after that. Each non-human official's body was to receive this iconic, sacrilegious insignia. She adjusted the angles of the rose petals, ensuring they were conspicuously displayed, a testament to the infamous crimson breeze that had once slain 10 high-ranking officials in Lindon. Completed, she straightened, casting a final glance over this gallery composed of death and roses. It was time to proceed to the next exhibition hall. The Goblin Trade Federation's branch was situated within a pristine marble mansion. The green neon claw mark logo flickered intermittently, half extinguished, casting light upon a richly adorned mahogany door wrapped in gold. She no longer needed thorns to unlock it. Instead, she drew a handgun equipped with a pressurized cylinder from her waist, aiming it at the door lock. The shrill, piercing sound of magical pressure filled the air, and the spiked bullets were propelled forth. Bang! With splintered and metal fragments scattered, the door burst inward with a forceful clang. Inside lay a den of elegance and greed, where the thick smoke of high-end tobacco lingered, mingling with the unique odor of goblins, reminiscent of rotting onions and metal. Several conference tables were crowded with diminutive green-skinned creatures, cackling over a pile of short-sold securities. The sound of the door crashing open abruptly halted all activity. Countless bulbous yellow eyes instantly focused on the entrance, where there appeared to be no one. A moment of profound silence ensued. "Where is everyone? Where's the werewolf?" roared a goblin, seemingly the manager, as he overturned a table in search of a concealed firearm. She moved. Like a magenta whirlwind, she plunged into the sea of green. The handgun roared once more, accompanied by the thorns of her blade, immediately piercing the chests of the foremost goblins, while those shrieking in panic were impaled through the back of their skulls. Discarding the spent weapon, she drew her thorn blade and hand axe in unison. This was not the coldly ceremonial execution of the town hall. It was an efficient harvest. Before the human staff could discover the massacre at the town hall, she aimed to end their struggles. The glint of her sword flashed, severing fingers and sending green ears flying. The axe descended, the sound of shattered skulls a muffled yet crisp echo. Goblin screams, wails, and pleas merged into a cacophony, a shrill assault on the senses. They attempted to resist with silver cutlery and golden arcane weapons, but their defiance crumbled under her precise and efficient slaughter. She wove through them, each pause signifying death, each swing splattering thick green blood. The axe cleaved into the last goblin attempting to crawl towards the shadowy door. The clamor suddenly subsided, leaving only the fading thud of heavy bodies hitting the ground and the gurgling sound of flowing liquid. A pool of green blood nearly engulfed the floor, slowly creeping over scattered dice and cards. The heavy scent of blood and the stench of entrails was nearly suffocating. She stood amidst the heap of corpses, her coat stained a deep green, nearly black, with a few droplets of viscous blood spattered on her cheek. The gruesome scene filled her with disgust, and she yearned to depart. Yet, she dutifully completed the ritual. She retrieved the golden cigarette case once more, her movements meticulous. Leaning down, she embedded a tiny, exquisite, and chillingly cold rose petal into each of the goblin corpses' wide, horrified eyes. The cold light emanating from the magic illuminated their ultimate fear before death, creating a grotesque contrast that churned the stomach. With everything in place, she stood upright, drawing from another inner pocket a true, deep red, velvet-like fresh rose. She cast it upon the twisted body of the goblin manager at her feet. Then, she turned, stepping over the viscous pool of blood and the scattered remnants, removing her top hat, coat, and white gloves, and walked toward the wide-open door. Her footsteps resonated clearly in the profound silence. Outside, the midnight fog remained thick and impenetrable. She did not glance back, her silhouette blending into the fog, her camouflage rendering her as if she had never existed. Only behind her lay a scene akin to a slaughterhouse, where countless delicate rose petals were embedded in the lifeless eye sockets, their hues vivid, a reflection of human blood. The cold petals awaited a tremulous bloom, unseen by any soul. Yet, this was merely the initial cost. Chapter 39. The Inkwell District of Octopus Harbor, the Ink-Stained Twin Cities, Part 4, October 4th. Recorded in the deep of night. It has been 31 days since we parted beneath the griffin statue. A month has elapsed, and I have been out of contact with Liu Bei and Mal for this duration. The letters I sent them remained unanswered. Until today, I stumbled upon a lead regarding Liu Bei in the newspaper, yet it emerged amidst a horrific genocide. The police discovered that the perpetrator's method bore a striking resemblance to that of the rose-colored wind, an identity once wielded by Liu Bei herself. In light of this, I implored my dwarven friends at the cooperative to scour through all the news in Touchrist Harbor on my behalf. The kindness of the dwarves is truly astounding. Currently, non-human races in Touchrist Harbor live in fear. Even human foremen dare not return home, terrified of becoming the next target of the rose-colored wind. However, they willingly ventured into danger to fulfill my private request, procuring every newspaper from Touchrist Harbor for me. Based on all the reports, it appears Liu Bei specializes in targeted assassinations, executing precise killings aimed at specific individuals. In stark contrast, the tragedy that unfolded at the Municipal Hall of Octopus Harbor and the Goblin Chamber of Commerce can only be described as a massacre. The assailant chose the perfect moment, just before midnight on October 2nd, as the dawn of a new day approached. During this time, the mayor and other clerks, who were still working late, spontaneously ventured outside to pay homage to the light. It was precisely then that the murderer infiltrated the municipal hall, wielding a hand axe and other sharp instruments, and slaughtered 56 non-human employees. Subsequently, a branch of the Goblin Chamber of Commerce in Touchrist Harbor was also breached, resulting in the brutal murder of all on-duty members. Each victim bore roses upon their person, and their wounds, examined by arcane mages, revealed faint traces of magical energy. However, the true cause of death was purely physical assault, with the magical evidence too faint to determine its origin. Given that the victims held significant status, the police speculated that the rose-colored wind had resurfaced. If this were indeed Liu Bei, the Liu Bei I know as Rubeam Rosethorn, I cannot fathom her motivation for engaging in such a racist massacre. Even a group of parasites would not warrant such a judgment, let alone the indiscriminate slaughter as if they were guilty beyond trial. Being within this turmoil, I understand that we are not terrorists, and neither would Liu Bei be. Moreover, as a flower spirit, Liu Bei has no reason to single out humanity. I once suspected that Liu Bei had fallen victim to necromantic control, her consciousness manipulated. Yet, a friend of mine, a necromancer from the slums, informed me that such a possibility exists only if the caster is a level 5 mage. He explained that Liu Bei, possessing dual talents and a magical concentration of at least 55, effectively eliminates the likelihood of a level 4 or lower necromancer being responsible. Furthermore, the perpetrator exhibited an extraordinary calmness and adaptability during the commission of the crime, a feat unattainable by a typical level 4 necromancer. Generally speaking, the flawless manipulation of a practitioner is confined to 2 major levels below their own. Yet, Ruby Eye's mastery of magic lies precariously at the boundary between levels 3 and 4. Moreover, she possesses the formidable camouflage spell, which allows her to evade capture even in the face of overwhelming odds, making it highly improbable for her to succumb to manipulation. However, necromancy is illegal in Saturn, and those practitioners of the dark arts would hardly choose to smuggle themselves into Saturn, only to reside in slums peddling potions for survival. Even though the Squid Harbor is teeming with hidden talents, a level 5 practitioner would be esteemed anywhere, and certainly would not descend upon Saturn merely to entrap a perilous assassin in an act of racial violence. Furthermore, the necromancer, who daily communes with the dead, is rendered as pale and gaunt as the corpses they handle. In their eyes, there exists only a distinction between the deceased and the living. Whether they themselves can still be considered human is a different matter altogether. Is it truly conceivable that a necromancer would subscribe to the ideology of human supremacy? Or perhaps my understanding of necromancy is merely superficial, given the scarcity of information regarding this magical discipline in both Losjing and Saturn. My inquiries may indeed appear naive, which led them to highlight a crucial point. If a practitioner's consciousness could be so easily manipulated by necromancy, why then has this dark art not dominated the world? Why do nations not unite to eradicate necromancers entirely, relegating them only to the realm of gray magic? On a related note, the most erudite necromancer in the slums, Dr. Sola, has also been invited to testify as a secret witness for the police. While the resurrection of corpses is considered illegal evidence collection, necromancy allows for a transient reanimation of the deceased's consciousness, enabling the extraction of images from their past. This is where it becomes particularly eerie. The deceased's perspective reveals no living souls, only the disembodied sounds of sudden violence, as their companions are torn apart, and the bullets fired hang suspended in the air, intercepted mid-flight. Camouflage certainly has the capacity to achieve such feats. Yet, another possibility crosses my mind. Could the specter that attacked Mal on that train truly be alive? While its spell may seem dissimilar to earlier manifestations, previous ghostly spells were specifically tailored to counteract healing magic. Now, in order to facilitate slaughter, it could very well employ more efficient physical attacks. This could elucidate the entire scenario. The specter, in its quest for unhindered carnage, adopted an incorporeal form. This, in turn, provides a motive. Mal, hidden atop a suction cup, would surely draw the specter out with some commotion. As for the methods employed by the specter, we remain utterly ignorant of the intelligence it possesses, perhaps designed to cast suspicion upon Ruby-Eye, ensnaring her in peril. Consequently, Mal would undoubtedly reveal himself to rescue her. Yet, I cannot disclose this conclusion to the police. The specter incident remains classified as an unexplained accident, and the only one who can save you may well be me. Indeed, the operations in the Inkblot district must be expedited. Drawing inspiration from Mal's thesis, I must also reflect on the conditions I currently possess and those that elude me. Firstly, there is the Octopus Harbor General Union. I vividly recall the day the union was established, when old Mike shared with me the tale of his experiences with the Rust Society. This was a time long before Mal's birth. During Mike's childhood, Octopus Harbor was just emerging from the ruins of war, while Saturn was eager to siphon wealth from the vast arcane industries of the Mistral region to rejuvenate himself. Mike was the son of a local Mistral woman and an itinerant speculator. His father, a merchant who fled due to debts, abandoned 4-year-old Mike and his mother to repay loans to the local mob. From the moment Mike could remember, he labored in the factory. In those days, Octopus Harbor was plagued by poor security, and the business owners in Saturn colluded with local gangs to manage their factories. Mike's mother was deliberately assigned to a separate worksite to prevent their maternal bond from affecting productivity. At the age of 8, in her desperate attempts to see him earlier each day, his mother worked tirelessly, completing an 8-hour shift in just 4. The gang foreman, astounded by her prowess, assigned her an additional 2 hours of work, claiming it was to expedite their repayment of the debt. However, 10 hours of labor proved utterly overwhelming for Mike's frail mother, who endured solely to catch glimpses of her son. Eventually, her relentless toil took its toll, and she lay in a corner of the factory, gasping for breath. Ironically, it was at this moment that the ever-persistent gang foreman vanished, leaving Mike's mother to suffer alone, akin to an abandoned dog awaiting death. At that tender age, Mike was oblivious to the reasons behind the adult's insistence on keeping him from his mother, who was relentlessly urged to procure a medicine whose name he could not even utter. Though the gentleman would occasionally toss him a few coins for his pleas, they recoiled in disdain at the mention of the medicine, telling him to be gone. It was only later that he learned it was the sole remedy that could save his mother, Soul Ash. Mike etched its name into his memory. This was an archaic Mistral remedy, while the gentlemen of Saturn regarded Mistral culture as a curse. Indeed, The Satin government permitted no remnants of Mistral influence to linger on its soil, and as for Mistral medicine, it was deemed unworthy of life. Old Mike forgot his mother's name, but could never forget her final words as she summoned the strength to sit up and grasp his hand. "Mike, do not weep. The sea god has come for me. We Mistralians emerged from the ocean to the land, and in death, we must return to our home in the sea. Yet, Mike, you cannot accompany me. Your trials on this earth are not yet sufficient. Promise me, live well until the sea god permits your return to the waters, will you? Mother, I am sorry to leave you to enjoy your rest." As old Mike recounted this tale, no sorrow graced his features, only a series of deep sighs. His mother's remains were ultimately cast into the ocean, in accordance with her wishes. Thereafter, the burden of his father's debts fell solely upon Mike's shoulders. In that cruel epoch, the memories have long since erased its traces, leaving only the bent back of old Mike and his frequent asthma attacks as reminders. Although old Mike has forgotten the specifics of the food he once consumed, he retains a vivid recollection of his past loathing for lunch. He is reluctant to recall the repugnant mush that was even more distasteful than the black bread of today. Even pig feed would have been a more delectable alternative compared to the factory meals. The oppression from the gang persisted until Mike turned 13 in the year 1811, when Satin opened the port of Touchrist, and Squidport subsequently began to emerge as a hub of global trade. The impact of this historical shift on Mike was significant. The more structured wolf gang supplanted the local mafia, establishing the Roar Party in the slums. Old Mike remembers the day when the leader of the werewolves, dressed in immaculate attire, approached him in his modest dwelling within the slum. After a dignified handshake, the leader inquired if Mike would assist them in eliminating the human gang. A proposal that would absolve Mike of his debts, along with an offer of $2,000 to enhance his living conditions. How ironic it is that neither Mike's father, the gang's overseer, nor the gentleman of Satin ever regarded Mike as a human being. The first to treat him with dignity was the werewolf. The events that followed need little elaboration. The Roar Party devoured the human gang in a black-on-black conflict. Unlike the original mafia, they did not collude with Satin's merchants and officials, and their conduct was far more orderly than that of the indiscriminate killers of the past. Yet, the price was steep. As the Roar Party faced relentless suppression, their influence confined to the slums. The werewolf leader fulfilled his promise, delivering a chest of silver coins to Mike's cramped and dilapidated abode, marking the beginning of a pivotal transformation in his life. Over the subsequent 4 years, Mike transitioned from childhood to adulthood, evolving from a mere laborer to a formal employee, bidding farewell to the werewolves and relocating to the industrial district. By 1815, Squidport had begun to flourish, prices surging. However, the workers still clung to their paltry wages, which gradually became insufficient to meet even their most basic needs. Consequently, resentment festered within their hollow stomachs, and amidst a session of admonishment from the overseers, someone among the workers shouted for a wage increase. This discontent ignited a fervor, and the rallying cry for a 9-hour workday became a collective battle cry. The Rust would be born in 1818, spearheaded by former royal engineers from the Yalashi dynasty. The workers embarked on their first strike with a fatalistic mindset, yet when they discovered a cohort of workers standing resolutely in silence, the previously impatient foreman became compliant, and the lofty bosses were suddenly inclined to treat these impoverished souls with courtesy. The workers naturally united, and those royal engineers, astute in their dealings, navigated the complexities of their superiors without completely severing ties, thereby establishing themselves as recognized leaders. However, the period of prosperity was fleeting. The course of the Rust Society began to slip gradually from the hands of the engineers who had initially governed it. The work hours were successfully reduced to 9, and wages rose to a reasonably commendable level. On the final day of each week, the workers could join the lords and ladies for worship, marking a shift in the Rust Society's mantra. Those veteran workers, who had previously thrived under the shadows of the kingdom of Arishii, began to reminisce about the freedoms of that era. They dismissed the rights they had fought for, incessantly indoctrinating the younger workers with notions that life was better when the king reigned, and that they were Arishii people, the children of the sea. Consequently, some engineers began to long for their erstwhile nobility. Yet, the Arishii royal line had been entirely eradicated, their former territories now subjugated to Satin, leaving no grounds for a restoration. Nevertheless, the engineers conceived an alternative means to sustain the identity of Arishii, the faith of the Tide religion. They employed more sophisticated methods to convince the workers of their distinction from the Satin people. For instance, during worship, the light worshippers would pound their right fists against their chests, standing tall, while Tide worshippers would place their left hands upon their right shoulders, bowing slightly in reverence. Additionally, The gentlemen from Saturn regarded seafood as foul refuse, whereas the Orisii viewed it as a bountiful gift from the ocean. Thus, a rift began to emerge between the Orisii and the Saturn, with the proud veteran workers and the skeptical new laborers both asserting their identity as Orisii, shunning the foreign workers. At that time, Mike merely felt a vague sense that assaulting and berating those who shared his toil was unjust. He perceived little difference between the so-called Orisii and Saturn, viewing their distinctions as mere nuances of faith and taste. Yet, Mike believed that those engineers who had led them to victory must surely be correct. Unbeknownst to him, the engineers' absurd ambitions were poised to obliterate the rust society they had painstakingly built, plunging the workers, who had just begun to glimpse hope, back into the depths of despair and anguish. The engineers presumed their secrets were impenetrable, unaware that the Navy had its watchful eyes. The business owners found their true allies in the Saturn Navy, uniting to gaze hungrily at the workers who dared to resist, seeking an opportunity to utterly quash their rebellion. Coincidentally, some workers, having accepted bribes from spies, revealed that the seemingly innocuous secret of Orisii and the Tide religion had been handed over to the Navy, ultimately leading to the demise of the Rust Society, wrought by its very own hands. In April of 1820, the pristine Saturn Navy, armed with rifles, marched into the industrial district, heading directly for the various gathering places of the Rust Society and the engineers' residences, firing indiscriminately and leaving no survivors. The streets of the industrial area echoed with wails, and Mike, having overslept due to indulging in drink and missing the morning meeting, was spared his life. Upon awakening, he found the streets transformed into a hellish purgatory as a Navy lieutenant brandished a loudspeaker, broadcasting orders to eradicate the Orisii rebels throughout the industrial district. This chapter of history is certainly one worth remembering. When I grow old, I shall pen these tragic tales into a book to awaken future generations. Yet now, within the confines of this diary, I find myself reluctant to recount the events that followed, for I wish to evade the haunting memories of that nearly unbearable suffering. Thus, let this suffice. The outcome is known to all. The Rust Society shall be vanquished, the laborers subjected to even harsher exploitation. And Michael will forever harbor a deep-seated disdain for religion. Old Mike, reminiscent of my own failures, uses the tale of himself and the Rust Society to caution me against following in the footsteps of those arrogant engineers. I have assumed the role of the chairman of the General Union, my every action perhaps scrutinized as theirs were. However, I consider myself far more fortunate than they. Morgan and Benjamin are both exceptionally gifted individuals who, in my absence, will undoubtedly surpass my contributions. Morgan possesses the unique audacity and resolve characteristic of youth. Along with a compelling charisma, he is a born orator. Meanwhile, Benjamin's kindness and hands-on approach are equally vital qualities for union leadership. And then there is old Mike, a fellow failure like myself, a cautionary tale of the bygone era who shall provide guidance to them. Although Adams is not fond of conflict, he is not the type to betray his comrades. I hope he soon relinquishes his habit of gambling on the lottery. At least I trust that they, along with their fellow workers, will be far superior to those laughable old aristocrats. Vincent, may your soul rest in peace. We shall not allow your tragedy to repeat itself. Of course, we must not forget the invaluable assistance in establishing the Union, our diminutive friends, the cooperative of the Dwarven Kingdom. It is no wonder that Mal's vision of an ideal society is based on this nation, for they are indeed far ahead of us, not only in technology, systems, productivity, and social welfare, but even in moral standards, which have reached an extraordinary level. While humanity has endeavored to harm one another to the utmost, the dwarves have boldly relinquished their lucrative ventures in Touchport, opting instead to collectively migrate to the mournful district to aid us. Those Saturn may not express gratitude, and may even obscure their existence. We workers shall always remember that the resolution of the crystallization affliction was made possible by the dwarves, the cleansing of the streets and alleyways, the provision of a free wastewater purification system and sewage pipelines, the methods for handling clean food and clothing, and the straightforward education on hygiene methodologies, culminating in the eradication of those mutated arcane crystal clusters with flamethrowers. Even the gravely ill have survived under the care of dwarven physicians, with no lives sacrificed in the process, truly a miracle. The cooperative also provided an opportunity for our struggle, those short-sighted merchants and entrepreneurs, fretting over the dwarves encroaching upon their businesses and impeding their exploitation, remain utterly unaware that the more they ostracize, target, and suppress our dwarven friends, the closer they edge themselves to the guillotine. The nascent Union is not a mild-mannered Rust society. From its inception, it has harbored the ambition of reconstructing a labor kingdom. Perhaps we ought to express gratitude to the orchestrators of the wastewater discharge, while we remain uncertain of the forces responsible for such malevolence. It is now evident that former criminals, the werewolves of the Roaring Party and the necromancers, stand united with the General Union. The werewolves have joined the factory, and the business owners regard them merely as superior labor, eagerly flocking to this pack of wild wolves whose eyes burn with rage. They have dismissed the original workers, hastening the accumulation of their resentment, and in doing so, these proprietors are digging their own graves. We need only watch as they progressively radicalize our worker friends and allow the well-disguised werewolves to draw closer to them. On another front, the local sailors of Squid Port have begun to approach our union, with rumors suggesting that some within the Navy harbor disdain for the impending war. Believing the Navy to be mere cannon fodder pushed forth by the Army, particularly a certain high-ranking vice admiral, the necromancer will create an opportunity, eliminating a non-magical officer to resurrect him, using his influence to rally the soldiers of the Inkbag district to rebellion. Our victory will then be within reach. For now, we must simply await this moment. Our dwarven allies also support our decisive battle. Perhaps, after the incident in Satine concludes, we should not hasten to Losjing, but rather allow Mal to guide us to survey the industrial nation. We owe them our heartfelt gratitude for their timely assistance. Mal, Lube, take care of yourselves. I shall be with you shortly. It will not be long, as long as the Navy reveals another flaw. Once I find you, how shall I assist you in fulfilling your part of the task? Inland gripped his pen, fervently scribbling in his journal. Everything was proceeding more smoothly than he could have imagined, and he hoped his companions were faring equally well. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the door. This was not a good omen. An unexpected knock in the deep of night in the Inkbag district was concerning. Inland's hand instinctively reached for the pistol in his drawer and the necromancer's friendship rune. He donned the rune, tucked the pistol into a pocket easily accessible, and then slowly and quietly approached the door. Upon pulling down the doorknob, he realized that all his apprehensions had been unfounded. The visitor was an old acquaintance. The benevolent physician, Dr. Baldur, who had arranged the meeting with the dwarves from the cooperative. Ah, my friend, even at midnight, I can see your candle flickering. Why are you still awake at such an hour? Dr. Baldur's laughter revealed a dwarven concern as he robustly offered a coffee pot, standing at 13 of his own heights. Come now, have a drink. Inland, my friend, I cannot sleep either. This is our dwarven secret brew, with a hint of spirits to invigorate you. Do give it a try. You shan't regret it. Ha, Dr. Baldur, do come in, do come in. I was merely writing something, Inland replied. Oh, an article or a letter? I am quite curious, Inland, my friend. Upon spotting Inland's journal on the desk, Dr. Baldur hastily set down the coffee pot and dashed toward the desk. Before Inland could stop him, Baldur had already reached for his notebook. Ah, Inland, my friend, a diary. The diary of the temporary union president. I must take a good look at this. Well then, have at it, Dr. Baldur. You dwarves truly have no qualms about privacy. Inland chuckled, shaking his head with amusement. The dwarves possess a notable flaw. They reside within a communal household, naturally extending their tradition of exchanging information to their other acquaintances. Ah, dear Inland, it appears you have lost contact with comrades from the past. We all admire your resolute spirit of rebellion. It is astonishing to discover that there are two others, akin to you, who share such enlightenment. Might you enlighten me about their identities? I am most intrigued. Very well. Dr. Baldur, allow me a moment to ponder how to depict them. Inland turned his gaze toward the moon outside the window. The clouds shrouding the slum had largely dissipated, revealing the moon in a dance of obscurity among the layers of clouds. Inland reminisced about the appearance of the two individuals a month prior. Mar Claoux. He is deserving of the title of my mentor, despite being merely 20 years of age. Yet he guided me out of the shadows of my past. You see, I am of Losking descent, and I was the sole survivor of the uprising in Losking. He is a prodigy. We devised the plan to upend the entire Satin, a scheme he began drafting in his youth. Currently, he is at the apex of a suction cup, originally intending to infiltrate and dismantle the upper echelons of Octopus Harbor single-handedly. I wonder how Claoux is faring now. My homeland, 20 years old. This gentleman named Mark is truly legendary. At 20, I was still immersed in my studies at university. As for the other individual, Lube Mikesire Roseway, whom I refer to as Lube in my diary, she is a flower sprite, a fearsome assassin hailing from distant deserts, and the sharpest dagger in our team. Moreover, she, Dr. Baldur, is my beloved. She is currently in Touchrist Harbor, gathering essential intelligence for Claoux. Oh, I deeply apologize, dear Inland. Your beloved is presently ensnared in such dire circumstances. You must be feeling quite distressed. I should not have broached such a matter, forgive me. Dr. Baldur hastily set down his notebook, sincerely bowing in apology to Inland. Inland quickly waved his hand. No, Dr. Baldur, there is no need for you to feel remorseful. Truly, I am merely a tad anxious. Hey, wait, look at me, what a scatterbrain I am. The cooperative is soon returning to Touchrist Harbor. I can deliver any messages you wish to convey to them. Perhaps we could re-establish contact. Dr. Baldur suddenly slapped his forehead, an idea striking him. Inland, did you not mention that your comrades were adhering to the design blueprint established by our homeland? Might they not be actively observing the cooperative? Mr. Inland, why not take along a marker, one only the three of you comprehend? I shall hang it on the cooperative signboard when your friends see it. We can pass them the message. By the gods above. Thank you, Dr. Baldur. Where's my pen? My pen. Inland searched for his fountain pen, only to find it devoid of ink. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily tore out a page from his diary, folded it into a paper package, and solemnly handed it to Baldur. I entrust this to you. Dr. Baldur, we shall forever remember the favor of the cooperative, nay, of the dwarven nation. Ha. No need for that. Inland, farewell. I must quickly relay this news. Dr. Baldur received the paper package, carefully tucking it into his bosom. Before departing, he offered a suave farewell gesture to Inland with one hand, proclaiming the joy of aiding others. Chapter 40. Octopus Harbor. The convergence of undercurrents. Fools represent the fastest appreciating capital in the world. This principle holds true universally. Education, you say? Do not make me laugh, dear. Its existence merely allows the foolish to delude themselves into believing they are clever. If a method truly existed to eliminate fools from this world, we would have no place here. Naturally, anyone who devises such a solution should not only be shunned by the merchant guild, but eradicated by the entire world. Lobelia found herself standing atop a colossal, operational brass gear. This gear served as both floor and ceiling, embodying the entirety of the space around her. Each tooth of the gear was intricately carved into the anguished faces of those in torment, producing a silent wail as it turned. The air was thick with the distinctive briny scent of Octopus Harbor, mingled with the acrid heat of metal, yet undercut by an overpowering, sickly sweet fragrance attempting to mask something, but failing miserably, creating a nauseating amalgamation reminiscent of the atmosphere in Catter's study. The flower spirit, barefoot, felt the chilling cold of the gears beneath her feet and the faint vibrations emanating from below, as though countless smaller gears were being ground down. Was that the sensation of those she had slaughtered? She could not be certain. What she knew for certain was her profound exhaustion, a dual burden of mental and physical fatigue weighing heavily upon her. In her hand, she clutched a thorn, smeared not only with blood and flesh, but also adorned with fragments of shattered bone, suggesting it had seen numerous uses. Not far away stood a goblin merchant, also atop the gear, clad in an immaculate velvet robe. One hand gripped a massive brass ledger, festooned with pipes, its pages unfurling with rolling runes and numbers, chronicling every drop of blood and every scream converted into gold. The other hand held a communicator. The earlier voices were indeed the dialogue between Catter and others. His visage was no longer the shrewd, pointed-nosed countenance one would expect, but rather a smooth, reflective brass surface devoid of features, save for an eternally etched smile. Precise in its curvature, devoid of warmth and chilling in its presence. Dear Miss Rose, you have returned from your task. The merchant's voice resonated from all directions, not emanating from his face, but rather synthesized from the sharp screeches of the grinding gears, imbued with a metallic tremor. Look at the efficiency. Your efforts have significantly optimized the market's supply and demand dynamics. Panic is also a scarce commodity, and its price is soaring. Observe how obedient the mayor has become. He lacks the capital to negotiate with me now. The sight of the naval soldier kneeling is most gratifying. Violence is indeed the passport of the lower class. Is it not? And that peculiar old man from the east has finally resolved to sell me his odd magical wares, all thanks to you eliminating that dark elf, which delayed the magical consortium. The desert caravan is now willing to collaborate with me, isolating those foolish sorcerers. The dwarves have sold their exclusive rights, yet they naively believe they can easily reclaim them. How utterly foolish. Behold, the prospects of Octopus Harbor shine brightly. The Merchant Guild owes this to you, my one and only Rose. Lubumexiu yearned to rush forward, to pierce the frail chest of the goblin with the thorns in her hand. Yet she found her feet ensnared by warm, golden shackles sprouting from the surface of the gears. The gold, soft as wax, could not be escaped. It coiled around her ankles, creeping upwards as if to assimilate her into a decorative part of this vast machine. She looked down only to discover her hands smeared with viscous, dark red machine oil instead of blood. She attempted to wipe it away on the gears, But the oil only multiplied, staining the faces of those wailing beneath her feet. I recognized their names. Inluan? Mayor? Oh, do not jest, my rose. Why squander your talents on those impoverished humans? You shall not merely be my maid. I meticulously record your contributions in my ledger. At your current pace of accomplishments, you shall soon become a member of our guild. I might even persuade the elders of the Golden family to adopt you as their daughter, leading the entire guild. Huh. Such power and wealth, such status and life, are realms you cannot even fathom now, nor can your base companions. Come, Libumexiu, join us, sincerely join us. I shall ensure you are well compensated. You see, those goblins and lower-tier employees within the guild, even if they are ignorant fools or laborers easily replaceable, I pay them the highest wages for their positions, regardless of whether they are goblins or any other race. The divine gold has bestowed upon you such a unique ability. Yet you have squandered it on a misguided path for 21 years. What a sacrilege. It is time to awaken. You are the rarest rose in the world, deserving of the finest soil and sunlight. At that moment, the scene subtly shifted. From the crevices of the gears, what began to seep forth was not blood, but a multitude of finely crafted brass gear components, bearings, screws, and springs. They surged forth like a tide, enveloping her feet. In terror, she realized these parts were assembling themselves into exquisite, miniature dolls of the upper class from touching port, gentlemen and ladies alike, clad in splendid garments. Their faces bore the same etched smiles as the merchants, and hand in hand, they began to perform a bizarre, rigid court dance around her and the merchant. Their laughter sounded like the ticking of clockwork. They multiplied, dancing upon the faces of those wailing beneath, utterly disregarding their suffering. Look, the merchant's metallic voice resounded once more, tinged with approval. You have cleared away the old, inefficient components. Only with the new, more perfect system can we operate smoothly. You are not merely a pawn on my chessboard. My dear, you are the unique lubricant of our commercial empire. What a remarkably efficient malfunction. This statement became the final straw that broke Libumexiu. She suddenly lifted her head, letting out a silent wail, as her violent tendencies erupted within the confines of her dreams. No longer attempting to break free from the golden shackles, she began to frantically tear apart the dancing dolls with her oil-slicked hands. She crushed them, ripped off their winding heads, and trampled them back into a heap of scrap metal. Each doll that shattered emitted an exceedingly brief, yet genuine cry, reminiscent of human anguish. Yet, with the destruction of each one, two more emerged from beneath the gears. More dolls encircled her, and the cacophony of their clicking laughter intensified. The brass faces of goblins remained suspended, eternally unchanged, as if relishing a captivating performance. The more the flower fairy destroyed, the more prosperous the system appeared to become. Her violence served as the very fuel that kept this horrific machine in motion. Ultimately, she was utterly submerged by the endless smiling brass dolls and the molten golden shackles. Her soul irrevocably fused with the apparatus. In the moments before her spirit suffocated, the last image she beheld was the merchant's smooth brass visage, the etched smile widening ever so slightly. Fortunately, it was merely a terrifying nightmare. Libumexiu awoke in her cramped chamber. Glancing at the clock beside her pillow, it was midnight on October 7th, the darkest hour of the night and touching wrist port. For days prior, at this very moment, she had annihilated all non-human entities within the town hall and the chamber of commerce. The death toll long escaped her memory. It was the police who had tallied it, 724 souls. The police in touching wrist port and across all of Satin were left astounded, yet they could uncover no leads. Initially, they suspected the resurgence of the notorious Pink Wind, known for targeting high-ranking officials, but soon realized that these victims, lacking such high status, were all non-human. They feared a racially motivated imitator. On one hand, the modus operandi bore too close a resemblance to that of the Pink Wind. On the other, the Pink Wind operated individually, while this massacre had claimed hundreds at once. They found themselves ensnared by the web of misinformation they had deliberately spun. With even Catter unable to suspect the truth lay closer to home. This was not a sudden epiphany, but rather a method honed through 4 years of bettered reflection on her past failures. A meticulous analysis that avoided deliberately misleading the outside world. Her subsequent killings would not allow for such convenience. The memories of her first massacre were indelibly etched into the depths of Libumexiu's soul, transforming into an unshakable nightmare. She gazed at her hands, as if they were stained with blood, not out of guilt, if the thought of slaying those who thrived in decadence brought her remorse. She could not embrace the role of an assassin. It was the fear of contemplating how Inluan would perceive her after witnessing all of this that unnerved her. Would he acknowledge her extreme measures during her inaugural act of slaughter? Even if Mal would forever comprehend her actions and elucidate the intricacies of her decisions to Yinlun, would he truly understand? Would her beloved come to fear her? Would he embrace the bloodied version of herself? Those individuals, while despicable, did not warrant execution without trial. Would Yinlun believe this was a choice born of desperation? Outside Liu Bei's chamber, the harmonious blend of human and werewolf snores created a symphony. Ever since that massacre, Cadel had increasingly doubted whether the numerous lives he had compelled her to take had invited retribution. Fortunately, Liu Beixiu was finally relieved from those tormenting tasks and was now tasked with the personal protection of Cadel. This goblin, in his trepidation, dared not step outside the villa and had stationed all the hired werewolves and arcane mages at his door, ever ready to respond. The slumber enveloping these guards was not a mere coincidence of their nature, but rather the result of the enchanting mandrake flowers toxin from Liu Beixiu's homeland. Should she decide to add just a pinch more to the maid's meal next time, they would remain in eternal slumber. This, of course, was a strategic maneuver to allow her the time needed for the preparations before the second slaughter. Liu Beixiu did not change out of her night attire. She switched off the alarm that had been set and activated her camouflage spell, quietly opening the door. The werewolves and arcane mages outside were deeply asleep, and even the goblin within the room was enjoying an unusual peaceful slumber. The alarm array was ineffective against her subdued magical presence, and the monitoring array was rendered nearly useless due to the sleep of its caster. Thus, she stealthily traversed the corridor and descended to the villa's lower level. Upon reaching the kitchen, she found the maid slumped to the side. Liu Beixiu effortlessly retrieved a bottle of alchemical coffee from the magically sealed pantry. Cadel certainly knew how to indulge himself, as he had summoned the crystals of various magical factions to cater to his whims. Liu Beixiu required a bottle of invigorating coffee to momentarily awaken her weary self. After this night, she could afford to rest for several days until the next opportunity for slaughter arrived. The rich, flavorful coffee slid down her throat, and the alchemical magic swiftly took effect. Liu Beixiu felt her mind sharpen to an unprecedented clarity, her magical energy flowing freely, and her body entering a state of peak performance. Even if only temporary, it was more than sufficient for her needs. Without further ado, she discarded the empty coffee bottle and turned to exit. Cadel would not mind the maid indulging in his luxurious coffee. He believed such gestures would endear him to others, yet unwittingly provided Liu Beixiu with an opportunity. The midnight market of Touchrist Harbor remained aglow with light, and pedestrians traversed the expansive streets. The vibrant magical signs cast a kaleidoscope of colors, ensnaring the entire city in a dazzling display of light pollution. Liu Beixiu sought out shops, observing Easterners lounging in tea houses with folding fans, some of whom, possessing considerable arcane prowess, cast glances at her concealed form, merely smiling and beckoning her to join them for tea tasting. Indeed, the Easterners were the most peculiar people Liu Beixiu had ever encountered. Each bore an air of nonchalance towards fate and displayed an unwavering composure in the face of worldly changes. Perhaps it was tied to their homeland, an extraordinary, stable, and enigmatic realm that remained both closed off yet remarkably progressive. Their magical system was a complex enigma, rarely understood by outsiders. This uniqueness was exemplified by the Zizhu gang, whose shops were tea houses offering complimentary tea and snacks, welcoming both the impoverished who bought nothing and the merely curious visitors with the same warm smiles afforded to esteemed guests. In the realm of commerce, most dealings are often resolved over cups of tea. Even when the merchant guilds harbor intentions of rivalry, Chunjizue and those Eastern traders seem largely indifferent. However, the gaze of the sorcerer instilled a sense of unease in Liu Beixiu, prompting her to hastily depart from the tea house. She continued her search along the bustling streets for a shop she sought, an alchemist's establishment dedicated to the ever-shifting wares of the Qingnong products. This peculiar group of enthusiasts had leased 3 storefronts, yet only operated a single retail outlet. Remarkably, this shop would randomly teleport among the 3 locations every hour, leaving one to ponder whether this was a display of their wondrous magic or merely a means to tantalize potential customers. Liu Beixiu pressed onward, for the current location of the store was vacant, necessitating a visit to the other 2 sites. Her pace was so swift that she nearly collided with a camel, the steadfast beast of burden employed by desert caravans. Previously, in the arid expanse devoid of magic, Liu Beixiu had witnessed these creatures, which still relied on the most primitive forms of animal transport. Yet, camels bred in such barren lands had grown increasingly robust, and with the assistance of the stone folk's compression spells, they could transport exceedingly heavy loads. Consequently, the desert caravans flourished, becoming a thorn in the side of Kader. Liu Beixiu had once stained her hands with the blood of 2 desert merchants, one of whom seemed to recognize her. As she brushed past a merchant, an unforeseen incident unfolded. The juvenile sandworm that the merchant tended abruptly lashed out, baring its sharp fangs and howling ferociously in a specific direction, even threatening to unleash its venom. Fortunately, the merchants swiftly restrained the creature, allowing the massive camel to grasp the sandworm's body. Remarkably, it was roaring in the very direction where Mar Claoux had concealed herself. How could she have forgotten? This beast could sense her presence. Had the sandworm caught a whiff of her scent lingering on the corpse of a desert merchant? Luckily, the merchants remained oblivious to the anomaly, and Mar Claoux passed by them unperturbed. The incident evoked memories of the stealth examination assigned by her instructor, the cross teacher, which required traversing a chamber teeming with large sandworms without being detected by those astute, wriggling creatures. At last, adjacent to the Darkling Elves Magical Society, she located the enigmatic specialty shop, a place devoid of signage or staff, overseen by a golem animated by alchemical forces, nestled within a deep, secluded alley. Her first task was to usher the scant remaining patrons out. Mar Claoux removed the jeweled adornments bestowed upon her by Catter, infusing them with her magical essence, causing them to emit a radiant glow that pierced through the darkness. Subsequently, an invisible thorn struck the floor outside the shop with a resounding thud, causing the golem to remain unfazed, while the customers peered outside, just in time to behold a dazzling crystal necklace, whose jewelry had fallen outside. The brilliance surpassed that of the stars. The first customer gasped, and upon seeing the area was devoid of others, the second customer dashed toward the entrance, eager to claim the necklace for themselves. The remaining patrons swiftly realized the commotion, rushing out to contend, only to discover that the alley was not limited to the crystal necklace. There were treasures aplenty. Don't fight. An emerald necklace, a yellow topaz pocket watch, a sapphire brooch. With a sudden shout, the remaining customers, still skeptical, hurriedly rushed outside, fearing they might miss out on an unexpected fortune worth tens of thousands of pounds. Elegantly, Mar Claoux traversed through the throng of fleeing individuals and stepped into the vacant alchemy shop. The golem, sensing her magical presence, fixated its gaze upon Mar Claoux, seemingly designed to thwart any attempts at theft. Close the barrier. As the closing hour approached, Mar Claoux uttered the incantation specifically used by alchemists to secure their establishments. Instantly, the open door was sealed by a green barrier. The alchemy shop then transported itself to an undisclosed subterranean space, remaining concealed until the following day. However, the golem appeared to recognize that the closure had not been enacted by its master. Its obsidian surface glowed a warning red, signaling that the shop must be reopened. Mar Claoux remained motionless, dispelling her camouflage and standing resolutely before the towering golem, observing as its red glow deepened ominously. This shift indicated her presence had been deemed a threat. The golem raised its formidable stone fist and struck fiercely at Mar Claoux. She adeptly evaded the blow, only for another fist to come crashing down. With a deft sidestep, she positioned herself at the golem's chest, causing it to miss again. The flower spirit was not there to engage in playful banter with the golem. Two thorns emerged from her hands with a crack. Transforming into hand axes, Mar Claoux crossed her arms and struck at the golem's rocky appendages. The fragile thorns, empowered by magic, possessed the strength to cleave through solid stone. Amidst the flurry of blades, the heavy stone arms fell, landing on the floor with a dull thud. Instantly sensing the hostility, the golem's visage seemed poised to unleash a form of ranged magical attack. Yet Mar Claoux had no intention of granting it the opportunity for retaliation. On the severed arms, new thorny vines began to sprout, rapidly proliferating and, under Mar Claoux's command, ensnared the golem's head. The vines coiled tightly around the golem until its head was entirely enveloped. Then, with a clenched fist, Mar Claoux tightened the encircling vines. The pressure exerted by the vines caused the rock to slowly crack, crumble, and ultimately shatter. As the vines dissipated, the golem's head had been reduced to a pile of debris scattered across the ground. Without its head and arms, the golem began to tilt backward, but unexpectedly. Its chest emitted a sudden red glow. It intended to self-destruct. Alas, Mar Claoux's reflexes outpaced its intentions. In the very moment it collapsed, new branches erupted from the ground, swiftly piercing through the golem's chest. The rose, absorbing magical energy, blossomed upon the shattered torso, its petals morphing into a peculiar green-black hue due to the alchemical power. Still not emerging? Do I need to smash your goods again? The golem's magic was drained, reducing it to a pile of obsidian dust. Mar Claoux plucked the dark green rose from where the chest had been and addressed the desolate depths of the shop. I am not here to assassinate you. If you are willing to show yourselves, I shall return this flower and all the magic contained within this golem to you. The echo reverberated within the confined space for some time, until the thorny spear was directed towards a collection of whimsical alchemical products on the shelf. A young alchemist, draped in a brown robe, emerged leisurely, letting out a resigned sigh. "Miss Rose, is this how your master treats business rivals? Are you not concerned about the possibility of litigation? We captured the entire process of you destroying the golem on camera. We could accuse you of malicious competition and take the matter to Lindon." "You seem to be mistaken," she replied. "I did not come here as a maid of Kater Soltiel, but in my personal capacity, as Lubu Rosemary, to discuss potential collaboration with you." "Ah, now I understand. But first, who are you? Without the identity of Kater's maid, why would we consider collaborating with a brute who unilaterally closed our shop and damaged our expensive golem? You must be a novice. Are you a level 1, 2, or 3? Does that even matter? I am merely conveying my company's intentions." "No, what I meant was, did you not notice that my combat style resembles that of the murderer who slaughtered 724 people in the news just now?" The alchemist was taken aback. His expression obscured beneath the hood. He stood in silence for a moment, seemingly searching for an escape route. After finding none, he sighed deeply and bowed to Lubu Rosemary. "Very well, Miss Rosemary, if you still possess a shred of reason, may I request to use the paper and pen behind you? I assure you I will not flee. The barrier has been activated, and I cannot escape. I wish to leave a farewell note for my hometown. Would that be permissible? However, I must warn you. The instructors are observing you closely and should be preparing to report you to headquarters. It would be prudent not to entertain thoughts of harming other alchemists." Lubu Rosemary found his neurotic behavior amusing. "I recall mentioning that I am here to discuss collaboration." "Collaboration?" The alchemist regarded her with suspicion. "You wish to collaborate with us alchemists? After you have slain so many goblins, do you expect us to assist you in exacting revenge on the Merchant Guild? Our company, Qingnong, operates legitimately, unlike the guild that employs underhanded tactics. You might as well kill me. The instructors will never agree to collaborate with you. I merely seek to purchase an alchemical product. Is it not true that alchemy is named as such because it was originally intended to transmute other substances into gold? Please hold on. If it is merely a purchase, let me consult with my instructors." The alchemist extended his hand, retrieving a philosopher's stone from beneath his robe. Whispering under the hood, this appeared to be a means of communication among alchemists. They have consented. However, we cannot sell you anything related to transmuting stone into gold. Please understand that the laws of Saturn prohibit us from using magic to interfere with the circulation of gold in the market. Our company has been law-abiding for the past 20 years. My statement is not yet complete. What I meant was, could we perhaps reconsider the approach and transform gold into other substances? Let me inquire further." The alchemist had never encountered such a request before. He inquired once more of the philosopher's stone. The naivety of this novice reminded Mar Claoux of the other assassin apprentices she had seen 7 years ago in the desert, which struck her as particularly amusing. They mentioned it could be done, but you must order a matter converter immediately. What magnitude do you require?" Mar Claoux tilted her head, contemplating the data she had gathered. 6,000 tons. 6,000 tons. Where do you intend to procure 6,000 tons of gold? The alchemist nearly leaped in disbelief. "That is not your concern. Simply produce your philosopher's stone and consult your instructor, if it is feasible." After a surge of fervent whispers, which Mar Claoux could almost discern, the alchemist placed the philosopher's stone down and articulated a conclusion he scarcely dared to believe. "By the supreme truth of the divine, such a spell truly exists. A chain reaction magic converter. However, it is merely a one-time use. Miss Rosewine, can you accept that?" "Of course, once is sufficient. When should I come to collect it?" "What is the cost?" "Same place, approximately 6 p.m. tomorrow. However, I must inform you that the customization of this converter requires the involvement of Master Hermes, our company's general manager, a level 5 mage, and a doctor of alchemy. His fee is not of the ordinary kind, and when you have the time, you must visit him at headquarters. He is quite curious about your magical style. Camouflage and concealment samples are exceedingly rare, especially in the presence of flower spirits." The alchemist then deactivated the philosopher's stone and added, "Truth be told, Master Hermes nearly compelled me to engage in a full-scale battle with you. He was eager to observe the response of your technique in combat. I implore you, I am merely a level 2 mage. Please forgive me. I dare not contend with you. However, on a personal note, may I inquire whom you intend to eliminate next, and how does one employ this device? That is of no concern to you. You need not feel threatened unless one of your personnel is among the guards at the treasury. Your company, the Green Sack Company, along with the neighboring Dark Elves Magical Society, should merely prepare to reap the benefits. Rest assured, even if Master Hermes does not mention it, we shall meet again. And it will not be long. With that, Mar Claoux vanished into concealment, leaving only a faint scent of roses in the air. Yet, the young alchemist was left dumbfounded. How was she to exit the basement without utilizing teleportation magic? Chapter 41. Octopus Port, intertwined underflows. Hey, buddy. Share a bite of those herbal cookies with me. On October 9th, at 3 a.m., before the grand entrance of the Octopus Port United Bank, 2 minotaurs stood guard. Unfortunate souls on duty that night, wielding spear-like staffs shaped like axes. Cursed be the murderous fiend reported in the news, for they had endured several days of sleepless overtime. Now, their superiors had finally sanctioned the resumption of their shift schedule, and the other Minotaur guards had scampered back to the duty room for much-needed rest, leaving only these 2 ill-fated sentinels who had drawn the short straw for tonight's watch. At this moment, one of the Minotaurs, unable to withstand his hunger, rummaged through his suit pocket and produced a packet of herbal cookies, seemingly forgotten from some time ago. The biscuits had become damp, rendering their taste rather unpalatable. Yet, for the 2 Tauren, this was the only supper available to them tonight, cursed as they were by the arcane contract. These orcs, endowed with remarkable magical talents, found themselves distrusted by the authorities, compelled to sign a restrictive arcane pact merely to seek employment in sating. It was infuriating. The bustling night markets of Touchrist Port were so close, yet utterly inaccessible to them during the contract's enforced hours. One Tauren, yearning for a bite, broke off a piece and offered it to the other. Alas, it was truly dreadful. Yet, it was the only sustenance they had. Once they earned some coin, he vowed never to endure this job again. He dreamed of doing nothing but lounging in a vegetarian restaurant every day. But even that seemed tedious, merely eating without purpose. Perhaps he could find a job that allowed him to enjoy supper at night instead. As he took the biscuit and stuffed it into his mouth, he found it indeed unpalatable. The freshness of the grass had morphed into a moldy taste, and the biscuit's original crispness had succumbed to the dampness of the past few days. Nevertheless, he took only a small bite, savoring this precious morsel slowly, for it was hardly filling and could only serve to placate his hunger temporarily. In the Wormwood district, his werewolf compatriots spoke of a new union established to aid the laborers, a union that had cleaned up the slums, providing running water and sewage systems, making their living conditions more comfortable than those in grand houses. When would such a union come to their side of town? Come now, that won't last long. One Tauren scoffed. Brother, you have been in sating a short time. There have been similar attempts before, all crushed by the officials. Mark my words, it will all come to ruin. The Navy's warships lie anchored just outside the harbor. Should the Union dare to stir trouble, they will be treated as traitors and executed. Not so, my friend, the other replied. I have heard that this union is quite benevolent, not opposing the bosses directly, but rather assisting the impoverished. And did you not hear? The supply and marketing cooperative supports them. We purchase their fine goods daily. Surely, we know their character. Are the little fellows from the cooperative returning soon? Their shops have been seized by those wretched green-skinned scoundrels. It vexes me. Goods worth 50 coins are being sold for 3 pounds. Their whispered conversation fell upon the ears of Lubmesh, who, like a gargoyle, quietly perched against the bank's exterior, observing the 2 Tauren guards from her elevated vantage point. The Tauren were the only race capable of discerning camouflaged concealment, their eyes naturally attuned to magical energies. The arcane contract prevented them from being lured away by any bait. The optimal solution now would be to launch a surprise attack and eliminate them entirely. However, these Tauren were not like the officials or goblins. They too were unfortunate laborers, and they welcomed the union formed by Inland. Despite the lack of news from Mars, the good tidings from Inland had spread among the lower citizens of Touchrist Port. To kill them would be tantamount to slaying comrades and future allies. Lubmesh held her sharpened dart poised at her fingertips, hesitating to release it. This was a dilemma. If Mars were here, what choice would he make? The answer is that he would never resort to simplistic dichotomies to assess a dilemma. Instead, he would undoubtedly strive to uncover the optimal solution that lies between the 2 extremes. The dart was released with precision, albeit with a subtle deviation in angle. The minute tip cleaved through the air, producing not even the faintest whisper. Clang, clang. A pair of sharp sounds emanated from the staff's head, and in an instant, the weapons wielded by the 2 Minotaurs trembled violently, leaving their gripping hands momentarily numb from the shock. What is happening? Is there an enemy? One Minotaur quickly regained his composure, scanning his surroundings for foes. No, my friend. Quickly discard the staff. The other Minotaur, realizing the anomaly with his staff, noticed the head had been precisely pierced, and the damaged arcane crystal energy was on the verge of dissipating. Boom, boom. Both minotaurs simultaneously hurled their staffs away, causing the arcane crystals to generate minor explosions. Although the blasts were not violent, they made the steel staffs searing hot in an instant. Had they allowed the rapidly heating staff to remain in their hands, the soaring temperature would have surely scorched their palms to a crisp. I apologize, are you injured? I believe we can have a conversation. Libya Mike Claoux emerged from the shadows, stating, I know you can see me, and only you can see me. Did you shatter our weapons? Who are you? Could it be that? It is I, and thus you should comprehend that if I wished to eliminate you, resistance would be futile. Do you intend to pierce me with that powerless spear? Or shall we test our speed? Who will awaken the others first, you or I, before I dispatch you? You. What do you intend to do? I warn you. Without our staffs, we minotaurs can still cast spells. However, his voice faltered, and the magical glow in his hand was notably feeble, failing to intimidate anyone. On the contrary, the Rose Fairy appeared as an ethereal figure to them, resembling a specter, which indeed frightened the Minotaur. I have come to propose a transaction. Simply allow me passage. Do not fear. If I wished you dead, I would not waste a single word. Why spare us? We are human, are we not? The Minotaur beside him began to regain composure, despite his trembling hands. Has the news not mentioned it? I only kill the wealthy. You hold no interest for me. As for whether you are human or not, what does it matter? Do I resemble a human? I have little time to squander. Step aside before I become engrossed in slaughter. Wait. I have an idea. The Minotaur on the left suddenly conceived a plan. You are seeking to break into the vault, correct? We can assist you in managing the information from the surveillance array. However, we would require a portion of the gold. No, it wouldn't be much. Merely allowing you to enter and kill, and we would surely be finished. Glenn, you want to let her in directly? Don't be foolish. Talos, we're merely working for the gentleman. If there's danger, we must flee. We can still purchase tickets before dawn. As for the arcane contract, let it be. Glenn was the first to recognize their precarious situation, realizing that fleeing was their only option. He had long wished to escape, ideally returning to his hometown. But first, his comrades needed to leave Satin. I have fulfilled your conditions, and also have a suggestion, spoke Libya Mike Claoux, kindly illuminating a path for them. You may not be aware, but the recent batch of dwarves at the cooperative has faced protests from the entrepreneurs of the Inkbag district, and is now prepared for repatriation. As I passed by earlier, I noticed they were busy packing their belongings from the store, and the merchants were absent. If you wish to escape, seize this opportunity to seek refuge with them in the workers' nation. Rest assured, they will undoubtedly take you along. Oh, what a splendid idea. The bull-headed man named Glenn quickly agreed, then hastily dragged Talos into the duty room. Hurry, it's past 3, dawn is approaching swiftly. We have a total of 21 of us bull-headed folk, please divide us accordingly. Before Glenn could finish, the elusive figure of Libya Mike Claoux had vanished from sight. Upon entering the duty room, their first action was to secure the steel-grilled door of the bank, ensuring that no one inside could escape. Delicate raindrops began to fall onto the concrete floor, signaling the onset of a light drizzle. The glass doors of the bank lobby swung open, yet the entrance revealed no incoming figures. The staff inside were momentarily taken aback, and then, the nearest worker was suddenly pierced through the throat, blood splattering as they collapsed. The others, realizing the peril, fled in panic, screaming and calling for help. She darted into the frenzied crowd like a bolt of black lightning, her hands waving as thorny projectiles, alive with intent, shot forth, precisely striking the neck or heart of anyone attempting to escape or trigger the alarm. She raised her hand, and vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring those who grasped nearby weapons, yearning to break free. As she approached the struggling individuals, a sharp hand axe cleaved through their skulls, staining the exquisite marble and mahogany furnishings with crimson. Within mere seconds, the entire bank lobby transformed into a slaughterhouse. The screams were brief and frantic, soon replaced by an overwhelming silence of absolute death. Subsequently, she approached the steel door-marked freight passage, the quickest route to the underground vault. The exterior of the freight passage was adorned with intricate arcane runes. From her tool pouch, she procured a small vial of meticulously prepared refined toxin, applying it with precision to several critical runic nodes. The magical venom swiftly permeated, causing the runes to flicker before extinguishing. Before the self-repair enchantment could activate, it created a 30-second window of vulnerability. The lock of the freight passage was a steam-powered mechanical structure. She inserted a specially crafted thorn into the keyhole, the tip releasing a faint thorny enchantment. The internal mechanisms were quickly compromised, and the magical steam transformed into a diminutive rose, causing a sudden drop in pressure. Accompanied by a soft hissing sound and the clattering of contracting metal, the lock core failed due to the low pressure. With a gentle push of the vines, the heavy steel door creaked open, slowly closing behind her. The entire operation took less than 25 seconds. The heavy steel door not only obstructed magic and explosions, but also muffled sound. As the door creaked open, no one entered. The scattered guards quickly reacted, raising their rifles and urgently shouting to open fire and organize resistance. Yet, it was too late. She had approached like the Grim Reaper, and these guards were enveloped within the range of her spell. Her camouflage, hidden within the narrow corridor, transformed into an inescapable nightmare. She maneuvered through the hail of bullets, deflecting incoming shots with thorns, while commanding resilient vines to constrict and choke the guards. The toxic spikes scattered like buckshot until they reached the guards brandishing their weapons. And only then did her camouflage begin to wane. They penetrated the guards' hands with precision. Those struck by the spikes instantly swelled and turned red, whether wielding riot shields, rifles, or staffs. They could no longer maintain their grip. Disarmed, the guards became mere lambs to the slaughter, each one pierced through the heart by the thorny blades amidst their agonized cries. To protect the gold from harm, the goblin in charge of the bank had not issued them explosive weapons. However, without explosives, they were incapable of even striking the invisible assailant. The guards' most successful act of resistance was to relay an alarm to the few arcane mages stationed within the vault. As the last guard's communicator was wrenched away by the vines, his head was gruesomely severed in half. The perimeter of the vault was utterly annihilated. The narrow corridor strewn with carnage, a ghastly sight to behold. The final corridor leading to the vault was riddled with automated traps. However, the Minotaur on duty had disabled these traps and extinguished the interior lights. She effortlessly crushed the energy cores of the automated crossbows and flamethrowers with her vines, transforming this once dreaded corridor into a lifeless, shadowy passage. From behind the door came the voice of the fourth-level mage, Celine Othis. The lights have been cut? Are there still survivors outside? The most formidable adversary had appeared. The door swung open to reveal a white-haired woman draped in a purple robe. Stepping into the enveloping darkness of the corridor, she approached Celine like a whisper merging with the shadows. The first deadly strike erupted from the seams of the metallic floor beneath Celine, as dark, iron-like poisonous thorns shot forth, swiftly entangling her ankles and thrusting toward her calves. Yet, Celine maintained an invisible arcane barrier around herself. The thorns were halted mere inches from her skin, producing a sickening scraping sound, unable to penetrate further. The murderer from the news had come here. Celine casually unleashed an arcane laser, the violet beam vaporizing the thicket of thorns, momentarily tearing through the darkness and illuminating her figure. A gentle yet strikingly clear orb of light erupted around her, its glow not blinding, yet akin to a spotlight, revealing the swiftly moving outline against the wall. Indeed, her invisibility could be pierced by the radiance of magic. At last, I have found you. Selvi raised her hand, and 3 arcane missiles shot forth in a triangular formation, blocking Ilia's path of escape. She propelled herself off the wall, landing deftly. The instant she touched the cold metallic floor, the entire corridor seemed to spring to life. Countless robust vines surged wildly from the wall vents and the crevices of the floor, resembling not mere plants, but rather verdant, roaring serpents, coiling towards Selvi from all directions. Simultaneously, dozens of enormous, vividly colored roses unfurled amidst the tendrils, releasing vast clouds of stupefying pollen that nearly filled the entire space. Selvi furrowed her brow. The physical power of these plants exceeded her expectations. I do not wish to harm gold, yet you complicate my task. A pure wave of arcane energy erupted violently from her center, instantly shattering the innermost vines and blossoms, clearing a small area around her while injuring the arms of Lubermeshu. However, Selvi immediately ceased her subsequent, more extensive destructive spells, for such actions would utterly dismantle the corridor structure and potentially impact the vault behind. Yet, at the very moment the arcane nova's force dissipated, the floor beneath her suddenly became extraordinarily slick, a layer of transparent, lubricating moss birthed by the juice splattered from the shattered plants. She stumbled, and the arcane barrier she maintained wavered. For her, that fleeting moment was sufficient. A thorn, thin as a hair and long concealed in the ceiling, shot down like a venomous serpent, not aimed at Selvi's body but deftly grazing the back of her hand, where she had raised it to cast a spell, leaving a minute trail of blood. Ugh! Selvi felt a slight sting and numbness, and from the wound, an eerie rose, pulsating with arcane violet light, bloomed. This flower voraciously siphoned her magical energy, releasing a mist of pollen around her. She swiftly redirected her left hand to cast a spell, melting the bizarre petals upon her hand. Just as her attention was momentarily ensnared by the back of her hand, an unexpected maneuver unfolded. The very essence of Librameshu, like a specter, emerged from the pollen fog directly before Selvi, wielding her signature thorned hand axe and thorned rapier, striking with all her might towards Selvi's neck. This blow encapsulated her entire force and murderous intent. Selvi's arcane barrier, weakened by the roses, was effortlessly pierced by the rapier, followed immediately by the axe. Selvi's pupils constricted sharply, the threat of death prompting her to cast aside all restraint. Teleport. She attempted to instantaneously move away. Arcane light flared only to extinguish in an instant. Selvi had failed. The lethal interference from that rose had created a fleeting turbulence in her magical flow at the precise moment she summoned a great deal of power to teleport. Such turbulence proved fatal for the exquisitely precise teleportation spell. Her spell fell short of its intended distance, while her body succumbed to an exceedingly brief rigidity. With a sickening sound, the menacing thorned blade continued its merciless trajectory, accurately severing Selvi's throat. The arcane nova, resisting to the last, failed to fully manifest due to her grievous injury. Selvi, the mage, froze in disbelief, staring at the pair of glistening blades reflecting a wooden sheen in the dim light. And beyond them, the cold, unfeeling gaze of her adversary. Haycelia emitted a brief syllable before her body collapsed weakly. Blood stained the cold metallic floor where the slowly retracting, now harmless vine fragments lay. Her arms returned to their original state as she gasped violently, not from fatigue, but from the intense focus finally unwinding. She cast a glance at the wilted rose petals and the dying arcane mage on the ground. The dark corridor fell back into silence, leaving only the heavy scent of blood mingled with the peculiar aroma of plant sap. She stepped over Haycelia, casually firing her last petal. Yet, this final petal lodged itself in Haycelia's throat wound. She had no intention of provoking the Arcane Guild in the future. That strike did not hit Haycelia's vital point, but merely injected a trace of belladonna toxin, ensuring she wouldn't interfere with the impending actions. Naturally, she could not kill the girl. She approached the massive vault door that had lost its final guardian. The emergency lights behind the door still glowed, illuminating the golden bars stacked within the safes. From her pocket, she retrieved the last crucial item, the chain reaction magic converter, the magnum opus of Albinus von Hermes. In the misty rain, the minotaurs on duty had gathered beside the open door. Regardless of their willingness to let Libromesh in, it was too late. The bank was enveloped in a cold silence. They had no choice but to accept Glenn and Talos' proposal to tear up the arcane contract and prepare to flee with the gold. The rose sprite's vivid red figure emerged from the foggy rain, as raindrops washed away the bloodstains from her flowing gown. It's past 4. You arrived quite swiftly. Outside, no one has noticed. Libromesh feigned calmness, suppressing the murderous impulse that followed the slaughter, tossing out 5 small pouches. The minotaurs eagerly caught them, each filled with glimmering magical gold, a hefty total of 105 bars, worth a fortune. Mother of beasts. So much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, all the minotaurs willingly embarked on their escape. This sum of gold was something they could never hope to earn in a lifetime. They had never anticipated Libromesh's generosity. They bowed profusely in the rain, expressing their gratitude, yet Libromesh simply commanded, "Now, leave. Forget everything here. Head to the Dwarven Kingdom." Dawn approaches. The minotaurs nodded eagerly, forming a line as they sprinted robustly towards the supply cooperative. Meanwhile, Libromesh trod wearily, blending into the rain with camouflage as she made her way back to Catel's villa. It was over. The most crucial step had been completed, and she had little left to worry about. She remembered the economic principles Mars had once imparted to her in a letter. The destruction of 6,000 tons of gold reserves would shatter the dreams of the bustling Octopus Harbor. It was merely a matter of time. The rise of the Dwarven Kingdom and the Green Sack Company was inevitable. Though the guild might not face total annihilation, Libromesh was deeply curious about what the gold-obsessed goblins would do next. Libamaxiu had never anticipated that the final blow to Satan's collapse would be struck by her own hand. Her sole objective was to eradicate the roots of the problem, completing the final step of her intricate scheme to utterly dismantle the goblins' commercial empire in Octopus Harbor. As for the affluent atop the suction cups and the impoverished in the ink sack district, she had faith that her companions would manage those matters adeptly. The drizzling rain gradually subsided, the mist began to dissipate, and the clock tower of Touchrist Harbor chimed the hour of 5. The sun, yet to rise above the horizon, cast its light, gradually dispelling the encroaching darkness. The dawn that Mar Claoux and her companions had envisioned countless times in their minds now illuminated the midnight of Octopus Harbor and Satin. Chapter 42. The pinnacle of desire at the Suction Cup Summit. This is the current timeline. Forged by your blood and deceit into the cornerstone of a just cause, you have compelled two comrades, isolated and desperate, to unleash their utmost potential. You have engineered an economic crisis through cunning, accelerating the collapse of the order, shrouding the populace to hasten the march of history. You have colluded with the powerful, courted darkness, guided pestilence, permitted slaughter, and replaced the oligarchs, creating a cold war that shatters the seemingly unassailable financial order and violent machinery with invisible means. Employing force and political maneuvering to halt exploitation and war, using the most extreme conspiracies to sculpt your envisioned earthly paradise. Mar Claoux. You possess the idealistic allure that attracts fragile geniuses, coupled with a coldness and resolve that transcend your own being. You stand as a pivotal moment in human history, yet also as the raw material of an imperfect deity. The future of this timeline eludes my predictions. May the final tolling of time's bell awaken within you the realization of new possibilities for the world. May those four supporting characters, who have profoundly influenced your fate, restore the humanity that belongs to this world back to you. Reality is merely the last foreseeable future projected onto a corner of dreams, where the lingering shadows of the immortal in the dreamscape utter their final prayers. This is the last act they can perform for themselves and for this timeline still brimming with potential. They pray that their two reminders will resonate with their past selves. They stand upon the ruins of their own timeline, pouring all the meaning of this failed world into the singular timeline that belongs to Mar Claoux. Before the influence of time fades entirely, and before the stargazer's blade shreds their projection. October 11th, 1840, Black Tuesday. If future historians are to chronicle these events, Mar Claoux has already devised a fitting title for this day. The dim dawn does not herald a complete clarity. It requires a torrential downpour to cleanse the grime of the old world. Mar Claoux stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa's second-floor parlor, hands clasped behind his back, relishing the tempest outside, the flashes of lightning, the howling winds, the oppressive black clouds, and the magnificent symphony of raindrops beating upon Octopus Harbor and the entirety of Satin. The finale belonging to Satin had finally commenced, a feat made possible by his two colleagues, his intimate comrades who regarded him as a mentor, Ian and Mar Claoux. To the outside observer, they appeared merely as a couple in love. Yet, in Mal's eyes, they constituted an exemplary experimental control group, validating one of his most significant theories. The most effective method of dismantling a regime is invariably through the judicious application of violence. The sound of a door opening echoed from downstairs. Jenny Annabelle, the owner of this villa and the one providing him with a clandestine refuge, had returned home. The rhythmic click of high heels ascending the staircase gradually approached, ultimately culminating in her settling onto the couch behind him. "It's freezing outside," she remarked. "As you wished." Chaos has ensued beyond these walls. One can only shudder to think what mayhem has befallen the mixed-up alleys of the Inkblot District and Tentacle Harbor. "Would you care for a cup of hot cocoa? My newly acquired arcane coffee machine is quite effective. It cost me 200 pounds, and those merchants are now willing to barter it for a mere 2 grams of gold." "Thank you, Annabelle." Mal turned to face Annabelle, who had taken a seat on the opposite sofa, a steaming cup of cocoa placed before him. With her hair still damp, Annabelle had donned a robe, reclining wearily on the soft couch. "It seems you took my advice," she observed. "Your reminder was quite timely. Those bills now resemble little more than ashes in the fireplace. Fear not. I converted all my assets into gold bars last week, securely stored in the underground vault you designed. This rain is cleansing more than just the streets," she murmured, gazing out at the torrential downpour. Indeed, the film crew has scattered, and ironically, the excesses of Bacchus remains incomplete, as the hedonistic lifestyle depicted has abruptly ceased. "Very well, for your safety, Miss Annabelle, it would be prudent for you to remain here tonight. The news of your gold will surely leak to your old acquaintances at the bank. Will they come to beg or to rob you? Oh, those fans who once adored me may now be driven mad by my gold. However, they shall remain unaware of this place, at least. It is sufficiently secure for me to rest. You seem quite chilled. It's no wonder given the rapid drop in temperature and the sudden downpour. Come now, Annabelle. Would you be so kind as to extend your hand to me?" "Huh, you make it sound like a proposal. Very well, I accept." She extended her slender wrist for Mal to grasp, its icy touch quickly warmed by the glow of his magic. "You need not worry. Tentacle Harbor will soon restore order, provided that Island and his crew act swiftly. There is ample time tonight, if you are inclined to listen. I would be delighted to share my plans with you. how they are unfolding, their current success, and how I intend to conclude them. You are trustworthy. No matter how much intelligence you possess, it will not pose a threat to me. I would be glad to engage in conversation. Do you know, Mal? You currently resemble an arrogant youth rather than a strategist orchestrating the game. Restored to her former self, Annabelle took a sip of hot cocoa, the warmth and sweetness swiftly invigorating her spirit. She sat upright, cradling her cheeks in her hands, adopting an attentive demeanor. Speak, she invited. If you find yourself hungry, I could procure some canned goods and spirits. My employer, who cannot afford to pay me, is now willing to barter his entire fortune for them. As for Inlan and Rubmesh, you are well acquainted with them through Roderick, are you not? They possess talents that are absolutely on par with mine, albeit in different realms. They regard me as the most trustworthy and charismatic individual, yet, conversely, such accolades would be better suited to them. For I am far from the image they have of me. Coincidentally, numerous events transpired before and after my arrival at the suction cup that exceeded my original plans, and you were among them, prompting me to conceive a novel strategy. Indeed, Inlan embodies a rational kindness, while Rubem's decisiveness is tempered with compassion. Moreover, Inlan is a natural orator. In this regard, he resembles you, Mal. He articulates what others wish to hear, revealing to them what they desire to see. This subjective perspective is a splendid gift bestowed upon him by the god of light. As for Rubem, she is an exceptional actress, one who does not merely adhere to the script on stage. Fortunately, she possesses a script brimming with imaginative possibilities. As long as she realizes that she has always had choices. Wow, have you truly only spent a month with them? Miss Annabelle, my curiosity about you grows ever stronger. I must inquire of the all-knowing demons and the legendary giants, rumored to foresee all. Do they genuinely leave behind orphans for future generations? Mal was quite pleased with Annabelle's exposition, sipping his hot cocoa. As for the uprising in Lowskin, I intend to leave it for them to accomplish on their own. However, before that, they must recognize that they can replace me rather than merely obey my commands. The operation in Octopus Harbor is intricate, necessitating a multifaceted approach to dismantle it, thus providing an opportunity for their growth. It seems you are suited to be a fine teacher, Mal, Annabelle remarked with a smile. Scrutinizing his features, the task I assigned to Rubmesh was to gather critical intelligence, yet it would have been more effective to have Inlan establish the Union. It is evident that if their tasks were reversed, they would achieve their objectives more easily. Rubem's formidable presence would easily garner respect among the lower populace, while Inlan's capabilities and adaptability would be more fitting for intelligence gathering on my behalf. Thus, this suggests that what you wish for them to accomplish extends beyond mere compliance with your directives. Indeed, just as it is now, Inlan's Union has learned to adopt a defensive posture in its proactive assaults, while Rubem's progress is even more profound. Her lesser experiences and deeper psychological struggles necessitate a more rigorous trial, such as descending into despair only to attain enlightenment. Now, the occurrence of Black Tuesday has demonstrated that she has learned how to wield force. This is, in part, thanks to my preemptive severing of their connections. They remain unaware of my role in it. Miss Annabelle, if you were in their position, what would you think or do? One might conjecture that your disappearance was due to perilous circumstances, for they hold a profound belief in you, do they not? Indeed, this is the case. They confront their responsibilities in solitude, convinced of their duty to rescue their companions. The phrase of Mr. Chun, to be placed on the brink of death and then be reborn, aptly encapsulates my thoughts. However, I cannot allow them to act with complete autonomy. Miss Annabelle, I have informed them that the apex is fraught with danger and complexity. Having lived here, you surely understand that this is a blatant falsehood. Oh, the apex. It is merely a foolish enclave for the affluent, a realm where the wealthy and bureaucrats indulge in unrestrained pleasures, a pinnacle of desire. Drug use, debauchery, inebriation, and extravagance are trifles here. Order and poverty are the true disgrace. Goblins can unveil their most disgraceful aspects in this place, their savage traditions and ancient beliefs. Such a domain, unrestrained by desire, can never be the epicenter of power and wealth. It can only be a lavish playground. To be succinct, Miss Annabelle, the apex is a tranquil studio to me, where I can observe any high-ranking individual and glean all the news that graces the newspapers, akin to a painter possessing every tool necessary for creation. Here, I can freely express myself on the canvas. Inluin and Liu Bei are my canvas, and their troubles and the assistance they encounter form my masterpieces. Very well, I shall keep this secret for you. So what are your masterpieces? I possess a peculiar hypothesis that requires empirical validation. Thus, Inluin and Liu Bei serve as a controlled variable group. Inluin's fortune, The alchemist's wastewater is entrusted to the Satin Navy, and this intelligence conveniently reaches those goblins, who will surely find a way to compel the Navy to discharge the wastewater appropriately, leading to the crystallization disease in the slums. And crystallization disease, Miss Annabelle, is yet another piece of intelligence I can relay to the industrial cooperative, allowing the well-meaning dwarves to address this issue. Whether it be crystallization disease or the cooperative, both serve as formidable allies in his endeavor to establish a union. As for Liu Bei, I wish to orchestrate her complete downfall. Hence, I transmitted the information of her as an intelligence scout to the Chamber of Commerce. Catter's astuteness and arrogance will drive Liu Bei into a corner while simultaneously facilitating her ruin of his commercial empire. These elites are not mere pawns at my disposal. I must offer or demand some form of recompense to allay their suspicions and ensure their willing compliance in fulfilling my needs. For instance, I might arrange for several runes imbued with healing magic to be dispatched, while enlisting the Goblin Mail Station to retrieve all correspondence between Yinluan and Liu Bei. As Mal spoke volubly, Annabelle retrieved 2 packets of biscuits from beneath the table and placed them on a tray, pouring a glass of whiskey into Mal's empty cup. So, what experiments have you conducted with Yinluan and Liu Bei? What conclusions have you drawn? Which bears greater force, the violence of the system or the violence of reality? The conclusion is unmistakable. Relying on institutional violence, one must await the moment when the actual violence wielded by the Navy reveals a flaw before taking action. Yet, those who command genuine force, such as the formidable Liu Bei, can conjure an economic crisis that obliterates the institutional violence of the Goblin Trading Guild. Even when besieged on all sides, the instruments of criticism can never supplant the critique of weaponry. As for the few healing runes, they serve as mere bait, drawing the attention of those I wish to encounter, as well as unexpected individuals. Miss Annabelle, your villa has hosted other guests. For days ago, I entertained 6 uninvited visitors, whose presence propelled my original plans into the final phase while simultaneously inspiring a new scheme. Annabelle's villa rests on the edge of an island crowned with suction cups. One side adorned with a meticulously manicured garden, the other a steep cliff where the relentless waves crash against the rocks below. The study within the villa is heavily soundproofed, with the azure coastline visible beyond, offering a stark contrast to the impending storm. The air is thick with the scent of aged tomes, fine cigars, and an icy tension. Mar Claoux, dressed in well-tailored casual attire, occupies the main seat. Before him lies only a glass of clear water and an exquisite hourglass. Hermes is the sole guest to enter through the front door, ushered in by a servant. A luxurious, handcrafted sedan awaits outside, and he himself resembles an overly polished piece of furniture, invading the tranquility of the study with the aroma of alchemical elixirs. He takes a seat opposite Claoux. Mr. Claoux, you know why I am here. I am Albinus von Hermes, known in alchemical circles as White Crystal. Alchemists possess a profound interest in the study of genetics and unknown magics. I inquired with Mr. Catter regarding the rune capable of achieving perfect healing, which originates from your prodigious craft of healing magic. I am surprised you are familiar with such an ancient name. Indeed, our collaboration with the magical societies has always been intimate. The shadow elves, who have lived for centuries, are invariably well informed. It seems the allure of healing magic is quite compelling for you. Let us be direct, Master Hermes. I propose a collaboration. After today, a flower fairy will seek a special alchemical product from you, and you must acquiesce to his request. As for compensation, I am not one to negotiate business. Perhaps you might propose something yourself? Very well. I hope you will visit the location of the Alchemist S Academy, Mr. Claoux, if you would be so inclined. Hermes' smile exudes the wisdom of a philosopher. In the desolate wasteland of the southwestern Satin, I wish for you to come in person. Such precious magic necessitates a comprehensive examination and experimentation on your part to satisfy our curiosity. Agreed. Let us shake on it, Master Hermes. It appears that my request pales in comparison to the allure of healing magic for you. Indeed? Of course. Mr. Claoux, your craft is truly a miracle worthy of the God of Truth. Mark and Hermes clasp hands, the magic of healing flowing in undulating waves into Hermes' body. He marvels. Perfect healing, truly perfect healing. Incredible, Mr. Claoux, your magic may even hold the potential to heal the undead. We have awaited a sample of healing magic for many years. However, I shall refrain from further disturbing you, Mr. Claoux. My dark elf companion is eager to meet you, so I shall take my leave. The sound of the door closing echoed in the silent hall as the general manager of the Qingnong Company departed without any announcement. In a corner of the study, shadows thickened profoundly, and then, as if materializing from the darkness, the dark elf Celestin appeared, silent and elusive. where he stood. Even the plush fibers of the carpet did not yield to his weight. "Mr. President, your visit lacks the decorum one might expect," he remarked. "Mar Claoux, I have delved into your background. You are a revolutionary intent on appending satin, thus I see no need for pleasantries. Celestin was merely here to convey an oral invitation." After delivering his message, he would take his leave. "Another invitation? It seems my reputation is spreading beyond satin," Mark quipped. "Pray, proceed. The exiled prince of the empire, His Highness Nasrej, has taken an interest in your exploits. In the Dark Elf Empire, the Magical Society welcomes your presence. His Highness eagerly awaits your visit and holds your talents in high regard. For my part, the allure of healing magic does not captivate me as much. Though even within the Magical Society, data on healing spells is scarce. However, I could inquire with an alchemist for a backup." Regardless of Mark's response, Celestin concluded and, like mist fading into the shadows, vanished as silently as he had appeared. "I am not the last mage you must entertain, Mar Claoux." Shortly thereafter, a knock resounded at the villa's grand door, prompting Mark to personally depart the study to greet the third unexpected visitor. "Ah, Master Mark. It is a pleasure to see you again. Haha, your wine's vanquished foe has arrived." The figure at the door was an unexpected face, Torres, the representative of the arcane guild stationed in Satin, whom Mark had encountered at the Majero banquet. "I shan't enter. I come merely to offer a gesture of goodwill and to deliver a third invitation. The news of your entrapment and subsequent assassination of General Otaklamis has reached the Satin military. You are quite astute. You concealed yourself here immediately upon leaving Roderick. Nevertheless, I must inform you that General Lusbenhade is already aware of your whereabouts and will arrive shortly. You should consider yourself fortunate that it is he coming, rather than General Majero or any other general seeking you." "I understand. The arrival of General Lusben suits my interests well. Now, what is your invitation?" "We are well aware of your contributions to elemental magic. However, I believe both Satin and Elemanti have misconstrued a matter. We have no intention of suppressing the development of elemental arts. The jibe at Master Lilith during the banquet was not my intention. As you know, we have a collaboration with General Majero, and that was his sentiment. The Arcane Guild, at least the harmonious faction within it, is quite pleased to witness the flourishing of other magical schools, and I personally hold great respect for Master Lilith. You are aware that since my mentor, the current champion sorcerer of the League, Master Ryan, ascended to the 6th tier, the development of the guild has stagnated. The guild is a realm where genius reigns supreme, and we are most eager to heed your counsel. I must also convey a message from Master Akvis. Perhaps you and Ariment might find interest in a certain sealed calamity. The desert warmly welcomes both you and the elementalist. Furthermore, you and I share a youth that is indeed rare. Alas, I must take my leave now. Farewell, Master Mal. I cannot allow the military to discover that I have sought you out." Torres chuckled playfully and dashed out of Mal's sight. Mal returned to his study, awaiting the arrival of the general. General Lusben entered with the heavy tread of a soldier, the sound of his boots striking the floor resonating like the manifestation of his inner turmoil. He bore no guards, yet carried a rifle, forcefully pushing open the villa's grand door and stepping into Mal's study. "You are aware that you are committing treason." Lusbenhade's voice rumbled like a growl, yet it revealed an unprecedented politeness. "My superiors have dispatched me to secretly apprehend you. I believe you must accompany me." "No, General Hade. You seem unaware that it is you who currently occupies the disadvantaged position, not I." Mal's voice was as cold as steel, exuding an undeniable power that brooked no refusal. "You and Mayor Maurice are reliant upon the support of the guild. However, after tomorrow, the guild will be unable to provide crystal fuel for any of your warships or pay your soldiers' wages. Do you wish for them to starve, hung from the masts by enraged workers? Or will you resort to violently suppressing the Union, only to have the discontented sailors turn on you? Satin and the guild would be all too pleased to use you as a pawn to quell the unrest. Just as the Ministry of Agriculture is indifferent to the fate of Major General Clemisby. In other words, while we recognize that Mayor Merbson is the most faithful henchman of the guild, what about you? You stand with the guild, but will they extend a hand to you in times of peril? Your appearance is indeed a facade that deceives others, Mr. Malclox, though you always seem to possess foresight. Why should I place my trust in your prophecies? There are no signs indicating the guild's impending downfall, nor do I know the source of your information. The chairman of the Union in the Inkblot district and the assassin from Touchport are my subordinates, and I am currently at the apex of this situation. You may not be more informed than I about the shifting dynamics of Octopus Harbor. You may choose to believe or disbelieve. I shall not prove anything to you. Time, within the span of 2 days, will reveal whether your choice was right or wrong. However, should you choose to trust me, I have a proposal for you, General Lusben. You are not a figure within the inner circle of the military. You have not participated in any true warfare, nor do you share accolades with the seasoned officers. Thus, when that assembly of generals and the president convened a military meeting in Lindon, they entrusted the naval exercises and the task of apprehending me entirely to you. But now, the Navy rests in your hands. So, General Haid, since you claim I am committing treason, why not transform yourself into the nation itself? What are you saying? I become the nation? The Navy? Do you wish for it to be? Lusbin nearly shouted in agitation. How could that be? The Navy is not solely under my command. There are many officers who are confidants of those in the Central Command. No, General Haid, cast aside the foolish political knowledge you acquired at the military academy. The impetus for a military coup has never resided in the minds of the officers, but rather in the sentiments of the soldiers. Come now, General. Take a sip of water to calm your nerves. Mal pushed the glass of water in front of Lusbin, his tone unwavering. As you drink, consider this. How long has the war machine of Saturn been in motion? Do the citizens of Squid Harbor truly yearn to forsake prosperity for the ravages of war? You must understand that this conflict with Beijing extends far beyond two nations. Once ignited, it will inevitably lead to an unprecedented and brutal world war. Over in the Mekong region, the sailors harbor disdain for warfare, and your opposition to conflict has spread among them. Reflect on what this signifies. Lusbin's grip on the glass trembled slightly, and Mal seized the moment. As for those foolish officers, they are of no consequence. They can serve as examples. Publicly executed to bolster your authority over all factions. An admiral, commander-in-chief of the armed forces, even a provisional president, a southern republic restored under your leadership. Indeed, not just Squid Harbor, but the entirety of the South. You must realize that betrayal of Saturn extends beyond merely Squid Harbor. You have tracked my movements. Might you share where I have resided since Lindon? Aramani, Roderick, are you suggesting they too have betrayed Saturn? By the gods, I thought their unusual reactions stemmed solely from discontent with the military and war. Was this all you're doing? So, what do you think of the proposition to betray Fulkrenen and Goblin, joining us? Rest assured, we will not burden you with excessive tasks. Negotiations have reached a critical juncture, and it is evident that Lusbin cannot continue to align with Saturn. We merely need to enhance the incentives. Your only task is to disregard the orders from Lindon. At the moment the Union instigates the rebellion, command the entire Navy to remain still and patiently await the annihilation of the mayor and the commercial powers in Squid Harbor. As for those officers, you may decide their fate. What do you think of this arrangement? Lusbin's face contorted in an internal struggle. After a prolonged silence, he rasped, "How can I trust one and not the next Otto Clemisby?" Mal did not respond to this query. I understand that arriving at this decision requires time for you to awaken to the reality. Rest assured, we have ample time for your deliberation. Please take your leave. The sun is nearly set. As he observed Lusbin's nearly crushed figure fade into the twilight, Mal felt the weight of the plan's conclusion. It was not the elation of success, but a profound weariness. Lusbin's silence had signified his choice. This chapter had finally reached its end. The groundwork laid over the past 3 months was now ripe for fruition. As Mal stepped away from the study and ascended to the second floor, seeking a brief respite upon the sofa, he was taken aback by the silhouette that had materialized before the floor-to-ceiling window. The window, facing the precipice, was silently pushed open, allowing the evening sea breeze to sweep into the room, as a sprite, akin to a nimble cheetah, gracefully vaulted over the railing and entered, bringing with her the chill and peril of the outdoors. The sprite appeared as a pristine antique, her moonlight-colored hair simply tied back, with a few wisps brushing against her sharply pointed ears. Her eyes gleamed a crystalline shade of pale azure. She was clad in a dust-kissed, deep green traveler-esque attire, layered beneath an unassuming yet exquisite gray cloak. The only adornment she bore was a silver brooch set with black scales, which faintly shimmered with a perilous green luminescence. Quietly, she leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, waiting for Mal to notice her presence. I do not recall having encountered you, a sprite. How rare it is to find one upon the lands of Saturn, Mal remarked. Alenia, I saved your life and that of Inland on the train. You may find me unfamiliar, but I have watched over you since your birth, the bearer of healing magic, Mal, she replied. Ah, it is you. Is my existence worthy of a sprite's scrutiny throughout my life? Then tell me, why have you chosen to abandon your clandestine observation? Do you seek something from me? You appear weary, yet there is no need for haste. As for the matter at hand, we have ample time. However, I must advise you to make a journey to my homeland, the Kingdom of Sprites. This is not an invitation akin to those you have received before. The revolution in Saturn has drawn the attention of sprites who have awaited for millennia. Your plans must transcend this threshold as soon as possible. Consider this a warning. Once your revolution concludes, I shall seek you again. For now, you can cast aside these troubles and enjoy a restful slumber. I see. It appears I must venture to that half of the world to the west, then? Mal responded. Indeed, and our next encounter shall be after you depart from Saturn. This is our first meeting, Mar Claoux. Additionally, I am the entity from the past your mother spoke of. Marancia is my disciple. She is faring well, though time is evidently running short. She resides in the crystal forest, where I dwell. With that, Alenia smiled and waved at the astonished Mal before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a solitary leaf that gracefully drifted down from the open window. Now it is my turn to intrude upon you, announced the final visitor, the demon Vistal, who communicated with Mal through thought. How bothersome. Why must you all seek me at this hour? Mal inquired. You are impatient, yet our conversation shall conclude shortly. Human, you have proposed a deal to that general, and I too wish to present a proposition. Since you intend to journey to the Western Realm, to the Alchemist's Academy and the desolate wasteland of the undead, why not pay a visit to our kin, in the city of the Blood Mages? Rest assured, I will offer you recompense. The abilities of the feathered demon shall accompany the truth and intertwine with your very soul. This place is of no concern to me. Mal retorted. I have come to understand that your abilities are not a mere gift, but rather a gradual, insidious manipulation of my soul through the memories you have meticulously crafted. Is it not so? This is a blatant scheme. Dear humanity, I do not possess your cunning. Should you find no need for the powers of the demon race or the truths of history, you may choose to forego them. Yet, should you engage, a price must be paid. This is a deliberate strategy aimed at your insatiable thirst for knowledge and power. It is a most diabolical transaction, is it not? Chapter 43. The Ink Sac District of Squidport, Part 5. On October 11th, the afternoon sun filtered through the noxious fumes expelled by the factories, transforming into a sickly, pallid yellow, weakly casting its light upon the muddy square in front of the Union headquarters of the Ink Sac District. The air was thick, akin to congealed grease, mingled with the stench of inferior coal smoke, sweat, and a more profound aroma known as despair. Silence enveloped the surroundings, not an absolute hush, but rather the extinguishing of all meaningful sounds. The factory whistle's roars, the machinery's clamor, the creaking of freight carts, all the rhythms that sustained the heartbeat of the workers' district had perished. In their place, a low, ominous background hum emerged, the collective murmur of thousands of idle souls pressed together, interspersed with the listless cries of children, the stifled sobs of women, and the brief, fierce curses exchanged among men over the most trivial of collisions. People moved aimlessly, like a disoriented swarm of ants, meandering through the square and streets. Their faces bore no clear anger, only a numbness induced by a colossal calamity that had drained their very essence. Their gazes were vacant, shoulders slumped, as though their spines had been withdrawn overnight. Many simply sat on the cold, muddy ground, leaning against the walls, staring at the empty sky, as if awaiting an answer that would never arrive. Yet beneath this ocean of silence, pressure was building. It could be sensed through the subtle, increasingly numerous fissures. A human worker and a wolf worker, having inadvertently collided, did not part ways with their customary mumblings, but instead seized each other's collars. Veins bulging on their foreheads, noses nearly touching, releasing guttural roars from deep within their throats, though they were pulled apart by onlookers. The palpable tension of impending violence lingered in the air, reminiscent of the acrid scent following the strike of a match against phosphorus. Several gaunt, adolescent children attempted to extract something from the crack of a shuttered grocery store, only for the proprietor to emerge, brandishing a stick in a bid to drive them away. After all, if he could not sell his goods, he too might face hunger the following day. This time, the surrounding crowd did not merely drift away with indifference. Instead, they cast cold, piercing glances, their stares no longer filled with sympathy for the children or understanding for the shopkeeper, but rather a silent questioning and resentment towards all existing rules. Whispers circulated regarding the dwarves who had long fled with their riches, the Navy's imminent arrival, and the rumors of the affluent bathing in milk, slithering through the throng like venomous serpents, each murmur intensifying the temperature of this desperate quagmire. Standing at the second-floor window of a dilapidated apartment on the edge of the square, Inluin resembled a composed physician diagnosing the last vital signs of a dying patient. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the sea of despair below. He was not observing individual souls, but rather the collective flow of emotion and the accumulation of energy. Beneath the numb expressions, he perceived muscles twitching involuntarily within the depths of those hollow eyes. He occasionally glimpsed a long-suppressed spark, Amidst the buzzing cacophony, more and more sharp, venomous curses began to intermingle. He waited, as did they. They awaited the perfect tipping point. The moment when despair would irrevocably morph into devastating fury, yet not yet unleashed in chaotic splatters. They had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Lobo Meishio could now be confirmed as the instigator of the massacre, but Yinluan chose to postpone his inquiries until everything had concluded. After all, she had orchestrated an unexpectedly splendid opportunity. The economic collapse of Octopus Harbor had rendered everything uncontrollable, thus presenting them with a chance to emerge. Once they succeeded here, it would be time to ascend to the summit. Claucus. He hoped no unforeseen circumstances would arise. They awaited the collective emotion of the crowd to coalesce from a scattered confusion into a furious energy directed towards a clear objective and a demand for leadership. He observed as a werewolf and a human worker nearly clashed, only to be separated. Excellent. Hatred needed to be redirected and guided. He felt the cold glares of the crowd directed at the shopkeeper who had driven away the children. Good. Class consciousness instinctively began to awaken in the face of desperation. He heard the malicious rumors growing increasingly specific, increasingly furious. Excellent. They required just one final spark. Then he saw it. A few individuals began hurling stones at the locked doors of the Union headquarters. Initially, just a few scattered hits, but soon, more people joined in. The sound of pounding transformed from sporadic thuds into a relentless downpour. Thud, thud, thud. This was not an organized action, but rather the primal outburst of desperate emotion. Yinluan, shall we not open the door? Benjamin's voice brimmed with concern, while Morgan eagerly rubbed his fists, ready for action. Old Mike took a deep breath, perhaps reminiscing about the days of the Rust Society. All the Union members awaited Yinluan's command, yet he merely smiled and shook his head, gesturing for them to prepare, awaiting the impending moment. With a resounding crash, the oak door was utterly shattered. Now was the time. The heavy pressure cooker had reached the brink of explosion, its internal energy frantically seeking an outlet. The strength of the workers was akin to molten arcane steel. With the right timing, it could be forged into an indomitable sword. Yinluan took a deep breath, the tainted air filling his lungs with an almost empowering essence. He adjusted his collar, his face devoid of expression, save for his eyes, which burned with a calm flame. He turned, leading all the Union members behind him down the creaking staircase, step by step, toward the sea that was about to boil over. He did not seek to prevent the explosion, but rather aimed to direct its force, becoming the one who would control the pressure valve and redirect the destructive energy towards the stronghold of the old world. The heavy oak doors shattered with a thunderous crash, splintering into fragments. An enraged crowd surged into the foyer like a flood breaching its banks, roaring and cursing, intent on tearing everything apart. Just as those at the forefront prepared to charge up the stairs, a figure appeared at the landing of the staircase. Inland was not retreating, he was descending. He stood there, flanked by a throng. The 17-year-old Morgan, his eyes ablaze, gripped a metal rod, his body trembling slightly from tension and excitement. Benjamin from Red Dragon County. His demeanor calm, his broad frame resembling a wall, silently surveying the crowd with a look of compassion, and old Mike, bringing up the rear, his scarred face and brooding gaze silently narrating tales of past failures, one hand concealed behind him, tightly clutching a gleaming old wrench. All the Union members behind them, who remembered Inland's teachings, resolutely advanced towards the crowd. The angered mob was momentarily daunted by the silent authority of the Union, causing those who had surged forward to step back. As Inland pushed open the creaking doors of the Union, emerging at the edge of the square, the oppressive atmosphere had transformed into a powder keg, ready to ignite with just a spark. And he was that final match. At the forefront of the bewildered crowd stood Adams, the one most familiar with the current Union leadership. Having lost all hope in life, he now represented the workers, casting a desperate gaze towards Inland. Inland met his gaze with unwavering resolve, gesturing to convey that he and the Union would handle everything. The 151 members of the Union formed a small, yet steadfast barrier against the tide of incoming people. Comrades, stand down. Inland's voice, though not particularly loud, resonated with an undeniable clarity, cutting through the clamor at the doorway. The frenzied crowd hesitated, their attention drawn to the Union leaders, filled with distrust and hostility. Old Mike stepped forward, tearing open his worn work uniform to reveal several ghastly old scars on his chest, his voice hoarse as he roared, "Look closely. We are not those office-bound elites. Anyone with eyes can see the lashes endured over 30 years at the steel mill. The bones shattered by police during the slaughter that day. Which of my scars was not for the sake of us workers? After 30 years of repression." Old Mike's impassioned cry, steeped in visceral truth, quieted the restless crowd somewhat. Young Morgan then shouted, his youthful voice ringing clear yet filled with strength. They have taken our money, but they cannot take us. We are here, with you. Benjamin remained silent, merely nodding emphatically, extending his arms in a gesture urging everyone to calm down. As Lewin gazed down at the multitude of furious and bewildered eyes below, he seized the moment to speak, his voice heavy with sorrow and resonance. You have shattered this door because the Union has closed it, obstructing your path to survival. Am I correct? You harbor animosity towards us because you perceive us to be no different from those employers, deceiving you. Is that not so? He paused, allowing the weight of his words to penetrate the hearts of everyone present. Let me tell you, your actions are justified. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Yet behind this door lies not gold, not bread, only a handful of workers, much like yourselves, steeped in despair and betrayal. Lewin gestured towards the outside, his finger tracing over the low roofs of the impoverished shantytown, pointing towards the towering edifices of Chuan Port and the imposing Pinnacle Tower. The true adversaries, who render us unemployed, starving, and leave our children wailing, do not reside in this Union Hall. Where are they? In the opulent villas built with our sweat, in the banks paved with our bones, in the municipal halls where they send police with batons and naval guns aimed at us. Do you think that the small-minded individuals are our protectors? Without those diminutive friends, would we cower in offices? No, comrades, our justice must be reclaimed with our own hands. First, I must ensure that everyone comprehends our objective. Lewin's voice suddenly soared, the resonant tones reminiscent of a fuse igniting dynamite. These people have always consumed the flesh, leaving us with naught but the remnants of bones. Now that their flesh has begun to rot, they seek to take even our bone broth. They intend not only to starve us, but to incite us to fight each other like wild dogs over empty bowls. Tell me, comrades, is this calamity of our making? No. Tell me, can we agree to wipe the backsides of the wealthy while our stomachs growl with hunger? Absolutely not. For the first time, the crowds roar united with a singular purpose, echoing like thunder. They possess wealth, machines, firearms. They have authority. What makes them so formidable? Lewin's gaze swept across every individual present. The machines were crafted by our hands, the ships we navigate, the runes infused with our toil. The city constructed brick by our labor. Without our industrious hands, they amount to nothing. They are merely a horde of parasites. Lewin spread his arms wide, as if to embrace all. Today, we are neither rioters nor beggars. We are the honorable laborers, the architects of this world. Now, we are to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to us. Those at Chuan Port and the Pinnacle Tower have pilfered our wealth, and they must bear the responsibility for our current poverty. The price they shall pay is the eternal loss of their status as masters. Not to beg, not to destroy, but to take control, to liberate, seize the factories and compel them to produce for us. Free the granaries so our children may eat their fill. Liberate this city, so it belongs to every individual who helped create it. Comrades, do not think for a moment that we merely speak without action. We shall soon advocate for justice on your behalf. The majority of the city's populace has congregated in the square, their collective fury meticulously channeled. Lewin swiftly transitioned into an organizational mode. It is now time to take action. Now, members of the Octopus Harbor General Union, heed my command. Old Mac. All members of the Action Committee, forward. Old Mac roared like a seasoned veteran, and the valiant workers of the Action Committee erupted into a unified roar. You shall take a team of trusted comrades and seize every factory. I trust you know every alley. Do not engage in direct confrontation. Securing the armory will signify our victory. Rest assured, those foremen and police will not dare to strike. Understood. A flame of vengeance ignited in Old Mac's eyes as he named a few individuals and swiftly departed with his team. Benjamin. All members of the Distribution Committee. You are to follow your orders, Lewin. Benjamin stepped forward with calm determination, accompanied by all the rational and benevolent workers. You shall lead a group to the Dockworkers Association and the warehouses. Open the granaries. Distribute bread and flour. Maintain order. Anyone who dares to loot will become the enemy of all. Should you encounter police obstruction, you know what to do. Benjamin nodded emphatically, rallying a group of robust individuals towards the docks. Morgan. All members of the Communications Committee. Chairman Lewin. The youth's face flushed with excitement. You run swiftly. Take the young ones to every street and alley to sound the alarm. Use anything that can make noise. Inform everyone. The Workers' Soviet has been established. Gather them at the Union Square to receive their tasks. Yes. Morgan dashed forth like an arrow. The orator then turned to the remaining crowd, his voice akin to a drawn sword. Those remaining, follow me. Our targets are the city hall, the telegraph office, and the bank. Grab whatever you can find. Hammers, wrenches, clubs. Fellow workers, raise your claws, and those who have practiced the art, lift your staffs. Everyone, follow the red flag. Do not lose your way. Nguyen abruptly seized a red flag from a nearby individual, raising it high. Today, the history of Octopus Harbor and even Satin shall be written by us. For bread, for peace, for the power of the workers. Forward. Thus commenced the insurrection, the roars coalescing into an unstoppable torrent. No longer a disordered scattering, but a steel tide imbued with direction and leadership. The people followed that red flag, behind the eloquent speaker Nguyen, who clearly identified both the enemy and the path. Surging forth from the Union Square, pouring into the narrow streets, rolling towards the city center, which symbolized the old power. The workers' revolution erupted with a thunderous impact upon the ruins of the Union Gates, meticulously orchestrated and guided. The path of the Action Committee first encountered formidable resistance. The iron gate of the Water Goblin shipyard stood resolutely closed, with searing steam pipes jutting from the walls and the foreman's cold crossbows. Attempting to dissuade the workers, those who sought to negotiate were met with arrows. Old Mac and the furious committee members spat in disdain. Knowing that those damned foremen would never surrender, they resolutely abandoned their aggressive assault, opting instead to station a team of workers to apply pressure on the spot, while simultaneously summoning familiar old comrades to act independently. Minutes later, a dull thumping echoed from deep within the factory. It was a signal from the workers of the Action Committee who had infiltrated through the rusty sewage pipes, the very secret passages they knew so well. The main gate was suddenly yanked open from within, and a fierce struggle erupted in the workshop filled with pig iron and ore. This was not a clash of armies, but a reckoning of class. Hammers shattered chains, wrenches fractured skulls, and some workers' pride opened the ladles of molten steel, allowing the searing crimson tide to engulf the foreman who resisted stubbornly. Under the indifferent gaze of Old Mike and the members of the Action Committee, the last pleas for mercy were drowned out by the hissing of evaporating iron, marking the commencement of the revenge of Squidport. Old Mike stood beside the sizzling molten steel, bellowing at the soot-covered, bewildered workers. Look, who truly owns this factory? Will you toil for yourselves? Or will you join us to ensure that every worker brother in Squidport has enough to eat? In response, a thunderous roar erupted, arms raised in unison. Even the most timid worker was swept away by this exhilarating tide of vengeance. This band swelled like a snowball, armed with seized weapons and burning with indomitable spirit, charging towards the next prison-like factory. No one could impede their advance. The wise foremen would raise their hands and stand with the workers, while those foolish and obstinate individuals would be the first kindling consumed by the flames of the old world. The path of coordination for the distribution committee resembled a silent battle. Benjamin led the members to the dilapidated old police station on the outskirts of the slums, where the peeling walls housed officers as gaunt as the impoverished outside, deprived of relief supplies from the city hall, having gone an entire day without food. He did not bring an assault, but rather a loudspeaker and a few composed veteran workers. Officer friends, listen. His voice was steady yet penetrating. Will you continue to serve as watchdogs for the lords, guarding this empty grain jar until death? Or will you shed that old skin and join us as protectors of the neighborhood, establishing a new order? The committee provides food and wages. Surrender those weapons and raise your hands in capitulation. This will be your first great achievement in the new order. A moment of silence enveloped the police station, followed by fierce arguing and the sound of objects shattering. Ultimately, the door creaked open, and the sheriff emerged, slamming his service weapon into Benjamin's hands. His expression a mix of humiliation and relief. Damn it, but you better keep your word and maintain peace here. Benjamin gripped his hand firmly. Subsequently, the remaining officers emerged, either willingly or begrudgingly surrendering their weapons to join the actions of the committee. Riot shields, arcane firearms, modified explosives, and pain whips armed the workers, completely transforming the citizens of the Inkblot district who once harbored illusions about the city hall. These defected officers, familiar with every warehouse and hideout, instantly rendered the actions of the distribution committee precise and efficient. Benjamin swiftly established a command post at the heart of the slums, patrolling with gear insignias and old police badges, ruthlessly suppressing the ruffians who took advantage of the chaos to plunder. Meanwhile, he distributed bags of flour and oats, transported from the docks, to the emaciated residents. Order and sustenance proved far more alluring than any slogan. The path of the communications committee was filled with songs and shouts. The youthful brigade, brandishing a multitude of red flags, painted slogans and slipped pamphlets through every door crack, traversing from the ink pouch district to tentacle port, from dilapidated shanties to towering skyscrapers. The once government-written proclamations of the Alchemy Company, which had assured stability in gold reserves and confidence in the merchant guild, the government, and satin slogans, were now rewritten by former government employees bearing the committee's message. The Tentacle Port General Union holds the guild and city hall accountable, ensuring the safety and property of all honest citizens. Open your windows and embrace liberation. Join us in creating a new world. War and hunger shall not be the refrain of Tentacle Port, they shouted to the terrified shopkeepers, teachers, and small business owners peering anxiously from behind glass. You too are suffocated by bank interests and corporate giants. You too are laborers. Join us in building a tentacle port for all workers. At first, there was only silence, but as the procession advanced, more and more windows were thrown open. Some hesitant youths ultimately sprinted to join the ranks, seizing a red flag. On the main thoroughfare leading to the city center square, they encountered hasty barricades piled with vehicles and luxurious furniture, behind which pale-faced constables and once genteel gentlemen, clad in finery and brandishing hunting rifles, stood, with trembling ladies cowering behind them. Morgan halted the charge, raising his arm, and a deafening chorus of revolutionary songs erupted, while the defected police officers stepped forward to speak, shattering the already fragile resolve of the defenders. The barricade fell into disarray under immense psychological pressure. Arguments erupted, and ultimately, the rudimentary obstacle was pushed aside from within. The citizens' parade adhered to their agreement, indifferently circumventing the wealthy without laying a hand on them, allowing them to retreat to their homes to continue trembling in fear. The tea house of the Copper Cents gang was the first among foreign establishments to resume operations, eagerly accepting the committee's newly minted metal currency. The Easterners in blue robes welcomed the tumult of Tentacle Port with smiles, offering weary citizens free tea and respite. Next, the workers reclaimed the supply cooperative previously occupied by goblins, with their dwarven friends readily handing over management, allowing them to continue selling the fine, affordable goods of their homeland. Subsequently, the desert caravans resumed trade, with the cunning white-hatted merchants emphasizing barter, their standards of value remaining relatively fair, and business quickly flourished once more. The goblin luxury shops abandoned their ventures, with timid goblin clerks raising their hands in surrender, tearfully relaying all the guild's information to the committee. The true guild members and major stakeholders had long since fled in airships to gather at the Tower of the Divine before news of the treasury's breach surfaced, leaving behind only these goblins to perform menial tasks. The Chamber of Commerce's former business void was filled by the merchants of the desert, who generously donated a substantial amount of resources. Meanwhile, both the Qingnong Company and the Magical Society have temporarily shuttered their doors. However, in a gesture of goodwill, citizens discovered heaps of alchemical weapons and magical runes freely available in their vacant shops. General Manager Hermes publicly declared his opposition to Satin and expressed support for the committee, announcing that the Qingnong Company would devote itself entirely to the production of gold, with all reserves belonging to the new bank established by the committee. The General Union's funds circulated back into the market, redistributed to the citizens according to a certain ratio of the former Satin currency. Still, under the citizens' insistence, the wealthy could only exchange a limited amount of the new coins. As dusk fell, three mighty currents converged thunderously in the central square as planned. The committee was no longer a group of angry and bewildered workers. They had seized rifles, and in their ranks were police in tattered uniforms, new recruits resembling citizens, and a unified command bearing flags. They faced the last bastion of Octopus Port, the grand steps of the town hall, with the silent naval military base looming behind it. The remnants of the naval infantry and the noble guard had fortified their defenses behind marble columns and sandbag fortifications. The final moment had arrived. Ian Lewin broadcasted an ultimatum to the entire city from the occupied telegraph office, his voice cold and resolute. When the workers stormed into the town hall, the cowardly Mayor Morris finally chose to surrender. Until the end, even his trusted cadre failed to send anyone to rescue him, and he realized he had become a pawn of the Chamber of Commerce. He and those high-ranking officials could only await imprisonment, anticipating the committee's judgment, their minds consumed with a singular thought: how to blame the government's misdeeds on the Chamber of Commerce to secure a more lenient outcome for themselves. In the twilight, the last bastion of officials and the wealthy was obliterated, as the command post received direct orders from General Lusbin to surrender in order to avoid needless sacrifice and in accordance with the people's will. A stark contradiction to the orders instructing them to resolutely defend the good citizens and government officials. As Lusbin's loyal soldiers tossed the heads of the officers onto the deck of a warship, soldiers on the front line exchanged glances, their fighting spirit shattered. Amidst sporadic and desperate gunfire, the final resistance crumbled. The tide of the committee surged over the steps, flooding the square, while red flags, like burning blood, slowly ascended to the apex of the town hall's dome. Luin stood on the balcony, a symbol of the pinnacle of power, gazing down upon this city enveloped in an unusual tranquility. The smoke had yet to clear, but the streets were already filled with bustling figures wearing red armbands and citizens regaining their spirited expressions. However, on the southern horizon, the distant rumble of cannon fire echoed like a somber drumbeat, reminding all that the liberation of Octopus Port was not an end, but the beginning of a storm that would sweep across the entire nation. In the distance, the last island of Octopus Port, the Suction Cup, was also nearing its conclusion under the naval siege. That night, Luin refrained from making an appearance, delegating tasks to the orderly members of the General Union, only overseeing the most critical aspects. Labomii, too, remained absent. Even though victory was within reach, where could she be? In the depths of Octopus Harbor. Every corner has been thoroughly searched, leaving Luin with only one possible location: the headquarters of the Goblin Consortium. Nestled within the towering God Tower at the apex of the Sucker Peak, an area surrounded by the Navy yet too daunting for a direct assault. The Goblins, sheltered within the lofty edifice, rely on their foreign status, awaiting the Consortium's emissaries to whisk away the true puppet masters behind Octopus Harbor. Will Lube handle them? Claoux, I hope you remain unharmed. I shall arrive shortly. Having just concluded the myriad reports concerning Octopus Harbor, Luin hurriedly sought out Benjamin and others, who were fraught with the burdens of economic distribution, to acquire a private boat ticket. Boarding a yacht that once belonged to a goblin magnate, he departed from the harbor towards the Sucker Peak, confident that the committee would manage the affairs of Octopus Harbor in his absence, and at long last, he would reunite with his comrades. Chapter 44. The pinnacle of desire at Sucker Peak on the early morning of October 12th. The dawn following the eruption of the Octopus Harbor uprising, the once affluent Sucker Peak appeared as a forgotten, opulent graveyard. The formerly illuminated villas now lay shrouded in darkness, with only the distant God Tower standing like a frigid colossus, its base faintly aglow with the swirling magic runes. Automated crossbows and arcane sensors silently rotated in the shadows, forming a deadly perimeter devoid of living guards, yet even more lethal. Surrounded by the poorly armed committee's rebel forces and a navy reluctant to fire upon foreigners, the tower remained encircled, controlling the southern commercial nexus of Satine, yet the assailants hesitated to strike. Their anger found no outlet. The committee was unwilling to witness mere puppets like Morris face execution, while true culprits like Cadle roamed free. It was rumored that this cadre of goblins had received warning long before Black Tuesday, abandoning their subordinates, servants, mistresses, and puppets to take refuge in the tower via airship. They intended to contact the goblin headquarters in the northwest of Satine to summon an airship for their escape. These goblins must not be spared. Only through a thorough reckoning and the dismantling of their extensive commercial network across Satine could the flames of revolution ignite from the humble Octopus Harbor, spreading through Roderick and Elemanti to engulf the entirety of southern Satine. Should they return to regroup, the rebels would face insurmountable pressure from both Satine and the Consortium, rendering their chances of success nearly non-existent. The committee's power was ultimately limited. Luin and the workers could not shake the tower built upon gold and blood. Thus, it fell upon her, the responsibility of the Shadow Warrior, the Rose Fairy, Lube Matio. Since the outbreak of the petrified gold case, although Luin and she had not met, they had established a mutual understanding of cooperation through the uprising's emergence. Luin recognized that her slaughter was subtly propelling the revolution's advancement. While Lube Matio understood her duty to assist the committee, Mal had dispatched them to the Ink Sac district in Octopus Harbor, intending for them to embody two facets of the same revolutionary spirit. The ultimate objective remained clear: this impregnable God Tower. The gates of the Tower of God stand wide open, yet none dare to venture into the darkness within. The tower is fortified by a formidable defense system, crafted from nearly all magical frameworks known to the world. Any attempt at a brute force entry or stealthy infiltration is met with devastating automated magical traps. Just last night, when the council arrived on the island, several warriors from the operations committee stepped through the threshold, only to be instantaneously vaporized by an intensely powerful fire spell. Not even their remains were left behind. Their valiant lives were swiftly transformed into scalding steam. Lubamexiu, alongside a minotaur, lay concealed in a derelict garden not far from the Tower of God. The sculptures had crumbled, the fountain lay dry, and the once cherished flora began to wither from neglect. Out of fear, The council's warriors dared not approach the vicinity of the tower. Old Mike instructed the warriors to encircle the tower without launching an assault. Luba Mexiu remained hidden, ensuring that she would not be discovered. Master, is your wound all right? Those workers have fallen asleep. Shall I fetch you some alchemical salve? The young minotaur, Cargros, clenched his massive battle axe nervously, his nostrils exhaling white vapor due to the lingering magical energy and the scent of blood in the air. He was unversed in stealth and assassination. It was the audacious feat of petrified gold that ignited his most rudimentary yearning for justice, compelling him to forsake the comforts of gold and the industrial state to resolutely follow this formidable avenger of justice. Luba Mexiu's right wrist bled profusely, the wound charred and blackened, impervious to any amount of petals or leaves used to staunch the flow. It's futile, Card. This is no ordinary burn. It is a magical flame specifically designed to target plant races. Damn that catter. He must have begun to anticipate my movements. The Tower of God possesses defenses tailored to thwart thorns and camouflage. If the pain were merely physical, Luba Mexiu would have long since become numb to it. But the persistent loss of blood left her body icy and numb. She once again paid the price for her recklessness. Mar Claoux, the human I follow, is likely the only one whose magic could heal such a wound. Yet we cannot find him. I cannot depend on him, Cargros. We must handle those cursed goblins ourselves. The Master's teacher must be a formidable individual, but why has he vanished? Cargros, not particularly astute, posed a question that rendered Luba Mexiu speechless. She, too, was perplexed. She did not know where he had gone or why he was missing. Regardless, we have come this far without his guidance, Cargros. We shall rely on ourselves to eliminate those goblins. Whatever ideas you have, speak them, we have no other choice. Very well, let me think, the Minotaur said, lowering his battle axe, scratching his neck as he endeavored to engage in a line of thought that was not his forte. Meanwhile, the Dryadess gaze drifted beyond the Tower of God, landing on a villa not far off, its doors and windows tightly shut. She had investigated. It had once been the residence of Annabelle, but now lay desolate, a cold, massive lock dangling from the door. A daring idea flickered through her mind. Card. Stay here and remain vigilant. I have a plan. Lubu Mexiu whispered softly, her camouflage materializing instantaneously, her figure merging into the shadows like a wisp of smoke as she stealthily approached the villa. Unlike her usual acrobatics, she could only rely on her camouflage to conceal herself at a secluded window, employing the most primitive method of forcefully shattering the glass. Clambering through the window with great difficulty, she found the interior of the villa to be unremarkable, merely shrouded in a fine layer of dust. She proceeded directly to the old-fashioned, yet still connected magical telephone beside the fireplace in the living room. Indeed, his name was inscribed in the phone book. She swiftly dialed a frequency known to only a select few. After several prolonged beeps, the call was answered, and the calm, yet slightly weary voice of Hermes, the general manager of the Alchemist Company, resonated from the other end. Who is this? It is I, the Crimson Zephyr. The one seeking to purchase the runes of petrified gold from you, Lubu Mexiu announced, providing a code name. I am with the committee, and I am aware of your alignment with them. I require your assistance. A brief silence followed on the line, then a resigned sigh echoed back. So it is indeed your doing that has caused such a stir. Speak, what is it? We are currently swamped with work, and time on the phone is limited. The Tower of the Gods, I need to gain entry. I know your company was involved in its construction. Lubu Mexiu anticipated that Hermes would pause to weigh the pros and cons, as a businessman of his caliber would typically do. However, to her surprise, Hermes swiftly provided a response. Annihilation? Very well, listen closely, time is of the essence. At the southeastern corner of the tower's foundation, behind the third relief stone, there exists a maintenance passage that leads directly to the underground magical energy conduits and sewage system. That was our contingency plan for potential system maintenance needs. There is a company emblem in one part of the labyrinth. Vibrating the emblem with the frequency I provided will activate it, but given the urgency, you may simply breach it with your thorns. He paused, adding, once inside, you will find the exclusive store of the Alchemist Company. As you know, our shops are located underground and typically accessed via alchemist transportation. That place is highly confidential. Beneath the third shelf of the store, there lies something you may find useful, a set of internal communication interceptors and several alchemical shock bombs. These shock bombs can temporarily incapacitate a small area of magical circuits, granting you a window of opportunity against alchemical magic. As for locating it and utilizing them, that depends on your own skill. Ahem. I am currently afflicted with a magical burn, specifically a spell targeting flower spirits. Do you possess any items that could be of assistance? Even something for pain relief would suffice. Achieving a perfect cure promptly may only be within the capabilities of your superior's healing magic. The store currently only has experimental potions. If you can't endure the pain, you could excise the necrotic tissue and utilize that potion for rapid regeneration. But I must caution you, the regeneration process is excruciatingly painful. One patient even succumbed to the agony, so be prepared. The call was abruptly terminated. Without a moment's hesitation, Lubu Meishio swiftly departed the villa, returning to the garden. Mars. How is it that the alchemist knows him? What a coincidence. It appears he has evaded capture. But what game is he playing beneath the fabric of the suction cup? Mentor? Karg inquired in a hushed tone. We have a path, the flower fairy replied succinctly. Karg, your moment has arrived. The tower's defenses are magical, yet the pipes and structures supporting it are of a physical nature. I require your strength to forge a way from me when necessary. Keep pace. As for brute force, you may rely on me, Karg acknowledged with a nod, though his understanding seemed ambiguous. Gripping his battle axe tightly, he followed Lubu closer to the Tower of Gods, simultaneously proposing, Mentor, I have a method as well, though I am uncertain of its efficacy. The two glided like phantoms through the abandoned estate, deftly avoiding the primary scanning fields of magical mechanisms surrounding the tower's base, arriving at the southeast corner. Indeed, behind an unassuming relief stone slab, they discovered the diminutive emblem of the Azure Company. The assassin gently tapped with his finger at the frequency provided by Hermes. Lubu, in the midst of her actions, pressed for details. What? Speak quickly. With a soft click, the stone slab slid inward, revealing a narrow, descending dark passage, from which emanated a dull energy flow and a heavy scent of machine oil. You mentioned that the Tower of Gods launches attacks targeting specific incantations. The Minotaur's magic may not be among them. We are not versed in such advanced technology, and the standard issue weapons provided by the boss are all I have. This axe is something I brought from my homeland. Taking a deep breath filled with metallic and magical essence, the flower fairy was the first to slip into the darkness, with Karg trailing closely behind. Their objective was the nefarious heart of the Goblin Consortium. Are you suggesting that your magic might fall outside the detection range of the automated magic array? Indeed, Mentor, that is precisely my point. A pungent blend of rust and aged steam assaulted their senses as a rusted iron ladder descended into the profound darkness below. They climbed nearly 10 meters down, landing in a broad, circular pipe. The atmosphere here was remarkably dry. As a sewer, it had likely been abandoned for a considerable time. Yet the magical conduit still radiated heat, making it an ideal secret passage. At that moment, I can employ a magical shield to protect your entry, Mentor. Karg retrieved a gilded, ancient candlestick from a pouch hanging at his waist, its surface coated in old solidified grease. With a gentle rub infused with magic from his fingernail, the grease ignited, illuminating the subterranean darkness with a flicker of flame. Under the faint glow, the flower fairy and the Minotaur discovered that this forsaken sewer resembled a vast underground labyrinth, filled with countless branching routes. Too many, cursed Hermes. How are we to locate that specialty shop? Lubu could not contain her frustration, yet Karg unexpectedly bubbled with excitement. The prairie. Mentor, what place are we searching for? My homeland is just like this underground maze. You actually know the way. Quickly, Karg, lead me. Guided by Hermes' instructions and Karg's instinctive sense of direction within the subterranean structure, they swiftly navigated the labyrinthine pipes. The Minotaur's night vision effortlessly detected the minute insignia etched upon the wall. At the end of the branching path stood a formidable metal door, similarly secured with the emblem of the Green Pouch Company. The assassin once more demonstrated his prowess, fashioning a lock-picking tool from a thorn to gain entry. Beyond the door lay a narrow, dust-laden safe house, its shelves neatly arranged with items wrapped in oilcloth. They discovered their objective, several alchemical tremor bombs the size of pocket watches, a communication interceptor featuring a crystal interface, and a vial of dark green reagent sealed with an experimental mark. Just as Lubu was preparing to use the reagent to treat her burns, Karg raised his head alertly, his large ears capturing the sound of hurried and heavy footsteps approaching from the well's direction. Master, above, there's movement. The council has made their move. What is happening? There's a pipe. It must lead outside. We have the goods. Let us ascend. Without hesitation, the two plunged into the upward pipe. The interior was cloaked in cobwebs and rust, indicating it had not been utilized for some time. After crawling for several meters, they encountered a faint light and a rusted iron grate. Karg, using sheer strength, silently pried open the grate, revealing a dense thicket of ornamental shrubs at the edge of the affluent district. This was indeed an exit of the old maintenance system. They cautiously emerged, returning to the surface. In the distance, the Tower of the Gods loomed like a cold, colossal needle piercing the night sky, while the magical defense barrier surrounding its base glimmered ominously in the dark as automated crossbows slowly rotated, scanning the area. The tower unleashed its full firepower. Meanwhile, additional naval soldiers arrived at dawn, rifles in hand, encircling the tower, and the distant sound of naval cannon fire echoed ominously. Karg was the first to sense the anomaly. He abruptly tugged at Lubumei's cloak, pointing skyward. The airship, the Goblin Merchant's airship, is here to retrieve Kater and the others. The rebels intend to launch a violent assault. No. Lubumei's plan cannot be merely to eliminate these goblins. There is likely evidence and ledgers of their religious rites within the tower. A direct assault would lead to mutual destruction. The artifacts contained within are far more capable of dismantling their commercial empire than the lives of this band of goblins. Time was of the essence. They found themselves positioned at the rear side of the tower, separated by an expansive plaza. Charging forward would be tantamount to suicide. Master, what do we do now? Karg whispered, clutching the tremor bomb tightly. Lubumei's mind raced with thoughts, her sharp gaze scanning the magical nodes and energy conduits buzzing with power around the tower's base. These conduits, akin to the roots of a colossal tree, emerged from the ground and extended along the surface of the tower's foundation, supplying energy to the entire structure. The Tower of the Gods lacked a basement, yet its existence hinged upon these surface infrastructures. In an instant, the flower spirit grasped the essence of the plan. Hermes had instructed them to utilize the tremor bombs for a reason. Karg, your task has arrived. Do you see those glowing energy conduits and nodes? Install the seismic bombs on these exposed critical nodes. There is no need to enter the tower. We can incapacitate it from the outside. Kajeros may not comprehend stealthy assassinations. Yet his prior experience in security grants him an instinctual understanding of the locations of vital infrastructure. Furthermore, his brute strength is sufficient to secure the bombs firmly in place. I understand. Kajeros growled, a glimmer of realization igniting in his eyes. Disrupt the power supply, and the entire defense system will collapse. Minter, will you breach the interior? Indeed. I will confront any potential patrols and prepare to intercept communications. You are responsible for bomb installation. Move. After detonation, follow my lead. As you mentioned, use your magical shield to protect me as we charge into the tower through the breach. Quickly. The naval assault will require time. We must act before them. Before his words faded, Lubumei's had melded into the shadows, darting towards the edge of the square like a wraith, watching for any goblin sentinels that might appear. Kajeros took a deep breath. His massive frame erupted with astonishing speed and agility. Not stealthy, but racing along the edges of the shadow in a zigzag pattern towards the base of the tower, using every obstacle as cover. His target was those energy convergence nodes embedded on the surface of the tower, shimmering with intense arcane brilliance. A goblin engineer seemed to sense something amiss. Peering out from a small side door of the high tower, only to be silently felled by a spiked dart from afar. Kajeros disregarded these minor interruptions, climbing the tower and forcefully slamming a seismic bomb onto a humming energy node, pressing the button. Then, the second and third, as he ascended along the energy conduits, specifically searching for the most critical areas where the energy flowed strongest. Just as he was installing the fourth bomb, a piercing alarm finally shattered the night. The defense system of the Tower of the Gods had detected him. Automatic crossbows began to pivot, locking onto the massive figure of the Minotaur. Magical searchlights began to sweep over the square. Kager, return at once. Lubumei's shouted from the shadows. But the Minotaur warrior let out a resolute battle cry. For justice. For Octopus Harbor. He did not falter. Instead, he exerted all his strength to hurl the final bomb towards a high primary energy interface, the bomb adhering perfectly, almost simultaneously. The countdown of the previously installed bombs reached its end. Buzz. It was not a deafening explosion, but a deep and profoundly destructive energy pulse. An invisible shockwave instantaneously radiated from the installation point. The effect was immediate. All magical halos surrounding the tower's base abruptly extinguished. The rotating automatic crossbows froze in place, their barrels drooping helplessly. The magical searchlights dimmed instantly. Even the runes flowing across the tower's surface lost their luster. The entire defense system of the Tower of the Gods fell into complete paralysis within mere seconds. Success. The assassin surged forth from the shadows. Kagros stood beside the rigid ballista, panting heavily, his body marked by several scorched wounds from energy burns, yet his eyes sparkled with the ecstasy of victory. For the robust Tauren, these injuries were trivial. At this moment, the Tower of the Gods resembled a colossal beast stripped of all its fangs and claws. Though it still loomed, It had lost its most formidable active defenses. In the distance, the sound of the rebel fleet's horns echoed across the sea, and Lubis sensed this as the signal of the tower's fall, issuing an attack order to the entire navy. In front of the naval soldiers and the council warriors at the base of the tower stood Inluin, who made the gesture to advance. The general assault commenced. The flower fairy glanced at the exposed breach in the tower that had lost its magical protection, seizing the Tauren's hefty form and pulling him up. Let us go, Cag. Before our forces are annihilated here, we must retrieve what lies within. Mentor, your wounds. Never mind, do not let my blood cloud your vision. With that, the effort nearly drained Lubis of all her strength. This was not the time to tend to her injuries. She could only fumble in her pocket for a reagent, her sharp thorns piercing the vial, while simultaneously severing her own wrist. The dark green liquid splattered onto her severed arm. Hurry inside. Despite her prior mental preparation, the immense pain from the reagent made Lubis cry out involuntarily. Yet, she gritted her teeth against the agony and dashed into the tower, with the Tauren close behind. Upon entering the tower, the anticipated hail of gunfire did not greet them. Instead, they beheld a starkly different, yet even more suffocating scene. The upper hall was ablaze with light, resembling a highly tense technical center. Dozens of goblin engineers barely acknowledged the intruders outside, engrossed in frantically operating crystal consoles that flickered with runes, shouting technical commands in Goblin as they attempted to bypass the paralyzed systems caused by shock bombs and restart the defensive array. The air was thick with the acrid scent of arcane overload and an acute sense of focused panic. Their weapons were wrenches and logic analyzers, not firearms. A few elegantly robed goblin aristocrats huddled at the far end of the hall, gazing in terror out of the large floor-to-ceiling windows at the approaching rebel vessels. Their only hope, the luxurious goblin trading consortium airship, cast a vast shadow over the rooftop, its dangling gangway swaying from the vibrations of cannon fire, yet unable to safely dock due to the suppressive fire. The intrusion of Lubis and Kagros stirred the scene like two pebbles dropped into a boiling pot of oil, causing only a momentary commotion. A lead engineer raised his head, adjusting his monocle, his face a mask of sheer panic and fury. He shrieked at his assistant. Do not let that flower fairy disrupt the reboot process. Stop them. I will handle this malfunction. His intent was not to eliminate the intruders, but to buy time. As long as the array could be restarted, everything could be reversed. However, Kagros roared and leaped forward, positioning himself in front of Lubis, using his body and the remnants of a barrier to shield her from the sporadic energy beams, protecting the flower fairy, whose wrist was still healing and was nearly devoid of combat ability. Lubimaxiu's gaze swiftly swept across the entire scene. She observed the busy engineers, the distant yet terrified wealthy individuals who refrained from turning on each other, and the open door leading to the blood-soaked sacrificial hall. In an instant, she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Intimidation was futile, the efficiency of slaughter was woefully inadequate, and time was not on her side. Her objective had remained unchanged, to procure evidence. Kagros, advance. To that room. She bore the excruciating pain and pointed with her left hand towards the direction of the sacrificial hall. Like a raging bull, Kagros charged forward, disregarding the increasing blood loss and the gunfire, inching closer to the golden door. The engineers attempted to hinder his progress with spells, but were thwarted by the precise darts of the flower fairy. Powerful thorns formed a barrier, obstructing the goblin tycoons who sought to impede their advance with their lives. Their terror validated Lubimaxiu's suspicions. This was indeed the core station housing all the incriminating evidence. They burst into the sacrificial hall. It was utterly vacant, save for the primitive altar and the bloody reliefs on the walls that coldly narrated the truth, the god of gold. At the deepest part of the altar, a massive golden statue revealed everything. Guard the entrance, Lubimaxiu commanded Kagros, while she swiftly dashed inside, hastily using a crystal to document all that transpired. The fervent beliefs of these goblins far exceeded her expectations. She beheld the ritual log bound in human skin, inscribed with blood ink, and beside it, a small recording device flickering with a faint light. This was the core evidence. It undoubtedly chronicled the gruesome sacrificial rites and likely contained records of the upper echelons of the Guild's prior warnings and their decision to abandon their southern subordinates. She hastily tucked the log and the recorder into her bosom. Just then, a cheer erupted from the goblin engineers outside the hall. A subsystem of the main defensive array had been successfully bypassed. Outside the tower, the muzzle of an automatic crossbow glowed ominously, slowly pivoting to lock onto one of the rebels' assault boats. Time was of the essence. The assassin burst forth from the sacrificial hall, witnessing the airship braving cannon fire. finally stabilizing the suspended ladder at the edge of the rooftop. The goblin tycoons emitted piercing screams of survival, rushing towards the rooftop entrance in a frenzy. They could not escape. Cadel, Lubiu shouted the vice-chairman's name with all her might. All the goblins froze, terror-stricken, turning to look back. She uttered no threats. She merely raised the human skin log and the crystal recorder in her arms, her gaze as sharp as a blade, as if to declare, I know all your secrets. They, along with me, remain here. Flee. Flee as far as you can. This was not intimidation. It was a proclamation. A proclamation that their secrets had been uncovered. That even if they could physically escape, their sins and betrayals had been sealed. In that moment, the expressions on the goblins' faces shifted from fear to utter despair and malice. They understood that this battle-scarred assassin had not merely compromised the tower's defenses, but had dismantled the very foundation of their survival, their secrets, and their credibility. Kill her. Retrieve what was lost. Catter let out a hysterical scream, no longer urging retreat, but rather demanding silence at any cost. In that very instant, a deafening boom echoed as the outer wall of the rooftop was struck directly by another heavy artillery shell from the rebel fleet. Debris flew in all directions. The hastily constructed suspension bridge was obliterated. The airship was violently rocked by the shockwave, forcing an urgent ascent for evacuation. The last escape route for the goblins was utterly severed. Meanwhile, from the main entrance of the Tower of the Gods came the sounds of fierce gunfire and furious roars, as the committee led by Inluin finally shattered the paralyzed external defenses and surged into the tower. The doors of the top-floor hall were violently thrust open, and countless warriors clad in work uniforms adorned with gear insignias surged inside. Inluin, Kage, take me to him. The flower fairy stumbled, and the Minotaur quickly steadied her, his battered body supporting her frail form. Inluin gazed at them in astonishment, yet before he could utter a word, the Minotaur hastily thrust the journal and storage device from Lubiu arms into the hands of the smoke-laden Inluin at the forefront. It is over, Lubiu rasped, and then pain caused her to faint. The Minotaur, gasping heavily, soon succumbed to darkness as well, only to be caught by the astonished committee warriors. They were comrades. Thanks to them, the Goblin Chamber of Commerce and Satin had now utterly lost. Quick, fellow workers, get the medical attention. Inluin accepted the heavy evidence, casting a complex glance at the flower fairy before ultimately nodding. Accountability and inquiries would have to wait. Now was the final moment for the liberation of the Suction Cup Peak. In the distance, the fleet ceased bombardment, and naval soldiers alongside committee warriors bound the goblin tycoons and the group of engineers tightly. Under the threat of soldiers' rifles and the naval warship S anti-aircraft guns, several airships belonging to the chamber retreated, swiftly changing course away from Squid Harbor. We have won. Young Morgan was the first to recognize the victory, shouting as he waved the tattered flag in his hands. The stunned crowd quickly responded, erupting into cheers for the triumph of the workers, the victory of the committee. The last tower at Squid Harbor now proudly displayed the flag emblazoned with the gear insignia. At this moment, dawn was breaking, the first light of morning appearing. Inluin stood among the workers, quietly observing the sun slowly rising from behind the clouds, its rays illuminating each worker. The dawn of dreams had finally welcomed the sunrise. Chapter 45. Diverging paths. The journey had come to an end, or perhaps a longer expedition was about to commence. In merely 3 days, the entire Satin experienced a transformation so profound that even the Republic's government could hardly respond. The petrified gold scandal triggered an economic collapse. Lindon had just issued orders for a nationwide police investigation into the case. Yet before the Central Police could assemble, the Inkbag district erupted in a workers' uprising. The Ministry of Defense had just dispatched orders for the Satin Navy and Army surrounding Squid Harbor to suppress the rebellion, but the telegram had barely been sent. The government surrounding Octopus Port was swiftly overtaken by the insurgents, leaving the stationed army in a state of isolation and ultimately forcing their surrender. In a surprising turn of events, Vice Admiral Luzbin Heidi, who commanded the Southern Naval Forces, announced his allegiance to the committee, rallying the nation to oppose the Republican government under the guise of resisting a world war. Subsequently, Satin sought to connect with other southern provinces and the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, which controlled the southern economy, to launch a counteroffensive. In quick succession, the regions of Element and Roderick declared their support for the committee, while Universa County, Red Dragon County, and New Arishii County, encircled by the committee's dominion, had no choice but to capitulate to their influence. Shortly thereafter, scandals surrounding the Chamber of Commerce were brought to light, revealing bloody rituals, election manipulation, and fierce competition. Under the accusations from Morris, it was also uncovered that they had deceived the Satin populace and the lower-tier goblins. The goblin-controlled banks, still grappling with the monetary disaster caused by gold, collectively collapsed amid a crisis of trust as the wave of uprisings swiftly engulfed these economically stagnant regions. The committee's broadcasts swiftly directed multiple charges: collusion with the chamber, instigation of war, oligarchic politics, contempt for human rights, and genocide against President Volkrinen's government. In just 3 days, Satin lost the entirety of the region south of the Celtic River, and the once great realm of Middle-earth was abruptly cleaved in two. No blitzkrieg could achieve such efficiency. The new regime transformed rapidly from a populist organization into the nascent Southern Republic of Satin, proclaiming itself a nation for all Satin peoples rather than a mere bureaucratic elite from the north. Representatives from various regions unanimously elected Vice Admiral Lusbin Heidi, previously marginalized by the officer class, as the provisional president of the republic, while a new cabinet was established based on the original Union of Octopus Port. New laws were promptly enacted, promising improved welfare for the citizens of the Southern Republic. The fledgling regime soon garnered international support. The multinational trading company based at the Alchemical Academy of the Withered Wastes publicly severed all ties with Satin, being the first to endorse the Southern Republic. Following this, the diminutive nation of the Dwarven Kingdom, which had recently repatriated its members, expressed solidarity with the Southern Republic, hailing it as a beacon of advancement for humanity and an ally of the world's downtrodden. Subsequently, the enigmatic Dark Elven Empire at the far western end of the continent, rarely engaged in international politics, issued a rare statement commending the struggle of the Satin people. Even the Northern Arcane Guild expressed intentions to establish diplomatic relations with both factions of Satin. Lastly, the Sandworm Fortress refrained from making a formal declaration but openly condemned Satin and the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, withdrawing from diplomatic alliances with Satin. However, it was widely acknowledged that these white-hatted desert dwellers had inherited the entirety of the Chamber's southern markets, emerging as the most benefited nation. Apart from the Goblin Chamber, the only outcome of negotiations for these sharply dressed goblins was the repatriation of their high-ranking officials previously disgraced. All assets painstakingly cultivated in southern Satin were entirely divided among the Southern Republic and other nations. They are the sole nation to openly oppose the Southern Republic. However, other countries, including Beijing, have remained either indifferent or silent regarding the Southern Republic's stance. Too swift. Too swift. This velocity is far beyond what a typical grassroots movement could generate. The upper echelons of Satin soon realized that this was a premeditated coup, while the entire nation remained in the dark. In an emergency session of Congress, General Majero pointed out the elusive Roderick, previously known as Dr. Cliff, Mar Claoux. His travel records indicate that he had traversed the 3 regions that rebelled first, necessitating an investigation of his files at Damu University. Yet, his accusations were dismissed as mere coincidence. President Volkrenen and the entire Congress could not fathom that a 20-year-old recent graduate could orchestrate such a scheme. They were more inclined to believe that it was General Lusbin, marginalized from the political sphere of the Human Party, who had orchestrated the entire movement to seize national power. Congress concluded that Mar Claoux was merely a pawn executing Lusbin's will. Apart from revealing him as an outstanding philosophy student with a penchant for reading, Damu University's records uncovered no irregularities. However, the Human Party soon discovered a more chilling reality. They were incapable of reclaiming the southern territories. Their arms race had come to an abrupt halt due to their internal divisions, while Beijing continued to loom ominously. The south boasted elemental sorcerers, flower spirits, and naval support, rendering their military capabilities no weaker than those of the north. The backing of the Qing Company and the legacy of the Goblin Chamber further solidified the Southern Republic's economic prowess, far surpassing that of the north. The revolution had caused minimal destruction, and the Southern Republic's production swiftly returned to normalcy. If Beijing truly aspired to dominance, it was likely to pursue a non-aggression pact with the Southern Republic, encircling and isolating the north of Satin from the mainland, even as they retained considerable ground and air forces. This was a meticulously planned stratagem aimed at exploiting the most vulnerable aspects of the Human Party's political landscape. Moreover, the repressed public sentiment against Satin appeared to be gradually erupting. Demonstrations opposing the World War, calls for the Human Party to surrender to a merger of the two nations, and the flourishing of various grassroots political parties all signaled the rapid disintegration of the domestic order that Satin had built around the core of war. The suppression had an alarming counterproductive effect. The Kindling Party, a nondescript gang on the outskirts of Lindon, organized an assassination attempt against President Volkrenen. Although the assassin was captured and the attempt failed, remnants of the kindling party fled to the Southern Republic, where they were granted political asylum. In desperation, a cold war between the North and South commenced. The evenly matched factions of Saturn found themselves unable to undermine one another, each with its own supporters and bases, and they were compelled to temporarily cooperate to confront the ever-watchful Beijing. On October 15th, the interim President Lusbin and the National Union Chairman Benjamin signed the Saturn Peace and Cooperation Treaty, leading to the irrevocable division of Saturn into two nations. Beijing remained silent, yet refrained from launching an attack, ushering the world into a new era. In the folklore of Losjing, a cataclysmic event known as Ragnarok is recorded, marking the demise of the old divine order. Following the death of the god king, a fierce war erupted between his two sons, the victorious god of thunder and the vanquished god of ice, both of whom perished in the climactic battle. Their souls returned to the origin, where they encountered one another and the soul of their father. The god king stood at the precipice of the origin, gazing down upon the divine realm, as the souls of his sons unveiled the truth. Before his demise, the future deity had presented him with a prophecy. Ragnarok was indeed orchestrated by the god king's design, intended to resonate with the prophecy that proclaimed a new divine kingdom would arise after the son's demise. Only if both sons perished together in battle and the warring deities reconciled, could the divine realm avoid descending into a hellish chaos. Inland suddenly recalled this ancient tale, for before him stood Mao, perched at the edge of the cliff, overlooking the ocean below, reminiscent of the god king departing the divine realm after orchestrating everything. He had been missing for quite some time until the executive committee reported to Inland that a young man had been standing near the cliff, neither leaping into the abyss nor departing, seemingly awaiting someone. Clad in a familiar, tattered black tailcoat, Mao stood at the cliff's edge, turning to gaze at Inland and Lubomixu, who resembled the god of ice and the god of thunder. A smile graced his face as he effortlessly waved to them. "Good afternoon, Inland, Lubim. Where have you been? Mao, why have you only now appeared? Annabelle said you were hiding in her residence. Why did you not come out to meet us?" Lubomixu rushed forward, gripping Mao's shoulders tightly, her eyes filled with questions and pure bewilderment over his actions. "The cooperative of the industrial nation, Hermes. Lusbin, I am aware that you have discerned these individuals were drawn to your cause by me. You encountered no peril. Rather, you prepared numerous conditions for victory in the shadows. Why did you not simply disclose this to me? Why did you refuse to respond to our letters? That is of little consequence. Inland, Lubim. Look before you at the regime known as the Southern Republic. Even if I conceived it, the actual establishment of this nation was accomplished by your own hands. Moreover, I provided you with no plans or tasks regarding Octopus Port. You executed that mission splendidly on your own." Mal gently brushed aside Lubim's hand from his shoulder, smiling at the two before him. "What I mean to convey is that you no longer need to rely on me. You can independently strategize and execute a revolution. Thus, my presence is no longer requisite. The Southern Republic has stabilized, and you have identified your successors and followers. It is time for us to part ways." "Part ways? But there is still Losjing. Why? Have our ideals diverged? The Republic still? Listen to me. In these recent days, I have been afforded the rare opportunity to sit down and ponder our future direction without interruption. You know, for the past 3 months, we have been following the original plan I devised when I was 16. However, what I wish to convey is that in these past 3 months, having stepped away from the confines of written notes, I have discovered a plethora of unforeseen variables manifesting in reality. 2 kinds of elves, magical organizations, demon clans. And the interplay of past and future have compelled me to redesign a blueprint. I implore you to settle your minds and listen to the newly charted course of our journey. Saturn is certainly not the terminus, nor is Losjing. Our expedition has merely traversed the first leg through the realm of Middle-earth, which is the simplest stage of our adventure." Marl slowly turned, facing his proud disciples, Inland and Lubei, while his back was turned to the azure expanse of the sea. He solemnly articulated the fresh plans. "Octopus Harbor is a test, and I am convinced that the two of you can cultivate a larger team, one whose strength will surpass my own, provided you remain united. Thus, we shall part ways at Saturn, embarking in 2 directions, westward and eastward. The stability of the Southern Republic, along with the missions in Losjing and the land of 100 cherry blossoms, shall be entrusted to you. I recommend departing from the southeast of Saturn, traversing the enigmatic nations of Naden and the east. The Naden people harbor disdain for the Saturn folk. Yet as one hails from Losjing and the other from the Flower Fairy clan, I am unable to go where you may. Proceed through the friendly nations of the desert and the industrial state to reach the northeasternmost isle of 100 cherry blossoms. After resolving the troubles there, you shall return from the north to the beleaguered empire of Losjing. We have ample time to await the inevitable collapse of the Iceblood dynasty. As for me, I shall set sail from the southwestern corner of Saturn to that forsaken land, the desolate wasteland overrun by the undead. Therein lie numerous matters, be they the legendary blood demon or the alchemist's academy, which I must address personally. Furthermore, I intend to visit the Elven Kingdom, the empire of the Dark Elves, the merchant guilds of the northwestern plains, and the orcs ruled by goblins, even the fabled temple of the celestial transformation at the world's end. I shall personally confront any threats to our shared endeavors. Once all is concluded, we shall reconvene in Saturn. You may return from the southern tip of Losjing, while I shall utilize the teleportation portal of the Arcane Guild to return to Lindon. At that juncture, we shall collectively conclude this Cold War, restoring unity to Saturn, and then initiate a wave of transformation that radiates outward, enfolding the entire world in a novel order. By that time, the world will coalesce into a grand alliance, fostering reconciliation among adversarial races, merging the technological prowess of the 8 magical systems. All wars and exploitation shall be relegated to history, and the mythic paradise will be forged by our hands. I am confident that you will lead a team far more formidable than the present. Our coalition will be invincible. You intend to venture into the desolate wasteland alone? It is teeming with monsters. Aside from those eccentric necromancers and alchemists, no one survives there. Even the Holy Light Church and the Empire of Saturn have failed. Marls, are you truly going on your own? Fear not. For my healing magic can counter corruption and mend the undead. I shall not fall victim to those creatures. More importantly, Mal spread his palms and gazed into the center of his hands. Strangely, a radiant glow of magic, not belonging to healing arts, shimmered within his grasp. I am no longer the individual defined solely by the art of healing. I have embraced a pact with the demon, acquiring a newfound strength, as well as the privilege to converse with the blood demon. Lube, your actions have unequivocally demonstrated the irreplaceability of power, and inland, your deeds have also substantiated the necessity of dialogue. Thus, there is no cause for concern. Moreover, each form of magic appears to influence human consciousness. As I undergo a complete transformation into a visage foreign to you, I must act swiftly. Demon, Clocks, how shall we establish contact? Must we sever the ties between our worlds, remaining incommunicado until the revolution reaches its conclusion? Lube, you are likely aware of the dire circumstances she faced, prompting her to undertake such desperate measures. This is solely due to our inability to be by her side to guide her. Your susceptibility to the demon's influence is mitigated, at least, by our presence, which can hinder your transformation. Lube's actions at that time do not constitute a transformation. She merely executed the most efficient course of action. Reflect upon this. Inland, could you have captured Octopus Port within a mere month without the necessary sacrifices? Furthermore, you are both lovers and comrades. Being together ensures that no calamity befalls you. As for me, ha ha ha, Mal revealed a self-deprecating smile. My spirit has long been stripped of the potential for rational thought, yet magic shall safeguard my persona from the effects of spells and potions. If I were truly to undergo a transformation, could you possibly prevent it? Therefore, should I find myself in opposition to you, standing against the people and progress, against the global revolution and our shared ideals, Inland, Lube, pursue your rightful endeavors. Inland and Lube were momentarily rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Inland finally spoke. Then, at the very least, we could gather together to celebrate Saturn's triumph. Just like you did, Mal, during Roderick's time. Take a break, bid a proper farewell, and then set forth. Would that not suffice? Indeed, we can assist you in preparing your belongings before you depart. A journey to the withered waste surely requires provisions. Moreover, Kagros, Morgan, Benjamin, Sandy, Baldur, Lilith, Franklin, Orenwa, Annabelle, Fran, Chiaro, Luspin, Templar, Old Mac, they all wish to see you. Is that so? I must say, I do feel rather popular. However, I trust you can manage these individuals. Simply bring along this rune of healing magic to confirm my identity. I have little that I need to carry. The healing magic will replenish my strength, and purchasing some nutritional supplements from the Green Capsule Company will suffice. Behold, my magical prowess is indeed all-encompassing. Mal tossed a rune to Inland, then turned to face the sea, standing with his arms crossed like an arrogant youth. Yet, his subsequent words fell like those of a lonely elder. You ought to grant yourselves a proper respite to relieve your burdens. I require no rest, for my soul is destined to remain restless. Magic does not permit my fatigue to linger beyond a single night. When I finally rest, it signifies either our complete triumph or that the healing magic can no longer sustain my life. This is all I need to carry with me, Mal silently recited within, extending his left hand to behold the pure white pebble nestled in his palm. It remained as beautiful as the stars, a harbinger of his mission and direction. His life and soul had long ceased to belong to him. They were now the province of history. So let us part ways here, inland Liu Bei. When the true journey concludes, we shall gather again. You must survive until that time. I have no other clever schemes to offer you. I can only impart this. Contemplation is eternally our most potent weapon as sentient beings. We will always have choices. Now, what shall we name your team? The entire collective that has labored for this cause. On the day the dawn of the divine tower broke, I too beheld its beauty, truly magnificent. I wish for more souls to appreciate its splendor, unshackled from suffering, and thus able to behold the beauty of the world. So, shall we call ourselves the Dawn Brigade? Mao gazed quietly at the distant rising sun, as if confronting the sole adversary and the terminus of human fate. The name, Dawn Brigade, resonated beautifully. Go now. My finest students, my dearest friends. The affairs of the Southern Republic are not yet concluded. Do not squander time on me. We have pledged to fulfill our respective duties. Mao did not glance back, standing like a statue, silently staring out at the ocean, his solitary figure unmoving. Inland and Liu Bei could only turn away, casting occasional glances back at Mao's silhouette. He was forever a solitary slave to ideals, and what thoughts occupied his mind at this moment? He bid them farewell resolutely. Yet in that moment of parting, it seemed he once possessed emotions. Claoux, he appears to be ensnared in some sort of curse, one we have yet to perceive. I do not speak of demons. Malice, when shall we rescue him? If all the people in this world are guilty, under Mao's guidance. Inland and Liu Bei discovered their own redemption, and in the future, every soul will find salvation through his ideals. Yet, Mar Claoux himself, his sins transcend time and space, eternally nailing him to the pillar of reason from birth, destined to repay the solitary punishment of his existence. Let us await the conclusion of all this, Liu Bei. Indeed, inland. Let us depart. Chapter 46, A Temporary Farewell to Middle-earth, Volume 1 concluded. The dawn shattered the smoke lingering over Squid Harbor, bestowing a fragile golden sheen upon the nascent capital of the Southern Republic. The port was methodically resuming its bustling activity. Yet the committee's emblem fluttered gently in the breeze. Workers were diligently clearing debris and constructing new factories, a blend of weariness and hope permeating the air. Regardless, a fervent hope was igniting within the hearts of the people of the Southern Republic. The name of Inland has faded into obscurity. Under his instigation, the uprising in Octopus Harbor has been attributed to Benjamin, Luspin, and the support of progressive forces such as Templar and Lilith. The workers who initially gathered under the gears wielded by Inland understood part of the revolutionary truth, but tacitly chose to remain silent. The true architect of this scheme, as the Congress ceased its pursuit of him, has become a name lost to the world. Only those who stand at the pinnacle of power in the Southern Republic comprehend the significance of this shadowy strategist. However, their inquiries have led to naught. No one knows when Claoux departed from Satin. The only information that remains is the healing magical runes that Inland entrusted to them. In his name, Inland imparted his final command. Do not covet the north of Satin. Secure your position, endure for 2 years, unite, and await good news. On October 20th, a delegation from the workers' state delivered 4 invitations, inscribed with the scrawled yet recognizable handwriting of Mar Claoux. The cooperative purchased the banquet hall of Catter to host 4 esteemed guests. The 4 guests arrived in succession, occupying the only 4 seats available. Yet the one who had invited them was noticeably absent. The invitees were the apex of power in the Southern Republic, the soon-to-be 6th-tier elemental mage, Lilith Yodel. Representing the Aramance Symposium, Lord Roderick, the spokesperson of the Coalition Party, Templar Gaston. The chairman of the Distribution Committee and the first democratically elected president of the Octopus Harbor Trade Union, Benjamin Carter. And the interim president of the Southern Republic and supreme leader of the Navy, Luspin Hyde. Sir, are all the guests not yet accounted for? Luspin politely inquired of the waiter serving the appetizers. Is Mr. Claoux still absent, or does he have other matters to attend to? Ah, President Hyde, you are the first human I have encountered today. What, Mr. Claoux? This banquet is hosted by our dwarven friends for you, not for any human. The werewolf waiter cheerfully dismissed Luspin's inquiry. Huh, that little imp invited us, but does not show up himself? Lilith's expression betrayed her displeasure. She had hoped to confront him directly. Excuse me, Your Excellency, where does he reside? We must pay him a personal visit. No, Master Lilith, I suspect Mr. Claoux has already left Satin. Luspin shook his head. We sent people to search for him, but he was not found in Octopus Harbor or any surrounding areas. I thought he might finally make an appearance today, yet he has entrusted the banquet to the cooperative. Ha. Claoux has once again made fools of us. This is indeed his style, Templar laughed. Yes, this is precisely the sort of thing his old classmates would do. He merely borrowed his name to facilitate our meeting. Am I the only one here who has not met this Mar Claoux? Inland informed me that he is his teacher, and I had hoped to see him in person. Benjamin inquired of those present regarding the enigmatic Mar Claoux. You seem quite familiar with him. Could you enlighten me about his character? No, Mr. Benjamin. I too have only met him once. My sole impression is that Mar Claoux possesses an astonishing youthfulness, appearing far younger than any of us, reminiscent of a youthful Morgan. Yet, he exudes a far more perilous aura than the sly old foxglove, ensnaring others into his traps, compelling them to act in his favor, as his proposals undeniably present the most optimal solutions. President Hyde, your insight is remarkably perceptive. It appears he has been entirely forthright with you from the outset. Lilith's words dripped with an ambiguous mockery, whether directed at Mark or herself remained unclear. I too was once beguiled by his appearance, but I swiftly recognized my folly. You see, this is precisely why we elementalists are compelled to engage in this discourse, Mr. Benjamin. Now, do you comprehend the nature of that young scoundrel? Young scoundrel? Master Lilith, just how youthful is this Mark? Their descriptions starkly contrasted with Benjamin's imagination, which had envisioned Mar Claoux as a venerable sage of immense wisdom. Yet, he was revealed to be but a youth. Could he be of half-elf descent, or perhaps a hybrid of other long-lived races? Claoux is human, Mr. Benjamin. He was my classmate in secondary school, merely 8 months my junior, at the tender age of 20. He hails from Roderick, where his familial records are maintained. The only mixed lineage he possesses is that of the 18th Lily Fae. Notably, the lifespan of a Fae is even shorter than that of humans by a margin of 15 years. Unlike Templar and others who had merely glimpsed Mark once or twice, he possessed a profound understanding of Claoux. Nonetheless, Benjamin, he indeed serves as Enluin's mentor and could be regarded as a teacher to myself as well as to esteemed predecessors such as Chiaro and Orlanva. As I suspected, the entirety of the Southern Republic is a testament to his genius, is it not? And this university student managed to accomplish this in merely 3 months during his graduation trip. 3 months. Luspin felt a chilling sense of reverence rise within him as he grasped the disparity between himself and that boy. Here we sit, while he is absent. This individual liberated half of Satine, forged a nation, yet remains indifferent to power, discarding the authority we could never hope to grasp as if it were mere refuse. What a fitting analogy. Thus, President Hyde, we are all but recipients of that refuse, grasshoppers on the same line. We can now be candid with one another, for we harbor no secrets from that individual. Lilith's smile bore a hint of irony as she snapped her fingers, causing ice cubes to suddenly appear at the bottoms of the gathered goblets. Come now, the last icy libation before winter descends. Even in his absence, we must engage in meaningful conversation, mustn't we? Now, the fate of the Southern Republic rests in our hands. By the light God, I can scarcely believe it. I had never envisioned that I would one day occupy such a lofty position. Ladies and gentlemen, I beseech your forgiveness. My life has spanned a mere 25 years, and I find myself utterly bewildered by the intricacies of politics, whether it be from a chill in the air or sheer trepidation. Benjamin's hand trembled slightly as he poured himself a drink. Initially, my intention was solely to assist Vincent, then to aid Inland, and to support my fellow workers. Yet, inexplicably, I now find myself in this predicament. As a fellow youth, Templar compassionately patted Benjamin on the shoulder, urging him to ease his mind and not to fear. Fear not, my friend, for you are the chairperson chosen by all of Octopus Harbor. Is this not a testament to the trust they place in you? My situation, however, is quite different. Without warning, Claoux and Chiaro conspired to appoint me as lord, yet I am merely a fortunate bureaucrat among the flower spirits. In terms of experience, capability, and knowledge, I am vastly outmatched. Yet look, Roderick is thriving nonetheless. Indeed, compared to the elderly members of the human party, we are quite youthful, and we have reached this point by following in the footsteps of certain individuals. Lilith removed her voluminous hood and glasses, allowing the crowd to behold her striking appearance. Her raven-black hair gleamed, her complexion was fresh and clear, and her eyes sparkled with the vivacity characteristic of youth. Although my words may sound rather antiquated, I am only around 30 years of age. 4 years ago, I was still trailing behind Master Ruber, and the League as sorcerers referred to me as the young mage. I never anticipated that the tides of fate could be so capricious. Lusbin sighed, reflecting on the vivid tapestry of his life experiences. At 25, when I severed the scales of Ignix with a crystal sword and received the Dragon Knight medal from the president, I believed myself to be favored by destiny. 5 years later, the circles within the military chastised me, declaring my youth a transgression. I once despised that I was born a decade later than those who had engaged in warfare. Otherwise, I might have been a confidant of the president. Yet now, over 5 years have passed, and the world has revealed to me that my youth is not a sin. I am no prodigy. Yet I find myself inexplicably seated in the president's position. Ah, it seems this is our fate, the clandestine cabinet of youth? Huh. Benjamin chuckled in response. Well then, let us examine the matter I intended to consult him about together. There remains ample time before the main course is served. Lilith retrieved several printed documents from the inner pocket of her robe, laying them upon the dining table, while the others gathered around to observe. President Hyde, since you mentioned the Red Dragon, our symposium has brought forth a report on the Red Dragon County. Their residences lie near the docks of Octopus Harbor, at the end of a secluded staircase that overlooks the bustling port. Everything they have forged with their own hands lies just behind them, while before them stretches a solitary path leading to an unknown world. Inland had changed out of his blood-stained work attire, donning a dark traveler's outfit suitable for a journey. Yet the flame in his eyes remained undiminished, now deeper and more profound. He gazed at the vibrant city, his expression a blend of solace and an irrepressible sense of longing. Looking into the mirror, he combed his thinning black hair and smiled. Everything was now in readiness. Lubermike stood silently beside him, as ever. Her injured wrist was meticulously bandaged and secured, a voluminous gray cloak draped over her pink hair and half of her face, revealing only her taut jawline and a pair of gentle eyes. She needed not to resort to murder. Her true spirit could finally catch its breath. It seemed she held no attachment to any place, apart from her and Mar's homeland, Roderick. An unmarked freight cart awaited nearby, as the city had just resumed its activities. The magically powered carriages had all been requisitioned by the council for transport. On the cart lay their meager belongings: a few books, a change of clothes, documents for disguising identities, and weapons and poisons concealed within hidden compartments. This was all they had to take with them. Inland took a deep breath of the crisp morning air and finally spoke. His voice considerably lower and more hoarse than when he usually addressed the square. They would fare well. The general union could maintain order. Benjamin's generosity was endearing, and Lusbon was a president of moderation. Each county was at peace, and the lands of Satin had already sown the seeds of a workers' nation. The Southern Republic no longer required our presence. It was time for us to depart, Lube. The blossoms of Baikong and Loskin awaited us, and clocks had already outpaced us by several strides. Lube merely nodded slightly, silently grasping her lover's hand, unwilling to let go after experiencing loneliness and despair. Wait, Inland. Cagros wishes to accompany us. He is a loyal and brave soul. Cagros is the hero of Octopus Harbor. All the council members and naval warriors bore witness to his selflessness. Lube, if he needs a bit more time before we leave, I shall stop by the tavern of the Baikong people to procure a few more skewers of grilled squid. Once we depart Octopus Harbor, such fresh seafood will be hard to come by. A brief silence ensued. The cries of seagulls and the distant calls from the docks resonated clearly, and then hurried footsteps approached outside. Inland, he has arrived. Wait, is it just him? Master, I have come. And, Chairman Inland, Adams and Wells wish to see you. As the door swung open, Cagros's bull-like head got caught in the doorway. Well, should I let them in? They claim it is urgent. Urgent? Now, come in then. Inland was puzzled as to why the two former comrades sought him at this moment, but he immediately stepped forward to open the door. Clad in a priest's robe, the elderly Wells and a visibly anxious Adams stepped inside without delay. I know you are pressed for time. Inland, my matter is urgent, so I shall speak first. Wells wasted no words, pulling a letter from beneath his clerical garment and handing it to Inland. Originally, I had congregants in the slums during our weekend worship. Your name came up, Inland. You are from Loskin, after all. At that moment, a blue-eyed priest from Loskin inquired whether I knew you, and I affirmed. He asked me to deliver this letter to you, from the Iron Priest. The Iron Priest? Neither Inland nor Lube had heard of such a name. Oldwell sighed and explained, it appears you have not received news from Loskin in quite some time, Inland. The Iron Priest's given name is Latins. He is a rebellious cleric who robs the rich to aid the poor, and even led his followers to assassinate the governor of the IC province. The Bishop of Losgene has denounced Latingus as a terrorist and expelled him from the church, yet the impoverished people of Losgene regard him as a true angel. Rumors of our revolution have reached Losgene, transforming through exaggeration into a tale that claims Latingus is a celestial being sent to save humanity. It appears that Mr. Latingus believes you to be a fellow devotee of the Radiant Light, as he has penned a letter addressed to you. Such individuals exist. Indeed, I have not heard news from our homeland in quite some time. In a hurry, Iluin tore open the envelope, revealing a piece of aged paper with the vigorous script of Losjin. To the distant friend Iluin in Squid Harbor, I have heard of your revolutionary deeds as a Losjin citizen in Satin, which I hold in great admiration. I believe you will undoubtedly return to our impoverished homeland to liberate the people who suffer far worse than those in Satin, freeing them from the shackles of the icy blood demon and restoring them to the grace of the light god. Our sect has faced numerous defeats, yet we have learned that your teachings are deeply cherished in Satin. We earnestly hope for the opportunity to meet with you to discuss the liberation of Losjin. Thus, I have entrusted this letter to a southern comrade for delivery to you. However, I must caution you, Satin has informed the Emperor of your name, and the false Emperor Vamir III is furious, dispatching the sorcerers of the Ivanov family to the border, prepared to seize your sect at any moment. Fortunately, our sect still holds influence, and we have secured a small passage at the border. I am stationed under my true name at the southern checkpoint of the IC province. If you manage to enter smoothly, the secret police within are not numerous. If you are indeed Mr. Iluin, please address me as Latingus upon our first meeting. I possess numerous secret strongholds where you may gain a deeper understanding of the current situation in Losjin. The circumstances in the northern lands are dire. Either the righteous, blessed by the light god, will achieve resounding victory, or a demon even more abhorrent than the icy blood aristocracy will seize control of the empire. We require your support. Latingus Bessarion Zugashvili. This reflects the reality of your homeland's predicament. I hope you contemplate this well, Iluin. As for that fellow Adams, let him speak for himself. Wells chuckled softly, his aged fingers playfully tapping Adams on the forehead. Adams found it difficult to voice his thoughts, hesitating before confessing. I wish to accompany you. Wherever you may go. Why do you wish to join us? Lobomei's voice was gentle, somewhat soothing Adams' feelings of guilt. He continued his confession. Iluin, Vincent, and I hail from the same impoverished neighborhood. Yet, when he fell gravely ill, I offered him no assistance, merely stood by helplessly as he passed away, convincing myself that the dwarf doctor would find a solution. However, we both knew that Vincent did not die of illness. He perished due to poverty. The Union was supposed to be an organization aiding us, the poor. Benjamin urged me to join, but I dared not enter. I had the opportunity for redemption right before me, yet I hesitated to grasp it. Living a quiet life, how could that be acceptable? Oh, like God, I have utterly failed him. I cannot do nothing. I cannot descend into hell like this. Forgive me, Inland, for my transgressions. I wish to accompany you in aiding the impoverished, in assisting those who are yet to depart this life, like Vincent. However, Adams, first and foremost, I am neither a deity nor an angel, and I am incapable of absolving your sins. The only one who can achieve that is yourself. Furthermore, if you join us with the fervent desire for grand atonement, I must convey that we do not require a self-indulgent martyr among us. Before contemplating your inclusion, you must critically assess your choices. My sole request is that you do not harbor regrets for your actions, Adams. Wells chuckled, patting Adams on the back before turning to depart from Inland's abode. The gazes of Libomaishu, Inland, and Catalos converged upon Adams. The human initially bowed his head in silence, then gradually lifted it to meet their eyes, responding resolutely. I cannot bear the torment of my soul under the weight of conscience until my morals are dulled and my awareness extinguished. I wish to journey with you. I do not yearn for death, but I fear it not. Inland, please take me along. I shall devote my entire life to this cause. Libomaishu turned her head, casting a subtle glance at Inland, while the boisterous Catalos laughed heartily, clapping Adams on the shoulder in affirmation of his vow. Well done, human. Your name is Adams, is it not? Your words resonate well. We, the Minotaur warriors, commend your courage and resolve. Adams anxiously observed Inland's serious countenance, and after a moment, Inland's face broke into a smile. What are you waiting for? Adams, do you believe I am pondering something? Quickly, prepare your clothing and belongings. If you, a southerner, do not ready warm garments, you shall freeze to death in the winter of Losjin. Load your luggage onto our cart. Oh, I have prepared everything, Adams exclaimed, rushing outside to retrieve the two enormous suitcases placed at the door. Then let us set forth, Catalos. Very well, Minter. It is splendid to have company, haha. The Minotaur, grinning, lifted the luggage effortlessly, his strong arms easily accommodating the burdens of 3 individuals, swiftly stowing them in the cart's storage compartment. Before departing, Libomaishu cast a final glance at Inland. What is your opinion, Inland? Where shall we go? If Claucus can adapt and alter plans, why can we not? Let us consider altering the order of our journey, beginning with Losjin, replied Libomaishu. She nodded with a smile, and the two exchanged no further words, silently bidding farewell to their former dwelling and satin. Adams took the reins as the driver. Inland cast a lingering gaze upon the silhouette of Octopus Harbor, as if etching its outline into his very soul. Then, resolutely, he turned and boarded the cart. Libo Maishu, like a wisp of smoke, seamlessly blended into the shadows beside the cart, as though she were a part of the darkness itself, a fact that greatly impressed the Minotaur. The wheels of the cart rolled over the ancient cobblestones with a monotonous sound, carrying the two creators and their followers away from the birthplace of their creation. Heading towards the east, steeped in the heavy shadows of the old world, the silhouette of clocks appears to bless their journey. Behind them, the Southern Republic embraces its dawn. Ahead lies an even longer and darker path, one that they must cleave through. The embers of liberation have been carried from their nest by their own hands, soon to be scattered across a broader world.